From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, and Ryan in the back. Bobby Belt is off today and tomorrow, heading to the Combine in Indianapolis. And he'll be doing the same amount of work for the show, apparently. Props to Bobby. He's sending Mike McCarthy audio. He is, I even told the station, sometimes they send us like commercial breaks and like the 30 minutes before we're supposed to leave, walk out and go on vacation, head to the airport. I'm like, no more of that. And Bobby, after he is clocked out, ready for vacation, is cutting on Mike McCarthy and sending show prep topics. Very impressive.
I did not care for that.
Sets a bad precedent.
It sets a very bad precedent. So I'm going to tell him, like, don't ever do that again. Like that's a bad thing. I'm serious. Like you don't want somebody that does more work than is required by the job description, because that makes the rest of the company, the employees, feel like they need to do the same. And I'm sorry, I'm just not going to work when I'm on vacation. There's a good, I'm not even answering my phone. My phone's not there. I don't have a phone. When I go to Cabo at the end of April,
well,
y'all ain't gonna hear from me. If there's a text message, okay, I'll check it when I get stateside. Stateside, Peyton. That's something you would say. Stateside.
Oh, I think he's just addicted to it. He'll be listening. I don't know when he flies out. I guess is it
tomorrow?
It's tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow.
So
yeah.
He could have worked today. I'm not gonna.
Great point.
I assume he's coming in. If you send a prep email, I assume you're coming in.
What if he walks in at 6?
Well, imagine that. Let's do it.
Well, Choppy, what if I need relationship advice and you're in Cabo?
I mean,
nothing.
No. Oh, well, no, that's not work related. I would do that.
Oh, okay, I got you now.
All right, we'll get to the Dallas Stars. Kevin Durant's debut. Mike McCarthy speaking at the Combine. We'll check in with Jared Sandler at 8 o'clock after the big team dinner last night in Arizona. And Brian Broaddus in the final hour, who has Combine FOMO. Apparently, Broaddus is setting it up to where if they keep us home next year from spring training, if we're all still here together with contracts expiring, that we should go to Indy and the other shows are going to Arizona. And I was like, you know what? If Bobby is right in what he describes, that this thing is just an NFL happy hour the entire time in steakhouses, that's my dream setup. Just to go and sit at a bar and people watch, or a hotel lobby, and we get tryouts on from the Combine. Indianapolis, a later start time, I believe, right? That should be Eastern.
It's Eastern time. You and Quavo will be hanging out in the hotel lobby. You can do that. Get that down. How about this? You go to Indy with Bobby, and I'll go to Surprise same week. And we'll have both things covered.
Okay, but the problem is the Rangers, the issue with us being here in the Metroplex this week is them opening up the stadium for us at 3 a.m. and not getting a ton of players on that are accessible to us that early.
That's right. I can just do the show from the hotel.
Oh.
And then go to the games or.
Would you rather go to Surprise in the Combine?
100%. Although I've never been to the Combine, and I do like Indianapolis, so I would like to check it out. I would like to check the thing out at least one time.
It just sounds like a scene. Sounds like a scene.
Does.
It sounds like it's a place that's too small so everyone is just having to socialize with each other. It's like radio. It sounds like Radio Row of a city.
It does.
You know?
It does. It's very small. It's an intimate setting. You walk everywhere. It's boring. But the Combine events are boring.
Oh, yeah. I don't care about going and watching any of the events.
Yeah.
I just want to get people on and just watch and observe and really wake up a little bit later with the Eastern time zone and eat the shrimp cocktail that everyone talks about from this
We've had it.
St. Elmo's.
We had it at Harry and Izzy's, which is the same place. They're owned by the same people. It's right next door. So you can order the St. Elmo's cocktail, the same menu.
We always end up at the JV places. We always end up at the St. Elmo's JV place. And then in Miami, when Barkley and Wilbon and all them were in the major steakhouse, we were sitting there drinking Miller Lights with Randy Galloway across the street.
Yeah, they were in Prime 112 and we were in Prime Italian, which is the same company, same place.
We were in not Prime 112.
But we were not in Prime 112.
Yeah. I knew we were in trouble, Peyton, when we pulled up. RJ is in charge of the travel, well, unofficially in charge of the travel here, so he rents all the cars for the station. And, man, that was our best car ever. I think it was a Cadillac convertible.
Oh.
What was the model?
No, it wasn't the seat. It was a two-door.
Either it was a sports car, Cadillac convertible. We're staying in this sick hotel. We're living the life. We're driving around South Beach, top down, just killing it, just feeling ourselves. And we go, what's that major street right there? What's the major?
Isn't it? It's not
area?
It's not Biscayne. It's
We go
to South Beach.
We go down South Beach thinking we're the S, and we see the rest of the cars that are parked on this street. And we quickly decide to go ahead and try and find like a garage somewhere along the way. Get out of sight. Get out of sight because the Ferraris and the Lambos and the Porsches had taken over. So we had to retreat. We had to duck, basically take a ride share back to the restaurant we wanted to be at, get denied, and go sit with Galloway.
Yep. Right there, right across the street.
Ego got put into the Cadillac convertible was not the it ride on South Beach.
Sounds cool.
That was probably $100,000 vehicle.
Was it?
Oh yeah, that.
How'd you get that off a rental?
They've got fancy they've got bougie cars at these rental places that you can rent. You go to Avis, you can rent Hertz, you can rent anything. They've got all kinds of bougie vehicles, and they had this, and I had just become a preferred member. And they were like, hey, you're in line for an upgrade. What do you want? They gave us a couple options, and I think they gave us a Range Rover option, and the Cadillac. I'll take the Cadillac. I'll take the Cadillac two-door sports car. Let's go. We're in Miami. It's convertible, all that stuff. And we showed up, and then every other car there was $250 plus. Okay.
That's also the last time that we tried to expense a meal of that amount. We went to the steakhouse. Richie Witt is at fault. He's like, no, you can do it. Just say it's business.
Yeah.
It's a business dinner. And the old boss, Bruce Gilbert, came storming in, and he goes, never again.
Never again.
Never again. I'm going to pass this through. Never again. Also, I think the last time we could expense parking at the airport.
I think it was.
You used to be able to park in that DFW. What is it nowadays per day to park? It used to be 20, I think. Is it 25? Is it
No,
more?
it's more than that. But you can do the prepaid parking, and it's way, way less. We were out of town. We went to Michigan for a week. And when I did the prepaid, it wound up being like $50-$60. Whereas if I paid on site, $140, $150.
See, my family does the parking spot, where you park somewhere off
There is
site,
zero
and then
chance,
you take
Peyton.
the shuttle, and it drives you right up to your terminal.
There is zero chance that your family with that fridge is parking off site and taking a shuttle bus. You guys are getting.
I thought they'd be driving
car
in love
service.
for the PJ.
You guys, right? You guys are getting a car service. That's what you're getting.
The Dallas Stars were down 2-0 through 18 minutes against the Coyotes. They end up winning. So finally, we get a win in regulation. Don't have to go to overtime. The Stars get the W 4-2, out shooting Arizona by 41-20 margin. Adi stopped 18 of 20 shots, 25th one of the year, and Tyler Sagan had 3 points. So the Stars, not totally nice and comfortable win. They were down early, but we didn't have to go to OT for this.
Didn't have to go to OT. This would have been a tough loss. This would have been a tough loss.
Another one.
I know. Arizona's a team that had 7 road wins all year coming into this game. This would have been
the Pacers.
I know, right? This would have been a brutal loss for a Stars team that had been reeling. So they needed it. They needed to shut down last 2 periods from Otter, and they got it. So good for good for them to get the win. And now let's see if they can make it 2 in a row.
Does it feel like the Mavericks are even further away after the debut of Kevin Durant? Jalen Brunson is being shown all over SportsCenter. That's going to sting. And RJ's former college coach going crazy with audio you have to hear. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us. Just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Wolchuk and Chiafalo go into the
Chris Paul gets the board. There's the first rejection from KD, and now he gets it open on the left side for 3, and that is all net for Kevin Durant.
The debut of Kevin Durant on the new super team in the NBA. The Phoenix Suns beat the Hornets by 14 on the road. Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan, and Durant ends up with 23 points. And man, with the way the Mavs have been playing, I know they were taking on Charlotte, and there's no LaMelo Ball after he suffered his injury the other night. It just feels like the gap has widened with Durant officially stepping on the floor.
Yeah, kind of feels that way, doesn't it? It's there's the dominant teams appear to be in the East.
Yes.
The West is a jumbled mess. Home court might make a world of difference in this conference. But Phoenix seems like, when they've got Durant, that, on paper at least, that they're like, okay, this team's for real. We'll see how they gel and how they mesh. And when it gets down to crunch time in a close game, is KD taking the final shot? Is Booker? Who is it? And I assume it'll be KD, but, there's still going to be issues with, cohesion. They only got about 20 games left. Yeah, so.
Depth questions as well. But Phoenix right now is 4th in the West. The Mavs are now 7th. So we're half a game behind the Clippers. The Warriors are in 5th. What? Just like that. Golden State is in 5th place. They have won 3 straight games. The Mavs are half a game behind the Clips. We're a half a game in front of Minnesota. When you're looking at all these different play-in situations, the Lakers ended up getting a win last night without anyone. Anthony Davis is already hurt. He's already missing. And they beat OKC by 6. The Pelicans beat the Dame Blazers by 11. And the New York Knicks dropped 142 on Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith. I walk in, and Jalen Brunson is all over SportsCenter after dropping 30 in the first half last night. New York drops 142.
Was Iggy there to say hello to him like she was a couple of weeks back?
To who?
To Jalen Brunson.
Oh.
Yeah, he was he was there. It was like a 40-point game, and Iggy Azalea is there to give him a big hug at the Knicks game. I wonder if things are looking up for Jalen. She might be taller than him.
Was she with?
She was with
Nick Young?
Young, yes.
All right.
She does have an OnlyFans, though. I found that out.
You did?
How'd you find that out, Peyton?
Her Instagram. She said go subscribe, and I didn't subscribe, but
What she put on there? I saw her the other night on Andy Cohen. She's weird. She's very
She's
different.
Australian.
Is she?
Yeah. They're
Okay.
all weird. I mean, anybody who lives on an island like that, far away removed from everybody else, you got to be strange.
My Knicks meatball friend rubbed it in, texting me. The Mavs have more losses with Kyrie than Brunson has missed shots tonight.
Oh, gosh.
He was 85% from the field in the first half. And, I mean, the numbers are just stupid in terms of the efficiency. I think he's got the most points ever scored in Knicks history during a 7-game winning streak. I think I saw that this morning. For the game, he ended up 15 of 18. So, yes, the Mavs have more losses than shots missed by Jalen Brunson.
Good for him.
Night.
Good for him. I mean, look, it's for Jalen Brunson, this was a chance for him to go and find out if he could be a top dog.
Yep.
That's all it was. And he's finding out.
And go home.
Yeah,
Be around his
and go
pops.
home, be around his dad, all that stuff. But, good for him. He's finding out that he could be the top dog on a team that, I mean, are the Knicks dangerous? Are they dangerous in the playoffs?
I was listening to the Brian Windhorst McMahon podcast, and they were kind of dismissing them as being dangerous. They're like they're one more big name away from being a true championship threat. Are they dangerous? I don't know. Jalen Brunson is playing out of his mind since the All-Star break where he was snubbed.
Yeah.
He's playing as a man on a mission.
Yeah, I mean, look, can they win a playoff series if they're the 5 seed against the 4? Sure.
Yeah.
But then they're going to run into Philadelphia or Boston or Giannis.
Milwaukee, yep.
And then they're probably going to get run in the building.
Yeah, so when you look at the standings for New York, they're the 5. So the 5 versus the 4, Cleveland's had a hell of a year with Donovan Mitchell. College hoops last night. TCU versus Bobby's Longhorns.
Pump fake by Rice. 3-pointer at the buzzer is good. Frogs win by 2. 75-73 will be the final score here.
So that was the call on Horned Frogs Radio. TCU gets the win over Texas.
Yep. It's a nice win, a needed one. Texas a 2 seed. They're a 2 seed right now.
How have they been without their head coach with the scandal?
They've been fine. They've been fine. Lenardi has them as the 2 seed in the South, which would have them play their first round games in Denver. and then Louisville is where the regional is in the South. That's we're a week and 3 days away from Selection Sunday.
Wow.
Next week starts the conference tournaments. They'll play. Tech's going to have a game over the weekend. That'll be their final game of the regular season. Most teams will play on Saturday, and then they'll be ready to go for the tournament starting probably on, depends on which one you are, Tuesday or Wednesday.
TCU was ranked 22, getting the 2-point win. Alabama, ranked number 2, gets the 5-point win over Auburn in overtime, 90-85. Peyton, though, found some Bruce Pearl audio, Choppy's former guy at Tennessee, losing his cool in the post.
Obviously they made some plays. We had a hard time staying in front of them. At the end of the day, I'm just sick and tired of our guys getting smashed down there. Smashed!
Coach, just talk about what Saturday represents now.
We'll get ready to play Tennessee. We were incredibly outmanned at the end. Had 4 guys on the bench in foul trouble. Joke!
I got to see video of this.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
They're a bubble team. They've got to win this weekend against Tennessee on Saturday, which it's a home game. They're a 3-point home dog, though, or they will be, according to Ken Palm. They've got to win that game to assure themselves. They're probably in. They've got they're probably one of 5 or so teams that are going to be fighting for the final bye and not be in the playoff. They're in right now, but a loss to Tennessee that now doesn't have their point guard, who's done for the year, which really puts them out of it, is going to. But what kind of luck do we have?
I'm now focused
what kind of luck do we have?
On Alabama basketball, probably for all the wrong reasons, but Brandon Miller, they get the win. Miller only scored 17 on 3 of 12 shooting, and the other day, the most tone-deaf, unaware coach in all of America, Nate Oates, he was addressing the pregame intro where Miller was coming out, and this walk-on does the pat-down pregame intro right after the shooting, where a girl did lose her life, and Nate Oates addressed it.
That situation's on me. We addressed as a team. As soon as I brought it up to them, they immediately understood how it could be interpreted, and we all felt awful about it. They explained to me that it's like when TSA checks you before you get on a plane, and now Brandon's cleared for takeoff. We as the adults in the room should have been more sensitive to how it could have been interpreted, and I dropped the ball. That's it. I dropped the ball on it. We've addressed it. I can assure you it won't happen again.
I mean, it only took 2 weeks
to give a nice, genuine answer
for this guy to actually say something that made any sense whatsoever.
And it's amazing. Reading is totally different from hearing. When I just read the quote before hearing it, I thought he was giving another excuse. I wasn't aware. It's a pat down thing. Apparently at the airport, they pat you down. I'm like, okay, now you're playing dumb.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't know they're flying private all the time, but you heard some contrition and genuine tone in his delivery right there.
Yeah.
As you said, only took 2 weeks.
So I figured out what's going on here.
Okay.
Bama knows that this is over at the end of the year. The school does. They know. They know the whole thing's over.
What do you mean?
Nate Oates is gone. Brandon Miller will be going to the NBA. The program's going to have some kind of Baylor shutdown to it. They're like, we are just going to ride this thing as long as we can. We got a shot to win a natty. We're going to try to steal a national championship and then go. That's the only way this thing can work. They know what they're doing. They're just saying, hey, we're going to try to capitalize it and make it worth it. And then we will figure this out, because this is stained, not quite Dave Bliss, but this is bad. And Nate Oates will probably be fired in 4 weeks or whenever they're out of the tournament.
Meanwhile, it just means more in the SEC, proven by a judge in Kentucky.
Yes, a judge in Kentucky was asked by an attorney that, can we delay the hearing for this, a court arraignment? In a court arraignment, they asked if they could delay the next court date, because the next court date was set up for the weekend or Monday of the Final Four and national championship game, which Kentucky is a rather, piping hot team right now. Even though they were a bubble team 3 weeks ago, they are clearly in the tournament right now. And a judge granted this stay or delay or whatever legal jargon they use. So now they're not going to have the hearing on that day.
I just didn't know. I've learned this in the Michael Irvin case. We can just ask the judge to do things or ignore judges. I thought when, I get a letter in the mail and it says you better pay this by that time, that's not even standing in front of a judge. I thought I would be petrified. I'd be scared, but apparently I can just be like, no, I'm not going to turn over the evidence. No, I'm going to withhold the video. No, I'm watching the NCAA selection process. Screw the system.
Doesn't matter.
I didn't know.
We don't need it. We don't need the system.
All right.
We do not need the system.
I'm just going to read a quote as the tease here. When this quote came out, I had to make sure it was legit. RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt lost their minds on the group message. Here it is from Coach McCarthy. I've been where Kellen has been. Kellen wants to light the scoreboard up, but I want to run the damn ball so I can rest my defense. Mike McCarthy is your new play caller. Let's talk about that philosophy next on The Fan.
Listen. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is off today and tomorrow. Not really off, because he's grinding at the Combine in Indianapolis, where Mike McCarthy was speaking yesterday. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with you on your home of America's team. First time that Coach has spoken to the media since the loss against San Francisco, and he addressed the official departure of Kellen Moore to L.A.
I think Kellen did an excellent job. If you look at the way we played over the course of the last 3 years, as a head coach, every head coach has a vision of how you want the football team to play, what they look like. Our complementary football formula, I felt was the best this year, the 3 years. I think every 3, 4, 5 years into your offense, you need to make, pretty good, not significant, but changes and adjustments, tendencies, and things like that. So I just felt this was a good time to make that change.
With Kellen calling the plays, the Cowboys twice ranked first in yards, 2019 and 21. They ranked first in points once, 2021. They were 11th in yards and 4th in points this season, though Dak threw a career-high 15 picks, and, which everyone forgets, credit to Kellen, Cooper Rush played a number of games, and the Cowboys still finished 4th in points. That's a heck of a resume on paper, in my opinion. But Mike McCarthy says, even after a while, you need to change things up. So how radical will the scheme change actually be?
We played really good offense the last 3 years. Like I said, you look at our numbers just in the run game from year 1 to year 2 to year 3. This is, I feel like we're in the arena of how we want to play. So it'll be really just building off of that. We're not looking to have more than probably 35% is kind of the number we've been hovering at, is how much change we want for the current players. So yeah, we're not looking to have wholesale changes.
Okay, 35%. But this is all leading towards the handoff. He's talking about complementary football. He's talking about Kellen wanting to go ahead and light up the scoreboard. So tell us, Coach, our weekly Friday guest during the season here on Sean and RJ, how are you really going to be different from the offense that's been here?
There's some things that conceptually that I'll believe in more in situational football than may have happened in the last 3 years. But let's be honest. I mean, I had all the input that I wanted the last 3 years too. So I think clearly when you look at the way Kellen coordinated in 19, just look at our run totals the last 3 years. We were different offense in 22 than we were in 2020, and that was part of the evolution of being more balanced, more complementary football, not as wide open in the drop back, just like our drop back passing and normal down disc. So you look at all those things. So, but I'm really looking forward to the critique from you of how different it is. So,
and then the quote that set it off: "I've been where Kellen has been. Kellen wants to light the scoreboard up, but I want to run the damn ball so I can rest my defense." RJ Choppy, the floor is now yours.
He wants to purposely score fewer points. Okay. I mean, far be it for me to criticize a coach who won 12 games in back-to-back years, but I'm just trying to think, if I've won 12 games in back-to-back years, I don't want to change something. I don't want to change anything. We know looking at run totals is a faulty way, because if you're leading, you're going to have more run totals than if you're trailing. And they've had more run totals year to year. It's because they've been better than they were in 2020. They had more wins. They have 12 wins the last 2 years. Makes absolutely no sense to me. We got enough. We have enough information on this. The Cowboys were 13th in yards allowed. They don't have a good defense.
They don't have a good defense.
They don't have a great defense.
Okay.
In order to have this run-first mentality, you've got to have the San Francisco 49ers defense. They don't have it. They were 13th in yards allowed. I'm sorry, that's not a good defense. It's a league average defense. They get some they get some pressures, they get some interceptions, turnovers, yada, yada, yada. They do that a little bit on the above average scale, but this is not the Baltimore Ravens. And you can't say year to year you have a good defense because it's never been like that. You're third one year, you're 12th the next. You're 18th one year, you're 7th the next. It never evens out. It never, ever, ever winds up being the way it was the previous year unless you're one of these legions of boom type thing.
So do you judge defense number one first by yards allowed or points allowed?
I mean, honestly, neither. Neither's a great barometer because yards allowed a lot of times can be
garbage.
Skewed based on, well, A, garbage, but B, are you getting short fields? If you're getting a lot of short fields against you, you may give up more points but fewer yards.
Right.
If you have long fields against you, you may give up more yards but fewer points.
Yep.
So there's a very skewed thought there. I like more like DVOA. It's per play. They're pretty good. I mean, they're in the top 6 or 7, and that's great.
They were 5th in points allowed at 20 a game. So they would probably point to that points scored. We're a top 5 defense just in terms of points allowed. McCarthy continues. I don't desire to be the number 1 offense in the league. I want to be the number 1 team in the league with a number of wins and a championship. And if we got to give up some production and take care of the ball better to get that, then that's what we'll do because we have a really good defense. So these sentences that just stuck the knife in the offensive hearts of RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt yesterday it's probably very good that Bobby is off today.
Yeah, I mean, look,
he may have gotten run.
In theory, it sounds nice, like give your defense some rest, all that stuff. When you decide to actively score less and shrink the amount of possessions, you allow for a greater margin of error to occur. Because now you don't have the point totals. You don't have that cushion. The Kansas City Chiefs are not sitting here worrying about how much they're running the ball. They're trying to just outscore you. And a related story, the Chiefs, I think, won the title this year. That's all they care about. The Philadelphia Eagles, yeah, they run the ball, but their main goal is not to run the ball. Their main goal is to score as many points as they possibly can. You limit when Bill Parcells' philosophy of run the ball and try to win every game 13-10. That's great when you've got the 86 Giants defense for one, but also it allows for any sort of bad luck to creep up and spoil your entire day. The best, San Fran had a great defense this year. The Cowboys had a really good, efficient defense this year. So did New England. Really good, efficient defense this entire season. Buffalo. I mean, all these things. And a lot of these were good teams. They were. But Kansas City was middle of the pack. Cincinnati was middle of the pack. Miami, which had a really good season, was middle of the pack. Just give me the offense.
Whenever this type of talk happens, I believe it's an indictment of the quarterback. They're trying to tell us. Obviously, clearly, Dak is not Mahomes, and we need to take the ball out of his hands a little bit more. Coach, at the Combine in Indy, what does all this mean for number 4?
We all can use a new voice. We all can use a sense of motivation and challenge and so forth. This is a new challenge for him. These are his words. He's very excited about it. I just think like anything, he's had a chance to go from the different variations of the offense that was in place. He's getting ready to take another, turn as far as the variation of what we're getting ready to do. We're going to build it off of what, he has established. My decision to stay with his concepts and so forth is still intact because I wouldn't have did what I did in 2020 if I still didn't believe in him. And we obviously, as an organization, myself included, feel very strongly about him as our future, and we will definitely build this thing around him.
The Cowboys' offense last year was 15th in efficiency. That's the problem. That's the problem you got to fix. Okay, get it more efficient. Every team in the final.
Can it be more efficient with this approach? Like McCarthy keeps talking about, limiting turnovers. So we're not going to be as wide open in the drop back. The connection he's trying to make there is we're not going to turn it over as much with the passing game with the turnovers. My counter to that would be last year that turnover amount is not really who Dak is. That was an outlier.
No, and part of their efficiency issues were Cooper Rush when he was in. I mean, Josh Allen threw one fewer interception than Dak Prescott did. Nobody ever talks about that. And Buffalo had the second most efficient offense in the league.
Dak missed more games.
But every team in the Final Four was in the top 6 in offense. Only 2 were in the top 10 in defense. You're not going to get there based on your defense. You're going to get there because of your offense. This is a different NFL. So, I mean, man, y'all want to.
This is a topic I've been scared to bring up. I kind of waited for Bobby to be out, so it wasn't 2-on-1. So I would only catch the darts from RJ. And I've been wanting to ask this question. I've been saving it. And I'm like on the fence, and I might be leaning a little bit more towards McCarthy because my lack of faith in Dak taking the Cowboys to that special level, that we should build this thing, try to build this like San Fran instead of KC. That we should try to load up on defense because Dak has had plenty of weapons. Choppy, I don't know if my opinion of him would change if it was, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, and DeAndre Hopkins on this team. I'm just trying to answer that in my head. How much better can they actually get with Dak still being the guy to throw it? And if he can't take you over the top, maybe you should just load up on the other side of the ball with that offseason approach. I know that's going to make you sick and ill.
The issue with San Fran is San Fran has better offensive weapons than we do. I mean, let's not, the only thing they don't have is a better quarterback. They've got better offensive weapons. Debo is better than anything we have, and George Kittle is one of the best tight ends this game's ever seen.
McCaffrey.
And then you've got Christian McCaffrey. We can't really compare. We talk about San Fran's defense. Their offense is what's driving that train. I mean, my goodness, those are weapons.
But those offensive numbers, are they really that good?
Well, again, they don't have a quarterback. That's going to be the problem.
So then the offense isn't driving the train, right?
They're piecemealing that thing together best they can. That's what they're doing. If they get a quarterback, I mean, forget it. Forget about it. That offense is going to hum to the point of Kansas City's.
Well, look, Mike McCarthy at least is very happy. Very happy, it sounds like, as he's been in the lab and he's drawing up schemes. He's got the cocktail napkins for the X's and the O's. Coach says he's never had more fun being head coach of America's team.
This is the most fun I've had since I've been in Dallas. I mean, just to be in the meeting room again with the coaches full time. We've been getting, just to go, 8 to 11:30 and break, and you've been talking nothing but, skiing. I haven't had that. So that part's different. But then, you have all these great responsibilities here that you have to keep doing, and so you got to delegate more. I mean, we have a good plan. I think doing this in year 4 is totally different than would have been doing in year 1, especially coming in with the pandemic and everything that we had year 1.
What a smart ass he is. He's just so dry, such a sarcastic smart ass. All these great responsibilities here. I'm interested to see if the Tolos are freaking out or supporting it, because Bobby always says the fan text is a lot more negative towards Dak. So if that's the case, I think there could be a lot of support here for the Cowboys dialing it back a little bit to take the ball out of Dak's hands a little bit more and protecting the turnovers in the pocket. Curious, 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line.
They are, in large part, saying either no more excuses for Dak or let's try this out McCarthy's way. Look, if you don't have a quarterback, this is the road. This is much more an indictment on Dak Prescott than anything else, these statements.
Yep.
This is only an approach you would take if you don't have a quarterback.
Yeah, a special one.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a handful of teams that have that.
Yeah.
This is not an approach you take if you've got Mahomes or Burrow, etc.
But we agree. I got you to agree the other day. Dak is not like the man. So if we both agree with that, why not change? Why not try something different?
Well, you could try something different. I'm just saying, on average, if the best running attack is about as good as the 17th best passing attack. Like you're still better off throwing the football.
And I don't think McCarthy would argue with that. He's just talking about, the complimentary aspect. This is Michael Lombardi's dream of a statement. We might have to get Lombardi on. Broadus is going to come on today. I can't wait. They're best friends. This is Michael Lombardi calls Kellen Moore joystick. He thinks he just plays football like a video game, but it just sounds counterintuitive, right? It's like Kellen wants to score and be the number one scoring team. I don't. It's hard to wrap your head around. And then you got the true football guys who are talking about it being complimentary and no, this is the way that it needs to be. Called to the game, not just to the stats. That's the football argument that takes place. 877-881-1053. So Mike McCarthy lighting up the microphone at the Combine. Man, we got a lot of legal issues to get to. Choppy and I both going to defend Jalen Carter as still being the top pick in the draft after the scandal yesterday. And what is going on with Ja Morant acting like an actual gangster in the NBA? Next on The Fan. But first, let me get you on over. heading to the Combine in Indianapolis. We'll check in with Roberto when need be, because yesterday, the big story that broke towards the end of our show was some people's number one pick, best player in the draft, Jalen Carter, getting in trouble with the law. We got scandals everywhere. We got Alabama basketball. We have Ja Morant. And we have Jalen Carter and Choppy. I think that both of us, it's a good thing Bobby's out because he disagrees with both of us. I think we're both on the same side that this shouldn't affect Jalen Carter's draft status after I read through all the different details yesterday. This was essentially a street race. That's what this was. This was Jalen Carter, top NFL draft prospect, racing and charged with reckless driving and racing in connection with a crash that killed a teammate and a recruiting staff member. These kids, right after, good grief, the Georgia Bulldogs, after winning that title, went haywire.
Yeah, they did.
I saw the reports the other day of
Stetson Bennett.
What Stetson Bennett, he was like hiding here in Dallas when he got arrested. He was like hiding behind walls and not trying to come out, knocking on random doors right after winning the title. Jalen Carter and these two other guys decided to street race. Alcohol was involved. Right now, there's no alcohol being tied to Jalen, but they decided to get out there and go 100 miles an hour, and it went obviously tragically wrong. And now here we are with all these questions for maybe the top pick.
Yeah, people lost their lives in a completely avoidable and senseless crash. But I don't believe this necessarily should impact his draft status. Now, if he goes to jail, I mean, there's obviously a different story there and an availability aspect that would be in play.
Both these crimes right now are misdemeanors in Georgia. So
yeah.
He's not going to jail as of right now.
Right.
Reckless driving and racing misdemeanors.
This is...
And no alcohol involved.
Right. This is not like, premeditated murder is one thing. An error in judgment, which I believe this is. This is a judgment error. Look, I've gone 100 miles an hour in my car. I went 90 miles an hour this morning on the way to work. I've gone 120 miles an hour in my car in the last year. Am I reckless with the driving? Yeah. Like by the letter of the law, yes. A lot of people do that. Like, it would be very hypocritical for me to get up here and say that Jalen Carter should never work again.
Right.
It'd be very hypocritical of me to say that. Now, thank God I've never killed anybody with my vehicle. But it doesn't mean I don't drive very, very fast when given an opportunity. I'm driving through South like I won't. Okay? Because those cops are there. But, like, how many...
I mean, we've all hit 90 in our car. We just have. And, I would do it in high school. Jalen Carter is right there in college. So everyone's going to do stupid, reckless acts at certain points in times in your life. A lot of it is luck, Are you going to hit something? Is something going to run out in front of you? Are you going to get pulled over when you have the weed in the car? A lot of it is luck. Because we've all done this to some degree.
Dumb decisions are not exclusive to 21-year-olds, but damn, they got the market cornered on it, man. Okay, they make a lot of them. And this was a dumb decision. There's no doubt about it. I mean, how many times, though, have we said, I'm glad social media wasn't around when I was 21?
The SUV struck a Georgia power pole and another utility pole, slicing the poles in half before striking a tree. That sent the vehicle spinning in a clockwise direction before it slammed into another tree on the driver's side where the two other guys were sitting. Now, Jalen Carter initially lied. All right. He said he was like in an apartment across the street and he heard the sound, such a loud noise that he went out to the scene. And then he did admit to driving one of the other vehicles. He was driving a Jeep. They were racing. Did you see what type of cars they were in?
Yeah, it was a Jeep Trackhawk and an Expedition. Those are just very odd street racing vehicles.
Those are big cars.
Yeah, those are not vehicles that I've ever seen necessarily street racing.
A 2021 Ford Expedition. And I don't know what a Jeep Trackhawk is, but I know it's a Jeep.
It looks kind of like a Grand Cherokee, kind of like it. In that same kind of SUV-ish mold.
Are those cars that can be souped up to race?
Oh, I'm sure you could soup anything up to race.
Yeah.
But it's a it was a a tragic mistake on his part, and he will pay the price somehow for this.
I don't know.
And I'm not excusing what he did. I'm just simply saying, like, I hate to say it, Deion kind of said this. If this was a quarterback, I would look at it much differently from his draft stock standpoint. Quarterbacks have to be solid decision makers. Defensive linemen, whatever, right? You don't have to be a great decision maker.
Yeah.
From a draft standpoint, okay, they should be treated the same in the court of law. From a draft standpoint, this is a quarterback. I look at it completely differently. I lived next door in college, named up to Dwayne Goodrich. All right, former Cowboy, killed 2 people on 35, driving drunk, weaving in and out of traffic. There was already an accident on the highway, and he went off the road onto the shoulder and ran over some people and killed him. And he spent time in jail, and he should have spent time in jail. But I knew Dwayne. Like, Dwayne's not a bad guy. Like, Dwayne, I knew Dwayne. He wasn't a bad person. He made a bad mistake, and he went to jail for it. He should have. He was drunk.
Yeah.
Okay. He should have gone to jail for that. It ended his career. I hate seeing mistakes at 21 ruin the rest of your life. It doesn't excuse anything, but I mean, I would be very hypocritical. I've driven when I shouldn't have. I've driven at speeds I shouldn't have driven at. It would be very hypocritical for me to say this guy should not be drafted in the first round because of this.
This is the Jalen Carter accident that broke yesterday. One of the other guys' blood alcohol level was a .197, more than twice the legal limit in Georgia.
But not his, right?
No, they have not. There was no evidence that Jalen Carter had been drinking or there was involvement with alcohol. That's what I read as of yesterday. And the SUV driven by the other kid was traveling at about 104 miles per hour before the crash. 104 in a Ford Expedition.
Now, people are saying that Trackhawk is like a supercharged Grand Cherokee. It's got like a 700 horsepower Hellcat engine in it or something like that. My gosh, that is a powerful vehicle.
I've just never understood racing unless you grow up like where I did in a absolutely rural, nobody lives there, country road town. 10,000 people on back roads where your biggest worry is deer. That's it. A deer running out when you're going 90. I just don't understand, like, here in DFW, even my good buddy, like, rips open his Porsche on the highway, and I'm like, I just think of cops. That's it. That's why they make fun of me with my conservative driving. I'm just always thinking there's a cop around the corner. I don't want to get pulled over. I don't want to deal with the insurance. I don't want to deal with the points. I don't want to deal with the money. I don't want to deal with the hassle. I don't want to deal with any of that, like, openly racing when it's not like just wide open country roads where you can, open it up and you're probably not going to have cops at it. And there's no street lights, and I don't know what this area was like here where he was, but
it was in Athens, right?
In Athens.
Yeah. I mean, it's college town. I mean, you've got air. You can get outside the outskirts of Athens real quick. You can get outside of the country real quick when you're in Athens. Look, it's a terrible mistake by a young person, and 21-year-olds make a lot of the mistakes that are made in the world.
Now, look, if the other Jalen Carter, I think Todd McShay has brought stuff up. Bobby has told us there's been some questions. If you have previous questions, maybe this, and you want to drop him, you want to ding him, this pushes you over the edge as a draft evaluator and a team. I get that. If it was just this incident, and his decision, when I sit him down, was to go too fast and race, I'm not dropping him. I'm drafting him where I was going to draft him. If that is my only concern and issue, I know this sounds cold. I have to put to the side that someone lost their life with it. I'm just isolating on you racing. You decided to get out there and go way, way too fast, which almost everyone in the world has done. This had the worst possible conclusion. I'm not drafting you. I'm not dropping you on my board. I'm still taking you there. I have much bigger concerns, and you agree, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't drop. I mean, look, street racing is very, very dangerous. We saw this last week in Austin. There was a street racing thing going on here. They took over an entire intersection. Street racing is not an uncommon thing. It's very dangerous. Very dangerous, and stuff like this can happen. We saw Paul Walker was not street racing; he was just going fast in his vehicle, lost his life. We've seen countless people lose their lives because of this.
Look at Errol Spence, 2 incidents.
2, that's right.
Myles Garrett, His incident.
Henry Ruggs. He's still locked up.
Man, I just don't know how.
He was drunk, right? He had alcohol in his system.
I think so.
I always try to think of my son. You got two of them. I'm like, how do I prevent these things from happening? How do I use these things to scare my kid when it comes to don't do this? Because everyone is going to do. I mean, look at all the things that we've done and look at all the things that we got away with. And again, I just think a lot of times it's a matter of luck.
Yep.
Our kid is going to go 95 at some point. Is
Put
it going to
governor on it, man? Put a governor on that car.
Oh,
that's what you got to do. Like,
there you go.
I was like, my son's he's 13. He's like, Dad, what kind of car am I going to get? I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. I'm thinking of giving him mine. It's going to have like 300,000 miles on it. My car goes too fast. I would have to put a governor on this damn thing. I'm just going to get him a golf cart. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get him a golf cart. He can go 25 miles an hour, and I can sleep.
Didn't he ask you for a golf cart?
He did. He asked me, can we get a golf cart so I can practice driving? And I said, how about we just go play golf? And you can drive on the golf course.
How about
we
you
do that?
go to a department store parking lot and practice in a real car?
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, nobody goes to department stores anymore. The mall parking lot.
Yeah, mall parking lot.
Probably wide open.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. I'd be much more worried about Ja Morant than Jalen Carter. Ja Morant sounds like a real life active gangster. If you put together all the different accusations and the latest one that came out yesterday, plus NFL players have graded all the teams, free agent options, the different decisions. The Cowboys aren't getting players because they're not classy and they don't bring the heat. NFL report cards, what all the players are saying about all the teams, and the Ja Morant latest next.
But let's get you.
NFL players really think about the Cowboys as a free agent destination? I love this type of stuff. We got roaches, we have saunas, we have rat outbreaks, we have first class on airplanes. That's all coming up. But to tie together the Jalen Carter story, we got more legal stuff in sports. Ja Morant, this came out yesterday. Ja Morant was accused of repeatedly punching a teenage boy in the head and threatening him with a gun last summer, according to records obtained by the Washington Post. The incident reportedly came 4 days after another incident in which Ja allegedly threatened the head of security at a Memphis mall. Like, his mom had a run-in with someone at a shoe store. She called Ja, and he apparently showed up with 8 or 9 of his boys. He's traveling around in what sounds like a real-life gang. The Indiana Pacers bus incident where the red laser was apparently allegedly being pointed towards the Pacers bus out of a vehicle that Ja was supposedly in. Ja's father trash-talking everyone, walking on NBA floors, getting into it with Shannon Sharp. It is one incident after another, Choppy, and I don't know whether I've missed the media coverage in Memphis, but I feel like, and this is my Kyrie Irving theory of going to a quieter media market, I feel like I haven't seen Ja truly answer for this, like in a sit-down interview, and I'm getting Marvin Harrison-esque feels about Ja Morant.
Ooh.
That's the last player that I got this type of feeling about. Marvin Harrison, one of the all-time greats. There were stories written about him that he had these car washes as cover-ups in Philadelphia, and he was just sitting there threatening people or getting people taken out or getting people beaten up. And it's like, Marvin Harrison? This guy didn't say 3 words in the league. And all these gangster stories are coming out like he's a mafia head after he left the Indianapolis Colts. And this is happening with Ja Morant, not even in the prime of his career. Crazy.
Not even close to the prime of his career.
With the 17-year-old teenage boy. This was a game of pickup hoops at Ja's house. Morant allegedly punched him 12 or 13 times during a pickup game. He claimed Morant and a friend hit him so hard it left a large knot on the side of his head, which police observed themselves. They also said after the fight, Ja went into his house and reemerged with his hand on a gun visible in the waistband of his pants. Ja told people he was acting in self-defense. He said, "I did swing first," but he thought the boy was the aggressor because he threw a ball at Ja's head and then stepped to him, pulling up his pants. The boy said, "No, I was just checking the ball back too hard. I was just checking the ball back." As they were playing at Ja Morant's house, the ball slipped through Morant's fingers, according to the kid. And the kid apparently said, according to Ja, "I'm going to come back and light this place up like fireworks." So there were 12 or 13 punches thrown, and Morant, according to this guy, went into his house and came back with a gun. The mother incident took place at a finish line when she got into it with one of the managers. My word.
This sounds like this guy leads a very interesting life, to say the least. Very kind of in your face. Will not back down to anybody. There's some strange things happening. I heard nothing bad about Ja Morant for 6 years now. Yeah. For however long that he has been in the national news, which was, dating back to his time at Murray State. Never heard a word.
Candidate for one of the new faces of the league.
Absolutely. And then, the first thing is, okay, there's a little bit of a rivalry going with Golden State. And then, obviously, his dad was Shannon Sharp. That was the first thing you saw. Then other things come out. I was like, okay, what's going on here? What is Ja really, what's Ja really about? Interesting you bring up Marvin Harrison. He would have been the last person I would have suspected to be some kind of a threat to society.
A lot of this stuff sounds like, I'm going to use a key word here. A lot of this sounds like Aaron Hernandez without the deaths. Aaron Hernandez was unable, Choppy, don't walk away from the microphone. If you watch the Aaron Hernandez specials, he was unable to recognize himself as a public figure. Aaron Hernandez had to step back to everybody. You couldn't bump him out in public without him having to show off that he could beat you down or have you taken out.
Yep.
Right? Like certain guys, they're like, all right, I'm out of here. See you later. I'm not even going to entertain. Celebrities and superstars, you're not supposed to react to the smallest little thing. But guys like Aaron Hernandez, this sounds like Ja Morant can't turn the other cheek, and he has to react and show his muscle, whether it's with himself, his firearms, or with his boys. That's what all this sounds like right now, that he's got to step to everyone and show how much of there's no other word for it. I know people get mad, of a thug he can be. Like a real-life true criminal gangster, as Shannon Sharp tried to warn us about weeks ago on FS1.
I wish Ja would realize that he's not a thug. Ja is a really good basketball player. Ja did everything he could to lift himself and his family out of this type of environment and to get away from this. And for some reason, he wants to surround himself with these type of people. Why? Bro, you not hard. That's not your life. People that in that life would give anything to be in your life.
Great point.
For some reason, you got a $200 million contract, and you want people in the NBA to think you hood, to think you gangster, because you roll with these type of people. Bro, you putting yourself in harm's way when you don't have to. Nobody looks at you, John, and think, man, that's a thug. He hood. He down. He about that. You not. Stop pretending. All you do is yap and talk about, I'm going to let him live to see another day. I'm going to do this. You're not going to do nothing. What you're going to do is get yourself in trouble, put yourself and your family in harm's way when you don't have to.
That was weeks ago, RJ. Weeks ago. And you have another Ja Morant story out there. I'd love to see a sit-down interview where someone press him. They need to send one of the big-time reporters out there to a Memphis press conference and press him like they do Kyrie. That's my opinion. I don't know whether it's been done. I haven't seen it. Part of me thinks it's Memphis media coverage, right?
Oh, there's no Memphis media coverage. It is.
If this was on the Lakers right now,
you have to. So the Grizzlies, correct me if I'm wrong, I do not believe there's another major professional sports team in Memphis. So the media there has to treat them like a college town. If you fall short of that and you do something to criticize, they could easily pull your credentials from you, and you're out. You're out, and that's the worst thing you could be as a media member in Memphis.
Yeah,
is to be out on the Grizzlies. It's the only professional game in town.
That's why Mike Gundy bullies people,
because he can.
That's why he likes to run his mouth and bully a lot of these reporters who have nothing else and no power over their credentials in Stillwater.
Colleges have the ability to do that, and Salt Lake City, Utah, the Utah Jazz have the ability to do that. San Antonio has the ability to do any of these, one pro team towns can do that with their local media. I have no idea what Ja really is like. I have no idea if Shannon's right that, he is hanging around the wrong, the people that he used to hang around with. And I know it's hard. I know it's hard to drop some of those friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's got to be hard.
Got to be hard.
You got to do it, though.
All right, I love this stuff. The NFL Players Association yesterday released their free agency report cards for all the teams. Players surveyed on topics ranging from quality of team facility to treatment of player families, and they were all ranked. The top 3 teams in order: the Minnesota Vikings, 1, the Miami Dolphins, 2, and the Las Vegas Raiders, 3. The bottom 3 in order: Chargers, Arizona, and the Washington Commanders.
It would not have taken me long to get to the Commanders as to who would have been the last one. I would not have guessed the Chargers.
1,300 players responded to this survey. 60 questions: treatment of player families, food service, nutrition, weight room, strength coaches, training room, training staff, locker room, and team travel. How did the Dallas Cowboys rank? Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, sixth. I think they were 6th overall. Now, they were first or tied for first in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 categories. Treatment of families, A+, first overall in the NFL.
Man, one of these teams, I'll get it in a second, apparently didn't have like a player's room, like a player's family's room in the facility. Women were breastfeeding in the public restroom. because one of the teams did not have a player's family area.
Yeah, they offer a family room and a daycare. Food service nutrition, A, tied for first. All 3 meals are provided. 100% of players say there's enough room in the cafeteria. So that's good. Weight room.
Jacksonville was the one. They're one of 14 teams that do not offer a family room. Players' wives breastfed their babies on the floor of the stadium's public restrooms.
Ew.
Yeah.
Weight room, A+, tied for first. Okay, that's good. They've got one of the best weight rooms in the NFL. All that stuff. How about this? Training room, a B, tied for 8th. Why is the training room tied for 8th? Well, interesting. They are one of 6 teams that does not provide a sauna. They have a steam room, but not a sauna. How does the Dallas Cowboys at that facility, you can buy a standalone sauna for like $4,000. How does that facility not have a sauna?
I hate steam rooms, but I like saunas. Like I've thought about putting a sauna right there at my house.
I got a guy for you.
Really?
Yeah, I got a guy for you. Look you up.
You got a sauna guy?
I got a sauna guy.
So impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. Same guy as the bed guy. Sells saunas there too.
Same? Sell saunas and beds?
And beds. Just call up Scooter. One stop. Call up Scooter. How does the Dallas Cowboys at that facility not have a sauna? How does Mike McCarthy not say, dude, Jerry, that's my workout? Like that's a perfect Mike McCarthy workout.
Yes.
Is sitting in a sauna.
Yes.
LA Fitness has one for men and women in the locker rooms. How does Jerry Jones at the Star not have a sauna?
That's got to be our question next time we see Jerry. Or Mike, how do you not have a sauna? How do you not?
How?
Yeah.
Locker rooms, A+, tied for first. Training staff, A-, tied for 15th. 15th sounds bad, but an A- is a great grade. Team travel.
Uh-oh.
Team travel. A C-. And a C-, Sean, is tied for 23rd. Why is it a C-?
Wow.
78% of players feel like they have enough room to spread out. They do not require roommates. Several teams require teams to have roommates on the road. But the Cowboys are one of 7 teams.
They have to have roommates on the road?
Some do.
Like us?
Some do. The Cowboys don't.
Or like the nosebleeds.
Yeah. One of 7 teams that do not offer first-class seats to their players. So the players, when you walk in the Cowboys plane, the coaches sit in first class.
Okay, have you ever been on the plane?
Yeah, one time.
Okay, so like, how is it a regular plane? Are the regular seats first class seats, and then the first class seats are even bigger? Like these guys are not sitting on a Frontier Airlines seat.
So the one I went on, this was years ago. It was an American Airlines plane. It was pretty much just like I think it was a 777. It was a regular flight. But it was a 757 at the time.
Those guys are sitting in those seats?
You have a middle seat between you.
Right.
So there's nobody in the middle.
Oh my Lord.
So the coaches in the front, and I think an injured player on the way home was allowed in first class. Like if you had broke your leg or tore it, whatever it was. And then you had the media in the front of coach or economy. And then the players behind that. This was years ago. Now they've upgraded. I think they have a 777. There's business class seats, so somebody can do that. But
okay,
there's a lot of people on that flight. The Mavericks, the Stars, they have the Mavericks plane is really really cool. They've got they've got all first class seats. These chairs are on a swivel. There's tables.
Wow, that's the Mavs.
That's the Mavs, and it's their own plane. It's very cool. At least it used to be.
But overall, good grades for the Cowboys.
According
to free agency
very
report cards that were released yesterday, the Tolos are reacting to Mike McCarthy changing the offense. How is he going to do it? Wait till you hear the comments. We'll hear from the Tolos. The Stars get a win. And what's going to happen to the Mavs tonight with a rested Joel Embiid at the AAC? Headlines with Sean and RJ next.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Headlines on a Thursday with Sean and RG.
Yeah, RG3.
RG. Bobby Belt is out today and tomorrow. He's heading to the Combine in Indianapolis, where yesterday it was Mike McCarthy's turn to speak, and he had a quote that set off my co-hosts on the morning show text chat. Mike McCarthy, I've been where Kellen has been. He wants to light the scoreboard up, but I want to run the damn ball so I can rest my defense. And the Tolo reaction, basically showing if you're a Dak head or a Dak ass, a Dak supporter or a Dak hater. Mike McCarthy, how are you going to be different calling the plays from Kellen?
There's some things that conceptually that I'll believe in more in situational football than may have happened in the last 3 years. But, let's be honest. I mean, I had all the input that I wanted the last 3 years too. So I think clearly when you look at the way Kellen coordinated in 19, just look at our run totals the last 3 years. We were different offense in 22 than we were in 2020, and that was part of the evolution of being more balanced, more complementary football, not as wide open in the drop back, just like our drop back passing and normal down disc. So, you look at all those things. So, but I'm really looking forward to the critique from you of how different it is. So,
I'm going to read the comments from my Facebook page from some of the Tolos. Scott, oh crap, we're rewinding time. Mike, sounds good to me. Devin, Kellen wasn't the problem. It was Mike the whole time. Travis, sounds very head coachish. Let's see if it actually translates. Daniel, I know people hate him, but I like what he said. It's a big picture. He wants to rest his defense. To me, I think he gets it. Put it into action on the field. Eric, is this a misquote? I actually think this is a quote from Mike Ditka, not McCarthy. Todd, so he's saying we don't run enough? Let me go check how effective we were when running the ball on first down all the damn time. You keep putting points on the board, and you can rest the defense by putting in the second stringers. Come on, coach. Well, Mina Kimes actually went and got that number from ESPN. This past season, when the Cowboys passed on first down, they had the second highest down set conversion rate in the NFL, behind only Kansas City. When they ran on first down, that dropped to 22nd. So these are the Tolos responding. Byron Anderson, amen. Anthony Armstrong, you got to respect that. This sounds very Red Garrett of him from Christopher. So, Dak supporter, Dak dislike, McCarthy old school. Is this the way it has to be? These are all the reactions.
Okay, so question. Why do people think that if you run the ball, you are going to rest your defense more? Is that because you're going to have longer drives and you're not going to score as fast? Oh, darn, I scored too quick. No such thing.
Clock running versus incomplete.
Does the play clock change? If you go 3 and out with 3 runs or 3 passes,
then you've taken up more time off the clock with the runs.
Right, but the defense has rested the same amount of time in minutes.
Because it would be real time.
It's real time.
Okay, hang on. This is going to be another math problem for me. So
I run 3 plays on offense. 40-second play clock, just say minute 20. Real time off the clock.
Right.
Even if it's an incomplete pass, it's still a minute 20.
It's the play clock time.
I run 3 plays on and I run the ball all 3 times. And either way, I don't get a first down.
Right.
There's no difference. You're not resting your defense. This is one of those things that Vince Lombardi came up before they invented math. Okay? Before they had any idea of what the hell we were talking about. This is why anytime I hear somebody say, there's an old saying, I also say, no, there's not. It wasn't a real thing. It didn't exist. Because things didn't exist prior to like 2000. Nothing existed in the world.
So it's all from the play clock.
Yeah. It's just play clock. So if you run 7 plays, theoretically, it's the same amount of time.
Right.
Now, yeah, if you score in 1 play, if you score in 1 play, perhaps, yes, it's a detriment, but you're still scoring 7 points. Any coach in the world would throw a tired defense out there just to have 7 points on the board. They would. You know, it's like if you return a punt for a touchdown, guess what? Your defense goes back out there.
Yeah.
Unrested. No one's going to say they don't want to return the punt for a TD.
Stephen Jones at the Combine on the head coach taking over for Kellen.
You know, I got complete faith in Mike. He's won Super Bowls calling plays, a Super Bowl, and he's been to championship games calling plays, so he knows exactly what it takes. And, you know, in his mind, we can be better. We can take the next step on offense. Not that Kellen and, you know, his staff didn't do a great job. We've had a good offense for 2 years, but, you know, obviously we've got to take the next step, get to the next level, and Mike thinks, you know, him calling the plays and installing the offense, you know, as he mentioned, there's probably 15 to 20% of the things, you know, that he kind of respected what Kellen wanted to do and let you know, we went his way. Now he wants to change, you know, that bottom, you know, 15 to 20% that he doesn't agree with and do it more his way.
How did that conversation come about? Did Mike initiate that?
Mike initiated.
Mike initiated. Meanwhile, in L.A., Ryan Leaf, always pretty interesting when he speaks, he says that Kellen Moore has saved the Chargers.
Is superchargers, okay? Water under the bridge, Brandon Staley, that you chose to start and play Mike Williams, Bosa, and Mr. Justin Herbert in a meaningless game when your playoff game was already set. I was absolutely furious. I think everybody else was. But then you went and you saved everything. You went and got Kellen Moore. You're giving my man Justin Herbert life again. So that's water under the bridge, everybody in La La Land.
Very good. You were hot about that.
So that's Ryan Leaf, Brandon Staley catching some heat for playing guys in a meaningless situation. We talked about the Jalen Carter incident about an hour ago, arrested after the reckless driving charges that resulted in the death of some people that he knew at the University of Georgia after they won the national championship game. Right now, he's looking at 2 misdemeanors. Will he fall down draft boards? RJ and I said we wouldn't drop him if we were picking him. We're talking about the number 1 possible pick in this whole daggone thing.
Well, yeah, and I would be very disappointed if somebody took him number 1 overall when there's quarterbacks on the board. That just philosophically. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about one of the better players in the draft overall. Like he may be the best pure talent, regardless of position. Like just this is what he does, best at what he does. But yeah, look, 21-year-olds make mistakes, a lot of them, and they've pretty much got the market cornered on mistakes. There's a reason why 21-year-old men have higher car insurance rates than 30-year-old men. There are liabilities out there.
Yep.
This was an inexcusable, senseless tragedy that happened that did not need to happen. I would be very hypocritical. I've driven that speed several times, multiple times a week. I might do it. I'd be very hypocritical to say this guy should never play football or that I wouldn't draft him. There's a lot more that would go into me dropping somebody on a draft board than their decision to street race. If the alcohol was involved, that would add to it.
At the Combine yesterday, Ravens GM Eric DeCosta was asked if he's considered trading Lamar, and he said, I covet great players. I covet quarterbacks. I love Lamar. So that is not factored in one time with me. We want to do what's best with the team and make everybody happy. So if they can't reach a new contract in 5 days, they got to put the franchise tag on him, one of the tags, and that tag would take up all of their available cap space. They need a receiver. They need another starting cornerback, is the word in Baltimore. But the Ravens GM saying we have not entertained the possibility of trading Lamar. And Aaron Rodgers speaking on the Aubrey Marcus podcast saying he's out of the darkness. A decision is coming soon. And people think he's done. He said, I got to hear this. I need you to find this, Peyton, if it's out there. I got to hear if he was being real. That he said he thought he was done before winning COVID MVP twice. I want to hear if Aaron Rodgers actually doubted himself when a lot of us said, he's slipping. It's about to be over. Said at times he felt like a game manager a few years ago, and people think that he's done again. So that's Aaron saying a decision is coming soon. The Stars fall down 2-0 in very short time against the Arizona Coyotes last night. They end up winning 4-2. Tyler Seguin with 3 points. and we didn't even have to wait and get to overtime to get it.
Oh, it's fantastic. You want to be able to win these games when you're in regulation. So there you go. Good little win. A nice comeback. Otter had a really good second and third period.
2-0 in 18 minutes, but Sagan had 2 goals and an assist for the come-from-behind W. Miro and Rope also scored for the good guys, who are 2-0-1 in their past 3 games, extending their lead atop the Central Division. Sean and RJ here with headlines on a Thursday. We got a Godsmack ticket giveaway coming up in the Expressway, commercial-free, which starts in about 10 minutes. The Mavs are going to take on the Philadelphia 76ers tonight. Man, Joel Embiid took the night off yesterday. I really wish he would have played and he could have taken off against us. They still beat the Miami Heat, 119-96. And Joel Embiid, just ask Kendrick Perkins, is having an MVP-type season again, 33-10-4. I'm petrified to see what he's going to do against this Mavs front line tonight. My Lord.
Oh, yeah. I mean, is he going to win the MVP or is Joker going to win it again? Another one. But
which one's white, according to Kendrick?
Yeah.
Did you see that clip? I need to go
white.
through that a little bit more. Dirk was trending, and I was like, why is Dirk trending? And Kendrick Perkins was bringing up kind of like the MVP moving the goalpost discussion, and he was bringing up some of the white MVPs over the years in Joker, Steve Nash, and Dirk, and that set off the Dirk hive.
Okay, let's not criticize Dirk's MVP. I mean, they blew away the competition for the 1 seed. He had a tremendous year. They were fresh off going to the NBA Finals. He was 100% deserving of the MVP. I'd have to go back and look at Nash's, because he won back-to-back, right?
Yeah,
05?
yeah, that's the one Shaq's so bitter about.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at that, but Dirk's MVP, that's... No. He was a made guy then.
The internet said in 07, he played 78 games at 36 minutes a night, 5th in total points, joined the 50-40-90 club, and the Mavs were 67-15, first overall.
Yeah, that 67, and I think they started that year 0-4. If I'm not mistaken. They started like 0-4.
Someone also said Kendrick also won't tell you that 3 players ahead of Dirk didn't even play 60 games that year compared to Dirk's 78. So that was the Dirk hive coming for Kendrick Perkins. Jalen Brunson went off last night again. 30 points in the first half. The Knicks are on fire. Jalen ended up with 39, 15 of 18 from the field. And as my New York buddy rubbed it in my face with the text, Jalen Brunson, the Kyrie Mavs have more losses than Jalen had missed shots yesterday. Only Dame Lillard since January 1st has more points in the NBA than JB in NY. Woo! Wow. All right.
Good for him.
And then Kevin Durant made his debut. He scored 23 points in the Suns road win at Charlotte, 105-91. Kevin Durant now has his new super team. This is DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. With Sean and RJ, and Bobby is on his way to the Combine in Indianapolis. RJ says the young people, the young Tolos, y'all have no idea when it comes to the concept of money, and I got to see if anyone else has watched the Netflix HBO story that has taken over the news. You got to tell me if you've been watching these Murdoch murders, and RJ is going to be an accountant for the young Tolos next.
Call them 214-333-3333.
This is the Expressway, the newest popular segment on the show. 720 commercial free up until 8 o'clock right here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is out for the next 2 days, heading to the Combine in Indianapolis. Hit us up. This is where the texts go crazy every morning at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I got to see if anyone else has watched the Murdoch murders on Netflix or HBO. But first, Choppy, what's going on? What's going on with the young peeps and their money?
We're really kind of targeting young women here.
Oh,
yeah, we're really
that's
kind of
not
targeting.
the way to start a segment.
No, that's the way to start a segment. This is for you, Peyton. This is really for you. Okay, because this is in your dating pool. All right,
I hope not.
It is. Well, so this is from TikTok.
I was thinking about this the other day, by the way. You are 26?
26.
I was thinking, 22. I mean, if you really want to be in a serious relationship, you may need to look older than 22, which is what we were discussing the other day.
So I found out the whole birthday thing was, I guess we didn't really put two and two together. It was to go from 22 to 23.
Yeah, that's usually how it happens.
But I think whenever
we
I
put it
first
together,
talked
you
to
just
her-
didn't.
Okay, well, I think I kept calling her 22, but her birthday had happened that weekend. So when I first talked to her, she was 22, obviously, but soon to be 23.
Okay.
But 1 year, huge difference. Couple days.
Yeah. So, but it depends what you want. I don't know why I'm getting the feeling that Peyton wants something more serious and a long-term relationship. Like, are you thinking about marriage in your near future?
I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but I mean, like, I have to date first, like.
What I'm saying is
Married at first sight, man.
maybe you should date a little bit
Older
or your actual age. 22, 23? Are
don't
they
get
getting married?
I mean, some are, but I mean, some want to. People get married later and later now, right? Isn't that the new thing?
No, I mean, my generation's early. I mean, you got people with 2 kids now at my age.
At 26?
Yep.
Okay.
So,
and how old's the one tomorrow?
If it still happens, she's 25.
What do you mean if it still happens?
Remember, yesterday I told you that the texts have gotten a little shorter since then. I'm going to bring it up today, confirm.
Yeah.
But I think she was listening to our segment. She might have taken offense to
What
it.
what has been the correspondence since? Like, you sent screenshots.
Well,
RJ wants
I've
all
already
your
screwed up in your mind too many times to send screenshots with this girl. So.
Yeah, so the confirmation today for the date tomorrow.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Very good.
I'll let y'all know, though.
All right. So, these women were asked on this is a TikTok that was put out there where this one guy put a lot of clips of women together that were asked what women really expect from their partners in terms of how much money they make a year and what they really want. So these women wanted to be stay-at-home moms, and what they thought
They want to be stay-at-home moms.
They want to be stay-at-home moms, and what they expect their husbands, partners to bring in per year as a salary. And they were also then asked what they think the median household income for their age is. Now, mind you, these are all 20-somethings. So they want to know what the average income is for that age. But first, they wanted to answer the question, how much do you expect your partner to bring in annually?
Okay.
So I really want to be a stay-at-home mom. So like, what would you want his income to be? If you're going to be a stay-at-home mom, like what kind of range would his income be?
Like $300,000, $500,000. I don't want any of my income to be needed in the family.
If I'm painting a picture, if it's my ideal life, I would love to just be a stay-at-home wife.
Probably $150,000 to $250,000 a year.
If your wife can spend more than you make, like you need to make more money. So it really just depends.
$650,000.
What do you think the median income is for this age specifically?
I'm gonna go with probably like $85,000 a year.
$48,000.
I think it's $250,000.
It's $52,000.
What? No, it's not.
Clueless.
Huge red flag.
$250K.
And these are 20-something. So one girl was like 28, and they said 52. The other girl was like 24, they said 4. Whatever. Like, completely clueless as to what is actually real life.
Yeah. This makes me think about how to judge a girl in terms of how uppity, what her taste is going to be. How do you judge that early? You know what I mean? Like, if she's like, no, we have to go to, but then you want to go to a nice restaurant, right? To set the bar. But how do you judge how snobby she is? Jane Slater once told me, she goes, you're never going to find a girl who's just fine with you smoking briskets in the backyard. I'll never forget that she said that to me. She's like, someone's not going to just sit on the couch and watch these games while you're in the backyard cooking barbecue. And I'll never, ever forget that. So right there, I was like, okay.
Got to move to Fort Worth.
Jane and her, I didn't have to move to Fort Worth. I found it in Dallas. Jane and her friends, they're red carpet. You know what I mean? You know, how do you judge that when you have this expectation financially coming from girls who are trying to throw out what a median income is? Are you kidding me?
Look,
like, when did you know Sarah was not an uppity Highland Park girl?
Really, really early. I mean, she has she likes to look at prices. Like, she will price shop.
There you go.
She will.
There you go.
She's like, I went to go buy like paper towels one day, and she goes, "Why are you buying them here at Tom Thumb? Why wouldn't you go to Walmart or Costco? You get the same thing, and you're saving $3." And I'm like, "Well, it's harder for me to get to Walmart than it is Tom Thumb, which are at the highway."
Yeah.
And she's like, "It doesn't matter. Go there." Oh, all right. And then I realized, like, okay, she price shops.
Yeah.
And now I love it. I go to Costco now. I completely skip grocery stores a lot of times.
You're doing everything that I've been telling you to do in life. You just took you 5 years later. You got a extra meat fridge. You got a thermometer to judge your cooking.
I got 2 meat fridges now.
2.
I got a freezer and a fridge.
It just took a woman to tell you to do it. You didn't listen to me for 10 years, but it's good.
I need women to tell me to do a lot of things, and I'm comfortable with that.
You know, I judged Amanda early off of like the first meal preference. She's like, I want to go get crab legs. Now, look, crab legs are expensive, right? Normally seafood. But the fact that she was willing to get down and dirty, Jalen Smith gave me the all-time move for the crab legs in terms of the spice and the mix that you got to get. And she was willing to go ahead and get down and dirty with the crab legs. That's her dream meal. Yes, it's more expensive, which could be a red flag. But I was like, okay, she's willing to eat like this in front of me. She's not an uppity snoot. How do you judge it on your dates?
I'm not sure. I mean, I guess if they just go straight for like a high priced meal or something, or like they don't ask, okay, or they'll the
Shell
drink
Shack.
choices.
I think Shell Shack has been a partner of the station. That is her favorite restaurant. Like in All Shucks out there, an all-time great shrimp cocktail. I had to get the Shell Shack in because we've done business with them.
Yeah, I mean, some girls will be like,
kitchen sink.
They'll immediately get a beverage and stuff. They won't start with a water. So I'll be like, okay, this bill might be a little expensive. But like I said, I got money. We're fine.
Okay, there you go. So there you go. Friday night, light it up on Peyton's bill.
Yeah.
So that's what
take Daddy's credit card. Be fine.
No, it's fine.
I guess I was a little bit surprised to hear in this era of where we are, some of the women saying, no, I want to stay at home.
Look, and that's what they want to do. Fine. That's what they want to do. If they can find somebody that can afford to pay for that lifestyle. But my goodness, have an idea of what the median income is.
Yeah.
You sound clueless. They sound clueless when they talk like that.
All right, Bobby, I got married at 24. Nothing about Bobby's life applies to anything. I don't know how he got his wife. I don't know why his wife stays with him. I don't know how Bobby would be out on the dating scene. That's a reality show. If Bobby was single, to watch him out there on dates.
I'll tell you how he looked like a member of the Bee Gees in that one picture that you showed us. He looked like a Bee Gees member.
Yeah, I'm saving that one for all the dirt that he gets on us. All right, I got to talk about this documentary. Amanda says, we got to watch this on Netflix. It's in the news. And I'm like, okay, the Murdaugh murders. Has anyone on the show seen this?
I saw the preview of it, and I was like, that looks pretty interesting. I wanted to read up more on the murders in general, because I think it just said like Southern murders or something like that on the preview.
South Carolina. So
is it Murdaugh or Murdoch?
Great question. It looks like Murdaugh, but they say like Murdoch in it.
I don't care.
So how do you start off liking the preview, and then where's the rest of the story? Why didn't you watch it?
Well, I think we were trying to watch something like not a non-documentary, and we were just going through, and I saw the preview. I was like, oh, okay, that looks interesting. I might tune into that at some point. Oh, you know what? I think we were trying to watch the You.
Oh God, that stale show, The Stalker.
Is it stale?
I mean, it's the same storyline, like by season 2 or 3.
Oh yeah, he finds a girl and he stalks her.
It's the same exact thing, and it's like, okay, I get it.
Nice little twist in the beginning of this season.
First season was fantastic.
Yeah, it was.
Did you ever watch You?
Never.
All right, so the Murdaugh murders. I guess it'll be me and the Tolos on the fan text. You got to watch it though. I'm gonna give a lot of it away. So it's based in South Carolina. It's basically about this family who just runs everything and has for generations. Old Southern family. And they're all attorneys. Generations of attorneys. And you think that the story, and apparently I need to watch the one on HBO. I watched the Netflix one. I heard some people say that the HBO one is actually better. And I thought the whole story was going to be based around this son who was kind of the outcast of the family. He's the black sheep. He wasn't trying to be the next attorney in line. And this kid could not handle his alcohol. He's just 3 or 4 drinks in, he's gone. And he's approaching blackout territory. And they call him Timmy as his alter drinking ego. Exactly. And he was a member of this family. They're all redheads, by the way. Soulless redheads, as someone wrote on my Facebook page. And they were going to a very Southern thing, I guess, an oyster bake. And this kid said, we're taking my boat. He wanted to stay off the roads because of checkpoints. because they're all underage and getting hammered. Well, it's his boat, and on the way back, they stop at another bar. Then they get back in the boat. They start fighting. This kid was apparently abusive towards his girlfriend. He slaps or punches her right in the face. Everyone starts arguing on the boat. He's blackout drunk, over twice the legal limit. They crash the boat. He crashes the boat right into the bridge. Everyone survives except for one girl. One girl ends up drowning. This kid's never charged. Not only that, his family, the gangster family, they start calling police, start calling the grandfather who's the fixer. They walk into the hospital basically telling, what all the kids to say. They don't care if the girl has died. All they care about is getting the grandson off. So they're like, he wasn't driving the boat, it was another kid. They try to set up another kid.
Oh, God.
A part of the friend group that he was the one that was driving the boat. No one's charged. It's just sitting out there for weeks and for months.
So is the grandfather the one, because I've seen some clips online, is he the one that changed his clothes or something like that was there when the cops showed up that had a gun?
No, that's the father.
That's the father.
The father's the one in court. All right, so you think this thing is about the son and he's going to jail, and he just hides out for the longest time on one of their properties, right? One of their hunting properties.
Whoa.
Well, all of a sudden, there's a 911 call from the father. He finds the son and his wife shot to death. Shot to death on the property. AR-15 and another weapon were used. Not the same gun, two different weapons. Who has motive? Well, how about the kid that you tried to frame that you said was trying to drive the boat? How about the boyfriend of the girl who drowned? There's motive there.
Wow, that's actually really, holy cow.
Don't say what you're about to say. Or you're about to be like, that's a great excuse.
No.
That's a great setup.
No.
Choppy inside the criminal mind.
If I was, and let's just say I'm a killer. If you kill two people at the same place with two different weapons, they're looking for two people, not one.
I told you.
That's devious.
Taking notes.
I told you he was going to go inside the criminal mind. So the father during the 911 call says, I was just taking care of my parents, Alzheimer's. They're at another location. I just drove back home. Well, they found the son's cell phone who had a Snapchat 5 minutes prior posted. And in the Snapchat, you can hear the father's voice there on the property. So they catch him lying about being with his parents. That he was taking care of his parents. So he's not charged. You got two people dead on his property. He's not charged, even though his voice is sitting there on Snapchat. Then the maid, Murdoch Murders. Let me know if I'm missing anything. 877-881-1053. Then the maid is also found dead. She fell on the front steps of the property.
How many steps are on the front steps of the property?
It was a dog. The hunting dogs tripped her up, and she fell and died, bled to death. Well, the father had coincidentally taken out a $4.5 million insurance policy.
On the maid?
On the maid.
Oh, of course. Why wouldn't you?
$4.5 million insurance policy. So he collects $4 million after she dies. The maid's sons just find out about it. They haven't seen a cent ever at all. It all went to this Murdoch dude. And then there's a kid who's found dead in the middle of a road. And they're like, how did this happen? Now, his backstory is he was gay. And they tied it back to one of the other sons who was supposed to become the next attorney. They think that they had a relationship. And they set it up to where this kid made it look like his car ran out of gas. He got out of his car and he's walking down the middle of this country road and a car hit him. Well, police have a way of figuring that out. There's no skid marks. The kid is still in his shoes, which were loosely tied. Now, he didn't get launched across the road. It looks like he was hit with a bat. He was hit with a blunt object. So the thought is the son and his baseball team found him, didn't want him talking about their gay relationship, killed him right there, smack in the middle of the street. And then to end it all, the guy who's in court right now for insurance fraud, embezzling money from his law firm, maybe killing, probably, I don't know, killing his wife and his son, setting up the death of the maid. He hired a hitman for a fake hit to kill him to make the community back off in the media. Like, oh my gosh, someone tried to take him out too. What's happening? Someone killed his wife, clearly. Someone killed his son, and now someone is trying to kill him. All while he's spending $50K a week on pills.
$50K a week?
$50K a week.
What is he buying?
On pill. I don't know the type of pills. It's on the documentary. I think I kind of recapped it all for you, but you got to watch it.
The show's called what?
Murdoch Murders. That's on Netflix.
Netflix.
Murdoch Murders. Yesterday, I think the prosecution rested. So, this is all over the news channels. And I just watched it over the weekend, but the HBO one is apparently even better, a 3-part series. Down South, it's called. But it's like a movie. It's like your stereotypical comb-over, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, collared shirt, whatever the pullovers are.
Those quarter zips.
The quarter zips, all right there in South Carolina. So it's awesome entertainment. What did I miss? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line if you have checked it out. It's a movie script.
The truckwreck.com text line, my parents have been glued to the TV watching that trial. They interviewed the hitman, and the hitman thought it was a setup. His attorney thinks Alex is going to kill the hitman on the attempted hit to make it look like he was the one that killed all these people.
Yeah.
He either hired someone to kill his wife and son, was in the wrong place at the wrong time, or drug cartel did it. This guy tried to hire his distant cousin to kill him.
Yeah.
Crazy story. Shout out the Expressway. The maid died in 2018. The $4 million was an insurance settlement, never paid. The dad steal money from other clients for years.
Yep.
Broadus is going to believe the maid really did fall down the 3 steps and bled to death.
Broadus?
Yeah. I don't know why is Broadus getting thrown under the bus there?
Well, ask Broadus.
Is Broadus gullible?
Oh, probably because he tried to set us up with the eggs.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's why.
Well, good callback.
Speaking of conspiracy theory, actually, you know what? Let's hook up the Tolos. And then we'll talk about how Cowboy fans are labeled the biggest conspiracy theorists in the NFL after this.
That's right, Tolos. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Godsmack with special guest I Prevail, The Struts, and much more at Dos Equis Pavilion on May 14th. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, is going to join us from Surprise at 8 o'clock. How was the team dinner last night? Who else is jumping out on this squad? Are the nosebleeds going to get banned from the clubhouse? Jared Sandler, brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
Coming up at 8. So after the Arian Foster stuff, the script, follow the script in sports, BetOnline took a poll of the fan bases who believe in conspiracy theories the most. Freaking Dallas Cowboys came out number 1. The Cowboys fan base. 2.74% leading the way. Then LA, 2.3%. No one else was in the 2s. Cowboys fans believe that the NFL is being scripted the most, which makes no sense because the Cowboys haven't won anything in 25 years. If the NFL was scripted, it would be like the NBA once with the Lakers in the finals,
yes,
and the Yankees in the World Series.
They're going to script the Cowboys
out of the Super Bowl.
There's no doubt that the scripted NFL absolutely scripted Midwest Kansas City and Midwest Cincinnati into the AFC Championship game, which could have also possibly. The Final Four in the AFC was small market Jacksonville, small market KC, small market Buffalo, and small market Cincy. They absolutely wanted those 4 teams in with the conspiracy.
Nailed it. So in order, Cowboys, Rams, Hollywood maybe believe in the scripts, Broncos, Cardinals, Seahawks. The fan bases who believe it the least. Any idea? You want to go with a region, a range?
Believe in conspiracy theories the least. Oh, man, these got to be cold-blooded Northeasterners.
You're right.
Philly?
No. But close.
Close.
Yeah.
Commanders?
They're second. They're the ones who believe it, which is weird in D.C., you'd think.
Jets?
Jets. New York.
Yeah, they just know they stink.
They just know
they stink.
They know the reality. The fan bases who believe it the least, the Jets, the Commanders, the Bears, Texans, Browns, Colts, Falcons, Giants. I wanted to see how many bad teams we could name.
Oh, they all know. They all know what they are.
They're all bad.
They all know they're bad. They know it's not a. They know it's not a conspiracy.
All right, I got a ton of different odds. I just wanted our gambling expert, Mr. BetQL, RJ Choppy, to run through these with Roberto out today and tomorrow. Will Carson Wentz, be on an NFL roster next season?
Yes.
How would you not bet must be on a team for game one for action? Why would you not put the house on him being on a roster?
He'll be on a roster.
Well, I guess he could wait for an injury. Well, next season, period. Why would you not bet everything? It's 1-2 on yes.
It's not week 1?
No. Must be on a team. For game one for action. All right, so he could wait.
Yeah, he could wait. I would still bet yes.
I would still bet yes, too.
I'd bet 100 to win 50 or whatever.
Carson's next team.
Ugh. Man. Saints.
In order, the Chiefs.
Okay.
3-1.
They need to back up. Didn't Chad Henne retire?
Yes. Bucks.
Kyle Trask is the incumbent right now.
Raiders. No quarterback.
Ugh.
Bills, Cardinals, Falcons, Panthers, Jets, Texans, Saints. Any CFL team is 20-1. Any XFL team is 20-1.
If Josh McDaniels cuts Derek Carr for Carson Wentz.
Oh, my Lord. There's no way.
Could you imagine?
He would rather go with Jarrett Stidham, I think.
I would think so.
Will an NBA player score 75 points or more in a single game during the rest of the regular season?
No.
No is minus 1,500.
And what's yes?
6-1 plus 600.
That's not good enough.
After Dame dropped 71. Next player to score 60 or more in a single game?
Next player to score 60 or more in a single game. Let's go with Tatum.
He's on the list. He's third. It's Dame. Dame, then Luka, Tatum, Durant, and Steph are tied for third. Will Justin Fields be traded by the NFL draft?
No.
No is the heavy favorite, minus 900. If it's not the Bears, Justin Fields, week 1 team. Also in the NFC.
In the NFC?
Yes. The previous guess that you made, I believe.
Carolina?
Saints.
Oh, Saints.
Saints the favorite. Justin Fields, if he's not on Chicago. Team to select first in the NFL draft, it's Houston, because they're the ones being rumored to move up for Justin Fields if Chicago trades him. Jalen Ramsey's next team, if it's not the Rams.
Jalen Ramsey next team, if not the Rams. Cowboys.
The Cowboys are not even on the list.
All right, Miami.
No. They're not even on the list.
They're not on the list either. Okay. Chiefs.
It's the Raiders at even money, then Detroit, Cincy, the Giants, Patriots, Steelers, Texans, Vikings, Seahawks. Now, keep in mind, if you're a Cowboy fan wanting Jalen Ramsey, this is not where Vegas nails like their picks. They nail the point spreads, right? The predictions and all this stuff and the next coaches, they don't nail that stuff. This is just kind of giving you a range. All right, Chop, over to the home of the Rangers. The exact World Series matchup that will happen this year.
The exact World Series matchup that will happen. Let's go with Houston.
Yes.
And I suppose the Dodgers.
No, that's second most likely to happen.
Okay. They're not gonna say Mets. Sorry, Mets.
Mets armpit. 18-1. If you think that that's going to happen.
18-1?
What's surprising?
I mean, that's like those are the two favorites. That's up. I mean,
hard to nail two teams, but I guess
it really is. But
Dodgers Astros is 19-1. Mets Yankees is 19-1.
I mean, look,
put down $10 on all three.
It'd be exactly put down 10 on all three of them, and then throw in a weird one in there, right? Like,
all right, I got the lowest ones.
Okay,
5,000-1 is actually. Let me see. Let me just go to the Ranger ones. All right, Rangers Mets to make it to the World Series 85-1. Dodgers Rangers is 90-1. Padres Rangers is 105-1. Braves Rangers 120-1. Phillies Rangers 140-1. Reds Rangers or Nats Rangers 2,300-1. 28-65 if it's the Nats and the Rangers to 1.
If you took Houston, put 10 on Houston Mets, 10 on Houston Dodgers, 10 on Yankees Mets, 10 on Yankees Dodgers, throw $10 on Toronto and New York, the Mets, whatever. Do about 6 or 7 of them. You'll probably wind up hitting one of them. You might hit one, and if you hit one of them, if you don't hit, you're out $50-$60, and if you hit one, you make $100 $200.
Most home runs in the regular season, Aaron Judge is the favorite, then Trout, Pete Alonso, Tatis, Alvarez, then Schwarber, Ohtani, Vlad Jr.
Since the start of 2021, Aaron Judge has 101 home runs. Nobody else has more than 80.
Wow.
He's lapping the field.
I was looking for the first Ranger on here. It's Corey Seager at 100-1 to lead the league in home run regular season. Batting average leader, Freddie Freeman is the favorite. Then, man, this guy, he doesn't stop.
No.
He's a machine.
He is a machine.
He's like the new George. He's the hit man. Freddie Freeman, Trey Turner, Juan Soto, Goldschmidt, Aaron Judge for hits. For batting average. For most hits in the regular season, Trey Turner, Bo Bichette, Freddie Freeman, Tim Anderson, Bo Bichette.
Yeah, careful how you say that.
And then Julio Rodriguez. Okay, Raiders starting quarterback week 1. Final one for the NFL for now.
Raiders starting quarterback week 1, Jimmy G.
Aaron Rodgers, 1-2. Then it's Stidham, Daniel Jones, Lamar Jackson, then Jimmy G. Aaron Rodgers. Talking after finally coming out of the darkness.
There's a finality to the decision, and I don't make it lightly. I don't want to drag anybody around. Look, I'm answering questions about it because I get asked about it. I'm talking about it because it's important to me. If you don't like it and you think it's drama, you think I'm being a diva or whatever, then just tune it out. It's fine. But this is my life. It's important to me, and I'll make a decision soon enough, and then we'll go down that road and be really excited about it.
God.
Who's Aubrey Marcus?
I looked that up yesterday. I think it's I think it's like a fitness dude, like alternative thinking, stuff like that. But I was like, why did Aaron go and speak on this? You assumed it was going to be on McAfee. He's an experimentalist, unconventional fitness junkie, and human optimizer. He's in charge of an optimal human performance company that he has built into one of the fastest growing companies in America, according to Google.
All right.
So there you go.
Optimizer. I love optimizations.
All right.
I don't know what it means.
Which conference will win March Madness? Men's side.
Oh, well, all right. The Big 12 is going to have the most teams up there in the top 4 seeds. So let's say the Big 12.
It is the Big 12. Good job.
Followed by the Big 10.
Nope. Big 10's 4th.
With Purdue, they're 4th. SEC?
They're 3rd.
American.
The AAC.
Yeah, Houston.
7-2. Bruce Pearl in the SEC, losing to Alabama last night in overtime, was not happy on Auburn Radio's postgame presser.
Obviously they made some plays. We had a hard time staying in front of them. At the end of the day, I'm just sick and tired of our guys getting smashed down there. Smashed!
Coach, just talk about what Saturday represents now.
We'll get ready to play Tennessee. We were incredibly outmanned at the end. Had 4 guys on the bench in foul trouble. Joke!
I love it.
That's your boy.
I love Bruce. I love Bruce Pearl. They are 29th in KenPom. KenPom is it's the best kind of analytics site for that. The committee uses KenPom. They say they're not. They say they don't, but they do. And look at the rankings. They're the 29th ranked team. Auburn is. So they could theoretically and should be one of the 5 last at-large teams or teams in the tournament. So they should be okay. A win this weekend would help. They should be okay though. But I love Bruce. I love that passion. I love that energy. Because this guy is a maniac on the sideline.
Rangers rotation, guys that have impressed, Rocker, Leiter, and DeGrom update, and the nosebleeds getting kicked out of the Rangers clubhouse. Let's go to Surprise, Arizona for our Rangers insider, Jared Sandler, next.
But let's get you over to the great.
app. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on your home of the Rangers with our surprise spring training coverage brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
Here on DFW Sports Station, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, no Bobby Belt today and tomorrow. And let's head on out there for our Rangers insider, Jared Sandler, on the Diamond Factory Hotline. You want to start off with a dating story or the team dinner recap?
Well, team dinner recap's short and sweet, and good morning to you guys.
Good morning.
Oh, are you one of these Are you one of these Laufenberg people? Like in radio, we're not supposed to waste the listeners' time with, "Hey, how you doing?" Sometimes you have to break the ice with like a Jerry Jones, but I always feel like when the guest does that, they're a little offended that you didn't ask them or say good morning to them.
Mm-hmm.
You should know better.
So a couple things. One, you just wasted all of our time with that explanation. Second of all,
I thought it was perfect.
Second of all, I wasn't stopping and saying good morning, waiting a response. I was just saying good morning pleasantly.
Mm-hmm.
Third of all, I've been on this show with you guys for 9 years. Have I ever established myself as one of those like you have to say hi to me first, guys? No, I felt like saying good morning today, so I said it.
I just want the Tolos from here on out to know that is what we're all talking about and thinking whenever a guest comes on and goes, well, first off, good morning to you guys. Because I think Laufenberg wants the good morning every single time.
I think he does.
I don't care if you say good morning to me. I was just saying it to you guys.
Okay.
I miss you guys.
Okay. Team dinner.
And I especially missed you guys at the team dinner because
what a segue.
It was a pretty generic dinner. We had a great time. I mean, it's exactly what you'd expect if 8 friends got together and had dinner. There were some laughs. It was a really good meal. I think everyone really enjoyed their meal. The only curveball was our server was one of those guys who he really wanted to be a part of the show. And it was never just a straightforward, like, what would you like to eat? He had to have a comment on everything. He was like making Kevin really uncomfortable because you guys know Hagee. He
hates people.
He hates people.
You got Hagelin out twice in a week? I've never been able to do that.
Yeah. We got Dawson out twice in a week.
What?
I think that's the bigger story. Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
The only funny thing, this guy claimed to be a big baseball fan, and Broadus decided, he wanted to let the server know we're all here for baseball. And I was like, oh no, just don't say that. And so then, he really started talking. He started firing off trivia. The minute he started with trivia, I just got up and I decided it was a good time to call my wife, who's back home with bronchitis, to check on her because it was very uncomfortable. But at some point, Bassick decided to speak up, or someone said, I don't know if it was Bassick or Hagee. He was like, hey, do you know who gave up the 756 home run to Barry Bonds? And I think the server, he thought about it and he's looking or whatever. And people try to give him clues. And then I think someone eventually said Mike Bassick. And he's like, I've never heard of him. And then he came back and I think he did some research. And, we told him that Bassick was at the table.
So did this turn into a trivia night? Were you at a place that did trivia night?
No. This is a nice restaurant. Our server just decided that he wanted to give us random trivia questions.
Yeah.
He also screwed up my order, so I wish he would have been better at that than giving the trivia, but that's okay. Not a big deal. I'm pretty easy with that stuff. I just eat what's given to me. But yeah, it
was it chaotic? You were the organizer. Who was the pain in the rear end? Because for me, it was Corey Majors. Who was the pain in the rear end in terms of accepting the restaurant, the reservation, the time, the price range? Was there anyone?
No. They gave me freedom. I try to be respectful. There's a restaurant here in the area called Arrowhead Grill, which is
is that where we dine with? Is that where we dine with Benny?
No. I don't think so.
I don't care for that name.
That could be steakhouse-ish.
You don't care for the Arrowhead Grill?
Yeah, I don't care for that.
I do love Arrowhead Grill, but I wanted to be respectful because that one could run up a little bit. This one, you could get a steak, but you could also get a $20 entree. But we wanted to go to a nice dinner where you have to sit down and have a waiter. So we had a good time, but missed you guys because I feel like you guys when you're there. I mean, RJ says ridiculous stuff, and Sean will order like 17 drinks and shots for people. So we missed that like energy, but it was pretty easy. Bassick was the only one.
Of course, I was going to ask
me
that.
Any trouble? And all he said was initially when I sent the group text, he's like, I don't know if I want to bring jeans. And I was like, or I think I said, fine, but can you maybe like just for one night? He's like, fine, I'll wear jeans one night, but I don't want to go anywhere where I have to wear jeans any other night. And the reality is you didn't even have to wear jeans at this place. It's a nice restaurant, but it's right by where the Padres and Mariners play, so they get a lot of people who come after the game wearing jerseys and sweats and everything, so it's fine.
Oh, it's Peoria, huh? Very nice.
Have the nosebleeds embarrassed you in the Rangers clubhouse, or have you set them up to fail?
So, okay, the couch thing with Eric, that was legit. I'm almost certain that Eric is not up right now. So I feel comfortable telling you. He wore like a Mike Napoli powder blue jersey in there yesterday. and that's not something that like I would do in my role. But like for him, I mean, I don't think it really makes a big difference. Like it's something that someone might notice and be like, man, your boy really, knows how to dress in the clubhouse or something. But like, whatever. Like, who cares? I mean, Bassick goes in there with a hat. Hagee wears like or Broadus wore like a Rangers hoodie. But we told Eric yesterday. We even got Rich Rice in on it, and Marcus Simeon gave a great answer when they had him on. We told Eric that a lot of people were really upset about what he wore, and so today we got to figure out what violation he has. One is stepping on the logo in the middle of the clubhouse. That's an easy one. He does it every single day. Yeah. But I'm hoping he does something else where we can like spin it. But we got Rich Rice in on this, and we're trying to see how far we can take it. A daily strike for Eric Chiafalo.
Why would they be upset that he wore a Napoli jersey?
It's just
it's just not done.
RJ maybe can help explain it. You go into a clubhouse. It's probably not. I mean, maybe it's like an antiquated thing. It's an old school thing. I don't know, but like I'm here covering the team for work. So, I'm wearing slacks and a polo and a quarter zip.
No, I get that. I just I know it looks like a homerish thing.
We're not allowed to be fans. You can't be a fan there. It's like asking for an autograph.
Yeah, but I don't think that would tick off the players.
No. It didn't. That's what I'm saying. It really was like less than zero of a deal, but we're telling Eric.
Yeah, what I'm saying is your setup is stupid. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't make it doesn't make any sense.
He's buying it, man. So
we don't know yet. He's asleep. Okay, we'll see. I'm gonna text him. I'm gonna blow it up so I look right. That it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a good way.
Hey, RJ, when I'm older, I want to grow up and be as cool as Sean.
Jared Sandler, Diamond.
I love how we're looked at as the elders now.
Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. What's jumped out baseball-wise recently?
Well, I think, the one guy who has really surprised me is Cole Reagan. And that's not like it's not a huge name or anything. One-time, big-time prospect who had a couple of Tommy John surgeries. He's come back throwing like 96, 97 miles an hour. Because he's had double Tommy John, I wonder if the Rangers would be a little more willing to remove him from a starter's role and put him as a multi-inning reliever. If that's the case, he could make this team out of camp. And if not, he could be the first man up to help supplement the bullpen. If he's going to throw 96 and 97 with the changeup that he's got from the left side, that's a really good reliever. And you figure that of all the starters who are getting pushed out by the starting pitchers who the Rangers brought in and this starting rotation that appears to be set in stone, that you'd hope that one or two of these guys end up being valuable pieces in the bullpen. And I think Glenn Otto's someone who could be that. I also think that Cole Reagan's, with what we've seen, could be that guy. So, it's great because we're looking at this now through the lens of like, hey, how can this team get into the playoffs? We really haven't had those conversations in a long time. And so when you're looking at it through that lens, finding a guy like Cole Reagan who you're not expecting or weren't expecting to contribute in a big way at the major league level this year necessarily, but now finding a role in which he possibly could, those are things that help make the difference when you're in September fighting for a playoff spot down the stretch.
Rocker and Leiter, I guess the knock, if you want to say, has been, control issues. I know small sample, but how was their command?
Yeah, so they both did not throw like a ton of pitches. Leiter threw 10. I think Rocker threw like low teens. I would not sit here and tell you that Leiter's command was exceptional or even great. He did get a strikeout on an elevated fastball. That's his bread and butter. But the second pitch he threw hit a guy in the shoulder, and I didn't get the sense that he was locating the fastball where he wanted to. The breaking ball was still a little inconsistent. But again, you watch that fastball when he puts it where he wants it. It's incredibly tough to hit. It was great seeing Kumar Rocker on the mound. The velocity was in the mid-90s as you'd expect, and getting to see that slider up close and personal. That was a really good pitch as advertised. I think the question is, how does he sustain that velocity, or is he able to sustain that velocity as a starter as he gets deeper into games? And will he be able to throw the slider for a strike enough to be able to get guys to chase? Because getting SEC hitters to chase the slider is not nearly as hard as it is getting AA, AAA, and Major League hitters to chase that pitch. In the SEC, you can throw that pitch as long as it's in the zip code, they'll swing. That's not the
it just
case
means
when you
more.
get to pro
It
ball.
just means more, Sandler. Not going to have any
it
SEC
does.
slander here.
And it means a whole lot more when you get to the pro ball. But yeah, it was good to see them. I think Leiter starts in AA. I think Rocker starts in high A and then eventually gets to AA if he has success early on.
Where are we with DeGrom? How's the health? How's he look?
Yeah, bullpen yesterday, everything went well. I think he'll throw one more bullpen, and then the plan is to get him into a game. If not this weekend, I think early next week. According to Christian yesterday, there's no reason to believe he's not on track to be ready for the beginning of the season. But we are at the point now, since he has not thrown in a game yet, that if there is any other type of setback, we're probably too late in the game to where he'd be ready for opening day. But I think as long as there's not a setback, DeGrom will be ready for opening day. Nathan Eovaldi now maybe a little more questionable to be ready for his first time through. He's having the same side discomfort that DeGrom had. They're going to just rest him for a few days and then get him back out on the mound. But he at least has already pitched in a game, so his ramp-up might not be as cumbersome perhaps as Jacob DeGrom's.
We spent so much time on the pitch clock. How have the bases impacted the games in the week or so that you've seen? Has there been more stolen bases, more stolen base attempts? Is it just visually that different?
No, I think zero. Honestly, like watching the game, if you stand next to the base, you're like, oh, okay, it's bigger. But if I didn't tell you, RJ, that they had bigger bases and you were watching the game, I mean, I don't know, maybe from the first row you can tell, but certainly from the broadcast booth, you wouldn't know the difference. I think that obviously if this is a game of inches, and it is, and we have bang-bang plays, then it would stand to reason that, the extra size of the bases would, maybe help convert outs into stolen bases or infield hits from what would have either been, ground outs. But I don't know how to tell that. And, there's not a lot of aggression on the bases early on in spring training, so we haven't seen it. To me, this is, I don't want to say it's the silliest rule, but, the biggest point of the rule was for safety. And I just don't know that 3 inches on a base is big enough for guys to avoid one another. And to me, one of the biggest issues with the bases is the structure of the base, the give or the lack thereof. We see guys step on the base going full speed and they, come up tearing a muscle in their knee because of the landing. That to me is what should be investigated. I'm not going to sit here and say it's a silly change or anything. I just don't know that it really accomplishes what it's intending to accomplish, whereas I think the other changes really are going to end up accomplishing what their intentions are.
Jared Sandler live from Surprise on your home of the Rangers. Was that your first game called with Bassick with the Dodgers in play, and how did he do?
Yeah, well, so, we used to do those Frisco games on TV, and Mike was...
When he destroyed the hopes and dreams of every young prospect right there on live TV.
He did that, and he also never got their names right. Like, you guys remember Ariel Jurado? I think Mike threw out a 5-inning start of Ariel Jurado, called him 17 different names.
He's
just
definitely
couldn't,
a
names.
Jurado.
He thought it was Hurtado's in Arlington.
Yeah, he could. I mean, he just couldn't figure it out. He just didn't really try to pronounce names yesterday. But the big thing with Mike was, I asked him to be the meteorologist. He had his weather app open, and so I kicked it to Mike for a weather update. And I think his response was, well, right now it's green, and a little later it's going to be dark green, and we might be in trouble. Didn't mention anything about rain. He just looks at the radar until it's green right now. Thanks for the update, Mike. Really appreciate it. He did great. I love working with Mike. I love calling baseball with Mike. And the things that Mike and other guys who played at that level are able to pick up just watching a guy pitch, especially for Mike, was it's always impressive. I did ask him this hypothetical. There was a lefty for the Dodgers who came in throwing in the mid-90s, and I asked Mike, if I told you could throw in the mid-90s, but when you retire, you could never watch the Mavericks on TV ever again, would you make that trade? And his response was, well, after watching the Mavericks against the Pacers last night, I think I'd make that trade anyway.
Jared Sandler, the basketball force out there, going to end up being right and let us all know about it after the Kyrie deal was done. Thank you, brother. We'll talk again.
See you guys.
Jared Sandler, brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
Ooh, Peyton, I thought I got you right there. Thought I got you on your home of Rangers baseball. A Cowboys wide receiver update with guys out there on the market. Stars get the win. We got an airport freak out, and why are parents dropping off their kids for hours at Chick-fil-A then leaving? Next. But
injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Stars continue to lead the Central. They come back from 2-0 down to beat Arizona 4-2 last night. Tyler Seguin with 3 points. NHL trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
That tomorrow with Gavin Spittle cranking out all the different podcasts at 105throughthefan.com. Patrick Kane got dealt, not to us.
Not to us. Went to the Rangers, New York Rangers. Good pickup for them. He is. I think he's it's a rental. But good pickup for them, and they're in line right now to take on their crosstown rivals, the Devils, in the first round.
Oh, okay. Little Brodeur versus
Messier. Yeah.
No, who was the Rangers goalie?
Back then,
teams?
it would have been Richter, I think.
Richter?
Was the goalie back then. That was a good little rivalry back in the day.
All right. Possible Cowboy wide receiver updates. Odell Beckham explaining why he did not sign last year, or at least his version of it.
Yeah, the Athletic is reporting a little bit more information. He decided against signing with other teams, according to Jeff Howe, the Athletic, to ensure he's fully recovered from ACL surgery. According to two sources, he still wasn't close to 100% for the stretch run of the season, so he opted to focus all of his attention on rehab programming, which I take as nobody wanted to sign.
Right. You price yourself out.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going with.
I think you're spot on with that one.
And, of course, you and Roberto Belt do not want the Cowboys to sign him this offseason.
No, I don't. I wanted him for 2 years, two playoff runs. They were in a great position at the end of the year to go all in and buy in, and he had a great, good opportunity if he was healthy to sign him. I absolutely would have done it last year. This year, he is a little bit older. He is coming off a second ACL. I'm kind of out. For $20 million. Now, he wants to go play at a bargain, and then we can have a conversation.
877-881-1053. The Chargers say Keenan Allen ain't going anywhere. So Keenan Allen is not going to be available, as we were kind of talking about him. Kenny Golladay is out there on the market if the Cowboys want to add help, but Keenan Allen is staying. They're like, we need weapons. We need to surround Justin Herbert. So Keenan Allen is not going anywhere, even though it could save them some money financially. Stephen Jones at the Combine was asked about our receiver getting CD and Trayvon Diggs extended.
You're always looking, at something like that. Looking for the right opportunity, the right situation. Obviously, they're in our plans long term, and always looking.
Is it harder now to make those deals?
It feels like people aren't as, used to be people would be ready to go ahead and do something. It seems like representatives, players are more patient, to wait their turn, and, they feel like they probably got a little more leverage and those type of things.
That's interesting. I always love hearing about negotiating tactics. None of them have ever worked for me here, but I like to hear about other people practicing them. And I just want to go to Indianapolis next year. If we are still here for spring training, maybe we do the show live from Indy. I don't know if other radio shows do that, because Bobby just says it's like Radio Row, where you got all these big dogs, not just players, but agents and all the executives just walking around from bar to bar and Steak Shack to Steak Shack. That sounds like a dream to me.
They have Radio Row at prize fights. We've gone to them. They have Radio Row at Final Fours. We've gone to them. I imagine WWE WrestleMania's got a Radio Row.
Yeah.
I would imagine the Combine has something.
That would be interesting. We set it up on Zoom. Me and Bobby are doing the show from Indy. You are in Surprise from the hotel room after going out to all the games and into the clubhouse, and we can cross events with Surprise and the Combine. While you're eating $4.99 refill chips, I'll be eating the shrimp cocktail.
You know what? I'd much rather in February be in Surprise, Arizona than Indianapolis.
I'll be waking up at 9. You'll be waking up at 3. I mean, there's all
9.
Indy's got all the wins. 8, whatever the Eastern difference would be.
1 hour.
It's 1 hour.
5
o'clock.
9 Eastern.
5:30 wake up call.
Oh, 5:30 wake up call. Oh, that's an hour. That's an hour. So that's where Bobby's heading to the Combine in Indy.
But the different songs, this guy just starts screaming, singing at the top of his lungs. This was like originally like a 2-minute clip, Peyton, and I think you cut it down a little bit. And
a little over a minute.
All right, so this has been edited, but this is one of the all-time epic airport freakouts you've ever seen.
Everybody turn their video on. I'm not afraid to take a stand. Everybody come take my hand, this world together. All through the storm. Everybody come take my hand, this world will rock together. Through the rain. But I'm a queen.
Right into it.
Let's bring a little Detroit to town. A little bit of Radiohead. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. Dirty cop right there. Go ahead, pull your gun and put a bullet through my head. I'm not afraid to take a stand. Everybody, come take my hand, this world will take together. Look at the stars. Everybody, come take my hand, this world will take together. Through the storm. Everybody, come take my hand, this world will take together. Through the storm. You want a little Detroit here?
That sound you heard, his glasses fell off, his sunglasses, and he just stomped on him.
Was he in custody?
No, he was just standing. Everyone was around him watching. Like, the police were there, and then somebody came over to him and, like, shook his hand, patted him on the shoulder, and like they kind of walked away together. And it was like,
why is he freaking out?
Nobody really knows at this point. This happened like yesterday, so not a lot has come out about this.
And what airport?
This was in Detroit.
Of course.
So they don't know if he was having a mental breakdown or what had happened. And I have not seen anything this morning on it. This was as of like 10 o'clock last night. I hope the guy's okay. I hope whatever help he needed, he got. That was like an epic meltdown at an airport. I can't imagine if he was. I hope they didn't let him fly. I hope they didn't let him fly. Like that's how you can't. But like I hope whatever help he needed, he got. Holy cow!
A Pennsylvania Chick-fil-A banning people under the age of 16 from dining there without an adult. So apparently there is my nephews light this place up here in DFW, Urban Air.
Oh yeah.
So there's an Urban Air that teens are being dropped off at for several hours. They're making their way across the parking lot to the Chick-fil-A, and they're vandalizing and causing issues and raising all type of havoc. And the restaurant has said, no more. If you're under 16, you cannot come in here and eat solo. You have to be accompanied by an adult because of the Urban Air traffic where parents are dropping them off. They're going over to grab a bite to eat and screw around at the Chick-fil-A. So that's the age band at Chick-fil-A.
Okay. Yeah, it's like, who's dropping their kid off at Chick-fil-A anyway?
Right.
That's like, what great parenting. Hey, what are you doing today?
Can you do that at a play space? I don't know if they still are in effect at McDonald's where we used to do shows.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, do you see 15 and 16-year-old kids in a playpen?
No, but like, can I drop off like an 8-year-old and just like leave them there for a little bit?
I mean, you're probably gonna get arrested. That's probably child abandonment.
Well, Chick-fil-A is a Christian place, so maybe they assume that it's nothing's gonna happen.
Wow.
We're not talking about religion.
You go religion?
Only I speak about religion.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Talk about the Bible.
Why don't you give us your thoughts on politics too, Payne?
No, I'm good. I already talked about rice and beans.
Thou shalt not order the grilled chicken. So that's what's happening at the Chick-fil-A.
I haven't. My kids want to hang out. My oldest one, his new thing is he wants to hang out at the rec center.
The rec center, like a YMCA?
Yeah, like each city's got like their own little gym, rec center, and all the kids from school, they go and play basketball at the rec center. He wants to go hang out at the rec center. So we got him a gym membership. Guess how many times he's gone since Christmas, Sean?
Oh, Lord.
0.
Wow. Month to month, though, hopefully membership.
These like rec centers, if you live in the city, it's like $30 for the year.
Oh.
So it's super cheap. $50 a year.
All right, this is our version of 60 seconds of soccer. I didn't even tell RJ this was coming. I just told Peyton to get some music, and then RJ will have 60 seconds to talk about a topic that he's so very passionate about. I'm trying to wonder if this is enough of a clue. Turn it up.
Thank the Lord. Common sense has prevailed, Sean.
Okay, good job, Peyton. You picked music. He knows what it is.
This is the wrong music, but I understood what the goal was here. The Olympics will allow. What?
Stop.
Is that the Olympics music?
No, turn off all the music. I told him to pick royal music.
Oh,
for the Harry Vegas
okay.
sex. No.
He was going somewhere else.
All right.
No, that did sound like this is where you should kill him, shred him for picking Olympic music. That did sound like Olympic music.
How could you not just play like God Save the Queen, for crying out loud?
I don't even know what Olympic story you're about to get to. Was this about Russia?
That the Olympics will allow Russia and Belarusian athletes, which is
great story.
They did
I typed in
nothing.
royal music in YouTube, and this popped up.
Yeah, that was supposed to be.
That could have been Lord Ace, or whatever her name is. Lord.
This is supposed to be the royal family music, just to give
All
you
right,
the clue.
here we go. Harry and Meghan have been evicted, from Frogmore Cottage. This is, I don't know, what is this, Denmark? Is that what this
I don't
is?
follow any of this. You and my wife, they're the only ones who care about this.
They have been evicted from Frogmore Cottage, Sean, by King Charles III. Now, why? This is just hours after.
They didn't light the torch correctly?
Right. This is hours after the release of Spare, the book, right? So, His Majesty gave his son...
Spare is the one who's been ostracized? Who's out?
Well, Harry, yes, Harry is...
Harry's the spare.
Harry's the spare.
Okay.
So, they have until the coronation in May. But they have been evicted from Frogmore Cottage. They have fallen so far down the list of people that anybody in the royal family care about. This is much better paid.
I love it.
And who are they getting evicted for? So King Charles' disgraced pedophile brother, Prince Andrew, can live there.
Oh.
Like, that's how far they've fallen, is that they are now behind Jeffrey Epstein's consort.
Oh, my.
Good gracious.
There it is, your Royal Olympic update here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike McCarthy ticking off a lot of Cowboy fans yesterday, and RJ has an NFL offseason overreaction or not. Tony Pollard is different and should be paid. The Jets are going to make the wrong choice at quarterback. The Ravens have all the power. Kellen Moore's a better fit for Herbert than Dak. Cowboys offense will be worse next year. Offseason overreactions or not, in Below the Belt. Choppy has it instead of Bobby. Next.
This is your radio home for the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Below the belt is a little bit different today because Roberto is getting set to travel to Indianapolis. I wonder if G-Bag's going to give him the day off.
Oh.
If not, we should make Bobby call in for a Cowboys segment since it's sponsored on G-Bag. You should just make him call in right now. He just tweeted the final results of the Jason Kidd fired poll question. I don't know. We'll see if the hotline rings. We'll see. But he may go off on Mike McCarthy, who yesterday talked to the media at the Combine for the first time since Kellen Moore's official departure.
I think Kellen did an excellent job. If you look at the way we played over the course of the last 3 years, as a head coach, every head coach has a vision of how you want the football team to play, what they look like. Our complementary football formula, I felt was the best this year, the 3 years. I think every 3, 4, 5 years into your offense, you need to make, pretty good, not significant, but changes and adjustments, tendencies, and things like that. So I just felt this was a good time to make that change.
And then the other clip from McCarthy is how radical. How is this going to change? How much of a difference is this going to be for Dak in the offense?
We played really good offense the last 3 years. Like I said, you look at our numbers just in the run game from year 1 to year 2 to year 3. This is, I feel like we're in the arena of how we want to play. So it'll be really just building off of that. We're not looking to have more than probably 35% is kind of the number we've been hovering at, is how much change we want for the current players. So, we're not looking to have wholesale changes.
He's basically talking about more balanced, complementary football that Broadus' boy, Michael Lombardi, will absolutely love to hear, and we'll ask Broadus about it at 9:20 from Surprise. But that was Mike McCarthy yesterday putting a stake in the heart of you and Bobby Belt by saying, Kellen Moore, let me get the exact quote, because I couldn't believe this was the exact quote. John Machota tweeted it out. I've been where Kellen has been. Kellen wants to light the scoreboard up, but I want to run the damn ball so I can rest my defense. And man, I know that destroyed you and Bobby.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it's just unfortunate that, Mike, for all the analytics training he went through in that 1 year off, where he did all this analytics work, that he has decided to get in the time machine. Called up Back to the Future, got the time machine, and went back in time to 1994. It's wonderful to hear. Just music to my ears. Can't wait. Can't wait for this season.
The new OC is what he was known for.
Shoddy? Yeah, he was known for shoddy offenses. He invented the ground and pound, which happens with the Jets. You know why you do an offense like that? When Mark Sanchez is your quarterback. If you think Dak Prescott's a great quarterback, then you don't do that kind of offense. Maybe this says a lot about Dak Prescott.
I think it does. It's an indictment.
It is definitely an indictment.
Indictment of the quarterback.
As I saw on one of the shows, Regress Scott.
Oh.
Did he regress?
Dang it, that's better than mine.
It's very good. It's very good. I like indictment too, though.
Okay.
Listen.
Regress Scott.
Do you think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to go to a run-first offense? You think Cincinnati and Buffalo are going to go run first? No.
They got studs. We don't.
You go there out of necessity and necessity only. This is not the right way to win. I think the Cowboys have always that they're going about it all wrong. They're not trying to build a dynasty. They're trying to win a single year. That is a tough way to do it. If you don't have Patrick Mahomes, your only goal is to try to find a way to get him. And if it's not him, create him by getting another quarterback. That's it. Otherwise, you're going to go down this road and you're going to try to steal a title. Okay, good luck. It's worked so well for 30 years.
I think I'm supporting it because I know what the ceiling is. We've hit a ceiling, I believe.
With Dak?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
You could play San Francisco 10 times. I think the Cowboys may win may win 2 or 3 of those games. Like, as soon as Tony Pollard got hurt, that was over. Dak was not going to beat the 49ers. So if you're not going to move on from the quarterback, which they can't financially, then how else can you do it? Mike McCarthy honing it back a little bit, maybe invest a little bit more on the defensive side. That is a different way to do it, and I think that's what the Cowboys are going to try and do. I think. He keeps talking about the turnovers, so will this limit? Steven was asked about this. Can a scheme change fix interceptions?
That's a great question for Mike and Coach Schottenheimer, but that's obviously what they're going to be working on. I think everybody knows that hadn't been like Dak to have these interceptions, and I think I read somewhere he said absolutely not going to happen again, according to Dak. But obviously we need to, as an organization, a staff, coaching staff, Coach McCarthy's staff, help him work through those.
So let's get to some overreactions.
All right, overreactions. Start with the Cowboys. The Cowboys' offense will be worse next year.
Okay, so they were 11th in yards last year. They were 4th in points. But then the 2 Dak factors, he missed games and he threw a career high in picks. I think based upon McCarthy, the numbers will be worse. But I don't know. Because Dak missed the games, I'm going to assume he plays all the games, and he's not going to throw 15 interceptions again. What do you think? That's a tough question.
I do think that, being higher than 4th in points, it's tough to say yes to.
Right.
Their offense is not going to be, look, the Chargers will probably score more, the Chiefs will probably score more, Buffalo, whatever. Who knows if Philadelphia?
I thought Kellen was going to screw up the Chargers and Herbert like he did here.
Well, you would think so, but I think, who knows? I think they'll be higher in yards, though. I think they'll be in the top 10 in yards gained.
Despite what McCarthy just told the media?
Yeah, because, I think the problem is you could say all you want. When you get into the middle of the game, things change.
Yeah.
And if they start loading up against the run, then Dak's going to throw the ball. I think it's going to change a little bit. Next one. Another Cowboy one. Overreaction or not, Tony Pollard is different and should be paid as such.
No, not for a long-term deal. No long-term extension. That is out for Tony Pollard. Heck, Steven was even asked, he's like, yeah, we'll use the tag. We can use the tag. Are you going to use it on Tony?
It's not out of the question, but we certainly hadn't determined whether we'll do that or not. More than likely, we'll use our tag, though. Not necessarily on Tony, but we'll use our tag.
Who?
Yeah, who else could you use it on?
Bill Barnwell said that Tony Pollard, his contract, could be looking in the range of 1 year, $6 million.
Huh. I haven't heard anyone else say that. That's interesting.
And he's like, he's probably not going to, he might not be ready for camp, about the injury. If he is ready, it'll be close. That's probably going to hinder his what he could get on the open market.
I'd sign up for 1 for $6.
Yeah, I probably would too.
Okay.
I don't like paying the running back, but that's not really paying the running back. That's it's fairly inexpensive. I think you can get a lot of Tony's production at a much reduced rate in the draft, but
I think this might be one of those times when I would let him go test the market. Go see what you can bring back coming off an injury. Or they decide to tag him because they're scared of someone doing that. If we're going to do 1 for $6, are we pinching pennies if it's 1 for $10, the official tag number?
Big number. That's a big difference, right? At $4 million, at $4 million is a couple of role players on your defense.
Yeah.
That's some depth.
Everyone's talking about McCarthy's. Tannenbaum is shaking his head no right now. Everyone's talking about McCarthy's quote right now on television. Go on over there. See if you can turn this up. Let's see if Ryan Clark is going off live on TV on McCarthy. And let me know.
On ESPN there, champ.
I was on ESPN too, apparently.
Is he killing him? Go ahead, turn it up. Let's see what he's saying.
Highest scoring offense that we've had in the last 2 seasons in the entire NFL. This is almost just passing the buck off on a guy who is no longer there. This is taking shots at a man who no longer has the microphone in Dallas and almost saying that he's the entire reason you don't win the game in San Francisco or you lose the home game in the wild card round the year before. I don't like this. To me, this is shady. To me, this is a dude that can't be trusted and is also a head coach that refuses to be accountable. The last I checked, Kellen Moore wasn't in charge of clock management. Kellen Moore wasn't in charge of the entire football team being disciplined, not getting penalties. Maybe y'all should ask Mike McCarthy about that, because it doesn't matter if you run the ball well, if you can't stay on sides. It doesn't matter if you have illegal motions. If you can't figure out that 14 seconds is too long, too short to run a draw and spike it and get a field goal. So stop putting it on other people when you pay to run the organization. Oh, my bad.
Enough talking. We don't need to
turn this down for a sec. Stephen A. has walked into the studio unscheduled. Go ahead. Turn it up.
But I know you can hear me. I gotta say something to the American public right now. That's a fly jacket right there.
Oh, God, come on.
That's pretty smooth right there. I mean, that looks smooth.
Turn this off. Get it out. Dude, Ryan Clark just went hard at McCarthy.
Yeah.
They just call him untrustworthy?
We turned that up at the right time.
Shady? He just what? Man, I don't know if this is. You think any of this is scapegoating from Mike? He said Kellen did a hell of a job. I think differently. We're going to change 25 to 30% of the offense. We want to be a little bit more balanced. Have you taken any of this as throwing Kellen under the bus? Mike just wants to be more in control of where his expertise is in what people are calling another make or break here. And I'm not defending McCarthy as a McCarthy kiss ass because he's on with us and we like him coming on with us and he's been fantastic on the radio. Well, have you gotten one feeling of this being sketchy? I'm not saying Kellen Moore has not. I've said Kellen Moore may have been treated a little bit unfairly by the fan base, but it would be very hypocritical of me as a control freak myself, watched the Bobby Belt golf videos yesterday, for me to kill Mike for wanting to be in control of his baby, which is the offense. Have you thought any of this is sketchy?
I haven't, but it's a great point. I mean,
thank you.
Why is he?
Ryan Clark.
Yeah, right. Why is he throwing Kellen under the bus?
Is he?
Yeah.
How? How's he throwing him under the bus?
Kellen, all Kellen cares about is being the number one offense. I got to worry about all the other things. All he cares about is scoring the most points. Todd Monken, who was the offensive coordinator at Georgia, said, I don't like being I don't want to be a head coach. All I have to worry about is scoring the most points in the league I can. That's my job. My job is to score points. My job's not to worry about the defense, not worry about the clock. My job is to score points. That's the offensive coordinator's literal job. That's their job. Oh.
Brian Broaddus, 920. I think he's going to agree with this philosophical shift coming from Mike McCarthy at the Combine. Final hour as the Mavericks get ready for Joel Embiid and the Sixers tonight. What did the Tolos say about getting rid of Jason Kidd and whether they would prefer Brunson over Kyrie moving forward? Final hour with Broaddus from Surprise next.
But let's get you over to
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Chris Paul gets the board. There's the first rejection from KD, and now he gets it open on the left side for three, and that is all net for Kevin Durant.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam. First Choppy, then Peyton, now me. We got Ryan in the back here on DFW Sports Station. Bobby Belt on his way to Indy for the Combine. He is off today and tomorrow. Brian Broaddus will join us from Surprise and Rangers spring training at 9:20 to react to Mike McCarthy yesterday in Indianapolis. But that was the call from Suns Radio. Got another problem for the Mavericks in the Western Conference as Kevin Durant made his Suns debut. He scored 23. Suns take care of Charlotte and win by 14. The new big three. Who is the big three in Phoenix, by the way?
I mean, it's Durant, Booker, and Paul.
TV is showing it as Ayton. They scored 76 points amongst the three of them. 76 points between the three. And then you got freaking Chris Paul on top of it. Now, Durant's been
Would you say Ayton or Paul? If you off the top of your head, if you were to say it.
Off the top of my head,
or the bottom of your head, what do I care?
I'd probably slightly lean towards Paul. I think Ayton may be a better player than Chris Paul today, but is Chris Paul going to have more impact? I know he's the bigger name, but Ayton is going to get pushed more off to the side now, I think, with Kevin Durant there. But the problem in all this is they have a 3.5 or a big 4. That's a problem. Kevin Durant's been in the news because Charles Barkley said he needed to win a title without Steph, all the bus driver stuff. And Durant's also in the news because Giannis apparently went on the Daily Show and they...
Wait a second. Like the Jon Stewart, Trevor Noah thing, Daily Show? Who's doing it now? Is it Trevor Noah still?
No. It's Hassan Minhaj. I'm not sure if I'm getting the last name correct.
Probably not.
But I think was this like a read off the camera situation, Peyton? Read this script, see if you'll read this card?
It looked like it, but maybe Giannis just remembered it by thought.
Kevin Durant, let's go. You keep joining super teams to win an NBA title. How about we work out together sometime so I can teach you how to carry your own team?
You hadn't...
You know what I'm saying? Like, I like that one. It was like a little simpler. KD, where's the camera? Where's the camera? KD, you're one of the best scorers to ever play this game. I respect your game. You lead by example for 15 years. So you were my favorite player growing up.
I hate this. Entertain me.
I respect your game.
You didn't see this all week?
I did not. That's great.
So, of course, everyone took that little snippet. I think Shannon Sharp said that's not amusing. That's not funny.
Shannon, get some sense of humor. You're on TV. You know the game.
Yeah, and Shannon reads a script, too, so he shouldn't be getting on Giannis for reading a card. So that's Giannis with his shot at Kevin Durant, even though he went on to praise him nonstop. So KD made his debut last night. Jalen Brunson is all over SportsCenter after dropping 30 in the first half for the New York Knicks. They're on fire. They've won 7 straight. Bobby Belt beating me in these poll question predictions. When I asked which player would the Mavs Tolo rather have for the next 3 years, Jalen Brunson or Kyrie?
The answer's Kyrie, but the Mavs Tolo said Brunson.
I flip-flop. The answer is Brunson, and the result was Kyrie. Bobby told me Kyrie would win the poll. Jaron Banks set it up. I retweeted it. 258 votes off Jaron's account. 56% voted for Kyrie. 43% voted for Brunson. I voted Brunson. Who did you vote?
Kyrie, without a doubt.
Kyrie, without a doubt. Bobby voted Brunson, and Choppy, you said Kyrie.
Yeah, I said Kyrie. I'll give me the talent. He's a better player. He's a more talented player, I should say. Now, Is Brunson a better teammate? Sure, I'm sure he is. Kyrie's a little bit quirky.
A little bit?
That can rub people the wrong way.
A little bit.
Well, Sean, like Tom Gillardy said, we're a very soft media here, so I've just got to keep appearances up. I'm just trying to maintain consistency.
Right. So that's one of the poll questions. And then Bobby just sent us the final result of the Jason Kidd one as they get ready for Philadelphia tonight. Is Jason Kidd a problem for the Mavericks? No. Yes, but give him time. That's what I voted.
That's what I voted.
Yes, he's a problem, but get rid of him. That one ended up winning the poll. 43% of the Mavs fans said, yes, he's a problem, get rid of him. 37% said yes, but give Jason time. And 19 and change said, no, he is not a problem.
I said he's a problem, give him time. That's and I think he is a problem right now, and you got to give him time. I mean, we're not going to get rid of the guy in 2 years, right? Like, come on.
Right. I don't think so.
Give him a break.
Some of the tollers responded. His lineup, this is from David, his lineups reek of pettiness. So tired of watching Frankie Smokes, Holiday, and Powell get more run than Josh Green, Hardy, and C. Wood. I mean, that's a 100% deadly accurate tweet right
but you
there.
Can't forget about Frank, man.
Frankie Smokes.
Can't forget about that. He really smokes?
I don't think so. Ntilikina, I don't think he smokes. I wonder how many active players in the NBA smoke cigarettes.
I assume everybody from Europe. That's my assumption. Everybody from Europe smokes cigarettes.
All right, so that's the poll question that we put out. The NFL put out their own poll for free agents. The NFLPA survey. I love this. So they basically asked everyone in the league to vote on the factors that would determine what NFL team you would go to. And had all 32 teams ranked. The top 3 were the Minnesota Vikings, Miami Dolphins, and the Raiders. The bottom 3 in order. Chargers, Cardinals, and Commanders. This is treatment of players' families. This is the facility. This is the food service and the nutrition. Weight room, strength coaches, training staff, locker room, team travel, all of it. And the Cowboys, they graded out very well, right?
Yeah, they did. They had A's in just about everything. They had a B. They had a B in one. But the one they dropped off the most in was travel.
Team travel.
They don't have.
They got an A+ in facilities, weight room, strength staff, locker room. They got an A in nutrition. They got an A- in training staff. They got a B in training room.
And the reason the B in training room, that's which is tied for 8th, because they don't have a sauna, which stuns me. I don't know how the Dallas Cowboys, with all that money in the Star doesn't have a sauna. Like LA Fitness has got a separate one for men and women. And you pay like $20 a month. The Star in Frisco, with all that money, doesn't have a sauna. That's like Mike McCarthy's dream workout, is just walk into the sauna with a beer.
That's my dream workout.
I mean, come on, how do they not have a sauna in there?
And then the travel one was because
C-. They do not have first-class seats available for players. They do not offer first-class seats. Now, the one good thing is they have no roommates. They're a majority of the teams do not have roommates. There's like 6 or 7 that do. The Cowboys are one of 7 that don't offer first-class seats to the players. So they're tied for 23rd.
All right, some of the other results around the league. 3 of the league's teams don't keep their cafeterias open for dinner. One of the teams, the Cincinnati Bengals, who brought us and Michael Lombardi always defend that owner. They're the only two people. They're the only 2 people in all sports that I've heard defend the Bengals ownership. They don't provide nutritional supplements.
Like vitamin C?
7 of the teams don't offer first-class travel. We apparently are one of them. So that's what the Bengals don't do. Jacksonville got lit up in this.
Gosh.
They dealt with a rodent problem for 3 to 4 weeks during the year. Players reported there was a rat infestation in the locker room and laundry hampers. That earned them a D- on the locker room section. The only area in which the Jags got a worse grade was in family treatment. They're one of 14 teams that do not offer a family room, and players' wives breastfed their babies on the floor of the stadium's public restrooms.
That sounds disgusting.
Jags also one of 11 teams that do not provide daycare at the stadium. Players were not happy with the amount of room in the weight room. They were not happy, but 95% said that the owner, Shad Khan, willing to make investments to make the necessary changes. So those were some of the things that jumped out from the NFLPA survey. I love this crap.
Yeah, I do too. There's no excuse. There's no excuse for the Cowboys to get anything but an A in travel. 2 of the major airlines are hubbed here. We also have 2 airports. You have American Airlines and Southwest that are both headquartered in Dallas-Fort Worth. There's no reason not to have an A+ in travel. No excuse. No excuse.
The 2 legal updates before we get to brought us in surprise. Jalen Carter, maybe the best player, maybe the top pick in the draft out of Georgia. He was charged with reckless driving. It was street racing. That's what he did. And he was in the vehicle that survived. The other car had a teammate killed and a recruiting staff member. And police showed up. Carter was racing his 2021 Jeep Trackhawk against a 2021 Ford Expedition driven by the recruiting staffer. And they got up to 104 miles an hour. Drinking was apparently involved with the other car, twice the legal limit in Georgia. Alcohol, right now, not thought to be a factor with Jalen Carter. He initially lied and told police he was not a driver, and then he later admitted to being one of the people behind the wheel. So this is a street racing incident. I hope people listened to our explanation earlier in the show when we said how we would not have this incident drop Jalen Carter on our draft boards. Yeah. I would drop him if I had heard previous things, which Bobby Belt has brought up. I guess Todd McShay has brought it up as well. And this was just the icing, the cherry on top. And I'm like, all right, forget it. I already had a bad feeling. I'm out. But if it was just this incident, look, a lot of us have raced a strip of road in our lives. He did it right after winning the national championship. We were lucky enough that no one got hurt when we did it stupidly, when you may do it every morning still. And Jalen Carter, it did not work out the same for him. I don't think I can have him plummet down the draft board if I'm a team selecting because of this.
I agree. It would be very hypocritical of me, who's gone 104 miles an hour before, several times, to say that this guy should, drop on a draft board. I mean, 21-year-old men make dumb decisions. 21-year-old people in general make dumb decisions. But, there's a reason car insurance companies destroy males under the age of 25. They make dumb decisions. They're not the only ones that make dumb decisions, but they damn sure got the market cornered. And this was a dumb decision, a senseless tragedy. But, and we don't know if there was alcohol involved. With him. With him.
Right now they're saying no.
So it's all we can go on right now. I'd be very hypocritical if I said we got to destroy this guy's life because of something that I do quite a bit, and I shouldn't do it, but I do.
Meanwhile, Ja Morant, another sketchy accusation against the Memphis Grizzlies superstar. Yesterday came out. The Washington Post said that he's being accused of repeatedly punching a teenage boy in the head and threatening him with a gun last summer. This is at Ja's house during a pickup game. Then you have another incident with his mom getting into it at a finish line in a mall. She calls her son. He arrives at the scene with as many as 9 other people. Now, his side, his agent says it's unsubstantiated gossip. Then you have his father getting into it with Shannon Sharpe. Then you have the red laser accusation from the Indiana Pacers that someone in a vehicle they thought Ja was in was pointing like a gun laser or a red laser towards the Pacers team bus. This is like real life, week to week gangster activity from Ja Morant that Shannon Sharpe tried to warn us about weeks and weeks ago when we played that clip.
Yep, it did. And he did try to warn us about that. This is a very odd stretch for Ja Morant. I thought he was, he had a reputation of being like, the next face of the league, one of the good guys. And here he is doing some very odd activity and odd behavior. Allegedly. Very odd behavior, which seems out of character and uncharacteristic for Ja Morant. We'll see.
Sounds like Marvin Harrison's stories that were lingering after he left Indianapolis. Marvin Harrison on the streets of Philadelphia. Let's go to the streets of Surprise, Arizona. Does he have FOMO? Is he experiencing NFL Combine FOMO? Does he think Mike McCarthy is making the right decision to not be the number one scoring offense in the league? And his food reviews that are taking over Rangers spring training. Brian Broaddus joins us live. Whale Alert next.
All right, well, let's get you over to Platinum Ford.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
What a perfect morning to have on the Sports Gods, aligning all the stories with our next guest from the #1 rated afternoon show in all of the Metroplex, not sports radio, all radio. It is Brian Broaddus from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
Oh, that time Choppy was late.
Sorry, blame Sailor. He texted me.
Broaddus is joining us from Rangers Spring Training on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing?
What time you waking up out there?
It's weird. It's like 5:30 in the morning. It's just immediately my eyes open up and I start getting on Twitter and reading stories. And, it's a good time because a lot of my guys and gals are at the combine right now. So, they're up earlier than me actually on some of this stuff. So, kind of get the day started, trying to watch some film at night, keep up with these college players, and then, do a good show during the day. I think we've had a lot of fun out here. I really, the Rangers have been super cool to us. The players have been even better. So it's a good start to baseball season for us out here.
Have the nosebleeds embarrassed you?
I'll tell you what, man, these guys, it's not embarrassing. It's funny to, Chiafalo is, he's one of these guys that he doesn't really, and I mean this in respect, he really doesn't care. I mean, hey, it's like, player couch in the, we've talked about this a bunch. He just, like, he sees things, he'll just kind of plop down, hey, the cup of coffee over here, it says players only, Eric, you can't, oh, no, it's good. We'll get a cup of coffee here. He reminds me a lot of myself when I was his age, when you kind of like, you would walk into I remember last time we were out here 3 years ago and we got locked out. I'm like, listen, let's just cut through the clubhouse. It's fine. We'll cut through. And next thing you know, we got Rangers PR staff following us to make sure that we got our way out. And I'm like, see, you got to act like you know what you're doing here. Just walk through the clubhouse. Nobody's gonna care. And sure enough, they cared. But that's Eric and Zach. They've done a really super job interacting with these players. I mean, the audio that we've gotten from the locker room, the players have been great. And it's just been a lot of fun. These young guys do a great job.
The Rangers player or interview that has jumped out to you with the coverage over there?
I'll tell you what, it's funny. We did 3 of them yesterday. And I mean, if you go back, because I can't pick one, and I'm usually I'm not a fence rider guy.
Yeah.
But man, those guys have gone in there and they've done it's fun because they ask like these ridiculous questions. And I think the players kind of dig that, I think that they really, they're okay with asking Taylor Hearn if Zach's shirt is too big. And Zach wore a shirt yesterday, looked like he got it from Big Tex. Seriously. I mean, State
Soda.
Fair, Big Tex. Yeah, I mean, his shirt is like, so, they ask him the question, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you rate this shirt as being oversized? And Taylor Hearn goes 11. And it just, and then he's asking, and then Eric forgets a question, and in the middle of it, he goes, oh damn, and then Zach just jumps right in with a question, and they have this rapid fire way. But to answer your question, these players have all been good. I mean, I'm not trying to ride a fence or anything, but it's been fun and it's been refreshing. And I think for these guys, they get so many of these. Well, how you feeling? And our big line has been, everybody wants to, one of the most overrated statements a player makes this time is, I'm in the best shape of my life.
Right.
I'm in the best shape, best shape. So now it's turned into, that's one of our questions. And then and then you've got players that's like, no, that's a lie. That's completely a lie. I was in the best shape 10 years ago is what I was. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun with those guys.
Brian Broaddus from the G-Bag Nation joining us on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. So Mike McCarthy is dominating all the TV shows this morning with his comments on the changes to the offense, with him calling the plays. He says it's going to be about 30%. And here's an audio clip of McCarthy saying this is the most fun he's had here coaching this team?
This is the most fun I've had since I've been in Dallas. I mean, just to be in the meeting room again with the coaches full time. We've been getting, just to go, 8 to 11:30 and break, and you've been talking nothing but, skiing. I haven't had that. So that part's different. But then, you have all these great responsibilities here that you have to keep doing, and so you got to delegate more. I mean, we have a good plan. I think doing this in year 4 is totally different than would have been doing in year 1, especially coming in with the pandemic and everything that we had year 1.
So, Brian, the quote that everyone's losing their minds over is this, and we need you to translate it. Football Translate. I've been where Kellen has been. Kellen wants to light the scoreboard up, but I want to run the damn ball so I can rest my defense. I don't desire to be the number 1 offense in the league. I want to be the number 1 team in the league with a number of wins and a championship. Can you translate that and why you think or don't think Cowboy fans should be freaking out?
Well, I think what's really funny is that Mike McCarthy clearly had a problem with Kellen Moore. The fact that he wasn't in the meetings and stuff like that. And, I'm probably being a little bit too critical here, but, that's the biggest issue I see right there. The fact that he's been in the meetings, and I would kind of like to believe that Mike McCarthy would have been in the meetings the whole time. I'd like to have believed that Mike McCarthy was kind of trying to have a direction of what he wanted to do with the play calling. The fact that he's saying he's having fun now and all sounds like he's having fun because Kellen Moore's not in the building anymore is really what he's saying. So, yeah, to me, I think Mike McCarthy is super happy. I think he really is disappointed he lost Joe Philbin. I don't think Jerry Jones was going to pay Joe Philbin $2 million a year to be an offensive line coach. I really don't. And I think that, Mike's happy because he's got Brian Schottenheimer now working with him, and he doesn't have Kellen Moore in the building anymore. He can say all the nice things he wants about Kellen Moore, but, he's now going to be a different coach because he's got his guy in the building and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think the comments we need to focus on really are the ones when he's talking about his quarterback. He wants to run the ball more. I don't know, do you particularly trust his quarterback going into year 8? I think he's worried about the interceptions. I think he's worried about the turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
I think he wants to help the quarterback the best he can. And he kind of feels like with him as the primary play caller and with Brian Schottenheimer and Mike Solari and others, putting the game plan together, then, he's going to be able to help Dak when he feels like, listen, I don't want to put him in harm's way throwing the ball down the middle of the field. I don't want to sit there and have him have to make decisions in the red zone before halves that could cost us points. So, yeah, Mike McCarthy, sure, you're having fun right now, but I think he's having fun because he's got the coaches in place he wants and, that he can now be involved. And we'll see. This is really, really an important year for Mike McCarthy because all of a sudden if you get Dak Prescott and he's not playing well or he's turning the ball over still and, then this is on Mike McCarthy because, Kellen Moore, let's be honest, the offense statistically and analytically, Chop, I think I'm right about this when you guys do all these numbers, it's one of the best offenses in the league.
Yeah.
When you look at points, points per drive and all that stuff like that, it's one of the best in the league. And, the fact that Kellen Moore quickly was let go here and then picked up by the Chargers, I think says a lot that this was in the making from a long time ago. Mike McCarthy clearly, but this is what bothers me about Mike McCarthy, and I'm sorry about my long answer here, but this is what bothers me about Mike McCarthy, that as a head coach, he didn't step in earlier and say stuff to Kellen Moore. Now, maybe he felt like, well, maybe things are going pretty good here. Why do I have to do that?
Right.
Kind of feel like, though, that this Mike McCarthy has clearly put himself in the line of fire, not only for the front office, but though for the scrutiny from media and fans across the world.
Broadus, we do think that this was an indictment on Dak.
What are we calling it? Let's give him the option of which one he likes better.
Yes, either regresscot or indactment. Either one. You could choose
Indactment sounds really good.
Yeah, it does.
That was mine.
So we do think this is an indictment on Dak. I can't imagine the Bengals or the Bills or the Chiefs saying, man, we're going to run the ball more and take the ball out of the quarterback's hands. Do you think that if Mike was in full control of all personnel, that he would look to move on already, like even this year in the draft?
Oh, Oh, I think that's, Mike comes from a program that we started in Green Bay a long time ago in the early 90s. 92 is when we kind of first started doing this. And that was drafting quarterbacks, and that was evaluating quarterbacks. And that was, the Packers have been very fortunate throughout, Mike's tenure there with the Favre and then with Rodgers and doing that. But they were always drafting quarterbacks. And, I kind of feel like, though, that, that where the maybe the crossroads for Mike McCarthy and for Kellen Moore were like, you can't keep putting him in those situations, Kellen. You can't. And they're like, well, we're doing this, we're functioning, we're scoring points, we're moving the ball, we're, all these things. And, Mike probably had to bite his lip a little bit about it, and just, say, hey, listen, I'm, okay, fine. But, one day I'm going to take this thing over. So, yeah, I feel like, though, that, if this is an evaluation about Dak, they've got an issue here. I mean, they really do, because they're in a situation now where they're talking about, extensions and stuff like that. You got an agent that's not going to make it easy on them for an extension at all. I mean, Todd France is not going to be your buddy on this one. Yeah. He's just not. And so, the Cowboys are kind of in a spot where they're like, if Mike McCarthy stays as the head coach, what's his opinion about Dak?
Yeah.
And can he get Dak to play where he doesn't turn the ball over? Because if he doesn't do that, then Mike McCarthy's not going to be here, and Dan Quinn, with his nice big salary now, is going to be your next head coach. So, I think it's really, really important for him. But yeah, maybe, there's things that obviously that during the season that Mike McCarthy looked at Dak and's like, you can't play football with this guy this way. You just can't.
Correct me where you think I need to be corrected. And I know I may want to steal him as a guest before you all get him. Michael Lombardi, the former GM, your best friend, I can see him standing up and applauding McCarthy's statements because he destroys Kellen, calls him the joystick for the way he calls plays. In my opinion, if you don't believe in Dak Prescott as the ultimate guy, you should support McCarthy's statements here, even though they seem old school. After the San Fran game, I made up that decision in my mind. This guy can't win it for you, so I'm supporting Mike McCarthy here. And Bobby Belt is so furious, he's live texting us. So it's going to be me versus Choppy and Bobby. Do you agree that you have to support McCarthy and this change in philosophy if you don't absolutely love the quarterback? And do you personally, Brian Broaddus, agree with it?
Well, the thing about it is, and the thing that Mike Lombardi talks about all the time, and actually, with quarterback play, it's a very, very difficult evaluation. Todd Archer, I think, has the best line. When you talk to Todd's like, listen, if a guy's not winning me a championship or get me to a championship game in 5 years, I'm kind of thinking about moving on.
Right.
Because I don't want it to get a situation where, I'm having to just take all of my cap or a large portion of my cap and put it into a player that, is not doing what you need him to do. And so, yeah, I applaud McCarthy for standing up and saying, I just wish Mike would have done it with Kellen Moore. And maybe he did. Maybe it took Cooper Rush being quarterback for 5 weeks for Mike McCarthy to say, look, that's how you do it right there. We got a really good defense. And so I'm really not answering your question, but I'm just saying, though, to me, I subscribe to what Todd Archer's talking about here and Mike Lombardi and guys like that. And I applaud, Mike McCarthy for stepping up and saying, listen, I've got to try and help this guy. But if he keeps turning the ball over, he's not going to be any good to us, And so that's kind of where I think they're at right now. And, this quarterback evaluation, this is a draft. And, Choppy can tell you all about Hendon Hooker, who's if they all of a sudden haul off and draft a Hendon Hooker like in the third round, when they have an opportunity there, that's going to tell you a lot, really, what they think about Dak Prescott. This whole thing of, well, we'll wait to the 6th, 7th round and draft a quarterback. No, if they haul off and they say, you know what, Hendon Hooker is one of the best quarterbacks we've seen. We've got all the top guys. We don't have a shot for the top guys. We don't have a shot for Richardson or, any other guys playing. But we have a shot at this guy. Now he's, the knee stuff, all those things. But you haul off and draft him like in the third round, now you've got really everybody's attention.
Where was Jalen Carter Where is he on your board, and are you dropping him after this incident?
No, you know what? It sounds like to me, and I talked to a bunch of guys yesterday in the league, and you've now got to. This is not the first issues this cat's had to deal with. Todd McShay came out there and put him on the table the other day, basically saying, "Hey, this guy's got some things you need to." And everybody's like, "Oh man, what's he doing? That's a hater guy."
Right?
No. We all owe Todd McShay an apology, and I knew you don't sit there and put stuff out there like that unless you absolutely have it on fact.
Yeah.
That there's more issues. And I talked to 5 guys. I had one scout call me up and say, "Listen, I told you this guy's an issue. I told you this. And you didn't want to listen." And I'm like, "I'm fine. Okay, I get it, bro. Give me a break." I mean, you're MFing me right now for some. I mean, I'm just, he's saying, "Listen, as you evaluate this player, Brian," and this was several weeks ago, "as you evaluate this guy, know there's a lot more going on here." And I'm like, "Okay, fine." I just kind of, put it off as, this guy's going to be the number one player. But, we'll see. The fact that he turned himself in last night, I think he posted bond at like 11:40 Eastern time last night. We'll see. There's now it turns into every team that's in the top of the draft is sending their security director to Athens, Georgia to figure this out. If you're fortunate enough, a team that has contacts with the FBI, you're starting to use those contacts too. So this is a decision that is going to draw a lot of attention, and it's going to take a lot of resources to make sure you make the right one.
Fantastic stuff. Keep eating the food. I love the food reviews, and we'll catch up with you. Thank you for breaking up with us.
No problem, man. Helmet nachos today should be on the menu, so check it out.
Really?
A little preview.
What's the best? What's the worst and the best you've eaten so far? Was the brat the worst?
The brat was the worst because it had no crunch to it. It had no pop. It wasn't grilled very much. It's kind of like a steam.
Crunch. The flavor of the grill, it gives it flavor, Choppy.
The flavor's in the meat.
Do you not like the hot dog burnt a little bit?
I don't like hot dogs.
Then shut up.
Yeah, you'd have loved it. You'd have loved this Texas dog yesterday, Chop. That thing had some pop to it. That's what I'm talking about. Needs a little pop.
Little casing.
Yeah.
Need that animal skin, the animal fat wrapped around it. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, Brian.
There you go.
Brian brought us Diamond Factory Hotline. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece live from Surprise after this. is brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
It's Kevin Hagman, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors.
Oh, good. So
good.
good.
Why are you guys always doing that?
Because we love Sonic, bro.
Yeah.
Corey, is that what you were doing? I thought you were having like a stomach cramp or something.
No, it's like you said Sonic.
As we're looking at Bassick's pectorals again on the fan cam.
So let me explain, Sean, what's happening right now.
Trying to say hi to Jake.
Yesterday, Mike made a really good friend named Jake, who is the groundskeeper for the stadium out here in Surprise. And
is he 100 like the Super Bowl groundskeeper?
He might be younger than us, right?
Yeah, he's younger because
He's a
I
young
talked to
person.
him. He played junior college baseball in like 08, 09.
If he was any good, he played real ball.
Oh
my gosh.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh my gosh! So yesterday, Mike got to hop on the dragger, and he drug the third base area with Jake, and so he was trying to holler at Jake and tell him that he's doing a great job because the field's wet around here today. The track is wet. And he yelled out, "Great job, Jake!" Jake ignored him.
Yeah.
And we're concerned that Jake may have almost gotten fired yesterday for letting Mike do that. And so now he's like, I can't be associated with you anymore.
Bassick, we asked Sandler this. Can you tell, are the bases, can you tell they're different?
I could when I was on the dragger.
Really?
When you're on the field, you're like, oh, those are big bases.
Yeah.
But
Stands now.
from up in the press box, it really, you can't tell very much at all. But when you're on the field, you're like, whoa, those are huge bases. They kind of look like, they're not as obviously as big as when you see kind of the double softball base at first base, but you're like, those are much bigger bases than what you're used to if you're on a field.
Mike, what was more fun, the dragger or calling the Dodger game?
Probably the dragger.
Why?
But that was awesome. I feel like Nadell and Hicks are in big trouble.
Oh.
So
that you're coming for them?
I think I was that good that I might just go into calling games, hopefully on the radio, as immediately we go on the webcast and Jared introduces me. I said, I can't believe that I'm doing this. This is so exciting to be calling a Rangers game on radio with you. And Jared goes, we're not on the radio. I said, let's pretend we are.
Did that just take away all of your focus? You're like, I'm not going to take this serious. This is Bush League.
No, it was really fun. I will say this. Luckily, the Dodgers brought Mookie Betts, obviously led the game off with a home run. You had Chris Taylor, Dustin May. Was throwing the ball close to 100 miles an hour to start the game. So they brought some of their major leaguers, obviously their best position player and one of their starting pitchers, Chris Taylor, trying to, I guess, play shortstop now for the Dodgers with their situation. So it was a fun game. It did get a little, the light green rain started coming in around the second inning. And
green rain?
Yeah. Like on the news
On the
patterns,
Doppler
the
radar.
green, the rain itself was not the color green. Just if you were watching the news, it would be a green blob.
Yeah, Jared made me the meteorologist during the game because
Mike
I would have the
Masick.
map open, and I would just say, well, it looks like around 3 o'clock we're going to get some light green rain, and then from there it'll be between light green, green, and dark green.
Corey, what's coming up on the program?
Guys, we do have My Buddy's an Idiot at 11:20 today. Right out of the gate, though, at 10, Josh Smith gave a great answer to who would be your Rangers role model. And here's kind of the list we're expecting to pluck from today, as this is what we're kind of hoping to get. We have the Vandy boys, either one or maybe both of them.
Whoa.
Is what we're kind of shooting for. So Rocker and Leiter. Bubba Thompson is on that list. And Mike, there was one other player that you had on the list for today that we were trying to
Possibly
snag.
Leote.
And as always, Greg Maddux. We're trying to get in here today.
Man, he is elusive, and he is staying out of the clubhouse during the media portion.
Yeah, he's smart.
Kevin, give us a recap of the team dinner last night. How'd it go?
Okay.
This is amazing.
We went to a really nice dinner, and you're sad you missed it. FOMO from Sean.
Okay,
Go.
I was not going to say any of that. I have a question for you guys first. What do you think about waiters, waitresses who think they're part of your group and they want to do bits and stuff like that? Are you a fan or no?
It depends. It depends to me on the situation. If you're on a first date with a girl, like Peyton's going to go on soon.
He got a date?
He did. You don't want that. You don't want somebody to overshadow you. But if it's whatever, a group setting, I think it's okay. I guess if I was a server, I'd try to crack a joke or two. That's my personality.
Depends how long. How long are we talking?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he was there for 75 minutes. It felt like
That's long. That's too long. You had to hit and quit it.
And you knew by the second person, which was Mike, that this wasn't going to work because Mike asked for water, and he goes, "Your water or my water?"
Oh, God.
And you're just,
I didn't hear that.
Oh yeah, we're legitimately like, "What the hell does that mean?" And Mike goes, I don't know, regular water.
And then he offered me the sparkling water. I was like, I'm good with just regular water.
It's like baseball trivia with us,
Yeah.
though.
Okay, so he came back and did baseball trivia, and he was like, "All right, got some baseball trivia for you." At which point, Jared is the smartest person at the table. He got up and left.
Jared planted this on you, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to ask, who was responsible at the table for roping this waiter in? Who hooked
Jared,
him?
absolutely. Once he recognized that Kevin was beaten down by his first question, Jared was like, "Oh, now I'm definitely triggering you."
Yeah, but like, who initiated all this? Like, who at the table amongst you guys welcomed this?
Just that guy's personality.
Yeah, it was in
Plus, I asked at the end. I asked Corey. I was like, "Hey, does he have fake hair on?"
Yeah, that's
And
definitely too
Corey
bad.
goes, "Absolutely," but it looked fantastic. And he goes, "All right."
He had a bird's nest on?
Yeah, it was something. He said baseball trivia. Which player has 222 complete games? And he went on and on. He was like, pitched for 27 years. And I was like, Nolan Ryan. And then he goes, has never been in a World Series. And then we go, oh, I guess it's not Nolan. And then a bunch of people guess, and he goes, it's Nolan Ryan. And we're like,
Well,
what?
he's been
He
in the
was
World
in a World,
Series.
and he goes, no. They got rid of him before the World Series, and I just at that point I was
they
so
didn't.
beaten down.
And then
I
he
was
listed
like, yeah,
all of Tony
cool.
Gwynn's hits
Yeah.
and all of his strikeouts and said, who struck out Tony Gwynn the most in his career?
Wow.
Who do y'all think it was? Who do y'all think struck out Tony Gwynn the most in his career?
Nolan Ryan.
Yes,
That's what we should have done.
That is what we should have done. But then again, I doubted the legitimacy of his last Nolan Ryan fact because he didn't fundamentally know that he was part of the '69 Mets, and so
What a beating.
he went on and on and on.
But then Dawson said, do you know who threw the pitch that broke Hank Aaron's record?
And he just was like, that's a thing.
Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, and then he pretended to think forever, and we pointed to Mike Bassick, and he was like, I just don't know. And we're like, it's this dude right
This
here.
dude.
It's like,
That you're sharing a water with. Yeah, I don't
that.
mind. I don't mind if they do that. It's like, flight attendants will get on the PA and start, cracking jokes during the introductions, the announcements.
40 seconds.
But but then it's the same one. Like I've heard in case of a water landing from Phoenix to Dallas. I've heard that like 7 times.
Oh.
Like we're like find some new material.
Right.
Okay, and then I think he did the other thing that is so dumb. I think it was Jared's plate. He picked it up, and it was like pretty much empty, and he goes, didn't like that, did you? I was like,
Yeah, I
dude,
hate that too.
Come on, dude. Like, what are we doing?
Hated every single bite.
Mike, was the food? Are you 3 for 3 with awful meals
the
for
food
this
was
dinner?
good, though.
Food was amazing.
Whoa!
Lobster spinach queso
was good.
was amazing.
What'd you get, Mike?
I got a salad with like chicken and strawberries and pecans and goat cheese and a few other things in there. Obviously, like tomato, maybe not tomatoes because strawberries were in there, but it was great. It was
As your meal?
Yes, it was my best meal of the trip.
Wow. Corey?
The lobster spinach queso was the starter, and then I had cilantro chicken, which was, it was fantastic with some pork mushrooms.
Oh,
man, that was really nice.
All right, Kevin, save the blandest for last.
You're going to be super disappointed.
What was your first question about what you ordered?
I was like, hey.
You know what, Chop? You should look up the menu right now and see if you can tell.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
a good idea.
What was the
That is
name?
a
What was the name of the place?
Firebirds in Phoenix.
Firebirds in Phoenix.
It might be Peoria.
You know what, Kevin?
All right,
like his
Firebirds.
You may say the piece on his head was, I don't know, did you like it or
I
no?
thought it looked good.
It looked good, so it may have been expensive. So it would have been a large price to pay.
Yeah. Okay.
Firebirds wood fire grill. Okay.
I see.
I thought it was funny, Corey.
Thank
see
you,
what
thank
did
you,
there.
Sean.
Oh, sorry.
All right, what did he order? Give me the Kevin Hagelin order for dinner.
I bet you can do this.
Okay, let's see. Shareables, no, you don't share. Soups, no, you don't eat soup. Steaks,
soup, yeah.
no, it's too bougie for you. You're not a bougie
I
person.
do like steak.
Nope,
But
you don't.
You're right.
Nope.
There's no way he got the Baja shrimp pasta.
Oh, okay. I think I got. Okay, let's see here.
What
You
section
got.
are you in?
Huh?
What section are you in?
We're
right
in the
now?
chicken and ribs
I am in the
section.
chicken and ribs, and you got the baby back ribs.
All right.
Nope,
That's
nope,
an
that's
excellent
close.
guess.
Honey garlic chicken.
I got a cheeseburger.
Oh,
And
my next guess.
it was really good. It really was.
I know you didn't get the Durango burger. You didn't get the kickin' one, the Impossible. So you got what was on it?
It was meat, cheese, bacon, and barbecue sauce. It was very good.
He asked, "Is there onions on this?" And the guy said yes, and he said, "Take the onions
Well,
off."
Oh,
and
you got
then
the smokehouse.
And then I said, "Is there any other stuff on here that y'all don't list? Because I would like to take that off as well."
That's when we all started laughing.
Did they give it to you on time or dessert
Yes.
like our
Yeah,
last
no.
restaurant?
We all got our food pretty much
Okay.
at the same time, and the place really was good. And that guy's hair did look sharp for fake hair.
There you go. It's
Do you think Embiid can tie Chamberlain's record tonight?
Dude, it's gonna. I was like, dang, he took off against the Miami Heat, and what is he gonna do to this Mavs front line?
Wouldn't it be awesome if he scores 100 tonight?
No,
I think it would.
No, it wouldn't be.
Who
Mike.
cares? We're not going anywhere. Let's watch history. I think we can give up 100 to a player.
Mike, will you make it? Will you watch it tonight? Will you make it an appointment to go find a place to watch it?
It's easy. It's on TNT tonight. So
okay.
It's 5:30 out here, 6:30, Central Time. So yeah, I'll get to watch. I'm just wondering, could Embiid? I think 50's easy.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if 70 is possible, and I'm just thinking, could it get to 100? Because if he starts scoring, Jason Kidd's just going to watch the game and go, "I'm not playing."
The KMC Masterpiece live from Surprise is next.
both studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Surprise for Texas Rangers Spring Training. 877-881-1053. I want to start off with this as part of our Spring Training Showcase, brought to you by Sonic. Good. Josh Smith gave a good answer. Who would be your Rangers role model off of this current organization and team? But I know Mike's Twitter poll is, will Joel Embiid break Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point scoring record tonight? Because it is the anniversary. I believe it was 61 years ago today.
Wow, I didn't even know that. I honestly didn't know that. But this is
61 years ago today.
Oh my God! I really do. I think if Philadelphia.
Why do you hope that happens?
Why not?
Because
wouldn't it be amazing to see?
No. It would be amazing to see against an opponent, somebody else, but not against my Mavericks. I don't want to. I don't want that to be the thing.
This is the one team you could do it against.
There's not another team with a worse defense.
No. Not against a big guy.
But that doesn't mean I want to see it happen against the Mavericks, Mike.
I think if Philadelphia wants to, you have to make it a pregame this morning at 10 o'clock or whenever they're going through walk-through, shoot-around. I just think that Doc Rivers and James Harden, and they should get together and go, here's the deal. It is Wilt's day when he did it for the Philadelphia 76ers. Let's see if we can let's just feed Joel Embiid until he cannot be fed anymore.
Okay, I'll tell you this, Mike.
And see if he can get 100 in a game.
I'll make this deal with you then, all right?
Oh, no.
I'll accept that I would root for it to happen if this was the thing that then turned the Mavericks season around.
Nothing's turning
then
the
I'm
season
not
around.
rooting for it, Mike. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see a no-hitter against my team. I don't want to see somebody throw 6 touchdowns against my team. There's no way I want to see somebody do something historic against my team, even though I just saw the Mavericks do something the other night where they were 0-138 for the season, and the Mavs were like, guess what? We'll show you.
Okay, quick question. Is the more achievable record tonight the 4th most points ever scored? David Thompson and Wilt Chamberlain are at 73.
What are you doing?
Is that more achievable?
Why are you trying to get us scored on that much? Let's just.
I was just asking
It's
if
gonna
that was
happen.
more achievable.
The Mavericks are giving up 120 to 150 points tonight.
I hope
Somewhere in
Joel
there.
Embiid scores like 7 points tonight.
But Joel is also in a battle for the scoring title, and I think that is very important to him and to Luka Doncic. And I just think Philadelphia, they're sitting in that 3 spot. It looks like they can't do anything different. Like they could fall to 4, but it looks like they're going to be the 3 seed. Milwaukee's winning every game they're playing now. Boston is a really good team.
Is Milwaukee up to 16 in a row?
And I just think that there's a real possibility here. Not that he's going to get to 100, but there's like a 1% chance. I mean, everybody's getting to 70 this year. I just think that if you made it, if you said, listen, against this team, they are so bad. Dwight Powell shouldn't be in NBA playoff games, and we're an NBA playoff team. You can definitely get 40 in the 20 minutes that Dwight Powell's covering you. At least 40, maybe 50. And then with the other guys playing the other 28 minutes, I'm going to have to extend you to like 44 minutes tonight. But in those 44 minutes, I think you have the possibility to get to 100. And Jason Kidd's not going to double team. Jason Kidd's not going to change his defense throughout the game. He's just going to sit around and pick his butt.
But the Mavericks are still favored tonight by 4.
Here's the deal. Philadelphia played last night, didn't they? I'm pretty sure they did. And that's the one thing is
the back-to-back.
Is the back-to-back and travel. And so I'm just wondering if that's the deal. If I could be, Joel Embiid might sit out. I would be upset if I sat out this game. If I'm going for a scoring record and I know there's an easy 50 on the board, like I want that easy 50. It was like nothing against West Mesquite, but I remember getting really mad at my coach. I was going for the batting average title in Dallas-Fort Worth, and we had just played like a good team, like Lake Highlands or something like that. And then we're playing West Mesquite, and I'm like, dude, this is 4 for 4 with possibly 2 bombs. And maybe 5 for 5 if we don't run rule him in 3 innings. And he sat me out because he wanted to give the scrubs their at-bats and knew we couldn't lose to that team. And that upset me a whole bunch. I got in trouble after the game because I was so mad that I sat out that game. I would be Joel Embiid mad if I sat out this game knowing there's an easy 50 for me tonight, if not more.
Now, just real quick.
Oh, it's the Warriors? Philadelphia Warriors. Okay.
There's been at least 72 points scored by an individual in an NBA game 7 times.
Isn't it 3 this year?
Can you? I think they peaked out at maybe 70 or 71.
Oh, I thought it was
72.
70 or more. Okay.
Can you name those people?
Wilt Chamberlain did it.
He did.
Multiple times, right?
Maybe. That's up to you.
I'm going to say he did it. I'm going to say he's done it.
All 7?
No, there's one other person.
Kobe did it against
Kobe
the Raptors.
did it, yeah.
He had 81.
All right.
Then the other person I
He
told
jumped
you
really high.
is
He's a high jumper.
David
Thompson. That's
and
right.
Wilt Chamberlain's the other 5.
Okay.
So Wilt Chamberlain.
So Mike is saying that he thinks Embiid is Wilt Chamberlain-esque.
No, he's hold on.
He will be.
Against the Mavs, he thinks any competent big raises their game, and Joel Embiid can be Wilt Chamberlain against the Mavericks.
I don't think the Mavs can defend good enough. You know what? I bet none of those guys on that court can stop Joel Embiid from doing anything he wants out there tonight. These guys stink at defense. They're the worst. They are miserable. That's not going to be good enough to cut it if you want to go anywhere in the playoffs. Hell, if you even want to make it into the playoffs. These guys can't do it. They know it. They should just throw in the towel tonight, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
No,
I really want them to think to themselves, you know what? Somebody out there, Mike Bassick specifically, is saying we can't do it. And you know what? I hope that motivates them because, Kevin, that would motivate you. I don't know what gets these guys off their butts to go do something good defensively.
All right.
Well, you think losing to the Lakers on national TV?
Not good, yeah.
They don't care.
And
I
don't think Embiid played last night either.
Oh, yes!
Not yes. He's day-to-day. Maybe he's still hurt.
Oh, yes.
He ain't day-to-day anymore. Come on, Joel.
Don't actively cheer for this.
The Mavs could win. What if the Mavs win 142 to 140 and Joel has 100?
Okay, I accept. As long as we win the game.
Now, we're not going to.
Okay, but that's why I don't want that to happen.
We're going to pass the ball back and forth with time remaining on the clock. They're going to double Luka because every person now in the NBA knows he's playing with a bunch of crap-ass players on the court. And so it's like pass to Reggie Bullock. At this point, and I'm not lying about this, with 2 seconds are on the shot clock and you pass it to Reggie Bullock and he's covered, I'd rather him throw it out of bounds than shoot the ball. At least we can set up our defense.
Hey, Mike, why do so many of these dudes just stand around and watch Jake work hard? Oh, actually, that's not Jake. But there's this one dude that's just really doing some work out there.
He's their supervisor. That's what he do. Yeah. From the 513, you set the bait. I love it. Embiid is currently plus 800, so 8-1 to be the next player to score 70 points. You know Mike is all over that bet.
Okay, realistically, if he plays tonight, how many points? If he plays his normal minutes,
35.
That's like average for him. That's not even above average. He's averaging 33, isn't he?
I don't know that offhand. Let me double check.
He's averaging 33.
Yeah. So I'll say 35.
All right. Come on, Corey. How many points does Joel Embiid get tonight if he plays against the Mavericks?
Okay, hold on. All right, does he score 100 points and we still win? Is that like
because that's what he said, and then he goes, "Nah, we're losing."
Okay, all right. I'm trying to figure out I think that tonight Joel Embiid gets, if they're smart. You have to be smart. Rick Carlisle was smart the other night. Right. We're not going to guard Dwight Powell. We're going to attack where they're weak. That's what he did very smartly the other night.
What did Jason Kidd do to
if Doc Rivers nothing? If Doc Rivers is smart, he will say we're going with the big man all night long. He scores 46 points.
Can I ask quick question? Quick question: is Jake the guy?
Jake's not even out here.
He's not out there right now.
Oh, okay.
He's wearing Kansas City Royals gear. He changes teams every time.
Because I thought it was him. Because one of those guys looked right up at Mike, and I was like, "Oh, was that Jake?" Where they're having a moment where he's like, "I want you to see me."
I'll yell at Jake when I see Jake. I yell. He ignored me today.
Do you think if you will you go down there and say, Jake,
we're not drag buddies?
You want to have a catch?
Oh my gosh.
What do you think would happen if you asked him that?
He would probably say no because I don't know. Right. I don't have a glove, and neither does he.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't check his cart, he has a lot of things on that cart over there.
He hands you a right-handed glove.
Yeah, when you guys reenacted the end of Can't Buy Me Love yesterday, that was really fantastic.
I'm gonna realistically say Joel Embiid gets 52 points tonight.
Okay,
but I'm hoping for 100.
From the 254, our lack of size, Embiid's gonna drop 50 easy. From the 513, I bet the Mavs win tonight. From the 321, Embiid's going to score 69 points tonight.
Nice.
from the 561. Have no fear. Oh, see, I do think they have fear because they said JaVale McGee is going to have 5 blocks
say
on
McGee until he does the 5 blocks, then he's back to McGee.
Okay,
I would try McGee tonight.
If he blocks Embiid 5 times, will you call him McGee tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
I changed his name to McGee twice so far this year.
Okay.
But he's gone back to Magoo. Jason Kidd Magoo's him. He Magoo's him to the bench.
And don't you not want Embiid to score a lot of points because then he would surpass Luka for the scoring title?
That baby B needs to figure out how to play, more concentrated basketball.
Hold on. Have you ever said this before, Mike? Have you ever said that he needs to focus more on what's going on and stuff? It
For
feels
years now.
What years now? Mike Bassick has been saying this guy needs to focus. And you know what? Some people are just now catching on, man. It sucks to be behind, huh?
I'm a really big fan of other Metroplex sports radio stations stealing our content. From the 972, Embiid is going to score 80 tonight. Oh, my God.
No.
Yes. That'll be the third person, right? You have Wilt, you have Kobe.
Yeah, that would be third.
Okay.
That's
doable.
From the 512, you sound too excited about this.
You don't want to watch history?
No, I don't. Not against my team. No,
I don't.
45 points, 16 rebounds, 6 assists, and 4 blocks for Embiid tonight.
What does it matter? We're not going anywhere. We gave up 106 points in 3 quarters to Indiana.
You know what? I would root more, actually, for Ohtani to pitch a no-hitter today in spring training.
Well, he's not
I know, he's not pitching, and they wouldn't even let him, but I would root for that more than I would for somebody to score 100 against my team.
If you took your family to an Angels-Rangers game,
yes,
regular season game, that meant very little, and you knew that the Rangers didn't care about basketball or baseball anymore, like the Mavericks. And he went out and threw a perfect game and hit 3 home runs in that game. A perfect game with 3 home runs. You wouldn't, in the 7th inning, go, oh, my God, I am watching the greatest game in the history of baseball. This person has put on the greatest game in the history of baseball. I would want to see that, even if it's against the Rangers.
I would still want to see Bochy look at Bubba and say, hey, kid, wreck it. All right, that's what I would be rooting for, is for Bubba to go up there and hit a little dribbler up the middle and get on first. Yeah, bunt on first base and break up the perfect game no-hitter.
There is a shocking amount of people that are also rooting for this. From the 817,
no, you can't.
Quadruple double tonight from the 254. Breaking records against Texas teams is so common, it's funny at this point. From the 214, if this team is going to suck no matter what, might as well watch something incredible. And then from the 806, this is what I want to see. But can Embiid beat Luka's stat line of 60 and 21? I know they're talking about in the past. I hope it happens tonight. And then finally, some positive news from the 619. That is San Diego, I do believe. The Dallas Stars are victorious, getting that first segment love. Jake Ottinger is back to looking sweet yesterday.
Yes.
Although,
all right, Ottie.
although I guess you can argue the entire team looks sweet because
there were concerns about his where he was.
I still have concerns about the overtime and shootout, and I know people will be like, yeah, but there's no shootout in the playoffs, and the overtime functions completely different in the playoffs. But I'm still concerned about those pressure situations. But last night, the defense was on point. The entire team was on point. They doubled up Arizona in terms of shots, and then because of the empty net, not empty netter, maybe it was a power play goal at the very end. They ended up doubling up Arizona as well, so they win 4-2 over Arizona.
And look how mad Cuban's going to be going to the AAC tonight. Crypto's down 4.3% today. Right?
So you think that's dictating his
yeah, he wasn't
his
mad.
mood?
He wasn't mad we blew the lead against LA. He was mad that crypto was going down again.
Tyler
And
Sagan.
Sean Rook's NFT wasn't doing well. Or did he make a Donald Hodge one too?
I'm sure he did. Tyler Sagan putting in work, had 2 goals, and that last goal was actually a shorthanded goal. I don't know why I was even thinking empty netter. That was too early for that. But, yeah, shorthanded goal right there. The Dallas Stars are victorious 4-2.
That's the Mavericks defense. We call those empty netters.
Yes, they are frequently.
4 seconds to go. Tim Hardaway Jr. is like, hey, would you like an uncontested layup? I give them all the time. Yes, there's a 70 piece at halftime. Thanks a lot, Tim Hardaway Jr.
We're the K&C Masterpiece.
Where's your dad?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up
Spank his
next,
ass.
this time it's what? It's really going to happen. Josh Smith
Oh.
gave his answer.
Okay.
Who would be your Rangers role model
Let's do that
off
next.
of this current team?
Get to the point.
We'll do that next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All day, every day.
105.3 The Fan, where our off-air conversations are just as weird, if not weirder, at Surprise Stadium in Arizona than they are back in the Metroplex. 877-881-1053 if you want to get on the conversation. From the 206, Mike, you're so annoying today. Please stop.
Oh, man.
He won't stop because on his Twitter poll, 1/3 of the votes right now are that Joel Embiid will score 100 points tonight.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
You're kidding.
And then for the 214, this is the best version of Mike.
Thank you.
So some differing opinions this morning.
You got to have fun when you're bad.
Yes, that is true. Man, I might have to scrap my Do You Think the Mavs could still contend segment.
Have you seen the picture that got taken last night from our dinner, Kevin? First off, our server that you loved so much. He cut out most of Brian Broaddus. All right, he cut out most of Broaddus, but he got this bird over here on the left side. So we at least got that lady in the shot.
Why is it moving?
It's a video. He did a video, not a picture.
When we asked him to take a picture, he did a video?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Go look at
It's only like a
Twitter.
2-second video.
Yeah,
I guess.
check out
You might have
Wolchuk's
cut it
Twitter.
a little bit.
Fantastic.
Let me edit this.
All right, now out here today, I thought Josh Smith gave a very logical answer for this team for his spring role model, and he said it's Marcus Semien. He said, I was lucky enough to stay in Dallas and get to work out with him this year. I saw how he went about his day. Whether he knows it or not, he's pushing me. So Josh Smith is like, the guy I'm emulating is Marcus Semien. I know it would depend on what position you are. Let's just say you're a generic baseball player. Who do you think would be your role model on this Rangers team?
Have you seen Semien get fiery yet, Mike?
I don't recall. He seems to be a very calm baseball player. There's not as far as I can remember, not a lot of emotion to him. I don't remember in Oakland him having a lot of emotion, or in Toronto, and obviously watching him a lot last year. I don't remember him being an emotional player.
Yeah, and at some point I'm betting, Kevin, when things are going really well, you'll see some of that positive emotion from him. But I don't think I've seen any fire out of him yet. And everything we know about the guy says that, yes, he's the dude that you want to be the role model on your team. If one of the players on this club is saying it, I bet it's more than a handful of them too. And they all recognize that. I know when it comes to Grego, a lot of people have questions about that. But one of the first things he told us was, the audience will know if you're a fraud immediately.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things that you have to be genuine to who you are, for one. And I think in a clubhouse on a team, guys know who frauds are whenever they're trying to do things, and a lot of the guys have real respect for Marcus Semien. So no wonder Josh Smith wants to be like that guy.
My answer was a little different.
And also that, do you remember DeMarco Murray said he wanted to be Witten? He was like, I'm looking at the vitamins and supplements that he's taking because I want to be like that guy.
So I came up with 3 players because they all kind of fit like a similar type of mold. And I said Martin Perez, Nathaniel Lowe, and Adolis Garcia. Because I think those are 3 guys that Major League Baseball had tried to already write the book on. Mm-hmm. Like, you're this. And then last year, or, in some of these cases, a couple of years, they were like, no, we're not. Like Nathaniel Lowe, he was done. People were like, nah, you're whatever. Silver Slugger. Martin Perez, all right, I'll sign you 1 year, $4 million. You're an afterthought. Meh. Then he goes out there and has a fantastic year. Adolis Garcia, you got him for nothing. And people thought he was never going to be anything. I think I might look at, depending on where you are in your career, I would look at those 3 guys as great examples of perseverance and saying, my narrative's not done until I get it to where I want it to be.
Yeah, I really love the Adolis part, Kevin. Not necessarily the same reason as you, though. That's interesting because that is to see a man truly succeed is to see him struggle through adversity.
Yeah.
And Martin Perez definitely struggled through adversity, and we still have questions. Was that Martin Perez the guy that we're going to get this year? Is he the same player? Adolis Garcia had, he was cut. He was moved on from, and he got another opportunity and took advantage of it. When I say the guy that I think is kind of a cool role model for baseball, I like Adolis Garcia as that option because he has this like joyful personality. I always loved Elvis, how happy he looked playing the game.
Yeah.
Until like he wasn't happy playing it anymore. There was definitely a time where he was not happy playing baseball. But Adolis, I was watching him out there yesterday, Mike. He was warming up in right field, and he overthrows one of the guys that he's warming up with, and they're joking around. And it's fun. It's fun to play this game, man, and it should be fun to play this game. It's a very serious business, but it should be fun too. And he looks like he's having fun, and he's really good at what he does. So that would be my guy right there.
Well, he almost had a cycle yesterday, but they took him out of the game.
Why would they do that? He has a chance to hit for the cycle.
He got a triple to start off the game, then a double, and then they're like, yeah, let's take him out.
Is that going to be remembered,
That's what they're going to do to Embiid. He's going to have 53 at half.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay. Yeah. Adolis. What now?
Adolis is your guy?
He's your role model?
No.
I would have thought maybe you might pick DeGrom or somebody like that.
Greg Maddux.
Oh, yes. Damn it. That's a good answer.
I know. I thought, honestly.
That's a good answer.
At our age, and he hasn't even managed a game for the Rangers yet, but I think Bruce Bochy would be a very good role model for us as, older than players.
Yeah.
So I do think he's a very good role model. And, Corey, what about your guy? You put your hand on his shoulder, and you put your mouth right here.
What are you doing?
And you make sure that
Mike.
Nobody can hear.
Why?
Dude.
And you Mike Maddox him.
You know,
and you're going to have a great
pitch better.
You're going to do great this next segment, okay?
Please stop.
Yeah.
I'm going to do terrible.
If you were watching the Twitch, that was a little awkward for you.
Yeah.
Mike Maddox is a great option because, as a father, too, one of the reasons he wanted to stick around DFW for a while was because his daughters were here, and he was like, I want to make sure I'm around here for that. And he has a very mild-mannered approach that I really like a lot. The way he goes up, all the pitchers we talk to, Kevin, say the same thing about Maddox. It's not, hey, I got some trick that's going to fix everything.
Yeah.
It's reality.
Yeah.
Hey, this is what we need to do right now. Focus on accomplishing that. Execute that. You're going to be fine. And so he's a great option.
Like, think about this. How much better do you feel now?
Less better.
What about now?
Less better. Why are y'all doing this?
If you were on the mound.
Bassick has his arm around me, and Corey has his arm. And why are you? Stop rubbing my back!
I thought that makes people feel better.
Mike, I've seen him submit paperwork to HR before, so just be careful.
No, I had to sit in an HR meeting because of
don't
you
worry about
one time at the newspaper.
I thought you knew more about Kevin than I knew. I thought you were going to say something about submissive or something.
Oh, my gosh. No BDSM this morning from the 972. Mine would be Corey Seager. Be great with no responsibilities. Get in and get out. That's my role model. Dang.
God, he has responsibilities.
He was talking with Jared this morning about, I think, a sushi restaurant or
His
something?
responsibilities are to hit the baseball and be at shortstop.
Okay.
Those are his responsibilities. Hit the baseball and be at shortstop. And I think
You're not wrong.
Look, was he late today for practice? No. He shows up on time. Does he talk to the coaches? Probably not. He's probably talking to his own coach.
Oh, no.
But at least he's getting some coaching, and that's what matters the most. As long as the dude's producing, will anybody really be that upset with him? No. That's the real answer. He might not dive for a baseball here and there, and you're going to be frustrated, and it might cost you a game.
And that's when I think maybe people will be frustrated for, let's say, like a day or two, depending on the situation. If it's just a regular season game, but if it's a playoff game and he's like, oh, I couldn't get it, and he doesn't dive, then I feel like it'll be much more problematic.
It's a half a frame, Kevin. Like, he could not dive and then come hit a home run, and it changes everybody's feelings about, well, he hit a home run.
True.
We're up 1-0 right now. So I think I think with Corey Seager, there are some things that you want out of him. Hopefully he's willing to give you that kind of passion and desire for the game. I just don't know if it's there.
I got a couple pitching updates for you about the Rangers, though. If you have more Rangers role models, feel free to send them in. 877-881-1053. Is Nathan Eovaldi will miss his next start with side soreness, similar to the tightness with Jacob deGrom. And we talked about he had that same tightness yesterday. Now we find out he will miss the start. And then Jose Leclerc maybe will not be in the World Baseball Classic because
it starts Tuesday.
Yeah, they're having some issues with him.
What?
So he was going to compete for the Dominican Republic, and they're having some issues with him as well.
Physical?
Yeah, he has neck discomfort, and so does Owen White. And he's got some neck tightness too. So there's multiple neck issues going on? I don't know why I just turned
Mike
my head.
immediately started rolling his neck.
Yeah.
And I did too. I was like, oh, my neck.
How's
a
my?
little bit.
It is tight.
Everybody has tight neck.
I didn't do my 10-minute stretching.
Yeah.
today.
Why not?
I just forgot.
That's
I didn't,
good.
I didn't have
Yeah.
enough time. I couldn't find the keys, but I found them. We got here.
What about? Here's another thought because the manager was named, Chris Young. How would you look at him as a role model? His competitiveness at the GM spot is something I admire a lot right now. Like he's like, I don't want to get my ass kicked. I want to be the ass kicker. And
He's aggressive with that message, which I like.
Yeah, and I need the talent to do it. I have to go acquire talent to do it. Mike, he's sitting there looking at a lot of these guys or the roster, and he's going, not good enough. Check him off. Not good enough. Check him off. I need to add more at the top tier part of it. I like his approach. It's very aggressive right now, and I think that's what you want out of that spot for sure. That's a leadership role.
I'm trying to find who the 2005 Phillies GM was because I forget his name, but it was Ed Wade. And Ed Wade was about 5'8". Nothing against him, like he seemed like a really nice guy, but like if you're on the Twitch, like his pants, he wore his pants like all the way up to here.
Oh my God, Mike!
Like that,
Mike.
Why are they so high?
And you're like, what? You're like, oh, and
Was that
then
belly
you go
button
and-
height?
Jeans or were they pleated khakis?
Yeah, like very high, right? And you go and you see Chris Young this morning walking in the clubhouse, and you just see this 6'10" beast. And there's just a difference, I think, as a player, especially like a young guy in your first ever big league spring training, to be like, dude, that's our general manager. He could kill me.
Now, Mike, you brought this up earlier.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make a note.
Okay.
If you got a paper ticket stub, you might want to make sure, or a ticket for tonight, you might want to make sure you hold on to it. There have been 25 tickets from the Wilt 100 game that were graded by,
you know what happened?
PSA.
Mark Cuban stopped tickets. He's cryptoing tickets. And I'm not lying. You saw my crypto thing?
You're right.
Like, you don't get a real ticket anymore.
Well,
you can crypto
it's
ticket.
impossible to get a real ticket at all. Like, I know usually they don't do it.
I think
you might be right.
I think maybe if you're buying tickets the day of the game, if let's say you
Like
go
a walk-up?
Yeah, walk-up or whatever, and maybe the scalpers who are out there, I think sometimes they're holding up tickets. So I guess you can get a physical ticket, but like as far as I know, Derek Holland, season ticket holder, he doesn't have real tickets. He just scans in, and most people, I would say 80% of the fans going to the game just scan their phone as their entrance. So I don't know how many tickets will be printed for tonight's 100-point Joel Embiid game.
It might not be a 100-point game, and it wouldn't matter anyway. But
Well,
you're
could you
basically
imagine-
saying the tickets getting phased out here?
The last one, and there might be even little smaller supply. The last one from the Wilt game sold for $26,400.
That seems like a lot.
And it's just a torn off piece of paper. It's not
God.
in great shape. Or
What if they
anything
don't
like
get
that.
100? They just turn into the Harlem Globetrotters, and they just start doing Larry, Curly, and Moe stuff. And
For the record, I don't think any of that is going to happen. But your
Bum,
Twitter.
bum, 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 bum. Like they just go and they're doing the weave and everything with the basketball, and the Mavs are all chasing them from behind, and then they lay it up. And really, what difference is that than what we see from the Mavericks for about the last
Man.
3 games defensively?
What an interesting pivot it's been from Mavericks super fan to Mike Mavericks his super hater fan on the team.
From the 214, my mother is 87 years old.
All right.
And has season tickets. The Mavs still print tickets for her
Oh.
every single game.
Well, keep your stub tonight, lady.
From the 817, what's the over-under for a roof leak tonight?
Oh, I know. I was thinking about that when I was doing the game with Jared, and we were talking about how nice it is that there was obviously green rain yesterday here. And
yesteryear.
Yes. And I was thinking to myself, aren't you glad you never have to deal with this at a Rangers game? If it's a 2 p.m. start, it's a 2 p.m. start. If it's a 7 p.m. start, it's a 7 p.m. start. But tonight at the Maverick game, there's about a 15% chance that the AAC cannot hold water and that you will have a delay, or if somehow the floor is going to leak from underneath and they're going to have to sweep the floor up like they did the other day and then have a 20-minute delay for that game. So there's a better chance of going to a Mavs game and having a major delay than at a Rangers game now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live from Surprise for Texas Rangers spring training. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I saw a very interesting strategy with the pitch clock. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Wolchuk and Shia. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. In Texas, we do everything bigger, and that includes the Classic American Countdown, which has been extended at Classic Chevrolet. 276 Silverados, huge one-time savings, and one final week. This is Texas. This is Classic. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick. Maybe some interesting news here.
Sometimes brought to you by Sonic during our spring training.
Good.
Yeah, you didn't do it right.
You wanted me to be really weird with it?
Yeah.
Well, would you
Wait,
love
Kevin,
something to eat?
Kevin,
what noise
be
do you
really
make?
weird with it. How would you be really weird with it as you get through yawning because we're to baseball nuggets? I'm sorry I bored you so much with this segment. Could you please give me the good for Sonic?
Good.
You know what?
877-881-1053.
Tweet.
But isn't that what you say in real life? You're like, oh, good.
I want the
Twitch me in. I'm on Twitch now. Twitch me if you like how Kevin goes. Good.
What do you want me to be like? Good.
It's still. You really didn't
Why'd
change
you do
much
the hand
except put
gesture?
your hand
It's
down
radio,
your
bro.
pants.
Come on.
I don't
It
get.
never went down my
There's
pants.
no Sonic in your pants right now.
But what if there was?
It would be a foot long.
I guess you keep it warm.
Get it together, y'all. Do baseball nuggets.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Do you know where the line is?
Did I just blow past the
went
line?
way past it, dude.
You are in such foul
I can't
territory
believe,
right now.
out of all people.
We were playing a normal game, and you just went so over the line.
I expect that
don't
from
even-
me, but
I'm
not
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry.
Jeez Louise. All right, well, let's talk about baseball after that. Whew. Okay.
Hot.
So, guys, if you didn't know it, I was covering a Rangers baseball game yesterday. I was on the webcast with Jared Sandler, and I noticed something that is going to be, I think, a new strategy for pitchers. Now, I'm being serious right now because I was like, wow, I never thought of doing this. A hitter has one timeout per at bat. So Justin Foscue was up to bat, and he needed to call a timeout. I forget why he needed to call a timeout, but we saw the other day the Rockies guy, he took a check swing and he said he got hit in his hand, and the umpire said, no, I believe that was the bat. So he needed extra time to get ready. So the clock was running, so he got into the batter's box and he called time so he could get an extra 20 seconds as his hand was bugging him. Well, Justin Foscue calls a timeout, and there was a runner on base. And so the pitcher thought, you know what? Justin Foscue doesn't have any more timeouts. I'm going to get on this mound and get on the rubber, and I'm going to take my sign. And the pitcher for the Dodgers got set with 10 seconds left on the clock. Now, this is very tough for a hitter and very tough for a runner. What did the pitcher do? He held the ball for 8 seconds. The clock is right in his eyesight. It's right behind the catcher, so the pitcher can see when the clock is running down. The hitter and the catcher can see when the clock is running down. So Justin Foscue had to hold his position as a hitter for 8 seconds, which is almost impossible to do. They would tell you after 4 or 5 seconds, if a pitcher is holding the ball and not stepping off, call timeout. Your runner's feet are starting to get heavy as he's like, is he picking? Is he pitching? The eyes of the hitter who are concentrated on the pitcher are starting to get a little bit blurry or not as focused as you'd like for it to be. But the pitcher knew nobody can call timeout. The runner can't call timeout. The hitter can't call timeout anymore. So we saw an 8-second hold where he just held the ball for 8 seconds. He stayed within the clock limits. And I just thought, wow, that is an amazing strategy that I never thought of. After a hitter calls a timeout, you can hold the ball on him. And then he lifted his leg with a runner on base with 2 seconds left on the clock to make sure that he didn't get close to it being a ball for the hitter. But that is a interesting strategy that I do think we're going to see come into play in baseball, which I never thought of. The pitcher can hold the ball for as long as he wants, and the hitter can do nothing about it, especially if they've already called their timeout.
That is a great strategy.
Yeah, and I think, Mike, it's that. There's going to be more of these things that pop up that we haven't thought of yet in all these different moments. I mean, hell, you brought up the fact that the foul ball was hit, and the pitcher waited until his guys got in line.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't speed the game up, but now he's on the bump with a clock, and so he's got to work with that again. But there are a lot of new things that are going to happen whenever – who was it that wrote S-Show? I mean, it might be, but it's still – there are some new interesting elements coming out of it right now.
The game yesterday was a long game, a lot of pitching changes, a lot of messing with the field, and the Rangers played here in Surprise. They played a split squad. They're also in Peoria. But here in Surprise, they played 7 innings with a lot of pitching changes, a lot of having to fix the mound up, and it still was 2 hours and about 20-something minutes for 7 full innings.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're looking at probably it was going to be a 3-hour game yesterday if they played all 9, but that's with rain delay. Not rain delays, but that's with kind of having to take a little bit of extra time to fix the mound up and the pitcher to kind of mess with their spikes. And the umpire did do a good job of making sure when the pitcher kind of slipped or felt uncomfortable because he had too much mud on his cleats to give him time to knock the dirt off of his cleats.
I saw LaTroy Hawkins retweet this and say, and he had a specific theory. I wanted to know what you think. There was an example of a pitcher on the mound, he's getting ready to throw the pitch, but the time had run out. And the umpire stands in front and does his, hey, no. But the guy was starting his motion. And whoever tweeted this video was like, this is going to be injuries all over the place. Your suggestion, LaTroy's suggestion, was throw that as hard as you can to the back, or throw it at the backstop.
Right.
Don't stop your motion just because this. Is that what you would suggest if you're – and guys should probably start to get to know this now just in case that pops up during the season.
Yeah, and we're still, we're 4 or 5 games into spring training right now, and all of these different things that we're going to see pop up. Like, I just never thought of the pitcher holding the ball for an 8 or 9 second count and nobody can do anything about it. I will say this, a lot of pitchers won't want to do that. It's very tough to just stay in your stretch position for 8 seconds and not accidentally flinch or do anything wrong there. But to your point of LaTroy Hawkins is now pitchers might have to do something like that. Like, hey, if you've lifted your leg and the ball has come out of your glove and then the umpire says, dead ball, I don't want you trying to violently stop your arm like that.
Yeah.
Let your arm go through the motion of throwing the ball and don't hit the umpire, because not only will you get thrown out of the game, you could get suspended for a month. If you hit,
Throw it into the net.
They might suspend you for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, the umpire stepped in my path, and maybe you were, I think of Johnny Cueto, some guys that maybe pick up their target late because they have a little bit of a big hip turn. And I'm just thinking, gosh, what if they've turned their hip or turned their head to second base and they don't see the umpire has gotten in their pathway?
Yeah.
Now, I think that'll be very rare, and I do think that pitchers won't hit an umpire. But you do got to tell your guys, look, if you've started your motion with your arm, especially if you've lifted your leg and the ball hasn't come out of your glove, it's pretty easy to stop from throwing a ball. But if the ball's come out of your glove and you've started the momentum of throwing the ball, I want you to throw it. But obviously you can adjust your sights to just throw the ball 20 feet over, the umpire and catcher's head. The other thing I want to talk about real quick is Cole Reagans. Wow. Guys,
did you see even Bochy was like, yeah, impressive, huh?
I had no clue. I looked at, after 2 pitches, I looked at Sandler and I said, hey, he's throwing 95, 96. Like, this isn't Cole Reagans from last year. And he said, yeah, he worked really hard on, I was trying to find him in the clubhouse. He just wasn't in there this morning to talk to, because I really wanted to ask, what exactly did you do to go from 91 to 93? Now, this was spring training game number 1, but it was 50 degrees at most outside yesterday with a light rain while he was pitching, and he was throwing the ball 95 to 97. Is that because he only threw 1 inning? Is that what he's going to be if he becomes a reliever for the Texas Rangers?
Question, yeah.
I don't know all of these things, but if he's throwing 95 to 97 from the left side with the changeup that he has, we mentioned Nathan Eovaldi is shut down right now. He's not going to make his next start. We don't know what's going to happen, but you do start getting into, we are 4 weeks away, and if I'm shutting down a pitcher right now from throwing a baseball, it can get a little bit difficult for him to get extended enough to start in the 5-man rotation on March 30th through April 4th, my first 5 games of the season. I don't know what the plan is with Cole Reagans. I wanted to ask more of those questions, but I would want to keep him a starter. If he can throw 95 to 97 with his changeup, and he has a pretty good breaking ball. It's not the best, but it's pretty good. If he does that, I might have a pretty special left-handed starting pitcher in the future here.
And he's got a heck of a story already, so I think people are going to be very, very heavily rooting for him.
Kevin, if I'm putting him out there, though, for one inning, and he does that, but the reality is he sits in the 93 range or a little lower, like for typical games if he's going longer, right now I want to kind of get an idea of what he's really going to be, not, hey, he just showed me what he can do in one inning. Like, I want more of a reality there.
And he did admit he was like adrenaline.
A little pumped up. Okay,
yeah,
all right.
But he also seemed to make a vague allusion to the fact that he could hit 99.
Okay,
but I'm not sure if that was just a thing he was saying, like depending on the adrenaline. But he did talk about the adrenaline that he had. But it's an interesting question. I am always leery of pulling a starter away from being a starter if you see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, with all due respect to the bullpen people, you feel like you can find that maybe easier than you can find, like, a guy that you're like, this could be a starter and a cheap starter for a long time.
Yeah, and I'm with you. If I was the Texas Rangers and he's not going to be in your starting 5-man rotation to start the year, I have him in AAA starting because – that was really special. So when I talked about Jack Leiter yesterday, I know I'm out of time here, but when I talked to Jack Leiter yesterday, and we might have him on the show today.
Oh my gosh.
I wasn't impressed by what Jack Leiter did, but I wasn't disappointed by what Jack Leiter did either. It was 10 pitches. We saw 94, 95 miles an hour.
And it's tough in one inning.
But that one inning of Cole Reagans was impressive. Like, if that was what Jack Leiter or Kumar Rocker did, I'd be like, guys, like that was ace material right there. It's very tough to put that on Cole Reagans because of the injuries, and he's been around for a while. But what we saw from Cole Reagans yesterday was ace stuff, was I can dominate the big league stuff.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what retired NBA players like and don't like about the modern game. 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation, talk about Cole Reagans or anything else, we'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike Bassick is giving Corey Majors a shoulder and potentially neck massage right now.
He is releasing every. Oh my gosh!
I hope that is
not
the
right
case.
there. Just really. Yep. Oh wow! This is Mike. You have strong hands. My wife could never do this for me. This is great. Oh, Kevin.
From the 817.
Why do you hate this so much? Look at.
I don't particularly care. No, because he's doing it weird. He's not massage. He's like, oh, let me caress
I just felt
your shoulder.
maybe the best. That was amazing. I loved it.
For the 817, if you're curious, 1053thefan.com/merch if you want to get some of this awesome 1053 The Fan stuff. Not bid on a back massage from Mike Bassick.
That kind of curious. Okay.
All right. So the Athletic.
My thumbs are sore now.
Oh man. What, Kevin, will you rub his thumbs?
Mark that. Is the Athletic a survey with former NBA basketball players, and they went through, what they like and don't like about the modern NBA. But I wanted to start
like the way the game's played on the court.
Exactly.
Okay.
So they surveyed 101 former players. Some
I intentionally didn't look at
Okay,
this.
awesome. I think you're going to love it. All right, who is the best current player in the NBA?
Right now?
Right now.
Wait a second. I did see this part, right?
Okay, yeah. Well, you haven't seen the rest of the questions, though.
Okay, I saw. Didn't they put LeBron?
LeBron's number one at 28%. Jokic, second. Giannis, third. Jokic is barely ahead of Giannis. Kevin Durant, fourth. Steph Curry, fifth. Luka, sixth. Kyrie, seventh. Now,
Did you, by the way, I know I'm getting a little bit off topic. Did you see where Kendrick Perkins went on First Take and pretty much said that the only reason white people get MVP votes is because they're white and not good at basketball?
yes, he also deleted a tweet where he doubled down on that. So that's a thing that happened because he was calling out Nikola Jokic. First, he called him a stat patter, and then he was like, look at these people that aren't in the top 10 for scoring winning MVPs. Why do you suppose that is? And so,
And he mentioned Dirk, and I'm pretty sure Dirk was top 10 in scoring.
And
but
he mentioned, obviously he mentioned Steve Nash, and now Jokic after he called him stat padding. It was really funny. Jokic's response after he got his 100th career triple-double, he goes, well, I mean, it's really easy when you're just stat padding.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was a great thing. So, Kendrick Perkins, I hope you stop saying things like that. Now, let's all move the hell on. So they have, or carry the hell on, excuse me. Luka is sixth in the player voting. What was interesting, though, is Kyrie is seventh. And that makes it all the more maddening I don't feel this way. Like, I wouldn't describe it this way. But if you thought the Mavericks had two of the top 7 players in basketball, and they're it feels like they're floundering at the moment, that is agitating.
Yeah, they are not perfect together yet. I don't know if they'll have enough time to become really good together because this is my opinion. From what I understand, it's probably the rest of this season, and if they're in the playoffs, and then they're probably not going to be teammates the rest of the way. But if they are, they are, and they'll, I think, get better together. But yeah, I am surprised that Kyrie got votes, but I can see from former players going, dude, nobody's ever handled the ball as well as Kyrie Irving does. And when he is on, Kyrie is on. I mean, he is great. Now, the last few games, he's had really bad games. For Kyrie Irving, those are 2 really bad games. His last 2 games have been horrible for Kyrie Irving standards. Very good for NBA standards. But I think Kyrie's had 2 back-to-back bad games for the Mavs. Hopefully he has a good game tonight for him.
How frequently do you see 2 stars get put on a same team and it works instantly? And how, does it take this long always? Or
I think it takes time because I can just think of Dwayne Wade and LeBron James. I think, Kevin, it takes a lot of time when the guys play the same position or they are both major ball handlers. I think when you put, I know this is getting drafted, when you put Magic Johnson with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, there's no problem. They play 2 different positions. Anthony Davis and LeBron James. pretty easy. They play two very different positions on the court. But I think when you're like, hey, here's two dominant ball handlers or here's two ball dominant guys, I think it does take time for them to figure out how to get the most out of each other.
Now, this one was interesting because, Mike, I honestly want to know your thoughts on this as well. What do you miss the most about being an NBA or ABA player was the question. But for you then, what do you miss most about being a Major League Baseball player?
The camaraderie.
I think the competition.
Okay.
I do like the camaraderie, but just I got to compete against the top 500 or 1,000 players in the world in a season. That these are the best players in the whole world for the most part. There's probably a few Japanese players in Japan that could immediately come over and play in the major leagues, but not a lot. And when you look at all the other leagues, they're high minor leagues. And so just to get to compete, to get on the mound and say, today I am facing Adam Dunn and Ken Griffey Jr. and Josh Hamilton. I'm just thinking like of the Reds back in the day, or I'm getting to face, these are, even if it's the Pirates and they're kind of not big names, you still facing 25 guys that are on a major league roster. I mean, that is, to see how good you really are, to get to face the best was just really awesome. At times, the nerves got the best of me. At times I was able to compete and beat those guys, but it's really awesome to get to. It's weird in our spot. We're not really, we are competing. There's ratings and stuff, but it's not like if I talk like this, I will beat this person. Like this. Yes, there's competition in this, but it's not really a competition where like it's literally of, can I get you out or can you get a hit against me?
I would love that, like face-to-face type of competition.
And so that's where there's no judging. There is actually watching and then the result of what happens, and just to get to compete at that level is just so awesome. Sometimes I'm watching yesterday going, I can't believe I did compete at this level.
That was second on the list. First on the list was, Corey, you said the camaraderie. That was first on the list. Second was the competition. Third was the money.
Oh, yeah, money's good.
I was surprised about this. Fourth is the traveling. But just if you ever wondered like where you fit in the hierarchy, fifth is the fans at 2.3%.
Your face fans.
So
you're number one for this station.
That's right.
We named our station after you.
Yes, absolutely. Man, do you remember that amazing meeting we had where somebody who used to be with the station was like, we need to change the name of the station?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That would solve all of our problems.
To the broadcasters?
The traveling is interesting because it is fun to travel. Like it's kind of a beatdown also. I get that part, but it is fun to go to new places.
That's true.
And experience things. And there are a lot of people that love being able to do that. And I think you kind of get to do that for almost free for a lot of those guys.
I do think this. I think if you don't have family, I think traveling is amazing. But I think when you have a wife and kids, I think most guys are like, the traveling thing, I want to see my kids. Like last night, I missed my son play basketball.
Yeah.
I would rather have watched, nothing against being here, I would have rather watched my son play basketball than be in Surprise, Arizona. Still had a great time at dinner and everything, but I really miss that. I would rather be doing that than being in Surprise, Arizona.
I hear what you're saying.
But if you're single and you're going out on the road, and, let's face it, if you're single and you're an NBA basketball player, you're chase and tell and you're winning most of the time.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure a lot of guys that, are maybe still single or whatever, like, God, being a single NBA basketball player, that was probably the life for them.
What current NBA player do you enjoy watching the most?
Luka.
I'm going to guess they say Giannis.
Okay. Number one, Steph Curry. Number two, Ja Morant. Then
interesting.
Jokic. Then Kevin Durant. Then Luka. Then Giannis in sixth. Then LeBron in seventh.
I'm not gonna lie. I still do love watching Kevin Durant score. Like you can hate him for like all the places he's been or whatever, but watching that dude put the ball in the hoop is so much fun. He's so good at it.
And as long as you're not playing Ja in a pickup game, you probably enjoy playing.
Nobody said Zion. By the way, I'm just teasing because last night turning on the Portland, New Orleans game, I'm like, this guy never plays.
See, Zion was not in the top 9 because it goes LeBron, Kyrie, and Jason Tatum from there.
I'm surprised. Tatum needs to start getting more respect.
He really does. And we're going to talk about that either today or tomorrow. Hypothetical, The 2021-22 Golden State Warriors against the 1982-83 76ers. Who wins that series?
Oh, my God. I have no clue.
I have no clue what
But
the
you know what
76ers
they're
at that
gonna
time
vote,
were.
Yeah,
right?
they're all going to vote for the 76ers because that's when they played.
75% to 25%. And the leading one said Sixers win in 6, then 5, then 4, then 7. And so every single one was the Sixers before the Warriors got a single
There's such
vote.
different rules and different
Right.
ways they play the game. So both teams, it's almost impossible the way the game, the rules especially in dribbling, in somewhat traveling, and the way that the ball entered the post and now it never enters the post. I mean, there's just so many things that are different from the game.
How much better or worse is the play in the modern NBA?
Than like the 80s and 90s?
Yes.
I would say 25% worse.
A lot worse or a little worse?
A little worse. I'm not
Okay.
going to say a lot worse, but it's moving up and up and up. Since
Yeah.
they did
No,
this
I
play-in
hear
thing,
ya.
Corey, I'll let you answer, but since they've done this play-in thing, and said only 10 teams don't make the playoffs, it has gotten worse.
I don't know, man. You said the play in the game.
Yeah.
It just seems like you have more guys scoring at higher rates. You have more guys doing certain things. I would say maybe 10% worse.
See, and this is not as split as I thought, because the leading vote getter is it's a bit worse today. Second is can't compare different eras, and third is it's a bit better today.
Yeah.
Then after that, it's much worse today, but right behind that is much better today. So it is like they're polarizing answers, but the totals kind of come back to, about 55% think it's worse, about 45% think it's better.
Yeah, I
like
think
if you split it up.
Here's the deal. If you do like and one basketball or somewhat Harlem Globetrotters basketball, I think the game is better today. Where I don't want carrying, I don't want traveling. I want the guys to be able to make 3 jab steps without dribbling. And you're like, it is what it is. I mean, everybody who's really good at it, Luka does it, Ja does it. Like all the guys, obviously Kyrie's one of the best at it of you not dribbling while still making moves and keeping your dribble alive. You weren't able to do that back in the day. So, I mean, if somebody is like, man, I had all those moves, they were just considered illegal. I go back to Dominique did a Euro step around Kevin McHale in the 80s, and they called traveling on it. So, you might be like, man, I like the rules now that there's more freedom to travel and carry the basketball.
Be creative, yeah.
And then guys don't care as much about defense.
Which current NBA coach would you want to play for? Then this is for the older, retired 101 group of NBA players.
I mean, Kerr seems like a reasonable person to put down there.
I would have guessed Pop. It's close, but Kerr is 0.5% better than Greg Popovich. Doc Rivers, that's a terrible choice. Eric Spoelstra and Jason Kidd. So Jason Kidd is 5th on the list.
Kerr in that world,
I just
Kerr
watch
has.
it, so you don't have to worry about him saying anything.
There's a lot of. It seems like there's a lot of freedom in your offense with Kerr, and there's a lot of very clear understanding of what you're supposed to accomplish, and he lets the talent be the talent.
And the last question on this list, I was very fascinated by this one. Are you happy about the money today's players are making, or are you jealous about the money?
I think both would be my answer.
Okay.
Because I'm very happy that current MLB players make what they make. That is awesome. I'm also jealous that when I made the major leagues, the league minimum was $180,000, and now the league minimum is like $750,000.
Oh.
So still, $180,000 was great money in 2001. But, now that you know that it's about $600,000 more if you play a full season in Major League Baseball, heck yeah, I'm jealous about that. But I'm so happy and proud that we struck when you had to strike or say we're not going to play. Luckily, it didn't come to that. Like, we're not playing tomorrow. If in 2002, we're not going to play baseball tomorrow if you guys are really going to try to once again push a salary cap. I'm very proud that Manny Machado got $350 million. I'm going to be very proud when a guy like Juan Soto and Shohei Ohtani get $500 million on their contract. That's awesome for those guys.
This was the answer that surprised me. 69% of
Nice.
the players said they were very happy, and only 7% said that they were somewhat jealous.
So it means like they feel like they played for something, like they helped build that
which is what
legacy.
Mike just said.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
You know, like I know a lot of the Cowboys players. I know a lot of the former players do get to still do jobs because Jerry Jones keeps them around, for those things.
Yeah.
But a lot of them look at what they've built. They look at what Jerry has built, and they take a little piece of that and say, I helped with that. And I know it's different because they don't get the same thing, but they're like, he is standing on our shoulders. But I was part of that.
And I found one more I wanted to quick hit. Which player could have excelled when you played? LeBron, by far and away, the leading vote getter, followed by Durant, Curry, Giannis, Jokic. So you see a theme there.
Not Draymond?
No.
Man, that's interesting.
And then sixth place was all of them. And then Luka and the man that Mike is, I guess, hoping gets 100 points tonight,
Mike.
Joel Embiid.
Come on, Joel. Show us how to do it. I think there's a possibility. I was actually just talking to somebody during the break, and they said
it was me.
I talked to somebody else on the phone.
You're talking to me while you're rubbing my shoulders.
That's true. I did talk to you guys too, but they were saying that Embiid should be good to go. They don't like playing him back to back,
Yeah.
and so they sat him out against Miami so he could play this game. So you're
Oh my gosh!
You're looking at they rested Joel Embiid to play this game tonight.
If he has like 25 points in the first quarter, I'll be so crap. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Feed the big man!
Right here on 105 through the Fan, live from Surprise for Texas Rangers spring training. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports, pop culture, or maybe Joel Embiid opinion? Let us know. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Coming up on the Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation.
Brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for my buddies an idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did they forget the name of their conference? Because I'm going to start with Kentucky Sports Radio's Matt Jones. This is his tweet. You can probably figure out what he meant to say. If Kentucky wins tonight, Cats are locked into the number 3 seed in the sex tournament. That means the late game on Friday night.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry, what?
But look at where the Z and the X and the C are.
Yeah.
I just pulled up my computer.
That's your phone.
Oh, just pulled up my phone.
It's also a computer.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
And if you look at it, instead of looking at my
sex tournament,
I probably should have just looked at my keyboard instead of being like, hey, I'm going to send out a fake text here. But I was like,
877-881.
C and X are close.
1053.
How far would you advance in the sex tournament?
What are What also are the categories in the sex tournament? Please list them. Rounds 1 through 8.
We're not going to be able to read those.
877. I just want to hear what our Tolos think.
I don't know
about
what we can't do after what you did earlier in
Yeah.
baseball nuggets. I'm like, I guess we can go that far now.
Yeah, you crossed the line.
That'd be one and done. Now, obviously, he was trying to say the SEC tournament, but as
Or was he?
Mike and Reggie pointed out, on your phone, computer phone, those letters are right
The
next
sex
to each other.
Also, sometimes just autocorrect be wildin', you know?
No, that is
Yep.
true, and it's unfortunate because
If you text sex a lot, then it's going to correct because SEC doesn't make a word.
Okay.
From the 682, is this an open invitation tournament, or do we know how to qualify? This is a very good question.
Oh, yeah.
Are you saying that there's like foreplay for the tournament?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and because you capitalize the letters in the conference, so the sex is spelled out SEX in capital letters. So it's like sex tournament. So
Reggie, you know what to do.
Don't, man, come on. That was for the radio.
Is that one of the categories?
Yeah, I guess.
Endurance, style, distance. Yeah, no, I see where they're going with
Oh
that.
my gosh,
Wow.
distance.
Did you get what Reggie just did to you?
Yeah, I do. All right,
Reggie, A+.
do you guys want to stick with
The sex tournament? Sure.
Uh,
My buddy's an idiot. I have one, Kevin.
Okay.
My buddy is an idiot. It is
more
his name is Brendan Rodgers.
Oh, yeah.
He plays second base for the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, it's a high pick in the draft.
And
he dove for a ball.
He dove for a ball, and
Oh, what
he may
happened?
need season-ending surgery.
We saw Was it! that at
On
our
his
game?
Yes, on his shoulder. He and reliever Lucas Gilbreth could require season-ending surgery. Rodgers, they said, by the way, he dislocated his shoulder in that game that we saw earlier in the week, sustained more damage than expected to the shoulder capsule, according to Tom Harding. That's not Tom Hardy, by the way. It's
Yeah.
Tom Harding of MLB.com.
Now is not the
He
time
said
to be scared.
no decision has been made yet. The possible surgery could threaten his entire year, though. I think, and here's the thing, Mike, we watched Seager not dive for a ball
Advantage
the other
Corey
day.
Seager.
And and now regular season, dive for that ball, okay? Especially if it's a meaningful game and you're all those things. Preseason, Mookie Betts, didn't he dive for one in the outfield that he maybe didn't need to dive for yesterday?
He
took
took
a bad angle.
A bad angle on an Adolis Garcia base hit, and he was like, oh no, the ball's about to get by me, so I better dive for it to cut it off. And he missed it, but he did dive for it yesterday. And
You like to see hustle, but you don't want to end your season before it even starts in spring training.
But you feel like you dive for, I don't know, 100 balls, I'm going to guess, in a season, maybe 150, and you really never get hurt. I mean, he just had to, obviously, unfortunately, get that shoulder or, maybe his hand got stuck.
Yeah,
and
stuck.
It pressed all of that force into his shoulder to ruin it. So that stinks for Brendan Rodgers.
That does stink.
That is shocking. It's also shocking looking at the fan text. Y'all know that I can't read so many of these. But somebody
This is
goes,
research,
I
man.
used to be a massage therapist. Do I automatically qualify for for what he meant to say was the SEC tournament, but said is the sex tournament.
2-1-4 shot put, but with marbles.
Oh, no, from the 2-1-4, or ping pong balls. I'm an idiot. I texted my dispatcher about the sex tournament instead of the fan text. Oh, dear.
Oh, that's hilarious. I appreciate that.
My buddy is an
Happens to the
idiot.
best of us.
My buddy was scoring like 20 points a game right before the All-Star break.
Why is this Josh Green's fault?
And then after the All-Star break, the coach decided, you know what's best to do with guys that are averaging 20 points and really impacting the game?
We have 2 players like that.
Let's play them 20 minutes a night instead of 30 to 40 minutes a night, like when he had 40 minutes and went 8 of 12 from the field for 23 points, or played 40 minutes against the LA Clippers and went 5 of 7 from the field for 14 points and 5 rebounds. Let's really limit his minutes. Yet in the limited minutes, the dude is still shooting over 50%. The dude is still shooting over 50% from 3.
I know.
And we've decided to limit Josh Green's minutes.
So are
to
you
20.
calling Jason Kidd the idiot then?
Jason Kidd, you have become an idiot.
Oh, my goodness. Is that worse than the person who said they got caffeine poisoning? Also, you kind of look like the Unabomber right now.
I guess you could.
Don't say that in this place, dude. We have security around.
He doesn't even go
I
here.
don't need to be like treated. It's cold. It's chilly
It
here,
is.
man.
My
The
daughter
window wide open.
and wife are in Austin right now in T-shirts, and we're here in spring training, supposed to be warm weather, and we've had to wear a hoodie every day and can't take it off for any time of the day.
Sounds like DFW's about to get some rough weather, though. Like,
Are they getting the purple rain?
They have the red.
The red rain?
Invading
Purple
their
gets
place
cold
right now.
rain.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So red rain is coming our way.
Now, Matthew Mayer, who I believe sang Your Body is a Wonderland.
That's John Mayer.
Oh, he plays for Illinois, and he missed multiple practices because he said he had caffeine poisoning.
I think you can actually intake too much caffeine. I think that's a reality.
Okay.
And there's a level that doctors have said, don't drink more, like they say, don't drink the 16 Red Bulls in the morning, stuff like that.
So tell me if you think this should meet the criteria. He said, I've actually been sick the past few days. I had caffeine poisoning. I literally had 6 Monsters the day of the game. I had one.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
I had one before the game, but I had 5 after because I like a caffeine-induced euphoria to play video games.
Okay,
that is actually
Bad
what
idea.
he said.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys, they think they get all cracked out whenever, or they're real snappy whenever they're playing video games because they're taking, they take a Red Bull or they take some sort of energy drink or whatever. And a lot of the streamers, because they stream for 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 hours at a time,
Sure.
and they are literally just sitting there doing nothing else. So they're like, just put this caffeine into my body so they can feel that vibe on everything. But yeah, it does look like there are some. It said recommended amount, and I don't know exactly what the recommended
Surely
amount. But
6 Monsters is not in that parameter.
I don't know, man. It depends on how much time he took that caffeine in. I bet that dude was shaky as hell, though, man. Can you imagine being all jacked up like that? You see me on 2 cups of coffee in the morning.
That is true.
They're bitty cups.
All right, we're going to need a ruling on this one. Is Ja Morant an idiot?
Man, I tell you what, if you're talking about how he sacrifices his body at the rim,
I am
you
not.
might want to slow that down a little bit and go study Derrick Rose's career.
I'm talking more about how he wants to sacrifice other people's bodies sometimes at the mall. All right. So
yeah, what's up with this story?
All right, and there's 2 phases to it. One of which I don't know. I still want more information. There's a teenage boy, and this came out a few months ago, that told the police that Ja Morant punched him, and the NBA star emerged from his house with a gun in the waistband of his pants, according to police interviews. Now, other people have pointed out that there was a pickup game, and the teenager intentionally threw the basketball at Ja Morant and hit him right in the face, and then approached Ja Morant like he wanted to fight. All right, so that's one part of it. But then the other part is the one about the mall. And that one's pretty bad. So Ja Morant, alleged per the police reports, Ja Morant's mom called him after having an argument with somebody at the finish line. and the employee there, or one of the employees there, alleges that he rolled up about 9 deep and tried to get the security guard.
Finish line still exists? I did not know
I guess
that.
so.
All right.
And they stopped it, and then he asked the manager or security guard or whoever, and he said, let me find out what time he gets off.
Oh, really?
And so, obviously, a very clear threat made right there. And so, the same day, yesterday, there was a new ad campaign for Ja Morant that came out, and people were like, oh.
Yeah, the Powerade.
Yeah.
So this is interesting, like, you make a lot of money. You compete at the highest level.
Got to stand up for your mom.
Why do you have to get into this kind of stuff? It just seems like that should be below somebody like that.
I could see how, like, if Ja Morant himself, although maybe it's impossible for him to travel alone because everyone, like, hoards around him and everything, but, like...
And then there are people around you that talk you up and gaslight you. Is that the right use of that?
Maybe. I could see how somebody did something, like, or aggravated or ran afoul of your mom. You would want to defend her. This is probably not the right avenue, but I don't know what the right avenue is because I don't know exactly what made his mom's day difficult, like with an argument with a Finish Line employee. Like, I have no idea if she was like, oh yeah, well, you're a B.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I could see how you're like, you can't call my mom that.
Like, she's like, well, I want some red shoelaces, and he's like, we don't have any, and she's like, this is infuriating.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, I don't either. I don't know exactly the details of that part of it.
That I can't say, but either way, it's not a good look for somebody who is one of the obvious emerging superstars in the NBA. If you even think he's still emerging and hasn't already
I think he's there right now. I really do think he's there. I think obviously, next level playoff stuff makes him more of a national star. But I think for baseball heads or basketball heads, they're going, yeah, that he's one of the guys right now.
He's one of the most fun guys to watch.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely. From the 214, definitely some Mavericks pushback here. I guess I'm an idiot. I got a Jason Kidd jersey to start the season, and now he's being a terrible coach. From the 817, the Mavericks organization are idiots because of, everything.
Everything? You went to the Western Conference Finals last year.
How quickly
Can you not
we
enjoy
forget?
You can't enjoy that part of it?
What have you done for me lately?
Oh, my gosh.
Although somebody...
Man, do you remember how many years we went between playoff series, and here we are now?
Yes.
Kevin, gosh. You know what, Mavs fans? Go back to the 80s and 90s. Go back to the 90s where we were doing nothing.
Yeah. Don't
and
say the
enjoy
80s.
that.
We were going
there
to
were some
Yeah.
good moments in the 80s where we fumbled it away against the Lakers. But go back to those times whenever we were the worst team in basketball every single year,
sports.
and there was no promise for it. What they're doing now, they're middle of the pack. They need to be better. Yes.
One pushback here from the 214. My buddy's an idiot because they think the Kyrie Irving trade was a failure rather than giving it a month or two for them to learn how to play together. I think the issue, obviously, you might run into is in 2 months, like, you've hit the playoffs. And so I really hope they've figured out how to play together. I am still hoping for something. I know it's looking worse by the game.
It's a weird time. I remember texting my buddy who covers the Knicks, and he was like, oh, my gosh. And I said, hey, I think it's a horrible team right now because there's no defense and no rebounding, and it is playing out that way. But I said, if in the offseason they can get the right pieces around Luka and Kyrie, assuming Kyrie stays in Dallas, it could really work out. But unfortunately, it is playing out in a way that none of the players on this team make sense on a Luka-Kyrie team. Josh Green kind of does.
Yeah.
But besides that, I don't know what player, that is going to play 25-plus minutes makes sense on a Kyrie-Luka team.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Could the NFL Draft be in for a shocking number 1 pick? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Susan, it's so great.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece Live and Surprise is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. In Texas, we do everything bigger, and that includes the Classic American Countdown, which has been extended at Classic Chevrolet. There's 276 Silverados, huge one-time savings, and one final week. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, just in time for Corey to cough on the mic.
It's science time.
Are you going to tell me science things?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Because Corey had a great question as we're watching our man Jake drag the field, but because of yesterday's rain, they had to throw a lot of Diamond Dry on the field, and they are now dragging in the Diamond Dry into the wet clay soil.
Does that mean they have to do too much stuff for you to be able to get involved in shenanigans, you think?
Yeah, you can tell.
They're busy today.
They're working today. Yeah. And it says here, I didn't know this, it says Diamond Dry is an all-natural, biodegradable, and renewable product made from corn cobs with no chemicals, coloring, and other additives. Diamond Dry does an exceptional job of absorbing water on baseball and softball fields. Just apply to the wet areas, rake it into the wet soil. Your field will be playable in minutes.
Wow!
So I'm guessing
it's corn on the cob.
It absorbs it to the top of the playing surface, and then that helps release it. That helps release the moisture faster. I guess is kind of what I'm getting there.
They've nailed the field multiple times. So instead of dragging the field, they use a nail drag, and so they want to get the moisture, within kind of, let's say, 2 inches underneath the ground to release. And they did that a couple hours ago, would you say? Maybe less than 2 hours ago, but about 2 hours ago. And our man Jake then and his team threw out bags upon bags of Diamond Dry, and now he is dragging the Diamond Dry into the nailed field.
They've been nailing it and pounding it all morning, Kevin.
Nope.
Well, they have.
Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep. Diamond Drying the mound now.
And we start with updates on the Jalen Carter saga. He was booked. The Athens Clark County jail records show that he posted bonds totaling $4,000 before he was released, and now he is back at the Combine today. So I will be curious what happens after this in terms of media speaking and availability. But he did take to Twitter to say the following, and he put it in very, very clear terms. Sorry, just 1 second. I have to view the sensitive media.
As you're viewing this real quick, let me tell you this. I do think it's good that this happened to Jalen Carter now, because if you remember
time to damage control
on draft day when Lyle Collins, it was like, hey, did you murder this person?
Yeah.
And it was like there was no time for teams to try to figure out did he have any involvement in this? What involvement did he possibly have in this? So every team decided we can't draft him. He might be going to prison for life.
And now you still have almost 2 months.
Right. So you have a lot of time to figure out everything. So by the time you get to draft day, you have a good idea on what he everything that he was involved in this situation.
So Carter tweeted this out yesterday, Jalen Carter, not our Carter. This morning I received a telephone call from the Athens, Georgia Police Department informing me that 2 misdemeanor warrants have been issued against me for reckless driving and racing. Numerous media reports also have circulated this morning containing inaccurate information concerning the tragic events of January 15th. It is my intention to return to Athens to answer the misdemeanor charges against me and to make certain that the complete and accurate truth is presented. There is no question in my mind that when all of the facts are known, that I will be fully exonerated of any criminal wrongdoing.
All right.
So he's on the offensive, and he's like, no to all of this.
Yeah, that seems like a good, strong approach from your
for
group.
sure.
That's kind of what you want for him.
Now, we go from that to the Jags are expected to use the franchise tag on Evan Ingram. I believe you still have until Tuesday to finalize that, and obviously Cowboys fans are going to be anxious to see if that's what goes down with Pollard, and I'm sure Giants fans, Ravens fans, there are plenty of other quarterback decisions in the mix there, but it looks like the Jags will use their franchise tag on Evan Ingram. Let's go from that to how much would you pay in trade compensation from DeAndre Hopkins? Because I think this falls right about where Mike was hoping.
All right.
Supposedly, the Cardinals want a second-round draft pick and a conditional pick for DeAndre Hopkins. So I don't think that conditional pick would hit you very hard. I'm assuming like something like a conditional 5th or 6th, which would have the opportunity to bounce up 1 round. So they are supposedly looking for a second and let's say a 5th.
I would do that in a heartbeat if I'm the Dallas Cowboys. If you really want to improve, you could get a guy when healthy might be – it's tough because what Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase are doing at their early age. But you might be getting the best receiver in the NFL when healthy. That being said, he's probably not the best, but I do still think he's a top 5 receiver in the game, even still a little bit better than CeeDee Lamb, but CeeDee Lamb is coming on strong with what he was able to do last year. So if you think that the only reason Dak Prescott isn't the best quarterback in the NFL is because he has such crappy targets, if you give him CeeDee Lamb and DeAndre Hopkins, there's no reason why he shouldn't be the MVP of the league if you think that highly of him.
And I'll go back and check. I believe the contract, if you absorbed it for Hopkins, then would be 2 for $39. It might be 2 for $35. I have to double check on that, but it's something in the range of essentially the Cowboys would be absorbing a 2 for $35 to $39 million contract, which, as we've discussed, they can absorb that if they see fit.
I know he's a little bit younger, but just think of, you just mentioned the Jaguars and Evan Ingram is. But they had to trade a second-round pick for Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley isn't even in the same world.
Yeah, he's applying for reinstatement and he's been out. So, no, I hear what you're saying.
I just think that you're getting a heck over it. I'm going to assume there's going to be a lot of bidding for DeAndre Hopkins. So I'm assuming nobody's going to go to a first now that we're hearing that it's a second. But I'm just wondering if that other pick, if you're going to have to get to a 4th-round pick to maybe beat out, I'm just assuming 6 to 8 teams that are going to be like, dude, if we get DeAndre Hopkins, that takes us to definitely another level.
Now, we talked yesterday about how the Marriott strategy was somewhat perplexing of saying you need to dismiss Michael Irvin's lawsuit.
Yes.
And then when Michael Irvin was like, no, I want expediency put on this so we can get all the evidence. And Marriott was like, whoa, there's no need for that. And I'm like, well, yes, there is, because you want to dismiss the lawsuit. Well, logic prevailed yesterday afternoon as a federal judge did order expediency in this case, and the Marriott has to provide Michael Irvin with any and all recordings, witness statements, and written reports. So when he was like, I want the evidence now, a federal judge has stepped in and be like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. We are ordering that the Marriott provide the evidence right now. So we will see how it plays out from there. But
Will that get leaked and go public then, or will that always be something that's?
It's that is technically illegal, but as you astutely point out, it's not like that never happens. So I think it's possible, because if you're either side, wouldn't you leak a little bit of it that is like the most salacious or the most like destroys the other side?
Yeah, that's what I would see happen for sure. Oh man, who would leak it, Kevin? Whose camp would it in?
I mean, if the Marriott,
depending on for sure.
If you're to believe that this rogue group of hooligans is the people at the Marriott who are just employed by the Marriott who have set this all up, they seem far more logical to me to leak some of the quote-unquote information. All right, let's go from that to I don't want our Carter, to be sad on his birthday, but this is probably going to make him sad. I've got some interesting betting information coming in on the NFL draft. It's been thought all along that, especially if the Bears trade the pick, maybe Jalen Carter could have been the number 1 pick if they sit there. I know Will Anderson's going to go high, but if they traded the pick, the thought was to a quarterback-hungry team, it would be Bryce Young. Well, there's some movings and a shakings going on, because the most popular bet right now to be the number 1 pick in the draft is Will Levis. And
interesting.
35% of the money is in on Will Levis. Scouts,
Kentucky?
Yeah. Scouts love Will Levis because they think he might be like the 2 people I'm going to mention. They are the least polished of the group of 4, but people are intrigued by the talent. And part of the thing you have to keep in mind on Will Levis as well is he has 10-1 odds. Now, and they've dropped now to 7.5 to 1. Keep in mind, with people like Bryce Young or even C.J. Stroud, those numbers are going to be lower. So maybe they just like your, potentially higher number bid. But this is the part that is going to make our very own Carter Freeman sad, is CBS put out a mock draft, and they said Anthony Richardson, the quarterback from Florida, will go number 1. Take that for what you will. Here's what caught my attention. In one casino, or sportsbook, in Las Vegas, the odds of Anthony Richardson going number 1 dropped from 80 to 1 to 6 to 1.
Oh.
That feels like
very interesting.
That feels like somebody said, hey, if let's just say the Colts, for example. I don't know who the hell
moves up.
Yeah, if the Colts get the number 1 pick or the Texans, that's who they're taking.
Wow. Yeah, man, that's pretty interesting to see the numbers move that quickly. And this is the time. What you're pointing out then is Combine happens. This is the time to get those things. But doesn't it feel like, Mike, that Combine time is when all the rumors start getting like, you can't believe anything right about now?
True, but Vegas doesn't move a number that much unless they've been tipped off that there's a team that's willing to move possibly up to 1.
That's what I think.
To get their guy, but gosh, I just wonder, do you need to move up to 1? I get the Bryce Young thing that he might fall out of the top 2 or 3 picks. Maybe he falls to 4 or 5 because of his size. But I just think to myself, if you want Anthony Richardson, I understand maybe having to move up into like the top 7.
Yeah,
to make sure
7, 8, or 9 is what I've kind of thought.
But I'm just like, golly, they're going to go all the way up to 1. And that's crazy.
We've discussed in the past some of the accuracy issues that Richardson has had in his college career. But I told you this before. You don't have to agree with me, and I totally get that. We've heard multiple NFL scouting departments who think Anthony Richardson is the most talented quarterback in this class. So take that for what you will. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the story that I know Corey's pumped about. The NFLPA survey and what players really think about the Cowboys across the board. Woo-hoo. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Texas Rangers Spring Training, where MLB is also working on some ideas if and when Bally's goes under or are unable to continue to hit their loan payments. At some point in the show, we will dive further into that because I think that is super interesting. But
I signed my contract. I'm locked in.
Okay, good. That's a nice thing to have. Corey, I know you're really intrigued about the NFLPA survey.
Yeah, man.
Where they hit up 1,300 players about a variety of things, including treatment of families, nutrition, weight room, strength staff, training room, training staff, locker room, like travel I know is on there as well. All these different things that prospective free agents and players had to deal with. Do you want to dive right into the Cowboys, or do you want to talk about some of the trash organizations?
Well, I love talking about the trash organizations first, and some people may go, hey, the Cowboys are a trash organization. It seems like the players like it. I was following what Jory Epstein was posting last night.
Yeah.
And, Kevin, did you see the Washington Commanders? Have you seen their grades? Would you like me to throw some of their grades out to you right now?
They suck. I didn't even know you could get an F-.
An F-. All right, treatment of families. How do you think the Washington Commanders treat the players' families?
F.
It doesn't seem like they've treated Sean Taylor's family the best.
Oh, my gosh. Food service and nutrition, D+.
Hey, getting better.
Weight room, C+. So there they got, maybe they got
not so bad.
They got the full set of dumbbells instead of like just 2 dumbbells sitting around in there.
Oh my God!
In the
our hotel, you can't call that a workout center.
that is
pathetic.
That is an area to be.
I've been in our workout center a few times since we've been here, and there's been multiple people walk in and then walk out.
Yeah, that happens
which means
a lot.
they've recently checked in and they're like, "Oh, let me go get a."
Oh gosh. Strength coaches, they like them. A+.
Oh.
Training room, F-. Training staff, D. Locker room, F-. Team travel, F-. So yeah, Kevin, I did not know either that you could have an F-, but the Washington Commanders have multiple.
So the Washington Commanders, like most things, did the worst on this list.
Yeah.
Who do you think did the next worst? Like, if we're just thinking about trash franchises.
Please don't be my Jaguars.
I think the Jaguars are close because I did see a couple things about like rat infestation.
Jaguars are only 5th worst, Mike.
Yes, with rat infestation, they're only 5th worst.
The sunshine is shining in Jacksonville. It's not shining in Arizona.
It is the Arizona Cardinals.
I was just saying how cloudy and freezing cold it is again today here.
Because let's just say this, Corey. Thank goodness for travel and strength staff. Because otherwise, the Arizona Cardinals not only do poorly, they do the worst at everything. Treatment of families, F. Nutrition, F-. Weight room, F-. Training room, F-.
Restaurants around here, they have been pretty bad for the most part.
Locker room, F. Luckily, they're like, hey, the people who are in charge, they're good. You get an A-.
And didn't it seem like nobody wants to be part of the Cardinals organization? And that's like, just invest in your people, invest in what you have going around, and people are going to play. They're probably going to be better because of it, because they walk into the facility not going, man, I hate this garbage that I have to deal with on a daily basis. This is a first timer, right? This is a first time thing. This is fascinating.
Now, the best teams. The best team on the list is the Minnesota Vikings, followed by the Dolphins, followed by the Raiders.
This is a line that Jory pulled from the Vikings list, their overview. A shining example of what is possible when a concerted investment is made in both staffing and facilities. Like that,
yeah.
We say this all the time. Invest in your people. If you're running a business, invest in your people. You're going to see why it gets better because of it. They're going to be happier to work there, and they're going to be more productive probably if you invest properly in them and what you're doing around there.
The lowest grade the Minnesota Vikings got on anything was an A-. So good for them.
Now, they still lost in the playoffs. Like, they didn't win the Super Bowl.
Hey, Yeah, but they made the playoffs, so that's a thing.
Where are the Chiefs on this list? Because they won the Super Bowl. Shouldn't
Number
they be
one.
Shouldn't everything be glorious there? Then
They are fourth to the last because I think that they're just like, we got Patrick Mahomes. You don't like it?
What happened to
deal
Clark
with
Hunt?
it. That is a good question because you know what? Treatment of families, B. Nutrition, D+.
You know what? But don't we like fried food and barbecue and stuff like that?
That's
Like,
true.
Absolutely.
He might be serving them really good tasting food.
Do you think it's just the food they serve versus like maybe their nutritional staff and stuff like that as well?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't want the A+ nutritional staff.
Okay.
That's Tom Brady's team.
yeah. You ever
Tom-
want to not eat a strawberry, bro?
Yeah. Strawberries were great last night.
Kevin, do you like strawberries?
Not really.
You and Tom Brady, huh?
You and TB12.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't leave my pregnant wife, so I'm a step ahead.
Yeah, but
I also see my kids more. Never mind. Never mind. Don't drag me
all right,
into
fine.
that.
How many times you kissed Brandon on the lips the last
Yes, yeah, that's a good
Who
point.
loves their kid more?
Huh? Yep.
Tell
me the number.
I love my kid more because he would be so mortified at that happening.
Inside, you love your kid more, but externally, you won't show it.
Have you ever asked Brandon if he'd like to be kissed on the lips by you?
No, but I'll tell you this. I hope she's probably not listening. Is for the longest time, his mom would kiss him on the lips, and he was like, "Oh my god, it's so embarrassing." All right, but I know
in front of his friends.
No, it's just in front of me, and I don't think she considers us friends. Is so
I love Brandon more. I still kiss him on the lips.
So the Minnesota Vikings are 1, the Dolphins are 2, the Raiders are 3, the Texans are 4, and your Dallas Cowboys are number 5 on the list. Corey,
what are we
have
good at?
5 Super Bowls, and we're not changing this.
All right, I have not looked at this, Kevin,
Okay.
so I don't know the answer. So give me the category, and I will guess.
Okay.
What I think.
Treatment of families.
B+.
Dude, Corey, I'll just tell you this. I think that's the easiest number 1 the Cowboys are going to have. You know how much the Cowboys don't do some things, but if it's like a show and let me show you these things and let me give you this thing, we are the best at that.
Okay, all right, so they got an A?
They got an A+.
All right, that makes sense.
They are, in fact, number 1 in the league
because Jerry
at
says,
treatment
let's
of
treat
families.
this whole thing like a big family. Okay, all right.
Food service and nutrition.
B+.
We're exceeding expectations again.
C.
We got that would not be exceeding
Oh,
expectations.
okay. All right. Sorry.
Man,
calories.
I want Avery to come home and be like, I expect you to get a B+, and he goes, well, you know what, Dad? I exceeded expectations. C. And you're going to be like, I can see why you did not do well. Yeah, exactly.
Dummy.
No, the Dallas Cowboys. That's rude. The Dallas
This
Cowboys.
was a hypothetical, Kevin.
No, Mike. I know you've called your kids dummies before, right?
I don't know if I have, but I've called them dumb asses.
Okay. That feels, yeah, you're very Red Foreman from that 70s show. I could see that.
Dumbass.
They got an A, tied for first. So
Okay,
at
all
this
right.
point, pretty much unstoppable. Weight room.
Oh, I've been in that weight room.
B minus.
plus.
B minus.
Mike says A+. A+ is
All right.
correct.
All right.
Tied for first once again.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal weight room.
Strength staff.
I'll give them
A.
haven't they been around forever? So A.
A+.
Oh my!
Wow.
Tied for first
I will say
again.
this: whoever their and it could be their strength and conditioning coach. I do remember in 2016, while everybody was doing kind of active warm-ups, we were still doing the "Can you touch your toes?"
This is
and
a new
spread your
group.
legs.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was like, we
definitely
might
new.
want to
Yeah.
start doing the active movements besides that. So maybe they've really, stepped it up.
So the Cowboys thus far have been almost impeccable. Training room.
Well, here's what I think. I think it's a C because Bill Parcells was very adamant that the players didn't need to be in the training room. They needed to be on the field, and so Jerry Jones collected that and said, who cares about the stupid training room?
This is where they start to stumble a little bit. They get a B, which is tied for 8th. Though, interestingly enough, everyone loves training staffs because the Cowboys got an A-, and that's only tied for 15th.
Okay. Man, Mike, do the guys typically like the train? Like, is it one of those things where you get close to the training staff, kind of, if you're
Yeah, I mean,
they're around a lot.
The only time you get frustrated is if you're a younger player, and it's nothing against – they're just like, man, they kind of almost feel like you're 23. Like, I got a whole bunch of other guys I got to work with. What's your deal?
Sense.
You know, like but they are trying to really help.
What's your deal?
It's just that sometimes they're like, look, I'll help you out. I'm here to help everybody. Obviously, that's my job. But instead of getting here at 7:30, I need you to get here at 6:55. I get here at 6 a.m., you know, and if you're here at 6:30, I can really work with you. But by 7:30, I got to start working with the veterans more.
Now, the issue there is they think the training staff is good, but the Cowboys need more. His players felt that their training staff was understaffed. Then locker room. You should be able to get this.
Dude, that locker room's impeccable. It's
just the setup of the locker room?
A++.
Yeah, A+.
A+, tied for first. And the final category on
none
here.
of this has mattered
at all. At all.
So Jerry's like should take it all away, huh?
I mean,
what are you saying?
Yeah, make them fly commercial.
Yeah.
Well, actually, maybe that's the one thing we do poorly: travel. Because everything else has been really good so
far. F-.
Well, you said it's bad, so I'll go C+.
You said it was bad, so I'm going to go F-.
C, okay, not that bad. It's C-. So travel, they are tied for 23rd on the list.
Like the schedule or the charter, like the plane itself?
I'm just assuming kind of their schedule and maybe also the plane, how big the plane is.
Because they're like, we're in the NFC East, but we're in Texas. This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I guess their trips are pretty long.
Supposedly, they let Jason Garrett has to pick the movie.
Is that real, though? Or
not
was
anymore.
That real?
He's not there anymore.
No, I know not now.
He might still. He's part of the family.
And
We're A+ on family.
Yeah, that's
one
true.
last thing from the survey is the Cowboys have a steam room, but they're one of only 6 teams not to have a sauna.
Oh, my gosh.
Per the NFLPA survey. But it is interesting.
What do you like more, the steam room or the sauna?
I think if I was an athlete, I might like the sauna better.
Why is that? Try and go in there and dry it all out?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Like, don't you just hit both of them up and go get your sweat on?
Well, not with the Cowboys. They're
both moisture and hot, right? Like, but you're not sitting in water, right? So I don't know. What's the difference between a sauna?
Which one's better for you?
I've always thought that a sauna and a steam room's the same thing.
Sauna is dry. It's very dry. It smells like wood because it's all wood planks.
Right.
But in the steam room, it is wet and usually maybe some tile and some rubber mats.
Like there's a lot of
before.
humidity in there, but you're not in a pool
but
or anything.
You're getting the same effect, I think.
Yeah.
In that it's heat. I don't know.
You know what? I'm part of the Jones family here. Hey, deal with it. We have one of them. They're pretty much the same thing. I don't know the difference.
You know, it's interesting. I thought about this when you said it didn't matter. So the teams in the Super Bowl this year, the Eagles, they finished 14th on this list. The Chiefs, 29th on this list. The teams last year, the Rams, 25th. The Bengals, 27th. So that does not seem to equate because the top 5 are Minnesota, Miami, Las Vegas, Houston, and Dallas. So, like, some success in there, but not any sort of true sustainable playoff success as opposed to the teams that were in and winning the Super Bowl. Most of them are in the bottom half of this list. And so you take all this to mean, hey, that's great. Maybe free agents will come here. Maybe they won't. But it doesn't seem to equate completely to if you're going to win or if you're going to lose.
Man. So I guess then what we need to do here, Kevin, take it all away and say you have to go be better, and then we'll start giving back. I wonder if this affects free agency at all.
That.
If guys would look at this list and go, yeah, this is a crappy place to go, or if they already know this about other places.
Real quick. Are you having fun, Corey?
Yes.
How is it already 12:15 Dallas time and 11:15 here? I was looking and I'm like, we're to the expressway already?
Yeah,
what is happening?
Time flies when
Listen,
you're having fun.
Kevin, you're doing a great job.
Stop rubbing on me.
What about padding?
I can't believe that we're more than halfway done with this show.
Uh-huh.
And we haven't even had a guest on. Let me go see if we're true.
Yeah, what's the story with that? Coming up next, let's jump into the aforementioned Expressway. We've got Mike Likes It. We will do another giveaway. Plus, the Combo Platter, Texas Independence Day edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what thing is the most Texas?
We should get a day off for this.
877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free?
Here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you again very much to Sonic. Good for providing
Sonic Good.
our spring training trip and content. Although there's probably some segments that are like, I do not want to claim that segment.
You don't remember anything from this trip except Sonic.
And thank you, by the way, to all of the Twitch folks who are saying how fast they feel like our show goes by every day, and they really enjoy and appreciate it. That means an awful lot to us.
Do they want more? Do they want us to stick around longer?
5 hours.
Yeah, Mike will be super stoked about that.
They want us to be do they want the show to be around for a while? Is all. Matters.
Okay.
Do you think if they raised our pay by 20%, because we'd be working 20% more?
You know what? I have no thoughts about any of that at this moment. So today
Free agency.
Today is Texas Independence Day.
What?
Back in 1836.
And Wilt Chamberlain.
That's right. Yeah. Which do you think had a bigger cultural impact? Texas Independence or Wilt Chamberlain's 100?
Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, Wilt Chamberlain's
What?
100.
It's Texas. That's insane.
Well, you're asking us for around the country?
Yeah, it depends on what culture, man.
It's a bigger deal that Texas exists as part of the United States
you
than
ask
Wilt
people-
Chamberlain had 100 points.
I feel like it would still exist. It just
Yeah.
would not be the exact
Part of Mexico.
same thing.
You don't know that.
That is who they declared independence from.
Somebody else could have claimed it.
I ask if you said, hey, what's the date of, well, don't ask for Wilt Chamberlain's date. What's the date of Texas independence, or how many points did Wilt Chamberlain score in a single game? I think you'll get way more right answers on Wilt Chamberlain.
Well, you made it a little bit more specific
I know
for
I
one
did,
of them,
didn't
right?
I?
So
Yes.
I know the answer to both is Texas Independence 1836, Wilt Chamberlain 1962. But my question is, so give us a sports
That's
opinion.
when they crossed the ocean blue.
That is
That is not true, Mike.
so inaccurate.
Very far
You
off.
missed by hundreds of years. Is give us a sports opinion, and then what is the most Texas thing? 877-881-1053.
It's not like dinosaurs. They could have missed by millions or billions of years on that one. So a few hundred. That's a lot closer than when dinosaurs might have existed.
Sure, you're right about that. I will concede that point to you, Mike.
I feel like the song My Texas by Josh Abbott Band needs to be playing during this segment for some reason. You ain't met my Texas yet. I feel like that needs to be going because they list off all the great things about this state, Kevin. And I guess I'll give my
Did they say
Uh,
Pimp C?
You know what?
Then they're wrong.
You're right. This is where I'm almost there, Reggie. I'm almost to this point. I will go with sports opinion first here, Kevin. The Rangers, after seeing them, will have the second best pitching staff in all of baseball this year.
Whoa.
That is my claim. Is that the
Holy.
Rangers
Going to be first.
Don't worry about that. We'll get there. But they are going to be second this year, and we're going to be
Holy moly.
this is going to be shaking the entire Rangers fandom because we don't know what to do with
What
that.
about Nathan Eovaldi news?
Well, Mike, so that's not part of my opinion. He'll be healthy, I'm sure, right?
You
Is
missed
that-
a start. They said it's the same as the DeGrom. By the way, do you want some inside scoop from the clubhouse?
Yeah.
We're not quite sure yet if Jacob DeGrom's next appearance will be live BP or just another bullpen session.
What does that mean?
That's fine, as long as he's throwing.
He said to be determined.
So he can throw a baseball.
Yes. That's
That's
like
good.
Nathan Eovaldi, nothing to worry about season long or anything, but with Eovaldi not throwing, after I did record, if you guys are following me on Twitter,
I am.
that he did throw his bullpen on Monday. I saw him throw off the mound, however many pitches it was, somewhere between like 30 and 50. So that's pretty good news right there. And then as we've been here this week, obviously he's been shut down after that, but nothing looked uncomfortable when I was watching him or bad during that. So I like your opinion. I want that to come true because I still think, Kevin, I'll throw this out and you talk about this. I still think that this team, if they're going to win the 90 games to make the playoffs, it will be carried by them being one of the best pitching staffs in baseball.
You know what? I want to get into that a little bit more tomorrow because I would love to know what your number is. Like if you have a number of starts from that group of 5, and we'll deal with the – because I know part of it could be how does Odorizzi do? How does Otto do? Like all of that. So I think that's a great point, and we can probably explore that a little bit more tomorrow. Don't listen to this one.
Hold on,
Corey,
I haven't
'cause it'll
given
make
my
you
opinion
sad. Okay.
yet, Kevin. Come on, man. You know the rules of the segment, dude.
Yeah.
I'm trying. But that in that song, if you haven't climbed Enchanted Rock, drank a cold shiner down in Lukenbach, they have all these different things about the great state of Texas. That if you haven't done these things, then you haven't met my Texas yet.
Let me ask you.
Talk about Lubbock and San Antonio, and the stock shows.
I need important clarification on that song. It says if you haven't taken your baby to the Riverwalk. All right. What if there was a time when you called like a different person your baby, but they're not your baby anymore? Does that count, or does it have to be your active baby?
Yeah, that absolutely counts for
Okay.
them. But Reggie asked a question I think is very important. He said that they mentioned Pimp C, and I was like, you know what? Very good point, which leads me to I think what makes Texas, what is the most Texas, is that Texas is just one big America. And it really does encapsulate like so many different types of culture in one big spot of the United States, and it's like all of America just in one state at one time.
I'm really appreciating the work that you've done. I'm not appreciating the work that Mike's going to do. As he's looking up, it appears historical scoring figures against the Mavericks.
Kobe, how about
tonight.
this? Kobe torched the Mavericks for 52 points and 11 rebounds in a hard-fought 108-104 overtime victory. That's in today's Laker history. I think, my opinion, Joel Embiid crushes Kobe Bryant's 52 points scored on March 2nd against the Dallas Mavericks. Now, I will say this, that wasn't Kobe's best game against the Mavericks because he did score 62 points in 3 quarters.
Yeah, and he just quit playing. I remember that
against the Mavericks. And at that point, I can remember being so mad. I said, F it. Go score 100. I was really mad. I hate the Lakers. I'm going to say this. I hated Kobe Bryant. I don't hate him now, but I hated Kobe Bryant because he was on the Lakers, and I hate the Lakers. And I just remember being so mad at that point. I'm like, screw it. I've watched you score 62. Go ahead and score 38 more and let me see a damn 100-piece against us. But tonight, I won't be rooting for 100 against the Mavs immediately. But I will say this. If Joel Embiid has about 25 points at the end of one quarter, I will be going, come on, baby. Let me see if I can see the second game in basketball history where somebody scores 100 on Wilt Chamberlain's day. My opinion is he scores more than Kobe Bryant. That's the most points scored ever against the Mavericks on March 2nd.
Yep.
So he will score the most points ever against the Dallas Mavericks on March 2nd. And what's
the most Texas thing?
George Strait.
Ooh, okay.
See that.
That's a good one. That is a good one.
If it wasn't for Texas, there'd be no Cowboys in the Super Bowl. He wrote that lyric a long time ago.
Yeah. From the 214, the Stars get to the finals and the State Fair.
Oh, State Fair's great.
From the 682, the Houston Astros will go back-to-back, and Bluebonnets are the most Texan. I know that was the one I knew you wouldn't like the sports opinion. So
Bluebonnets, I love the Bluebonnet season, man. It's a lot of fun.
It's like 2 weeks, right? You have 2 weeks of them blooming?
Yeah, you got a couple weeks. And in Plano, we have a strip, Kevin, that goes, it's like a green belt that goes across Plano where there's some walking areas and stuff. And they're full Bluebonnets everywhere.
So on Texas Independence Day, give us a sports opinion, and then what thing is the most Texas from the
love for the neighbor and respect for their religious and political beliefs? That's the most Texas.
That might have used to be the most Texas thing. Just walking around. I'm just speaking from my neighborhood. I told you I felt the passive aggressiveness when I don't know which one came first, is when I'm walking down one of the streets, there's a flag that says Black Lives Matter, and then there's a house right next to it that has a flag that says Blue Lives Matter. I don't feel like they just independently were like, I have no idea what's going on at the other house. I don't know which one went up first or anything like that.
They're just trying to respect each other's opinions.
Okay.
I'm believing.
And you know what else is going to be super Texan is when Jack Leiter
nice.
walks right in,
be joining us soon,
and jumps onto the show.
Very cool.
I'm very distressed at how much Mike's message of negativity has made its way to our listeners.
Oh no, what's happening?
From the 3-2-1, I'm looking forward to Joel Embiid scoring 100 points tonight.
Yeah, baby!
And the most Texas thing is hating California's transplants. Man, that is something that is a more recent phenomenon. over the last several years. But
Can you imagine scoring 100 and losing, though? If it did happen, that would be the dream
cannot.
for you.
I
Is that
cannot.
you watch a player score 100 and still lose the game. That would be very Dallas Maverick-like on the other side, that Luka does score 100, but they still don't win the game.
That would be something. It really would. From the 254 Sports Opinion, the Rangers finally take the silver boot back from the armpit. Ooh, I like that. And the most Texan thing is I Like Texas by Pat Green.
Love that
just
song.
like when the Rangers win.
Yeah, man, I do like that song a lot.
My sports opinion will be to counteract Mike and the other people. I do not think that Joel Embiid will come anywhere near Wilt Chamberlain, and I think that the Mavericks will do an average job against him. Like, he's averaging 33. I think something like that is probably in the cards for tonight, and I think the most Texas thing is the Alamo.
The Alamo is the most
The
Texas
Alamo.
thing?
And that
Yeah,
makes
you gotta
sense.
remember it.
That's where it happened.
What do you think happened there?
Oh,
Do you remember?
We lost to Santa Ana in
That is-
Mexico.
that is
but
true.
We held up there for a while. Davy Crockett gave his life, I think accidentally.
Don't say that.
Well, he didn't want to.
I have,
You think he
yeah,
wanted to?
yeah.
And he was probably like, crap, shouldn't have came down here. I think that's probably, if you could ask Davy Crockett, wherever he is right now, he'd probably say, made a mistake there on that one.
I bet
Miscalculation.
I'm willing to also wager he did not want to die or anything like that. I will certainly agree with that. But I just feel like school kids know it. You learn it. They take trips there. People take like vacation family trips there.
I've
It is
talked
an
to people,
iconic
though,
landmark.
If you didn't grow up in Texas, a lot of people don't know the Alamo. It's not taught in American history. And if
That's
you
a
are
shame.
growing up in California or Colorado or whatever, Jack Leiter didn't grow up here. He grew up in New Jersey,
Yeah,
New York.
yeah.
Let's ask him if he knows anything about the Alamo.
Okay,
It could be a question.
Yeah,
just
'cause
to-
we had Texas
just
history
to prove
growing
this,
up.
This
Yeah.
theory, because Texas history teaches us all about the Alamo. But there's a parent of a student that goes and said, man, I really am learning about Texas history because I didn't grow up in Texas, so I don't know any of the history of Texas.
To your point about how much like we think this is everyone's history, I remember asking my mom when I was taking Texas history in 7th grade, I was like, what year did you take Texas history? And she goes, I did not take Texas history because she grew up in Illinois. I was astonished and at the time appalled to learn
Has she
that not
studied
everybody.
Texas history since?
I mean, she's lived here for a really long time, so I don't know. That's a good
And
question.
she says, oh, the Alamo, where they show movies.
Yeah.
You can
that-
drink beer there while you watch.
And then for the person saying every single state in America has a state fair, not like the Texas state
No,
fair.
There are two states that don't actually. I think Connecticut and Rhode Island do not.
What's their deal?
They don't. They just don't. They're small.
So they want to have a combo?
I don't know. They just don't do it.
I'm not saying that the Texas State Fair has to be the best. I've not been to all the state fairs, but surely we would concede, or somebody who doesn't like it would concede that the Texas State Fair
Oh,
is
yeah.
it's a different
If you watch
deal.
Food Network channels, and I know it's not on the Food Network, but the other food channel, they'll go to different state fairs, and the people that are there, this is just humongous, and the variety, and it doesn't compare to other state fairs in the United States
And
of
there
America.
weren't there a bunch of them that like they went privately funded, and like Texas is not necessarily privately funded because it is a bunch of different. Like I read something about that a while back.
I have to admit, my general state fair knowledge might be lacking. A lot more really interesting answers coming in from the 817. The Mavericks will be the 5 seed, and Davy Crockett is the most Texas. From the 214, the Mavericks will lose in the play-in. I know the Mavericks will lose in the play-in, and rodeos from the 940 on Texas Independence Day combo platter. The Mavericks will win by 10 plus tonight. And Whataburger, ooh,
That is Texan.
that
We
is-
saw. I showed you the one.
You did.
Because I used to live in Peoria when I played for the Rangers. There really wasn't much in surprise to live in and do. So most everybody lived outside of there, and so I was like, I can remember that being the Whataburger, and I probably ate there 5 times during spring training.
And from the 817, Dallas, the Mavericks will win tonight, and everyone at DFW will be back to talking about how good this team is. We have Luka, so everyone needs to calm the F down, and Blue Bonnets.
Blue Bonnets are amazing, dude. Pecan pie. The fact that the pecan is the state tree Kevin, you know that I used to tell you I have 2 pecan trees in my front yard.
Right.
One represented my wife, one represented Avery. And those were the 2 things that I was committed to the most.
You said represents, though, right?
And you moved. I didn't bury them under them.
Okay.
Dude, come on. Yeah, and then we moved, and now we have no trees. So I do miss my pecan trees, dude. I loved them because here's the thing. They provided great shade for our house, but they also, like now I guess now I have the solar panels, which is more California than it is Texas, right? Then I don't really need those trees in the shade.
I feel like this is very Texan. I just got a text from my kid's school that they are making sure that the campus closes at 4:30 because of all the bad weather coming in. So all after-school activities are shut down.
Yeah,
there's big storms coming through.
We got an email saying they're monitoring the storms, but the school would still be let out at the same time. So everybody in the Metroplex, stay safe. It sounds like it could be some tough storms for sure. Some other things I'm surprised we didn't see more of. Nobody said the Dallas Cowboys. I feel like Texas.
People said the Rangers?
Well, I mean, no, like nationally, people don't care about the Rangers the way they do care about the Cowboys. You know that. So other things I thought about: boots, horses. The reason why I thought horses would come up is because I swear, if you've been in Texas for long enough or you're old enough, you might have had a conversation where like, oh, do you ride your horse to school or to work or whatever? So I'm surprised that didn't come out. What about barbecue or Tex-Mex?
Well, barbecue is
Tex-Mex,
a very
I think, is very more Texan than barbecue.
That makes sense.
But there is a Central Texas barbecue that's becoming a bigger thing right now. But so many other states want to claim that they have the best, like the Carolinas.
Right here, Kansas City versus Texas.
Yeah, there's a lot that want to claim barbecue.
They should have on that side somebody serving Kansas City barbecue, on this side somebody serving Texas barbecue, and every day you go back and forth and see which one you like better.
Yeah, for absolutely free.
And you get to eat barbecue. Okay.
I agree with that.
Yeah, this is freedom, bro.
What do you think of the odds that is going to
happen? You need to feed the people, MLB.
Yeah, come on, baseball.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Mike Likes It, and maybe Jack Leiter coming up in just a second. But before we get to any of
let's give something away.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a 4-pack of one-day tickets to the Good Guys 13th LMC Truck Spring Lone Star Nationals. It's going down March 10th through the 12th at Texas Motor Speedway. You can buy tickets at good-guys.com, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10. 4-pack of tickets, 877-881-1053. Now, how about some Mike Likes It? Oh, with a special guest.
Brought to you by Sonic.
Good. Good. Grab a seat. We're glad to have you on here.
Man, can't believe I'm sitting down with little 2-year-old Jack Leiter here.
That's not 2-year-old Jack Leiter,
it is a 2-year-old Jack Leiter.
He is a different man now.
So, Jack, we're glad to have you here. Are you well aware that Mike is going to tell stories about you as a kid because he played alongside your dad? And if you weren't prepared, you still have time to leave.
I don't know if I was prepared for that, but I'm looking forward to it.
I'm interested in this. We were having a talk about Texas because today is Texas Independence Day. Am I right about that, Kevin?
Yes, that is
Got
correct.
That right. We are talking about the Alamo, and I have a parent who they didn't grow up in Texas, so they had to learn about the Alamo through their kid going to school. You not growing up at all in Texas, what can you say or know? during the season as the season progressed?
Yeah, I think I lost. Towards the end of the season, especially, I was down, like 192, somewhere in there, in that range, and now I'm up around 210, 208. So I put on some weight, especially in the beginning of the off season, put on some muscles, some strength, and just focused on like nutrition and putting on good weight. And then that was probably the first month, was just, get the body right. And then after that, it was mechanical. It was just cleaning up some inefficiencies in my mechanics to help my body move, to help command, and just help everything come along together. And then at the end, it was refining my pitches, my command, and all that, and becoming, a pitcher going into spring training.
And then some guys go back to college to do that because they feel comfortable there. Obviously, you have a father and an uncle who played plenty of Major League Baseball. Who did you kind of go to for once it became, all right, now let's kind of start working off the mound? Where did you go there for the offseason?
Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky to have some really good sources with my dad, with the Rangers, and then with Vanderbilt. Coach Scott Brown there, the pitching coach at Vanderbilt, is the best of the best in my opinion. So I was there. I was in Nashville working out at Vanderbilt, and I was bouncing ideas off of, pitching coordinators here, pitching coach at Vanderbilt, and my dad, obviously. So it was just a really good way to roadmap my offseason and go into what were the best things for me to work on. And how can I, make myself the best and most prepared pitcher I could be going into camp, and that's kind of what I felt like I did. Super productive offseason.
Jack, I went to your first game in Frisco last year, and it was a packed house, man. It was a great environment too. And I was kind of curious, did you see that everywhere you went, or did it kind of taper off after that? And did that affect kind of how you pitched throughout the year at all?
I mean, it's obviously different in terms of like the hype around the games. It's a step down from the SEC is minor league baseball. You don't really get it much better than SEC baseball until the big leagues. So that's one thing is, the adrenaline isn't always kicking the same, and you gotta work your way through these things and learn about yourself. And I think I learned a lot about myself. So just feel much more prepared overall going into another season.
Now, you mentioned working out in Nashville. What do you think about the kind of evolution of Nashville into becoming the bachelorette party capital of the country over the last few years?
There's lots of sashes. Yeah.
Nashville, yeah. I mean, it's gotten super touristy, but that's just mainly just the downtown area. There's a lot of areas in Nashville that are kind of the local kept secrets, I think. So there's a lot of layers to Nashville, and it's a really great place to spend an off season. I think a lot of guys are catching on. There's more and more, it seems like, every year.
There was a shocking amount when I went up there of people who hang out on rooftops in the downtown area. I was not prepared for how many people are just like, let's just chill and drink out here.
The rooftops.
They did everywhere.
We don't have a lot of Dallas rooftop bars. Yeah. We need some more of
Every
those.
country music star had their own bar too, and I was like, oh, okay.
It's the touristy part of Nashville.
Yeah, absolutely. And we definitely got sucked into that part.
So you get drafted second overall this last draft. Your teammate Kumar Rocker gets drafted third overall. I don't know y'all's relationship at all, or if you guys are going to be playing together this season at all. But is it kind of cool that you guys could be back together again?
Yeah, it's awesome. Just to see that familiar face, and we both had a lot of success on the same pitching staff in college, and I think we made each other a lot better. We have different personalities and different kind of ways to attack things, but I was able to learn a ton from him, and I think he learned some things from me too.
When you say y'all made each other better, were y'all competing against each other? It's a friendly competition, but were y'all kind of competing? Like, he went out and shut a team out, now I got to go do the same thing. Was that kind of what y'all did at Vanderbilt a little?
In a way, yeah. I mean, you're always just competing against the other team, obviously, and I think anybody who's been on successful pitching staffs would say that. You want to be great. You want to be the best, and you want everyone else to be the best too. So that year we were fortunate enough to both have some really solid years, and it was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun when things are going well for the whole pitching staff. So you root for them, and then when it's your turn to go out, you want to go out and dominate.
Now, real quick, we talked to Al last year, and one of the first things he told us was let him grow. Don't because we were excited. We were excited that you were here. We're like, man, this is a lot of fun to see what he's going to do. And he was like, let him have his development. And so we watched that and observed it throughout the year and everything. And now the Rangers go out and get a bunch of top-tier pitching, and there's a little bit of a gap now where maybe you have a little more time to develop. Is that kind of the feeling, or is it like, no, I got to still get to the majors as quickly as possible?
I mean, you still just go about your business day to day, and I kind of trust that when I'm ready, and I hope to be ready soon. It'll be, they'll give me a shot, and that's what I'm looking forward to most. And I'm doing what I can do, and that's just take it one day at a time and keep getting better.
I like your answer just because when I was with the Mets, they brought in David Cone after I had a pretty good year in the major leagues, and I remember that moment after spring training was over and I didn't have the best spring training going, you know what? I didn't concentrate on what I needed to do. I was looking at my competition and saying, well, if I can just do better than them instead of saying, how good can I be, and looking at others. So, I mean, I've been through it, and your dad was one of my mentors and really helped me with mental things and tried to help me also getting guys out. But I just remember that moment, and David Cone was a great guy. It just don't concentrate on the others. Concentrate on me, and I loved your answer there.
And that's the thing about pitching, too. It's not catching where there's one guy out there. There's always movement in a overall pitching staff, and you just do what you can to help the team, and hopefully that can be soon.
Kevin, I'm kind of curious. We asked the question yesterday to John Gray. Do you like to strike somebody out looking, or do you like to throw a junk ball? Yesterday I said hit them in the junk, but that was not.
We kind of messed that up.
I was way off on that. We throw a junk ball.
He established authority yesterday with the second pitch.
Yeah. Or do you like to get somebody when you're like throw one in the dirt and they're like, I swung because I just didn't know what was going to go on?
I think it's always nice to get a strikeout swinging, whether it's breaking ball in the dirt or beat him with a heater that he swings and misses at. That's kind of more of an empowering thing, I think.
But to go ahead and put he hit him in the junk and he struck out would also be something that I think you can say, I did it. Not a lot of people have done that.
I'm not totally sure about the physics of that, but I would love to see it go down. I really, really would. Now, you were talking about focusing on what you focus on. I am curious, is that tough to do with the fans? Because I know you've heard it, and this is not breaking news to you, but when you got drafted, we are not the best organization at developing pitchers, and people are like, oh, he's going to be the next guy, he's going to save us, and Kumar Rocker is going to do this. I'm sure you've heard that. Does that add to your expectations, or are you already like, I know what I expect? Like, what other people expect, I can't control that.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said that my expectations for myself internally are really, really high. So if I'm not meeting them, I'm going to be disappointed, and if I am, I'm going to try to keep going. So there really aren't other external expectations that are anything higher than what I put on myself. So there's nothing that really takes me off guard. And, when I'm underperforming, I expect people to, be a little upset about that because I'm upset about it.
I know you got to pitch with the pitch clock last year in Double-A, and we're watching it somewhat for the first time in spring training. I noticed a Dodger yesterday against Justin Foscue do something that I never thought of. Foscue called timeout, and so he didn't have any timeouts left. So the pitcher came set at 10 seconds and held for 8 seconds. Knowing that the hitter cannot call timeout, the runner on the base now has to just sit there for pretty much 8
Heavy
seconds.
feet, yeah.
And I was just thinking, wow, I never thought of that strategy of after a hitter calls a timeout of holding the ball that long and the hitter can't call timeout to stop play. I'm wondering last year in Double-A, were there different things that we just as fans don't know of yet because we're not following Double-A games on how to manipulate clock situations?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Last year in Double-A, obviously, we didn't have the pitch column, so a lot of it was getting your sign, and I think there was some clock-related stress on my part from, I hope we can get through this sign sequence, especially with the guy on second before the clock hits 0, especially if I'm going to shake a couple times. But now with the pitch column, it kind of fixes that. I'd never used it, and I'm actually really liking it so far with just the pitch column telling you what pitch to throw, because you could do it before you even get on the rubber. So I think there is more strategy involved now once you can come set and have a lot more time left. There was a lot more times where I was coming set and I kind of had to go last year, but I did see that yesterday, and that's an interesting strategy because I have always liked, a long hold to mix it in there.
Now, we need to come up with a new rule to help out pitchers because they eliminated the shift to try to help out the batters, and I'm just like, if you can't figure it out, that's on you. Yeah. Like, work on that better. What would be a pitching rule we could potentially have to help balance it out?
I mean, they don't usually like to add rules to help pitchers. It seems like all the rules are.
Are you the defense of football? You're like, yeah, I can't. So we got to make more offense and make it pop and everything like that.
It seems like that's the trend, but I don't know. I got to think on that one.
We'll raise the mound a little bit more, just a little bit. Well, yeah,
raise the mound a
yeah,
little bit,
absolutely.
Well, I'll tell you what could be cool for you and our audience. They probably don't know too much about Anthony Volpe. Am I saying his last name right?
Volpe.
Volpe. Is you guys were high school teammates, and he is a premium shortstop prospect for the Yankees. That could be really cool. I was just thinking if you guys probably are going to get to face each other at some point in your careers, but could you imagine if you both somewhat made a debut at the same time and you got to face your high school teammate?
It'd be awesome. Yeah, I mean, we've dreamed on that. I mean, playing on the same team in high school, we dreamed about playing on the same team at the highest level, but playing against each other is the next best thing on a big league field in front of a big league crowd. So it's something we could dream on. Rangers, Yankees kind of thing. That'd be really cool.
And when did you guys start playing together?
Freshman year, high school.
Okay.
I'd known him from just the travel ball circuit through middle school. He was a big deal since he was like 12 years old. He was always the kid hitting all the home runs as the little guy. And then as he grew, we both went through all the summer circuits together, roommates at pretty much all those events in high school, and then both committed to Vanderbilt. Both really had a strong commitment to Vanderbilt, and he was a really good student, probably better than me. And he wanted to go to Vanderbilt. His family wanted him to go to Vanderbilt, but he grew up a big Yankee fan, and I think they sold him on, first rounder. That's cool.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. I remember watching the ESPN 5-10 minute series with you and your father walking around Vanderbilt. This is before you get drafted. And I think your father at one point said something like, hey, keep your eye on Jack. And I don't know what age you were, but were you a late developer? It seemed like in that ESPN thing that it kind of made it sound like, I don't know if it was 14 years old or 16-year-olds, that you were maybe a late developer to become such a big-time prospect.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't even think I was going to be a pitcher at first. I was just hoping to play college baseball, and I was a second baseman. Freshman year, still kind of, freshman year of high school, still kind of the smallest guy on the teams, playing second base and pitching when I could. And then I really hadn't pitched much other than working on it with my dad in our backyard. And then sophomore year kind of hit a growth spurt. I always had a good arm for my size, and then I grew a couple inches, and I think sophomore year I might have hit like 87 that summer, and that's kind of, that was a good enough number to get put on the radar. And then going into junior year, I think that's around when I committed to Vanderbilt. But it did feel late at the time. Now it's like, sophomore in high school, that's a young kid, but at the time there were kids committing in 8th grade, 9th grade, and I didn't have much at that time.
Does everybody who goes to Vanderbilt call it the Harvard of the South? Because I've heard that about a million times when people commit to Vanderbilt. Do you call it the Harvard of the South?
I don't. I think I've heard that. I've heard it about Duke. I don't know. I don't know who it would really be, but it's definitely a challenging academic school, and I liked my time there.
Very cool. Very cool.
How close are you to graduating?
I'm close. Hopefully I can work it out to where I can graduate this December, but I don't know how likely that is, but getting there.
Business degree? What are you looking at?
Business minor. The major, it's called Human and Organizational Development. It's only at Vanderbilt, so it's one of those you have to explain to everybody, but it's sort of businessy.
Yeah, I was trying to figure it out.
You gonna run a hotel? Yeah, or something? That's what, yeah.
He's organizing humans is all I got out of that one right
He can help our hotel. It has this smell, and we got to get rid of that smell in that
it's
hotel.
just in the hallways, Mike. It's just in the hallways.
Well, we appreciate it, and hopefully you won't need to put that degree to use for a good another 15 to 18 years.
Yes,
you got other plans. We appreciate you jumping on. Yeah, absolutely. You can put it up on the wall or whatever. Yeah. Your parents would appreciate that. We appreciate the time very, very much. And as I'm sure you know, the Metroplex is very invested and very excited for your development.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Guys, there you go. Jack Leiter right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey and Jack share an embrace. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
We'll shake hands.
We will get into the C Block starring Corey Majors live from Texas Rangers Spring Training right here on 105.3 The Fan.
remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Surprise. Hope you enjoyed our interview with Jack Leiter, and it definitely seemed like some folks did from the 214. Thank you for getting me re-energized for baseball. I had lost interest for decades ago. The interviews of the players are great. That is outstanding. And what will also undoubtedly be outstanding, the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Yeah, text in. Let us know what you think about Jack Leiter in that interview that we just did.
I thought he was great.
Hold on. Kevin just read those texts off. So
I thought
if you have more texts and you want to send in and say, hey, man, I really appreciated that. And if there's another player that you want us to go attack tomorrow and see if they've dominated their bullpen.
I don't think you should attack anybody.
Hey, listen.
That's a good point.
When you get in that clubhouse,
oh my God,
right, Kevin? Like we walk in there, Mike, and we are having to be vicious bears. All right,
yeah.
We're having to walk up to these little
as
rabbits.
though you were on cocaine.
That's for tonight. We're going to see Cocaine Bear tonight, baby.
Oh man!
But
I might go with you guys.
Yeah,
and see Ant-Man.
Why would you do that?
Nice.
I'm not seeing Cocaine Bear, and it just matters if Embiid has let's say 73, and there's still 8 minutes to go, and it's time to go to the. I want to see this 100-point game tonight.
Mike, I'll tell you this, are you scared of seeing the bear?
Yeah,
eat
I
people?
don't like horror movies, and this is a horror movie.
It's not a horror movie. It's more of a movie about a bear. All right, it's a sad bear.
Yeah, who
has
starts
a life.
murdering
It's a
people and
comedy.
eating them
It's
for his food.
It's more comedy. It's just dark comedy.
I think I've never done cocaine, but
Uh-huh.
I think people might get hungry on it.
Okay.
I'm not sure because their heart is racing so fast.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming after you do cardio and stuff like that, and this is drug cardio,
Mm-hmm.
is that I assume that you want to eat. And so the bear gets hungry after all that energy on cocaine, and then there's people.
See, and Mike, if that's the case, if you're scared, I'll sit next to you, buddy.
I'm scared.
You can sit next to Kevin and cuddle with Kevin too. That could be something.
Kevin.
if you need some
I can't
support,
look, Kevin. I can't
Stop
look.
that.
From the 469,
This
by
is
the way,
harassment.
and y'all better not forget Willie Nelson. Yes, that definitely. Once he found his congregation, he left Nashville and came back to Texas, and he was like, "Texas is my congregation."
I was gonna say that, but I forgot.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I wanted to get into a little bit. We touched on it yesterday, but a lot of people are having these very violent reactions to what Mike McCarthy said yesterday.
Whoa.
And Reggie, if you wouldn't mind pulling up cut number 3.
I would.
This is Mike McCarthy out at the Combine on the podium talking about where his offense will differ from Kellen Moore's.
There's some things that conceptually that I'll believe in more in situational football than may have happened in the last 3 years. But, let's be honest. I mean, I had all the input that I wanted the last 3 years too. So I think clearly when you look at the way Kellen coordinated in 19, just look at our run totals the last 3 years. We were different offense in 22 than we were in 2020, and that was part of the evolution of being more balanced, more complementary football, not as wide open in the drop back, just like our drop back passing and normal down dish. So, you look at all those things. So, but I'm really looking forward to the critique from you of how different it is. So.
The other part that I wanted to kind of elaborate on, and it was this quote specifically from John Machota that he tweeted. And he said, I've been where Kellen's been. Kellen wants to light up the scoreboard. And this makes it right there. It makes it sound like he's trying to hatchet job this guy as he's out the door. But he spoke very highly of him before this, okay?
Yeah.
It's just he gets into some realities that he wants to discuss. Kellen wants to light up the scoreboard, but I want to run the damn ball so I can rest my defense. I think when you're a coordinator, but you're in charge of the offense. Being a head coach and being a play caller, you're a little more in tune with everything. I don't desire to be the number one offense in the league. I want to be the number one team in the league with a number of wins and a championship. And if we got to give up some production and take care of the ball better to get that, then that's what we'll do because we have a really good defense. Now, this is where the analytics world is going nuts. Like the analytics world is going after him for, dude, I think Mina Kimes posted, they were like second whenever they would run the ball on first down, and then on second down they were 22nd when they would run the ball.
Dear.
And that's miserable. And you don't want, if you're that bad, you don't want to be there. And I think
I would also like more info about them being second on first down. That does not feel right.
It felt a lot. Yeah, it felt a lot worse. It felt like if Pollard was in, then we were second.
Yeah.
If Zeke was in, we were not there. But then there were some other conversations about about other parts of it. But when I look at everything that he's discussing, there are multiple things that I pull from it. One of them being, it sounds like he's saying the run the damn ball part to appease the Joneses. Like it sounds like, we go back to the Garrett era, and he's like, he was always like, hey, look, we run the ball, and Jerry Jones would talk about it all the time because what happens with that power? You wear down the defense by the end of the game.
Yeah.
And that goes back to the winning formula that was the Cowboys in the early 90s, which is not the same. It's a different game. There are different rules that exist now. But I think running the ball efficiently and effectively is important. I think you can control a game by having the football in your possession and being efficient. That's where I think people just go, well, the volume. You need to run the ball more. You need to run the ball less. What are you good at? I think whenever people take stats, I was watching Full Swing, Kevin, and I think it's Matt Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, we found out Jack Leiter is a big golf guy.
He is a golf fan. Matt Fitzpatrick has every single round of golf he's played since he was 15. He can show you 7,000 strokes of his golf game since he was 15 years old. He has some of them from when he was 10.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said they've got video of 7,000 strokes. You would leave, right?
I would think it's heart situation, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
But so he can show you that.
You're talking about Fitzpatrick?
Yeah. No, yeah. But so when he says that, though, what the next line from Fitzpatrick was, when I use these analytics to know where I need to improve. And a lot of people will look at analytics and say, this is what you stink at. But I think the coaches look at it and say, we can get better in some of these areas. And some for second down, if you're 22nd, you need to be better there if you're going to run the ball on second down. So I do think that there's a section where he's like, I'm just saying this so the Joneses know that I said it. I don't, and maybe he's like, I'm saying it, but whenever the game starts, I have other plans for what I want my offense to look like. The other part down here a little further is, and if we got to give up some production and take care of the ball better to get that, then that's what we'll do because we have a really good defense.
That feels like a harsh burn against Dak.
That's what it tells me. And I don't know if everybody else out there agrees with this, but that tells me that he thinks that Dak Prescott, and I think we all know this, he's not Patrick Mahomes.
Sure.
He's not Aaron Rodgers for that matter either. And so last year when we said, hey, let's open this offense wide up, let's see how things go, what was the biggest complaint from every single person out there?
Turnovers.
Dak's interceptions. Yeah. His interceptions are costing us. But now whenever people say, well, we're going to do this differently, we're going to try to protect him a little more, people get upset and they're like, that's so boneheaded considering what the new NFL is. What Mike's is in my mind, Mike McCarthy, well, in my mind, what he's trying to do is say, I am not good at these things, and I can try to improve there, but I also need to accentuate some of the things that I am good at so that I can limit the amount of times that I put my defense in a bad situation, trying to win the game from the 30-yard line on a pass on second down that maybe we could have done something differently. He's going to be a different game caller. That's what I'm expecting. I don't think he's going into the dinosaur, like I'm just going to pound the ball just because we have to, and two yards in a cloud of dust is the way to go. But I think a lot of the analytic world is like, you went and sat in this freaking thing, lied to the Joneses about your job, got the job, and you'll say whatever you can to keep your job. Yet here he did win 12 games in back-to-back seasons. And then when people will complain about, hey, you had the best offense whenever it came to the regular season, you were so good. What happened against the Niners? Where was that offense? 2 years in a row now that the offense has been pretty much non-existent against two good defenses.
And I have said the same thing throughout, is whenever people are like, oh, they got the best offense, they got the best offense. The issue that I have with that is I think people just look at points scored and they don't factor in any variable. Not all people, but some people.
Like the defense you're facing?
Yes.
If you're facing the 32nd defense.
But not even that, Mike. I'm saying our defense. How many points did our defense score? Going back to 2 years, or how many times did the offense score because of the defense? Like, if you get the ball at the opponent's 17-yard line and then you score a touchdown, they're like, see, we scored 7 points. And I'm like, that's cool, but, like, the defense got you there.
To your point, and I know there's more games, but ERA is ERA. But if I throw a shutout against the Oakland Athletics, or I throw a shutout against the Houston Astros. There's a bigger difference in who I did it against. Yes, they're both major league teams.
Yep.
But if I'm going to score 52 against a team that wins 4 games this year, and then against the San Francisco 49ers score 12, that should factor into, are you the number one offense, or are you just scoring a S-load of points against bad teams?
Yeah, and, I did see Broadus because somebody was like, he's saying that he's just trying to protect his defense here. And Broadus was like, didn't he have that say as the head coach?
True.
Like, couldn't he tell his offensive coordinator
slow it down
to hey, we want to do a little more of this? And I understand he has other responsibilities, and I don't know exactly what they are when he's standing there staring at the board, and you feel like, is he even really doing anything?
Sure.
Again, I'm not in those shoes, but we will see a more hands-on approach from the guy that's going to be calling the plays, and we get to see what kind of rhythm he is in as the play caller, and more importantly, what kind of connection he has with Dak and how those two work together to understand what they want to accomplish on offense to help that team be better. I would love to be the number one offense and number one defense and number one team and win championships.
Sure.
That's what I want too. I would never say I don't try to be the number one offense.
Now, I think there is something to the scaling down of it because, who cares? If you win the game, this is the same argument that we had with Sean and RJ all those many times, but it doesn't have to just be running the ball if it's their short passes and everything. I think that are low risk but higher reward than, your general running play based on the analytics, if he's really looking at that, then I support that.
Yeah, effective efficiency is what I want more from my offense than anything else. Because, the Jason Garrett era, there would be games where they controlled the ball for 38 minutes of a game, and you were like, how did they lose? That. It's weird. You want to be able to put the points on the board, do the things you want to do, and then also have a defense that is stacked enough they can go do the maybe shut out an opponent on the other side.
I don't know if this is C-block worthy, but are you familiar with Katarina Nash?
I know Katarina Witt.
Yeah, I was thinking of gymnastics or ice skating or something.
Yeah.
This gal is a mountain biker and cross-country skier. She has successfully gotten her 4-year doping sanction overturned because of her dog. So there were trace amounts of this dog medicine or whatever that was on the list of banned substances. And she said, no, I swear it's my dog. And they're like, uh-huh. Cool. Banned. So they had the hearing and everything. And it turns out she is victorious. So what happened is she had a sick dog named Ruby, and the dog needed to take this medicine, but the dog's like, I don't want to take the medicine. And so essentially she had to force the dog to take the medicine, and either A, some of it rubbed off on her hands there, or B, she also got bitten slightly by the dog. Because if you're trying to shove something down a dog's throat, I can see how it's
bitten.
Twice shy.
Biting the hand that feeds you.
That's right. And so they did the test, and they got testimony, and they talked to her vet and all these people, and they decided, you know what? Your ridiculous BS excuse, that is 100% what happened.
Wow, so now she can keep using this drug, huh?
No, I don't know if that was the point of the story, but that is an interesting takeaway.
If that was the case, wouldn't you just be like, oh, yeah, I mean, I guess it does. Injections.
I'm also just really impressed. She's 45. She's already been in 2 Winter and 3 Summer Olympics.
45 and still competing.
I don't know if she
drug-free.
I don't know if she plans on competing going forward, but hey, she's not suspended now, so she could.
I hope she's not drinking coffee.
We're the KNC Masterpiece Caffeine Overdose. Coming up next, we're going to pivot just a little bit because I do want to talk about what Major League Baseball is doing to combat the potential failure of the Bally's Sports Network and if other leagues will follow suit so you can watch your team maybe sooner rather than later. We'll do it next live from Spring Training Enterprise on 105.3 The Fan.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen live at 105.3 The Fan.
the start of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair in that maybe it wasn't just like this little mosquito bite on his left side that caused discomfort type of thing. But I mean, if he is going to be on a mound, I mean, he's throwing bullpens, he's coming out fine. I don't think that that's behind him. I think they're just trying to build him up. They don't want to rush him. I think, they're obviously aware that he has a recent history with injuries, and they want to be protective of that. But yeah, I mean, I said this when they signed him. If there's going to be constant concern every time he throws a pitch about, how he feels and does he grimace or whatever, I mean, that's just the nature of it when you sign this guy, because he is incredibly talented, but also has not been as available as you'd like in recent years for the Mets. So, it would be unfair or it'd be unrealistic for me to tell you that shouldn't be a concern. I mean, I think everyone's going to have a different level of concern, and it's always tough with medical stuff because, we don't really know. We're not doctors, so it's always tougher to assess that as opposed to a performance thing. But, yeah, I totally understand if people are concerned.
Jared, last night at dinner, you jumped up and left during the trivia session. Was that a plan on your part to evade the trivia? Because you had been planning to make sure that Kevin had more interaction with our server last night.
Thanks.
Was that on purpose, or did you just have to go to the bathroom?
Well, I did have to go to the bathroom. I thought it was the perfect time, though, because it wasn't like one of those things where I was about to go in my pants, but I did need to go, and I wanted to go before food came. But I also didn't want to stop down any of the conversations we were having. But then the waiter decided to stop it down himself, and so I figured, well, this is a great time. I don't really care for his wacky trivia. I'll just go to the bathroom right now. So.
Well,
all right. See you later.
Well, we appreciate it, Jared. I'm sorry if Mike doesn't, and we hope to see a Cocaine Bear tonight.
Nope.
Oh,
right.
Oh wow!
That's awesome.
There you go.
Yes.
Actually, he
there
can't
you
In
go.
your face. That's the way to that's the way to just make sure the person
I love
leaves.
It.
All right. See you later.
He's going to he's going to Arizona State tonight to watch the high school state basketball championships.
Oh,
okay.
Neat.
Sounds like a
He
plan.
has some friends that his kids play.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes more sense. I didn't get that context at first. All right.
Sorry.
So, what about making life easier for Stars fans, Mavericks fans, and Rangers fans to get to see their team better and hopefully sooner rather than later? Well, I guess Bally's probably doesn't think hopefully sooner rather than later. Is Major League Baseball has added 3 executives to its new local media department as it prepares for a possible takeover of local broadcasts of the 17 teams that are in the midst of the AT&T Sportsnet and Bally's, crumbling, imminent bankruptcy, whatever you want to call it, because they've already missed one loan payment that was due, and the expectation was perhaps there would be more, and then they would declare bankruptcy, and then would it be a reorganization of debt bankruptcy, or would they just be like, well, this didn't work for us at all? And so MLB said the new hires are an important step in our preparation to address the changing landscape of MLB game distribution in light of the increasing challenges and pressure facing regional sports networks. Now, MLB came out and did this, but this is an issue that Mavericks fans and Stars fans know exists as well in terms of Bally Southwest, or more importantly, maybe their parent company.
Yeah.
Do you like seeing MLB, I guess, kind of being proactive with this?
Yeah, I think prepared. That I have no clue. People ask me because, yes, I do get a paycheck from Bally's, but I don't know the inner workings at all with the Bally situation and the money situation. But I do like to see that Major League Baseball is prepared that if, I have no clue, on June 1st, I'm throwing out a date, that Bally said we are not going to be able to financially broadcast games anymore, that on June 1st that night, you're still going to see the Ranger game because the Rangers are going to, I guess, put it on a channel? Because 676 for direct. I'm sure CJ and Dave Raymond would call it they would just say, hey, we're keeping everybody, but you would just have to try to throw it on some channel, I guess, immediately, right?
Man, I don't know.
But then, I don't know.
And because you might try to cut another deal, this was an interesting thing to me is, all right, So the parent company Diamond Sports Group, which the subsidiary of Sinclair Broadcast Group that operates under the Bally Sports name, they said they have debt of $8.7 billion. Now, part of that debt is they have $1 billion in rights payments, mostly to baseball teams that are due in the first quarter of this year. Now, I'm not saying it's going to make an impact immediately, and I'm sure they could figure out another way to do some sort of deal, but the Rangers do have a hefty amount of money that comes in through their regional sports network, and I always wondered if either that didn't come through or they had to renegotiate the rights, and even in the bankruptcy, you're not going to get the full amount of money most likely. Would they need to cut another deal, and would that impact things for the Rangers?
Could they even pay their players?
I'm sure
I wonder
they could.
Would you ever want to sign another 10-year deal of your games? Because TV money never goes down. It just
does
always
appear
goes
as
up.
yeah.
So I would be like, look, I'll max this thing out at 5 years, but I want 5 years from now, I want other people bidding on our games, because it just seems like professional games, sports, is the only thing that drives television up and up and up.
And now streaming. Because then that's the other thing. When you saw what Sunday Ticket went for with YouTube, when you've seen the MLS package going with Apple TV, I would wait it out, because I do not think all these streamers are going to make it. And so in an attempt to cannibalize one another, I'm sure they'll want to pick up even more live sports. So I'm with you. I do believe, at least in this moment in time, I think if I was a team, I would want to sign a shorter deal.
Do we have Mike Trout out here today?
Probably not. This
No?
is a long trip. I mean, when I say long, for Arizona, this is an hour bus ride at least.
Oh, he didn't ride buses.
And there's no way with his body and everything they want to put him on a bus for over an hour and then stretch in 48-degree weather to play a baseball game.
But would you think they'd helicopter and fly it over here or something? Okay.
It's the same for Ohtani, probably.
Ohtani, I think, pitched, yes. I'd have to check, but I think he just recently pitched against Oakland. And it might have been yesterday or the day before.
Dude, can you imagine that? Don't even go. Just hang out at the house, man. We're good. We're good without you today. You don't even need to be in the
I mean, if we had Mike Trout on the Rangers, wouldn't you say, just play in surprise? You don't have to get on a bus all spring training.
Yeah.
We're paying you $1 zillion, and we need to protect your body.
What are the usual trip lengths in Florida? Because I know everything's a lot more spread out there.
2 hours, probably on average.
Oh.
And here, on average, it's 30 minutes.
Okay, very nice.
So this is just, if you go to Peoria, where the Rangers went yesterday, we just drove over there for dinner.
Yeah,
That's a 20-minute drive to get over there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellows from the G-Bang Nation. Next, right here on the Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. March is here, and college basketball teams are finishing off the regular season, and the BetQL model likes a play in the season.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Fantastic, Iggy. Thanks for asking.
No problem.
Did you want to punch Mike just now? Like, you gave him I am about to square you in the jaw look just
Yeah,
now.
what's wrong, Kevy?
Please stop calling me that.
Wait, would you rather me touch you softly or call you Kevy? If you had to pick.
Probably the second one.
Like, so you'd rather me call you Kevy than...
Yeah, you don't do both. That's not okay.
Well, then
man.
you had a worse reaction to me softly touching your back.
Just caressing the back shoulder.
Oh, my God.
Maybe it's because I've also been tagged on Facebook and Twitter by multiple people saying a new study came out that Whataburger has the healthiest cheeseburger.
Healthiest?
What?
Are you serious?
I'm like, that's great.
We're
but
going to
like,
Whataburger.
you made that decision. You don't care about your health in that moment. You
I
want
felt the
something
same
delicious.
But it's
That's
good to
fine.
know. It's good to know that, though, right?
Is it? Why?
Because now I'm making the decision to eat a
Heck
cheeseburger.
yeah.
I'm seeking out Whataburger, and I'm eating the healthiest
It makes
cheeseburger
sense
possible.
now that I'm
You could
waiting
go
20
make your
minutes.
own cheeseburger in the amount of time it would take you to get one from Whataburger.
But that's work I have to do.
It's
I
not
just sit there
Whataburger.
and wait for that burger to be delivered to my mouth.
Yeah, just listen to 105.3 The Fan for a whole segment, and then hopefully I get the burger during commercial break.
Now that's very true. Zach, did you see Rashad Bateman get mad on Twitter and then being like, "Oh, never mind"?
No, what did you do?
All right, so Eric DeCosta had said that the Ravens have a disappointing track record for drafting pass catchers. And Bateman, who was a first-round pick a couple of years ago, tweeted out, "How about you play to your players' strengths and stop pointing the finger at us in number 8? Blame the one who let you do this. We take heat 24/7. Keep us healthy. Care about us and see what happened. Ain't no promises. Tired of y'all lying and capping on players for no reason."
Ouch.
Then about 40 minutes later, he deleted it.
So he's basically saying Greg Roman stinks.
Yeah. And then he tweeted out in its place, "My apologies."
Right. Yeah. I think you should have kept the tweet up.
Yeah, everyone knows it.
You clearly feel that way.
Everyone saw it.
Right. It's out there, and somebody has screen grabbed that, and they're going to keep that around forever, and it's going to float around on the internets.
The sex tournament thing?
Oh, yes. Okay, have you already talked about this?
The sex tournament?
Okay, so...
his eyes lit up, Kevin.
One of the Kentucky broadcasters was like, "Hey, if we win on Saturday or whatever, that clinches the third seed in the sex tournament, which means we would play Friday night." Now, of course, obviously, he meant the SEC tournament,
Yeah.
but the C and the X are very close together,
Yeah.
just like sometimes the P and the V are. And
Oh,
so,
there's my guy coming out. Bobby Witt Jr.'s here today, baby.
Is he really?
He's in the
Woo!
lineup. He's in the lineup. He's batting second.
Are you kidding me? I
There
thought
he
it was-
is.
Oh, my God.
So now the SEC tournament has taken on a completely different look and feel.
I always called it the sex tournament.
Yeah?
But I giggled to myself when I did it. I didn't think other people did this.
Did you
This is good. I
usually
like it.
finish first in the sex tournament?
Of course I did.
What are you
kidding me?
doing right
I don't
now?
last usually
If you're not
very
first,
long.
you're last.
Well, I mean, you got to play. You got to play in those tournaments.
That's a yes from the 512. Did y'all know there's a Whataburger in Surprise?
We
did.
drove by it last night on the way back from dinner, which was an outstanding dinner.
It was.
Very entertaining.
What did you think? If you're giving out superlatives, what would you give our waiter?
Wet.
Would you also say what?
It was rainy last night.
No,
Yeah,
He
there was a lot of
started
rain.
off some weird conversation.
Well, we had a broken windshield wiper.
Oh,
So we
no.
could barely see on the drive. It was,
dear.
and we might have hit something.
What?
What are you saying?
Like
a person?
Everything's fine.
If
Don't
it was a
worry
person,
about it.
would y'all have stopped?
Yes, of course.
Why are you winking right now?
Oh my gosh! I do not think we should be joking about that.
It wasn't a person.
It wasn't a
Kevin.
person. It was just one of those
like
little
cactus or something.
Did you not notice randomly that they had? I don't even know if they're speed bumps.
Yes, I told Mike. I was like, Mike, watch out for the median.
You couldn't. Yeah, but they're circular medians.
It
We
looked
don't
like
have these
it looked
in
like a
Dallas.
puddle in the
It
middle of the
did.
place, and then I was like, is that a puddle or
So
a
at
median?
first it caught us off guard, so we kind of hid an edge of it because we couldn't really see properly turning into this restaurant, but we were fine. It was just a little, hey, curb check. Boop, boop.
What are your general thoughts, or what are y'all's general thoughts about A-Rod?
I've never liked him.
Great player. Didn't need to do the steroids to still be a great player. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he did. But I just always thought the personality was not that he was pompous, but he walked around with an arrogance about himself that he was above everything that was around him.
I think pompous might be a good description of him.
Okay, maybe so. I felt maybe I'm wrong. Is pompous not like?
Did you think it was too strong?
Down to people?
No, I think
I just felt
arrogance.
Like,
there's
like,
arrogance, vibrato.
But
what's the correct word?
Bravado.
There? Kevin, please
bravado.
help me.
I always felt though that he
not vibrato.
What did I say?
How come you didn't ask me?
I thought he was the
Well,
kind of
I
guy.
asked
I don't speak
everybody.
good English. Are you kidding me?
I thought he was the kind of guy though that didn't even realize that he was that he put himself in that place.
I don't know if this will change your opinion or not. He has a startup called Jump that he hopes will compete with Ticketmaster. Because obviously,
because of Taylor Swift,
people are banging
the fees.
Yeah, because of the fees. That's pretty much all it comes down to. And there's a great Simpsons bit from like the 90s when Mr. Burns allegedly bought Ticketmaster, and he goes, "See, you thought I was dumb. No one will pay 200% surcharges." And Smithers says it promises a mix of the dumb and rich, the ignorant and rich. So
I do think when you're buying from these sites, the charges and the fees that they put on this is ridiculous.
And they need to be built in the original price.
Right.
Don't give me this crap about it's $39 and you're like, oh, it's $62.
And maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like StubHub is the worst about it.
Yeah, there's an option on there. Would you like to see the price with or without fees? Who the hell wants to see the price without fees?
I want to know exactly what I'm paying. Don't tell me I'm paying $200, and then all of a sudden it's actually $300.
Yes, for sure. All right, now Mike has the bold opinion. We are on the 61st anniversary of Wilt Chamberlain scoring 100 points. He believes that Joel Embiid could make a run at that this evening.
Oh, tonight? Well,
How many people are saying,
no.
as our show's coming to a close, what's the percentage of people that think Joel Embiid can get 100 tonight?
32%.
32%?
32% are saying this will be the second time in NBA history somebody gets 100 points.
You know what's alarming? If you look at 70 to 99 and 50 to 69, 58% of the people think he will score 50 or more points tonight.
Get him, Reggie.
Not gonna happen.
That's
it's not gonna happen tonight.
No, it's not. But he might have. He might get Jacoby's 81.
No,
See?
he's not getting 81.
This is realistic.
No, it really is, guys. The Mavericks cannot guard big men.
Oh my god!
I know. You're
and
right.
Joel Embiid can go ahead and put up 50 at will. So I don't think that like a 60 to 70 point game, like that is very realistic.
Are you rooting for that if it starts happening?
Hell
Are you
no, I'm
rooting
not
for the
rooting
100
for
points?
that. I hate Philadelphia.
Me neither, yeah. You're rooting for
Look at Mike,
Philadelphia?
rooting for the city of Philly.
Yeah, I played for the Phillies in AAA, man.
No.
What were you
I
going
went
to
to
say?
their
Nobody
I don't
spring
know.
train-
Nobody
I went
wants
to
to
their
root for
spring
Philly.
training and everything. If you want to buy my jersey on eBay right now, my Philly spring training jersey, it's there to buy. Don't buy it. I've tried to buy it, and the guy won't come down on price.
Oh, it's not even yours?
No, it
Okay.
is mine.
I've tried to
It's
buy
not
it. The guy
mine.
won't come down on
What
the
are they
price.
selling
How did he
for?
get
$120.
How
I
did he
said
get
I'll
it
give
from
you
you?
$60, dude. Nobody wants a Mike Bassick Phillies jersey.
So even you are playing hardball against
Yes,
you.
yeah.
Okay, you're like, I'm not worth
It came down to $90, and I'm like, no, like it is worthless except to me.
Gosh.
Is it a cool looking jersey?
I kind of want
says
somebody
Phil-
else
it
to
says
buy it now and raise
Phillies.
the price.
It says Phillies across it.
Oh, man.
And has number 54 Bassick on the back.
Let's buy it and then put it for auction at Peace-a-thon and see if we can get it bid up.
You're telling me.
I could for sure get 150.
I do think so.
We'll
but
get him to
you're
autograph it.
telling me tonight, if you were watching on TNT and Joel Embiid has 70 points going into the fourth quarter, you wouldn't want to see. In our lifetime, nobody scored 100. Yes, Wilt did it, and it wasn't even televised. There's not a video of him scoring 100 that we could see 100 points in a basketball game.
It kind of goes back to like the no-hitter, right, or the perfect game against the Rangers, and we got to see it with Joe Musgrove, and then Bleepin Kluber
All right,
did it.
what if this year Shohei Ohtani through 7 innings has a perfect game against the Rangers and has 2 home runs already hit, and he's coming up? Don't you want to see a dude throw a perfect game or a no-hitter and 3 home runs in the same game?
I'm kind of starting to see where you're coming from here.
Yeah, like
There
against
is
the Yankees.
Well, there is something about being able to witness sports history. And I'm kind of ticked with the Mavericks right now.
Hey, Knuckles. See, 100 points, dude. Like, that would really shove it also in the Mavs' faces on how stupid this team is.
I think we should keep shoving it up their rears.
Yeah, how would Josh
up the
rears?
rears?
Yeah. Don't be like Josh Young.
100 tonight.
Up the rears, shove it up their rears.
Embiid, let's get 100.
Chia follows over there. He's like, oh, yeah, all right, man. All right,
Yeah, somebody texted in that was like, hey, if Eric was in the sex tournament, we'd all have kids.
Oh my gosh! Sometimes I look at him and feel pregnant.
I think it
what
might
do
be
you
a-
guys?
actually.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Eric and I went into the clubhouse today. We got interviews with Josh Smith and Brad Miller. We'll see if they can top yesterday's. You make the call. We will have them at 2:20 and then at 4:40 today.
I heard some of the Brad Miller. That's going to be a strong candidate. And then you had another off the record interview that definitely is not airable.
No, we talk dirty.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say sex tournament, Kevin.
No, say National Anthem.
National Anthem.
Be a part of Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific afternoon. We're off and running live. It's Spring Training Surprise, Arizona. Our coverage presented by Sonic. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, General at your service. Wolchuk and Chiafalo to my right. Broadus to my left. Lucius Alexander back home, 75 in Fitzhugh, keeping the Gators down. And Carter Freeman on his birthday. Coordinating your video.
Happy birthday, Carter!
Twitch, and YouTube. Please give the mod some peace here on his birthday on the chat. Take it easy on him. And everybody get your Zoom video open ASAP, right? Take good care of Carter Freeman here on his birthday.
Or some barbecue. He said he's a big fan of barbecue, by the way. I don't know why he keeps saying that. He threw a piece of paper at me and said, "Oh, tell him barbecue." So I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, well, Carter deserves, Carter deserves that and more. That's what I would say.
Lucius, too. Get Lucius some while you're at it as well. No, I mean, if you must. But, don't you know.
Hey, we have one eye on the combine. Action continues. You're going to have players working out and all that. And Jerry on the bus is always something we look forward to on a Thursday. And I keep checking Cowboys Twitter, expecting some Jerry Jones quotes to be coming in. But do you think maybe there's too much drama going on behind the scenes with what's happened in the court back in North Texas? Do you think you might want to lay low, Brian?
No, I feel like that Jerry's one of those guys that's like, he talks about, hey, I've done this every year. I'm going to be a part of this. And I expect the media is all, ready for him to do that. Usually this is a Saturday staple, but, with things changing in the PR department, the push is to try and get it done on Thursday. So I'll follow back up and make sure that. But, yeah, this was the day that was kind of set going forward.
Well, still a lot going on, and obviously Mike McCarthy's statement is huge. I want to run the damn ball, setting the tone for the Cowboys offseason. And quite a spirited debate across Cowboys Twitter. Where do you guys come out down there? Wolchuk, Chiafalo, where are you guys coming out on this I want to run the damn ball statement from Mike McCarthy that's pretty much lit the NFL world on fire when it comes to the hot taking?
I don't have an issue with running the football as long as you're able to run the football well. You can't just go ahead and beat a dead horse and just attempt to run the ball, and it not go anywhere. I think the mentality of I want to run the football is a good one to have. I think we just saw the Philadelphia Eagles have a ton of success last year running the football. I think that's always a good remedy for success in the National Football League. I don't think that's ever going to go away. I've talked about that even when we had kind of the air raid approach take over the National Football League, and people were saying, oh my gosh, don't run the football. But the whole thing is you can't just run it to run it. You've got to run it effectively. So it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it. There's a time and a place for everything. So we'll see exactly what kind of tweaks and changes Mike McCarthy makes, because for a while there, half the season we've seen this. Under Kellen Moore, it seemed like first half of the season, Cowboys would run the football very well. Second half of the season, teams would pick up on tendencies and traits, and things would fall apart. Whether it was injuries to the offensive line or to the running backs, whatever it was, this team failed to run the football well. Can Mike McCarthy go ahead and problem solve that?
Yeah, it's a not a quantity question for me, but a quality question. You want to make sure that you're running the ball efficiently. And so that's the most important thing. I like this from Mina Kimes yesterday on Twitter in regards to this McCarthy quote. And she says, this past season when Dallas passed on first down, they had the second highest down set conversion rate in the NFL. They were getting first downs at the second highest clip in the sport when they decided to pass the ball on first down. The only team they were trailing, of course, was Pat Mahomes, Andy Reid, and the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. When they ran on first down, they dropped to 22nd. So, like that goes to show you that you have a quarterback that when you're throwing the ball when the defense doesn't really know what you're going to do. The defense is expecting run a lot of times on first down. You pass the ball, you find success. When you run into the obvious running situations on first down, then you're going to find yourself at a place where you're in a lot of third and longs and your quarterback's going to throw interceptions.
So that is success rate when passing on first down?
That is what that is success of moving moving the sticks.
Success rate of eventually getting a first down if you pass on first down. And how frequently did they run on first down?
They ran on first down like 57% of the time, I believe.
Yeah, they ran
That's a
the ball
number.
on first down a lot.
You know, I think that's what really strikes at the core of this argument, though, is to me the reason they had so much success passing compared to their peers is because the defense was expecting run. It's not that to me. That's not a blinking light that wow, you should be passing all the time. If you're so much better at getting first downs when you pass, why wouldn't you pass all the time? And it's because you have to. There's an element of setting the defense up. And I know maybe Dak supporters don't want to hear this, but I think Mike's in line with what a lot of other Cowboy fans know, and that Dak's not going to carry you if you ask him to pass the ball so much that the defense is expecting pass in neutral situations. I think that's what this comes down to. You want to pass as much as possible, but you can only pass as much as your quarterback is capable of converting against cover 2. That's really what it comes down to. And if you can't convert against cover 2, now you got to go back to running the ball to get the defense out of that. Now we're in favorable situations. They're expecting run. Now we can have a high degree of success passing the football. And the lower your quarterback is in the ranking, the better your running game has to be to find that perfect equilibrium where the defense is afraid enough of your run game to allow your quarterback to have success as much as you want. And to me, that's what the team is kind of saying here. We can't go away from the running game when it's not having success. We have to find better ways to run the ball. And I don't think Kellen Moore was problem-solving to run. I think he was trying to come up with too many big plays in the pass game.
Yeah, there was a massive lack of creativity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I hope that McCarthy has a creative bone in his body.
Well, we had to have a creative bone in our body last night trying to get to dinner. And
home. Dear God.
In a minivan that can best be described as from a zombie apocalypse escape.
Yeah.
That's what it was. The zombies were coming over the hill. The people that had this minivan before us piled in that thing and escaped down an old logging road. And then we rented it.
Yeah.
So last night, it's a torrential downpour on the way from the ballpark to dinner. And we quickly found out that the left windshield wiper was missing.
Driver's side. The driver's side one was not even there.
It was metal on the windshield, boys.
Brian's not happy, boys.
I'm just telling you guys, I found myself as a veteran traveler.
Yeah.
When you get the opportunity to go into the presidential lot to pick your own ride, I just hope you three now realize that when I walk another direction and are looking at vehicles and you guys determine that you need to band together and go and get the zombie apocalypse van.
We outvoted you for the zombie apocalypse van.
It had that big purple X on the side.
I didn't even notice
it.
Yeah.
It had all these little markings.
These little stickers, too.
Yeah, stickers, the door on my side doesn't even work. I feel like that I'm riding in this van, and you guys are hoping that I fall out. That door just opens and I fall out.
I just hate trying to pile into like little doors in the back and you got no leg room. I was like, cool, a minivan, leg room. Who cares if it's scratched up
I was looking like at an Armada. I was looking at one of those big old Armada kind of vehicles, and you guys are, hey, come over here, Broadus, we're good.
Just speak up next time, Brian.
We should have deferred.
You know what? I'm just trying to be a
you
really
won't
good
need
team.
To speak up next time because I'll just do whatever you want.
Yeah,
clearly
we're just going to follow you straight to whatever car you choose. How about that?
You know what?
We trust you.
I'm always trying to, and by the way, I'm just going to try. Hey, we'll get hopefully better seats today, better boarding, and all that. We're going to give that a go today.
Appreciate you.
The dad and me will try and do those things.
No, you're a beast.
Hey,
take good care of us.
By the way, can I give you a little update?
Sure.
Looks doubtful for Jerry today.
Okay.
Very doubtful. Tomorrow looking better is what I was just told.
Okay.
So there we go.
Whatever Jerry wants to do. He wants to float the sked. The sked's floated.
Yeah.
He wants Thursday, Friday, Saturday, whatever Jerry wants.
Whatever Jerry wants to do. Absolutely.
We'll talk about it when he's good and ready. I want Jerry coming out here throwing heat, letting us know about stuff that Steven won't.
Yeah, I want him to be feeling good, feeling great. So if he needs a Friday bus combo, then that's no problem at all. We'll have Bobby Belt on that bus tomorrow, which will be absolutely fantastic as he makes his way out to Indy. So the coverage is going to be outstanding. But yeah, we are in the middle of driving in a safety hazard constantly in this Kia Sedona with a X marks the spot. Don't choose this one.
Yeah.
You open the door and it says in 5 miles you're going to need an oil change.
Yeah.
And we all said, yep, let's just just do this bad boy.
It did.
And then we find out last night that only one of the windshield wipers in the torrential downpour has an actual wiping mechanism on it.
Listen, Dawson did a tremendous job.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, we did. It wasn't his fault he hit this 4-foot-high curb. I mean, no, it was crazy. I thought
scared him straight, bro.
I'll tell you what, I was really worried that left front tire was just going to be totally disengaged.
We could have blamed it on whoever had the vehicle before us. I can't believe that vehicle was back in the lot. That's just incredible. That needs $5,000 of work to make it rentable again.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why the X is on there, and we just totally ignored it.
Hey, can I say something real quick about the previous we were talking about? Mike McCarthy, does he sound giddy?
He does.
He's giddy that he got rid of Kellen Moore. He's giddy about this right now.
We're going to go over some of the quotes that we didn't talk about yesterday because we were sorting them on the fly. But at one point, he's like, "I'm back, baby."
Yeah,
he's stoked.
Oh man, he's like most people sing in the shower. I'm thinking about calling plays, final drive of the Super Bowl in the shower.
My
baby.
man is giddy.
I'm back.
He is giddy about Kellen Moore being gone.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
I like it.
He's back in his bag. But that's again, he's preaching this run stuff, and I think it's just all throw.
It's about Dak, guys. It's about Dak.
You know what?
Don't let anybody fool you on this one.
I think he's BSing himself because I'll tell you, he's going to get into these games and he's going to talk run, and then he's going to call 40 damn pass plays.
Well, that's what you do, man. When you can't BS everybody else, you start BSing yourself.
Because he's not going to be able to help himself.
There were some seasons in Green Bay where they had injuries to guys like Jordy Nelson, and they were really thin at wide receiver. And I know for the balance of his entire time in Green Bay, he was a pass on first down guy, but there were a number of seasons where it was we're running and setting things up with, guys like Ty Montgomery and whatnot.
Ryan Grant was really good for them for a little bit.
Yeah. I specifically remember him being run heavy at times, so we'll be interested to see exactly how that gets sorted out. But I'm with Brian. I think this is them being honest about who their quarterback is and believing. Kellen Moore was asking Dak to stand back there and diagnose things way downfield and make huge plays in the pass game, and that's not how we're going to optimize. Very few quarterbacks in the NFL are optimized like that. Okay, another good storyline, though, is DeAndre Hopkins trade discussions are heating up at the Combine. Cardinals asking for a 2 and a conditional pick. That seems like a no-brainer. Apparently he is done in Arizona. Even the possibility of releasing him was in the story that I read. I would be surprised by that because they could no doubt get something.
Yeah.
At least a 5 from Dallas, maybe.
From Cleveland, right? Just the Amari Cooper trade all over again. If the Cardinals can botch it the same way the Cowboys did last offseason. But I saw Benjamin Albright, who covers the Broncos, but I think he's pretty in the know as one of these NFL young insiders, and he has the Chiefs being a team like, hey, watch out for the Chiefs, man. They're going to swoop in and make a trade for DeAndre Hopkins.
Where do they have the money to do this?
Yeah,
Where's the cap space? I don't understand.
Come on, Steve. Make it happen. Mavs host the 76ers tonight. Dallas somehow a 3.5-point favorite. This seems like a must-wager situation. I don't have an active sports book. I have a couple of, dormant accounts. Maybe I need to revive one.
We hit the over tonight, you think, on this one?
TNT. I don't know. I don't know if it'll hit the over, but, I can't bet on the Mavs to win, and they're giving up 3.5 points.
I think it's because you have a second night of a back-to-back situation for the Sixers.
I don't think Embiid
didn't
played.
play last night. They did not play him so that he would be ready to go. National TV game against his buddy Luka and the Mavericks.
Huge win for the Stars against the Coyotes.
That was a good one. I got to see the last 8-9 minutes of that after we got back from our dinner. Great job by the Stars, killing a couple of power plays. Got one against them there in about the 4-minute mark, and we're just able to get a shorty on it too, shorthanded goal to make it a 4-2 game. So great job by the Stars of getting a much-needed victory.
Sags was awesome last night as well.
Nice job, gentlemen. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Coming up next, you guys were back in the clubhouse this morning, weren't you?
Sure were. We got to talk with Josh Smith and Brad Miller. And Josh Smith is one of those long-haired brothers like my guy Eric over here.
That's right, and we'll catch up with Josh Smith coming up next.
Commercial-free fellowship.
Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you, frankly. You need Frankel & Frankel. Consultations always free, truckwreck.com. Here's Wolchuk and Chiafalo with some more Clubhouse Audio Gold.
Thank you very much, Gavin. We got out there bright and early this morning. We invaded the clubhouse. No rule violations this morning that we know of.
As far as we know right now,
Yeah.
I think we're relatively in the clear.
I haven't gotten word from Rich Rice about anything yet. Who knows when we talk with Jared a little bit later. But as of now, I think we're in the clear, Eric. So
yeah, apparently going in there with your pants off is totally fine.
Yeah, it was good. So no jersey wearing today. I did wear a U.S. men's national hoodie or
that's a
sweater
nice touch.
that I got from
Yeah.
our friends at Rally House. Good, just like Sonic.
yeah, they're crossing brands right there. But
we got to catch up with Josh Smith. We saw our buddy Barlow and Dominic as well. And Barlow was like, man, Josh, you got to do an interview with these guys. They're great. So Josh looks over. He's like, all right, come over here. And this is how it sounded.
all right, boys and girls, we're hanging out with Josh Smith in the clubhouse on a game day, on a thirsty Thursday, no less. Where's the party at tonight, Josh?
I mean, I'd have to imagine Scottsdale, somewhere, Old Town, something like that.
That's a good call. Who's most likely on the team to find the party?
I'd have to say Bubba Thompson.
What was your drinking claim to fame when you were in college?
Drinking claim to fame. Man, I don't know if I should answer this one.
It's a safe space. You're good.
I can limbo. I am 21, so I can legally drink, and when I do, I like to limbo.
You got a nice little dipski in right now?
Just spit it out, so we're going the Copenhagen train.
Okay, all right. Is it can you do a pouch and still be feeling like a man, or do you have to go full like the fine cut stuff?
I do not do pouches, because when I do not feel like a man, so I go long cut, unlike Joe Barlow. No, I'm just kidding.
And Joe is actually surveying this interview right now. He loved ours so much. Now he's just wandering about, and his eyes are just glazed right on us. But what was your first chew experience? Did you end up throwing up?
No. So my dad dipped. So I'm sad to say I probably threw my first dip in when I was like 12 years old. So
That's amazing.
I didn't like it at the time, but it grew on me, and so I kind of just do it every now and then.
Certainly is an acquired taste, as Joe Barlow just mentioned. But what does it feel like to have the best hair on the team?
It feels pretty good, honestly. Thanks for saying that. I've had a lot of work at it. We're going through a little frizz problem right now, so I'm trying to tame that a little bit. So I've been on my wife's hair care routine. So
Is it built for speed or for comfort?
Comfort for sure. What do you think?
I think it's for comfort as well. It looks very soft.
Yeah, no doubt.
How many times a week are you shampooing that bad boy?
Once, twice max. Yeah.
See, that's the pro tip that people don't understand when you get the long hair.
Yeah, you got to build it up.
What's up with the conditioner?
It's really just for moisturizing. I can shampoo and condition one time a week, man. Not too much, not too little. You want that oil to build up a little bit.
Do you feel like you're at least in the top 5 of maybe just like head to toe hairiest dudes on the team?
I'm pretty hairy, yeah.
I got that vibe.
I would show you somewhere, but it's probably not appropriate. But it's pretty hairy.
Wolchuk's a big rug muncher, so he might be down.
Yeah, no, my butt's also extremely hairy as well. But I noticed the back, you didn't have a lot of hair. Do you shave?
No, I'm actually lucky to where it stops right above or below the waistline. So I don't have anything on my back, really. It's really just cheeks, face, big toe, and then head.
Oh, so you got like the hobbit toe.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
So Evan Grant just walked by and heard what we were talking about and scoffed, and like Big J journalism walked away. That was pretty cool. That was like a good moment for me and Wolchuk right there. I kind of liked that. Are you excited for Cocaine Bear? Or did you like the movie when you saw it?
For what?
Cocaine Bear.
I've never seen Cocaine Bear.
If you could drug any other animal other than a bear, what would it be?
If I could drug any animal?
Other than a bear. Obviously, the bear would be the first choice.
Scientific purposes, of course. Pete is not on us here.
I'm going to have to go, I like animals, so I don't think I could drug them. I have to skip that one.
Okay, I'm a heroin hippo kind of guy, personally.
I'm a meth crocodile dude.
You guys are crazy.
Actually, more of a gator guy. Meth gator.
Yeah? Okay. Well, that's on you guys. I don't have a drug that I would put into an animal.
Yeah, that was actually a terrible question. Let's scrap that from the interview, Lucius, if you don't mind. Now, what is your favorite part and least favorite part about spring training?
Well, my favorite part is just kind of getting back, seeing all the guys, goofing off, chilling in the locker room. Least favorite part right now is the weather in the morning. It's pretty freaking cold here, so I'd like for that to warm up a little bit.
How long do you feel like it took DeGrom in like elementary school to figure out that it's a lowercase d on his last name?
I'd assume he was probably told that by his parents at a young age. He seems like a pretty smart guy, so I don't think he's probably ever had a problem with that.
What's your favorite order from Sonic?
Sonic? What's the? I think it's number 13. It's the. It's like the Texas toast, sausage, egg, and cheese.
We got a breakfast guy.
Yeah.
That's my favorite. I love the Sonic breakfast as well. Josh is a smart man. Now, is it true that chicks dig the dong ball?
The dong ball. Yeah, I'm sure they do dig the dong ball. I've never heard of a dong ball, but I'd imagine they dig the dong ball.
What do you think would be the worst exercise to do in the nude?
In the nude? I'd have to say sprints because everything's kind of loose and it's just whopping around, you know what I mean?
Do you like 162 or would 82 be more appropriate?
For
baseball.
162 or 182?
Just 82 in general, like the NBA.
Are you talking of my average last year?
I'm just talking of games played.
I like the 162.
Is there anybody with a gravitas in their voice quite like Bruce Bochy?
No, that's a pretty unique voice. He when he talks, you listen. He sounds almost intimidating a little bit, but it's pretty fun to listen to him talk.
How do you feel about the Yankees?
I love the Yankees. I love my time there. I hope when we play them this year, I hope we get them. But I love the Yankees.
Hoping for more vulgarity there from your time, but that's okay. We kind of can't stand them. What do you think about DFW in your time that you've gotten to spend here overall? What advice would you have for anybody that's moving to Dallas?
Yeah, I love it. I would say get ready to eat, drink probably. There's a lot to do. But no, I love it. No complaints.
What would you like to say to Jared Sandler?
I would say he's short, but he's probably taller than me, so maybe grow a couple inches.
Okay, thank you.
You're far better looking, Josh.
Josh Smith, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you, Josh.
So much.
All right. Nobody does it better than Wolchuk and Chiafalo in the Rangers clubhouse. I've been coming to spring training for a long time, and I tell you what, that's as good as it gets right there. I personally enjoyed the very comedic question. Hypothetically, of course, if you could drug any animal, what animal would it be and what drug would it be?
I appreciate that.
Thank you. That's good content right there.
He didn't seem to like that one too much.
Well, the fact that you guys came up with a couple of animals quickly made it even better.
Yeah, that's outstanding. He likes the 162, though. That's surprising.
I think most baseball players do.
Really?
Yeah.
So they enjoy playing every day.
Yeah.
Okay. So they I mean, obviously there's a grind component to it, but I guess it is fun. I mean, it is a hell of a game to play. Baseball was my first love as a kid, playing sports and all that. And, you know, I'd personally love to do it 162 times a year. That sounds amazing. But shoot, that seems like so much baseball, bro.
Yeah.
Josh Smith loves it.
A lot of baseball going on right there. 214 says we missed a good opportunity for the Adderall alligator, and he's right about that. He's right about it. It's a good call, 214.
The legal version of the meth gator, the Adderall alligator. All righty, let's go back into the Pimp Cup now. It's time for Lucius Alexander to lead us in a chew bag of the day. Sir.
Hey, man, what's up?
How you doing?
Hey. All right. Those two fellas right there, Zach and Eric, you guys seen ESPN The Ocho, right?
Hell yeah, we have.
Love it.
Right. And you see those games that they play during those days?
Yeah.
You guys doing commentary for those games would crush. It would crush. Holler at me if you need an agent.
Yes, sir. We might. We actually really might.
Yeah, let's lock that up.
Yeah, let's not make that turn. Our winner and still champ is the Mississippi Valley Student Broadcasters. There's a three-pointer right in defense of one of the other players, and they got excited.
Oh, they ain't gonna call a foul? They ain't gonna call a foul? Oh! They ain't gonna call a foul? Terry He's handling business at the R.W. Harrison complex. He's single-handedly. He's single-handedly. He got the Delta Devils in his backpack. He got the Delta Devils in his backpack. It's hot in there. It's hot in there. We lit. Terry, keep on hitting those threes in they face. Hey. He just blacked his eye. He just blacked his eye. Hey. He just black design. What? He just black design. iPad. He just black design. What are you? Yeah, we here. We lit. We in here. We lit. We in here. We lit. Yeah, we in here. We lit. Terry Collins, Terry Curry, Terry Curry. Terry Collins, Terry Curry, Terry Curry.
Gosh, man, those guys need to be on ESPN and 8 the Ocho.
It's happening. It's happening. Barstool's going to get it figured out. It looks like they're all over it.
Yeah, I think these guys. I mean, they were even talking about like these guys need to be on the tournament broadcast.
Yeah.
You know, with those guys. I mean, they are so much fun. I mean, that is the way. Either teach me or let me have fun. And these guys are clearly having some fun.
What'd you say about Barstool and these fellas?
They're picking him up, Lucius. Barstool was tweeting about him this morning. I'm working on trying to get the guys to come on our show, and they've already Barstool's like picked these guys up as like, hey, you need to check these cats out. They're
they gave him a retweet. I thought you meant like they signed him a contract or
no,
something.
No,
like
they're keeping an eye on these two guys for sure. They are absolutely doing that.
Indeed. March Madness watch. Coach Bruce Pearl right here from Auburn. He's pretty upset after the game.
Yeah.
Obviously they made some plays. We had a hard time staying in front of them at the end of the day. I'm just sick and tired of our guys getting smashed down there. Smashed!
What defensively were you able to do tonight in over a good portion of the game against this Alabama offense?
Just we played hard, played well. If that's the number one team in the country, come on the road, hostile environment. But we needed that one to get the NCAA, and we didn't get it. Dylan Cardwell's hurt. He's probably not going to play against Tennessee because of his injury. We need his physicality. He got fouled down there at the end of the game.
Coach, just talk about what Saturday represents now.
We'll get ready to play Tennessee. We were incredibly outmanned at the end. Had 4 guys on the bench in foul trouble. Joke!
Not happy with the officials. Bruce Pearl, legendary temper.
And a legendary sweater as well.
Oh, gosh.
No one sweats.
Yes.
I mean, just ridiculous, man.
Yeah, him and that Arizona coach that used to be there before he got fired. They were both
Sean
Miller.
Sean Miller.
They were the big sweaters.
Yeah.
Man, I lost my cool last week and almost got a red card. I did.
Yeah, we need to hear about that story. Maybe we can get it in later.
During the 12-year-old soccer?
I'll give you the short version. There's a couple 12-year-olds. They're mostly 11.
Okay, very good.
The other team was telling his players to push and pull, right? Yeah. Like literally, okay, push her out of the way, pull her down. And so I was trying to talk to the ref about it, and the coach starts to talk to me about it. So I start talking to him, and cooler heads did end up prevailing. But at one point, the ref came over and said, "Hey, I just want to let you know, any word directed at the opposing coach, I should red card you right now, okay? But I like you, so I'm going to let you get by."
And then you said, right. I should go all Jean-Claude Van Damme on you right now, but I kind of like you.
I couldn't believe it. Sometimes things just happen, and you're like, ref, how could he said push her down on this corner kick, and then she literally pushed her down, and there's no call. That's a PK right there. Come on.
That's
Come on,
Bush League.
Let's have it. And, he didn't want to hear from me anymore, so.
Well, he sucks.
Yeah, it happens, though, Bruce.
What a jerk.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yesterday was a church day, fellas.
Sure was.
Former police officer, now pastor, stopped a potential armed robbery during his church service. Say, hey, let me pray for you fellas. You don't look familiar. I'm going to pray for you guys. In fact, all the fellas in the church, come lay hands on these fellas. Make sure we keep them right here.
We letting the Lord have his way. We getting out of here. I still got a few more minutes. Act like I'm preaching for a moment. What's your name? In the purple, tell me your name. Twin, what's your real name? Amon, what's your name? Genesis. Karen, who sent y'all here? I just saw the church and decided to come. Talk to me. Well, let's praise God for them coming. I said praise God that God sent them in here. That what the devil meant for evil, you messing with a Marquelo Antonio Futrell, God's gonna turn. Don't you play with me. I still got a cop anointing, and I still know what's going on, and I still know what's about to happen. God's about to change the plot of the enemy. Lift your voice and shout unto God for what he's about to do. Will you guys permit me to pray for y'all? Do you mind if I pray for you? Twin, can I pray for you? They said I can pray for him. Come on, let's raise God. We can pray for him. Come on, brothers, get behind them. We're just going to lay our hands on you. Lay hands on them. Come on.
Make sure you don't go nowhere either. Keep your hands right on them.
God is good. Preacher changing the plot of the enemy right before the congregation's very eyes. It's impressive. It's cool under fire right there.
Yeah. Yep. His spidey senses were kicking, or his police senses, as he says, were kicking off. How about this? Fox 13 Memphis. There was a reporter covering a shooting, and while he was out there was a guy running through the police scene that they had, and he tried to talk to him.
We got something going on here, as you can see, unfolding now on your screen. A gentleman running through the crime scene. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here, but typically police do not appreciate people, as you can imagine, going through crime scenes. I'm going to see if I can ask them, what's going on? All right. A lot of emotion out here, as you can see. What's going on? All right. A lot of emotion out here right now, as I said.
A lot of emotion. Fox 13 Memphis.
Yeah.
I tell you what, a lot more emotion at the ballpark, Lucius. I think baseball fans are going to like this. The game's in motion.
Yeah.
The pitchers are a little tired. They're getting hit around a little bit. Guys are stealing bags every other time I turn around.
Good for the
sport.
It is, dude. It is. Scoring is up through this time last year, and game times are down. And
Really?
to me, that is a recipe for huge baseball success. And it looks like we have a Max Scherzer challenger somewhere across Major League Baseball trying to break the 27-second 3 strikeout boom bonanza, retire a batter in under 30 seconds. We have a guy who's challenging him. We'll play that later.
Might be a bleep Yankee.
Wow. More entertainment per minute. I think that's baseball here in 2023. Any other challengers, Lucius, before the voting?
That's it, brother.
Okay, we got Fox 13 Memphis. A lot of emotion. Preacher changed the plot of the enemy right there. Bruce Pearl, sick and tired of our guys. They're getting snatched. Mississippi Valley Student Broadcasters, two-time champion. A lot of good nominees in here. It just wouldn't be right for me to cast a vote for anybody than the champion here. How about you, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I'm going with the champ.
Chief Follow.
I'm going with the Memphis news reporter outside of John Morant's house.
Okay. Broadus.
I'm going to go with the champs.
Get 3-1, Lucius.
I don't even think it's necessary, but hey, Texas Ranger Josh Smith mentioned the limbo dance.
Yeah.
If you want to get your third eye poked, Google the origins of the limbo dance.
Can you go?
I'm on it, baby.
Can you go? Yeah. School me on that. I'd appreciate it. Here we go, nation. It's time for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broadus. Where are we heading, sir?
Yeah, I've got some combine thoughts as we kick this thing off. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, Cowboys offense talking points. Significant things that we didn't get to from that, quote, avalanche that hit the Cowboys beat yesterday. We'll talk more about that, and it's a can't-miss conversation coming up here in about 14 minutes, and another can't-miss one right now. It's time for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that very much. Hey, something real quick before I get to my Combine thoughts. I was going through the Rangers media guide. You know, the media guide. I was just kind of, I'm always interested about what people put in the media guide about particular people. And the Rangers happen to have a segment here, or a section, about Chris Young, who's, first-year general manager, right?
Yeah.
And so they're talking about all the various things that he's done throughout his career. But they've got this down here at the bottom of his page. Tallest general managers in professional sports history.
Wow. The tallest?
Oh, nope.
One of.
He's not. Okay. When you saw that, I'm going to be honest with you. When I met Chris the other day, now, Wooly Bully, you've seen him before.
Yes.
You walked in.
Yes.
I didn't realize how damn big he is.
Me neither.
Yeah, I mean, that was shocking when he poked his head into the door.
Right.
And then I kind of went outside and introduced myself. He literally, I'm 6'3". And, I mean, I was way looking up at him.
Yeah, he was a dual sport star, basketball and in baseball.
Yeah.
And I think the Sacramento Kings, offered him, and he passed on that to go pursue his baseball career.
And while he was in the Ivy Leagues being a super, super smart dude, didn't just get there because he was a player and kind of he's got a thesis that would blow your mind, but he had a night where playing at Allen Fieldhouse versus the Jayhawks dropped 20 and 10 on them bad boys.
Rafe LaFrance, right? Something like that?
Or Raleigh Fingers maybe
Rolf,
or something.
Yeah, some name like that, like that. All right, but okay, I'm just going to test you guys here. Because, now you have to think of, athletes that have been general managers in all sports.
Okay, so Vlade Divac.
Boom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Magic Johnson.
Okay, Vlade would be number one. He's the tallest general manager at 7'1". Okay, the next tallest general manager is a current general manager in the league in the Western Conference.
James Jones.
No, it's not James Jones. This general manager is 6'11".
Oh, this is the Boston Celtics guy who's now with the Jazz. Danny Ainge.
Nope, it's not Danny Ainge.
How tall is Danny Ainge?
Son of a gun.
6'4".
This general manager's team is currently leading the Western Conference.
Who's the Nuggets GM?
The Nuggets GM?
Calvin Booth.
Oh, wow, former Mav.
Moly, it's Calvin Booth.
Calvin Booth.
I would never have guessed that.
Calvin Booth is 6'11", and then this next gentleman, he was a former general manager, but he goes all the way back from 1989 to 1996. He played in a very famous game where he was a little banged up.
Willis Reed?
Willis Reed is the next guy there.
Good pull there, Doc.
Willis Reed, he was
impressive on the Vlade,
16.
by the way.
Okay, this next one, again, we're going to go through these until we get to our guy. This next guy is he's also 6'10". He was a general manager of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Atlanta Hawks.
Kiki Vandeweghe?
Went to school at Duke.
Danny Ferry.
Danny Ferry is absolutely right.
Yeah.
He's 6'10". Okay, here's the final one. This general manager is currently with an Eastern Conference team.
Okay.
He just traded away all his players.
Eastern Conference team that sold the farm.
They're
Brooklyn.
a team. They're the Brooklyn Nets. That'd be Sean Marks.
Sean Marks.
Sean Marks is 6'10", and then Chris Young, he clocks in at 6'10" himself.
I was about to say he's got to be
That's
6'10".
impressive.
When Chris Young walked in this little closet that we're in, and he had to duck his head to get through the door, I went, "Wow,
Tall
dude!
guy.
Okay, I was not expecting this. This
He
is
had to have been super uncomfortable back there.
he looks like a basketball player. He looks like a big man, like a rim protector.
The last guy in this room that tall, I believe, was the pitcher that came over from the Padres with thoracic outlet syndrome. Giant guy.
Was it Gibson? Kyle Gibson? Oh, no, he didn't come over from the Padres.
No, super
he was
big
from
guy.
the Twins.
I'll Google it up.
Okay.
But Kyle Gibson was a pretty big dude.
All right. Well,
6'6".
I'm going to give you some thought about. By the way, Wooly Boy, I was going to ask you this question.
Yeah.
Kalijah Cansey.
Oh, the defensive tackle from Pitt.
Yeah, did you just see what he ran at the Combine?
I saw a tweet about it that his second run was faster than his first. What was it, like a 4.74?
4.73.
Holy
4.78 the first time out, 4.73.
Dude, Brian, we were talking about this off air. Like, I'm seeing him getting mocked in the top 10 now, and people are just thinking he's the next Aaron Donald, and I like him a lot. I think he's really good, but I don't see Aaron Donald when I watch him. Like, I thought Donald might be maybe the best player in his draft class.
Yeah.
I don't think this dude's the best player in the draft type of good.
Yeah. If you look at various sites have him, like I know Mel Kiper, guys have him like in the top 30. Now, Gavin, let me tell you, and Chief, let me tell you, this guy's 6 foot tall. He's a defensive lineman that's 6 foot tall, 275 pounds. He just now, we ran, 4.73.
I'd like to know what his 10-yard split is.
See, now I want to ask you this question. If the Cowboys at 26, and we've talked about defensive tackles before.
We have. And he's a 3-tech that's a pass rusher guy.
Exactly. I know they've played with Leroy Glover.
Okay, I'm glad you brought him up because I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
My comp for him would be more Leroy Glover than an Aaron Donald. Do you think that's fair?
That has to be fair. It wouldn't be fair if you comped him to Aaron Donald because Aaron Donald might be the greatest defensive player to ever play the sport. So I think, yes, Walchuk, doing Leroy Glover instead is plenty fair.
What do you think? Because you brought Leroy Glover in,
I'm just telling you what, this guy is – I think that Leroy Glover's a little bit quicker of a player. But I'm just so curious about a guy because this is this whole combine thing. A lot of these guys working out now – it's going to be about slight-built wide receivers. It's going to be about slight-built cornerbacks in this draft. And now you got a guy that might be one of the best players in the draft as far as not best player, but when you start talking about defensive tackles.
Sure.
Could you guys be on board with a 6 foot, 275-pound defensive tackle?
If he's super strong and gets leverage on guys and you can see evidence of him going against NFL caliber linemen and having success with that, yes, I think it's a legitimate red flag if a defensive lineman's under 6'2". But if the film says he can play, then I think, guys can overcome it. Guys can overcome it in a lot of sports.
I just wonder about this, though, if, that first-round pick, you just want to make the safest pick you can make. And I wonder if a guy, with a team that kind of, likes, size and length and all that, would this guy even be one of their best players on their board when they got down to it? I mean, this guy's an incredible player.
So you brought up the comp when we talked about it the other day to Ed Oliver.
Mm-hmm. I think it's
Houston kid.
Yeah, I think Ed Oliver's probably a better player than this kid, but he hasn't played like that. He was a 10th overall pick with Buffalo.
Yeah.
So Daniel Jeremiah just put up a side-by-side measurable comparison. Ed Oliver and Cansey at the Combine. Height and weight. So Oliver 6'1", 7'8 inches. Cansey 6'1". Weight, Oliver 287, Cansey 281. Arm length, Oliver 31 inches and 3/4. Cansey 30 and 5/8 inches. 40-yard dash, both of them 4.73. 10-yard split. 1.63 for Oliver, 1.64 for Cansey.
I had a 10-yard spit before.
Yeah, you're doing a good job.
I don't necessarily the player. I don't know anything about him, but drafting a defensive tackle there at 26 doesn't totally hype me up. But if he was a player like. If he was a player that you guys really liked, I wouldn't be super against it. But
at 26, I wouldn't mind it.
Going round one D tackle who might be Ed Oliver, not for me, man. I think there's going to be a better player there. That would just be my guess at a position that would be more like a value position. Hey, are we getting a corner? Are we getting a wide receiver? Like a position that is higher on the value chart.
Probably have a corner there.
And we got Osa Digizua.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, and Zach, would you rather have the cornerbacks that they visited, the Dallas Cowboys, and this is coming from our friends at Blogging the Boys. They visited Joey Porter Jr. and then Devin Witherspoon from Illinois. Who would you rather have of the two before we get out of here?
Porter. I think Porter's better. Witherspoon, people love. Witherspoon's a little bit grabby for me, and I like him, but if you watch him against Michigan late in that game, Michigan picks at him, and they draw 2 penalties against him that he gets called to move the football down, and they kick a game-winning field goal. And that makes me a little bit nervous that how is that going to translate? I had one of the same concerns. We got to ask J.C. Horn that question, and J.C. Horn said, look, I know how the game's called in college.
Yeah.
I can get away with some of that stuff. I know I won't be in the NFL, and I'll go ahead and change how I play. Maybe Witherspoon's the same way, but I think Porter's a better player.
I think Porter's a better player. Thank you, General. Appreciate you, man.
I think Carter Freeman has received a gift. Looks like some TIFF treats have been delivered to the studio.
Nice.
So happy birthday to Carter Freeman. He coordinates your video, and he does a pretty good job there. So it's good to see him get recognized there on his birthday. We razz him quite a bit. And sometimes we question if he's committed, if he's all in. But one thing I know for sure is that everybody deserves to be recognized on their birthday, so it's good to see even a guy like Carter Freeman get in there. Cowboys offense talking points, a few significant ones we did not get to yesterday that are quite juicy, and we'll try to decipher exactly what Mike McCarthy means next in the G-Bag Nation.
You can wait 24 hours. Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here, live in Surprise. Our coverage presented by Sonic. Good. Angels and Royals in front of us at Surprise Stadium. The Rangers on the road this afternoon. Jared Sandler will join you for a full report when the game goes final. Have a lot of good stuff on tap here for you this hour. A fast food roundup with Chiafalo. Some really interesting stuff you're going to want to know. And then we'll go back into the clubhouse with the Nosebleed Boys coming up at 3:40. We'll take a listen to their conversation with Brad Miller. And then NFL News of the Day coming up at 4 o'clock. We're going to do Cowboys right here. And a few things that we didn't exactly get to yesterday. As Mike McCarthy spoke, there were, turns out, 14 talking points. We got to about 12 of them. General at your service. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander back in the Pimp Cup. The birthday man himself, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And Ramon Cruz is remote engineering here, live in Surprise, Arizona. Okay, so much has been said this week. Couple angles here. Mike McCarthy geeked to be calling plays. That's a big break, he said. I wake up at 3 in the morning every night thinking about plays. He was asked if it's like riding a bike. He said, we'll find out. So I'm back. You know, most people sing in the shower. I'm calling the final drive of the Super Bowl again, driving in my car. I'm thinking of plays. So, you know, this is, you know that feeling when you get a new passion and it's like, oh, wow, I didn't know how interesting this was. And now, as soon as you wake up, you're excited. Like, as a kid, it's a new video game. Maybe as an adult, it's a new idea for a business. And, you know, I think when you get that kind of passion, there's a lot of potential to be a lot better. There's also potential to drive it off the road. But with his experience, you know, I think a more excited, more engaged Mike McCarthy is probably going to be a good thing for this team.
Yeah.
You know, that's my read and my hope on it, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that type of positive energy will just kind of be a little bit contagious amongst all these guys, and can be a little bit reinvigorating when your head man has a smile on his face and he's excited about the job and he's got some creative juices flowing in the brain. I think that's an amazing thing, and it hopefully will pay off. As you said, he could be driving this thing into the road, but just the idea of him being excited and having those creative juices flowing, I mean, that's how I feel about the job that we do here. I mean, I can totally relate to just in random times where maybe you should be disconnecting from work and you're brainstorming other ideas to do things, and sometimes they're not good ideas and sometimes they are, but I think that energy is good, and then it's infectious throughout the entire locker room or coaching office or whatever it is.
Yeah, and I'd say if the job's not energizing you like that, maybe look for another one. I mean,
absolutely.
Mike hasn't seemed super engaged for the 3 years. That's been one of my complaints. There's no doubt about it, Wolchuk. If the team doesn't go well now, especially on offense, he's going to be the guy.
Yep.
He's going to be the guy with his fingerprints all over it.
No doubt, and that's why I'm all in on this. There's no escaping it, right? There's no one else left to blame outside of maybe the quarterback. And that's also why when we talk about the contract extension, it makes sense to want to open up cap space. But you do that, now you're also putting yourself in more of a bind if you go into this year and you say, okay, things didn't go well, and you're looking at making a coaching change, and or is this the quarterback? Well, now what are you going to do at the quarterback position? So if you stay put and you say, all right, we now have a season where Mike McCarthy's our play caller. What can you do, coach? Can you coach? Okay? And Dak Prescott, what do you do under Mike McCarthy? If you just stand pat and you don't do anything with the contract, you now allow yourself ultimate flexibility. It either works, you go ahead and you hit gold, or it doesn't, and now you can go ahead and reconstruct and rebuild.
Yeah, it will lead exactly to that. If this doesn't work out with Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott doesn't play well, I think you'll be in such cap hell that the rebuild will be coming for you. It won't be a choice. You will be in a position to draft a new quarterback and rebuild the roster.
I'll be fascinated, though, if Mike McCarthy suggests that they should pick a quarterback early in this draft. and not just, try and mine gold in rounds 4, 5, and 6, something like that.
He wants a life raft in form of a player.
Exactly. Like if he legitimately believes that him calling plays and he's thinking like, I can help this guy, right? But if it doesn't work and he can go and maybe get a guy, how early they pick a quarterback here will tell you exactly what Mike McCarthy thinks about Dak Prescott, in my opinion.
It'll be very interesting if they make a big move this year. I could definitely see it in 2024 for a quarterback higher in the draft. But I see going to a more West Coast passing game with two roads. It can go well because, you're throwing shorter routes to guys on the move. But how sure are you guys over here that Dak can hit those short timing routes to guys at the exact spot they need in front of them to turn up field and get that yak that's so necessary out of the West Coast offense?
I'm not. And I want to be. I want to be. I want Dak to be the guy more than anything. I want Dak to lead this team to playoff success in the Super Bowl. I love Dak Prescott. He's everything you want as a leader with the intangibles off the field. Everything Stephen Jones said at the Combine in terms of his work ethic, the attributes that you want as the face of the franchise for is. The problem is his play on the field is wildly inaccurate. For those that say he can't hit a moving target, he can't lead a receiver, that's false because he can. He's done it. The problem is there's plenty of times he also doesn't do it. So I can't say that I'm hopeful and optimistic because sometimes I think he will do it. I think sometimes he's going to have great games and it'll work.
Yeah.
The problem is the next week, I don't know that it's going to work and he's going to have a good game.
Yeah, there's nothing you can bank going into every game. And that's tough.
That maybe there'll be a turnover or two.
Why not try this style earlier in Dak's career, I think, is another interesting question. Like, did those three coaches that have been calling plays in Dak's career know he's incapable of doing that? Or did they just keep going with what was working statistically?
Why didn't Mike McCarthy step up earlier and make a change at offensive coordinator? Why did he allow, why does he now allow 3-4 years of this? And instead of stepping in and saying, hey, he obviously didn't really like what Kellen Moore was doing. What kept him from stepping up earlier and doing something about this?
That's a good question. I wonder if he didn't feel like
to Gavin's
he had
point,
the autonomy. Like this
he's
is
the
the
head
Joneses
coach.
guy.
He's the head coach.
Yeah, but Jerry wants Kellen to succeed. It might have been a requirement of the job to keep Kellen for a while, and it took him 3 years to convince Jerry to try something else.
Yeah, because in
I
the
just
first
can't imagine that.
In the first year, you have no one's getting fired because Dak got hurt, and you chalk it up to that. Okay, the second year, you have for the most part a solid regular season passing the ball, and then things went haywire. You make the playoffs, and it's botched. You could have fired him then for sure. I think many of us wanted him. We all wanted it to happen, and it didn't. And then this year was the final straw where it's like, okay, your offense is your problem in the playoffs, and we can't continue to have that. So, but I think it's a fair question. I don't know if it's McCarthy being like, hey, I'm trying to ease my way in here, and I don't want all this responsibility yet, and now he's just fed up enough, or he didn't feel like he had the autonomy because the Joneses really were akin to Kellen Moore.
Everybody's saying this was definitely his idea this time around, though, right, Brian? This was.
Like I said, yeah. To me, the problem, like I said, I feel like though this is Mike McCarthy seeing Kellen Moore and saying, "Listen, I can move on from him and bring in Brian Schottenheimer."
Yeah,
that's what this is all about to me. Okay. This is one of those things I always talk about, the swaps. You let me bring in Schottenheimer, I'll get rid of Joe Philbin.
Yeah, you talked about that trade.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of that going on with this football team.
Well, the one thing that I am optimistic about is the one, true calling card that Schottenheimer's had in his offenses, and even with Mike Solari in Seattle, they ran the football well. And, Mike McCarthy does have a good passing attack. So if those things can marry, that can put together quite a fun
Statistically,
offense.
This was one of the better offenses in the league. Am I right about that?
Yes, but when they needed it most, this offense didn't perform.
Yeah, they couldn't execute against the better playoff teams.
Well, then why didn't Mike McCarthy step in and try and fix it then when they were in playoff games?
It's $1 million question, isn't it?
I think there was probably a lot of tension there. I think he probably was, and Kellen Moore, is saying, this is our system, this is what we're running, or it's too late to switch it to that extent mid-season, and now Mike McCarthy's going to take a big swing. I just don't know if he knows this is going to fix Mike, or if he and the front office are like, or Dak, or if he's saying, hey, let's see if this makes Dak a better player, and maybe it won't, and then we'll have another piece of data to make our long-term plans based off of. Okay, McCarthy added here in I'm reading this from Ashota's recap on The Athletic of news so far from the Combine. McCarthy added one of his main goals will be reducing the number of hits on Prescott. The plan is to improve the efficiency of the run game and get the ball out quicker and have better protection up front. So how do you get better protection up front? Do the Smith guys on the left give you more confidence than Tyler plus Connor McGovern? Like, how much better do you think that is, Brian, if you give them a full offseason to work together?
I think you need to move on from Tyron Smith myself. I was kind of planning on Zeke and Tyron no longer being here. And there's people, Bobby Belt will talk about this. We did this in the Love of the Star. Bobby thinks that Tyron Smith's a progress stopper now for Tyler Smith.
Can you make any argument, though, that it would be better than Tyler Smith plus Connor McGovern as your left side?
You know what? I can't, because I thought that playing Tyron Smith at right tackle was going to be better than playing Terrence Steele, and it wasn't.
I don't have much confidence either. I'm kind of hoping they restructure Tyron and still find another young offensive lineman. Like, if you're Mike and you're like, we want better protection, that's how you do it, using Tyron as a swing that could back somebody up or, be there if the rookie doesn't play well at all.
Yeah. If you're keeping Tyron Smith, which I'd prefer for them to just move on. But if they're not going to do that, I would like the idea of a restructure. He's not counting near as much against your cap, and so you're not wasting that much money this year if he's only going to play a small portion of the games. But he is still a nice security blanket late in the season, like he was this past year. And so even if it was just that, if it's not a $17 million cap hit, then it might prove to be worth it. But I'm with you. Young insurance as depth on that offensive line is very well needed because the injuries continue to pile up. It's just the fact of the matter.
And they've drafted that, right? I mean, they're going to need guys like Matt Waletzko,
Ball,
to continue to progress. Now,
Farniak,
and a guy like Farniak as well. I mean, that could be a guy that, I mean, for them, maybe they were viewing him as that's your guy to go in and maybe be a starter at guard and replace a Connor McGovern. But maybe he is just a backup player. I do think it's time to move on from Tyron and Zeke. And, as a diehard Cowboy fan, myself and a lot of others driving around or twoloing or tubing or listening on the app, sometimes it's hard to move on from these guys because they've done so much for the organization. We've watched them play for damn near a decade. But you don't want to be the team that's holding on to these guys for too long. And it seems like if you are, that's what you're doing. Because I don't think the play anymore is dictating, one, the financial gain in terms of what you're paying these guys. Tyron Smith isn't going to be available for you for, half the season? I mean, he's proven he just can't stay healthy.
Yeah, it's tough. Didn't even get through training camp last year again. You look at how quickly the Chiefs turned everything around on their offensive line. Big, bold moves, and I feel like the Cowboys would have tried to hang on to most of those guys.
And I think it's disrespectful to say, hey, do you want to be a backup swing tackle? I don't think that's the answer either.
Yeah. Well, maybe you want to let his contract expire because he did you such a solid with the way that he constructed that to begin with, and let the contract end and for him to get all the value out of it before he retires. I don't know. I think, Jerry lets the friend aspect, the partnership aspect get in the way of that sort of cold-blooded team building that Jimmy Johnson was so good at when they were at the top.
We were just evaluating Dak Prescott. Walchuk's mentioning who's listening and watching and twitching and tubing, and it looks like Dutch Ovens hanging out in the Twitch chat. He is locally in the DFW throwing with NFL Combine receivers. He's playing the quarterback right now. He sent us some videos, and I'm curious if Broadus would draft the lefty himself, Dutch Ovens.
I'll tell you what, he's got a very compact throwing motion, and he does a great job of pointing the toe and then following through there and holding that. But you could tell, baseball pitcher, and Dutch, we want you here with us.
We sure do. We miss you, buddy.
We do. But the thing about it is his lower body is really stiff. I mean, there's not much knee bend. You figure like you get a little bounce to your.
All right, Jerry.
He's got a lot of donk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he is.
That wagon is probably difficult.
Absolutely.
Athletic base.
I don't even know what a comp would be for a quarterback with a donk like what Dutch has.
Power bottom.
Like he's packing a dump truck unlike anything you've seen under center.
Very, very stiff. Very stiff, the way that the throwing motion and stuff like that. But when he gets the arm through and all that, the ball is accurate. I mean, he threw some nice, pretty slants that I was watching on those.
Beautiful
flips.
spiral on that thing. Good
sure
spin.
does.
Yeah,
sure does.
Multi-sport athlete there, that Dutch oven. All righty, we're live in Surprise, Arizona. Our coverage brought to you by Sonic. Good. Okay, look at this. Coming up next, fast food, Chiafalo?
Yes, sir. We got a lot of good stuff to get into. And it turns out we can thank Belichick for the NFL's new GOAT. And what's the longest stretch you've ever gone in your life without eating fast food? That's next.
All right, let's make leasing easy, though, with D&M. That's right. My friends at D&M are standing by. They're ready to take your phone call and your order for the vehicle of your dreams. ambition to get another big-time skill player on the team. So there's some excitement in there. We'll discuss it a little bit later on here. Segment right here is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit them at truckwreck.com. Here is Chiafalo with your fast food roundup.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. What's the longest you've ever gone without eating fast food? Shout out to the best in the business, Sonic. Good. Before we get there, I got a lot of fast food things to get into, but first we have some sound. Pat Mahomes was on the Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce Brothers podcast, and listen to him share the story of facing the Patriots and Bill Belichick the first time and how that changed the course of his goated career forever.
I'm really good with once I see something, I'm pretty good at knowing what it is when I see it again. There's been blitzes I hadn't seen since like my second or third year that I see like again this year, and I'm like, I know we haven't prepared for it this week, but I know we need to do this. Like, yeah, and I call it my little like cabinet, my filing cabinet. I've seen so many different defenses now that I can kind of pull from there. I played the Patriots in New England my first year, and they were doing like this weird, we call it like the 40 up front, where they have like, they don't really have a true nose guard. They kind of have double splits. They have linebackers kind of playing D-line and some of that stuff. And I remember being back there like, I have no idea what to do to get these five guys blocked. And and then ever since then, I mean, thanks Coach Belichick, because ever since then, dude, the blitz protection plan isn't perfect, and I don't feel perfect going into the game with it. I don't feel prepared.
Okay, so thank you, Bill Belichick. You threw the book defensively at Pat Mahomes, and he didn't know what to do. I mean, imagine being a quarterback. That is crazy. I mean, the mental aspect of the football game, and it's just a small part of it, but setting the protection on a play-to-play basis, man, like just something that small, and Belichick's like, yeah, I'm not even going to let you do that. That would be an uncomfortable feeling, man. Can you fathom? It's like, oh, no, I don't even know if I'm going to be protected on this play because I don't know where these guys are coming from.
Yeah, I think you're in a situation when you play Belichick, and I've talked to Mike Lombardi about this for a long time. Mike was with the Patriots and been with Bill Belichick for a long time. Bill's going to come up almost like series to series with different fronts or a different look. And then maybe in the second half, he might completely come up with a whole different game plan. So anything that you're really trying to prepare for, or get a grasp of what he's doing, he's just not going to allow it.
I just don't know how these guys, I guess it's the experience and the sixth sense of knowing, what they're getting to and that they're not setting you up. Because why, if you're Belichick, why don't you show them a few times a look, and then, as soon as the ball is snapped, making adjustments. But the greats can, have a sixth sense before the snap and then, manage all the variables afterwards as well. That I think that's kind of what separates the greats.
And it's so hard. I mean, that's why quarterback evaluation is so difficult. It's hard to really know who's built that way, who's got that. I can see you do all these things, but I don't know what's going on upstairs. I don't know how comfortable you are here and how quick you are at adapting and being able to remember seeing something from 3 seasons ago and now in real time saying, oh, I remember that, the filing cabinet that he's talking about right there. I mean, that is just special, special stuff. And we marvel at Mahomes for all his on-the-field athletic traits and the way he throws and the cannon arm and all that stuff in the backyard football, but the football IQ up there is right in line with a Brady, a Manning, a Rodgers.
I think a lot of it has to do with Mahomes' background at Tech. People trying to figure out ways to stop him from moving the football then. You could go back, and Tech did some totally unique things. So it's not like he's every time he's lined up, he sees a different defense. Because people have thrown junk defense at him all his life.
Yeah.
Because he just never – it's a hard – even with Tech, that wide open spread, the way they used to play, the air raid stuff, you don't play conventional defenses against that stuff.
It goes back to that S2 cognitive test, right, that we talked about, and he scored very highly in that. And going through that draft process, it's always tough to know, yes, we can see how you throw the football, your mechanics, that type of stuff. We can put you, on the board and see, hey, where would you go with the football here? But mentally, how do you process that information? And that is a good way to kind of dictate how these guys are going to be able to do and translate to the NFL.
That's sports IQ. That's measurable sports IQ. I definitely believe in that test.
100%, me too. 877-881-1053, the longest stretch you've gone in your life without consuming fast food. Live from Surprise, Arizona. Coverage brought to you by Sonic. Good. Now, Lil Wayne, the rapper, is claiming it's been 20 years, over 20 years since he's consumed fast food.
20 years?
20 years seems like
the
a lot.
amount of lean homie's been doing?
Come on. Well, that's probably the decision he made. He's like, I'm consuming a lot of things that are bad for me. So maybe the fast food won't be one. And he's got the means and the personal chefs, I imagine, to get by. But 20
I wonder what's
years,
worse for you.
20 years for anybody seems like a hell of a run to go without
it
fast
does.
food.
You know,
fun, though.
now I can't imagine mine is much more than a couple of weeks if we're considering the salads, you know? Because the salads are, to me, really good and fresh at some of these spots, and like Chick-fil-A is still considered fast food if you get a salad, right? So I think for me, it has to be maybe a couple of weeks, and then if you would say you get a pass on the salads, maybe a couple of months at most.
Hey, I'd probably go with anywhere from 4 to 6 months.
And it's probably the last 4 to 6 months.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that I broke it would probably be like the protein style at In-N-Out.
Yeah.
In a pinch kind of thing.
Oh, we'll get to In-N-Out here in a second. We got some burger news. But, I think for me it's probably maybe a month at most. Maybe, I would say probably max 4 weeks, I would think, like in between. Even if it's just something simple like going to get a Blizzard.
I bet Lucius goes way back.
Yeah, Lucius, where are you at on this?
Let's see. 8 to 10 months via the Navy deployment to the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that wasn't my decision.
Mm-hmm.
But I did 6 to 9 weeks on my own, just to clear my body out and stay away from all that stuff.
There you go.
Yeah, dude. It's so convenient, especially if you have kids as well, to make any sort of a long-term run at it. But I don't know if I'll ever challenge Lil Wayne, but I think I could, I could go without it for a while.
Me
especially
too.
if you get on one of these food kicks as you get older and they start talking to you about all your different levels and all that, you can get pretty motivated.
yeah, no question. What about you over there, Broadus?
Yeah, I think to me it's one of those things where the older you get, the more you realize you just can't stomach it. You can't. It's going to just sit on you and stuff like that. So, I've tried. I mean, I would only go to a fast food place out of just desperation. I really, really would. I mean, it's like I was on a fishing trip or something like that, and you're one of these little bitty towns, and you're hungry and all, and you're sitting there going, okay, I got to stop here and pick something up, or I'm going to pass out, kind of a thing. So I think the older you get, the more you realize you just can't. You can't do it.
Not good for the body. And
Just
I will
not
say,
good,
when you get away from it, man, you do notice a difference.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You feel way better. 254 says 6 months without eating fast food, stationed in Desert Storm. We're seeing a lot of that, much like Lucius there. Ranger School in the 817, military 52 days, no fast food. 214, so far it's been 7 years without fast food.
Holy cow.
It looks like they've turned vegetarian on us that way. Let's see. We have 616. 8 to 10 months while deployed. You don't miss it unless you see it all the time. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, I got a Whataburger. I can see the glow of the orange W. What do you expect me to just avoid that for months on end?
Sure.
No way.
We drafted a kid in Green Bay named Bob Kaburski that was at the school at the Naval Academy. And being on base, when the first visit he had with us, he's in his full dress whites. I mean, just immaculately dressed. And he gets in the car and he looks at me and he goes, can we please stop at a taco place or something like that? And I'm like, well, sure, are you hungry? He goes, yeah, we just don't get the opportunity to eat food like that. So, like, it was one of those trips where it seemed like every hour and a half,
he's crushing something.
We were stopping off at some fast food place for him to get his fix.
Pizza.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
That is
Gordita.
fantastic. Yeah, the Gordita. Holy smokes, man. That's
You're
incredible.
not going to find one of those at West Point.
No, you are not. Now, you might find some special things popping off at KFC these days.
Yes, you might, as KFC is bringing back one of its favorites. Now, you might remember this. It initially teased as an April Fool's Day joke, but it actually ended up getting a lot of interest, and it became a real thing. It is the Double Down. The KFC Double Down, which features cheese, bacon, and sauce tucked between two pieces of fried chicken used as a bun.
Oh, I remember this one.
Is coming back.
The chicken is the bun, right?
The chicken is the bun. It graced the menu at KFC until 2014. And if you've spent close to a decade trying to fill the Double Down-sized hole in your heart, I've got some very good news for you.
We're back.
That bowl sounds better than that.
Well, the bowl is incredible.
The bowl's good.
The bowl is just,
and they've determined that as well because that's an item that never goes off.
Never
the menu.
goes away.
That's a staple.
So the double
that looks
down.
soda friendly, if you ask me, Wolchuk.
Well, the fried chicken's not soda friendly.
Yeah, it's fried chicken.
Neither is the
chicken.
cheese.
It's a protein.
Actually, there's nothing about this that's soda friendly. I will not be eating
There's
this.
not a single bite in there. That
we
you
got a
can get away
KFC
with.
right by the hotel. I think you need to try one.
We do. I'm not going to do this.
Come on.
This is not going to be good. But Eric, you absolutely
I
can't.
just ate I ate a helmet full of nachos just a minute ago. As
You
a bit.
did. I know. I'll do anything for the show, but I gotta keep this body looking good. Bobby Witt Jr. is just tearing.
He
it
can
up out
run,
there,
by the
boys.
way.
DFW's own Colleyville's own Bobby Witt Jr. is
Guy
just
can run.
crushing it in front of us for the Royals in spring training. The Double Down's returning on March the 6th. You can get it for 4 weeks. It'll be back for a limited time.
All right, you have 4 weeks to crush as many of those as possible.
And I want to know how many Tolos have actually tried this, and is it good? 877-881-1053.
I tried it. It was good.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have not tried it, but I worked at KFC for 4 to 6 weeks back in the day, at about 1992, 1993, and they were auditioning for the first time the popcorn chicken. Oh, and I loved it.
Oh,
I did. I couldn't keep my
Did you
hands
just
off that
stand
popcorn
back
chicken.
there in the back and make your own kind of thing?
They ran out.
They didn't trust me to
Gavin ate it
cook
all.
anything. I was just washing dishes for the entire time. But I would go by, and ask my buddy Brent if I could have some more popcorn chicken. It did disappoint.
4 to 6 weeks, man. I
Yeah.
can't believe you gave that up.
It was tough.
All right, a new study has revealed that Whataburger has quote-unquote oxymoron of the week, healthiest fast food cheeseburger of any major chain in the United States. They measured the fat, the sodium, the sugar, the caloric content of cheeseburgers from 15 large fast food chains, and it looks like ours is the healthiest. How about that? It's very rare that the healthiest is also the tastiest. But that's
It
what
is.
Whataburger provides, man.
Because they're using the best ingredients, right? And they're actually probably using good oil, as we talked about yesterday.
Honestly, they're probably not.
Hoyle?
But, it's okay.
Did you say Hoyle?
Yeah, Hoyle.
Whataburger with cheese.
It's the Jewish oil.
Overall health score of an 8.4, thanks in large part to relatively low amount of fat and low calorie count. Famous Burger just narrowly beat out In-N-Out's cheeseburger, which came in second with a final score of 8.2 overall. And the single most unhealthy cheeseburger you could get at your fast food chain, Burger King. See, this is surprising to me. Burger King, the most unhealthy and the least tasty.
Oh, what?
It's a terrible burger.
Wow,
Bad burger.
Yeah, I disagree with
Burger
that.
King
I
is
like
a bad burger.
No, see, I disagree. I like the Flame Grill.
I don't know
I
who's
like the
keeping them in
Whopper.
business.
I like the Whopper.
I think if you went patty for patty, just the patty, you did a blind taste test, that Whopper patty would win it.
Man, we should do blind taste test style. I like that idea.
Yeah, I think you're going to be shocked at how high you actually think the Burger King patty is.
All right, we shall see. And then I do want to congratulate the gentleman in Texas who has now broken the record, his over 1,000 days consecutively visiting a Chick-fil-A and consuming their food.
That's
And
very impressive.
he's a Texas man. He's been on a mission, and if it wasn't for Walchuk's last year of soda, Walchuk was right there neck and neck with him.
I've
This
beaten
guy's
that.
pulled away
I've
over the
defeated
last
him.
12 months or so. But congratulations to James Stinson, who is extremely loyal to Chick-fil-A. 1,000 consecutive days, minus the Sundays. I know, Broadus, no Sundays, but every day they're open 1,000 days straight. My
Their
boys crushed it.
employees. Their employees have eaten more than 1,000.
100%.
Yeah,
Absolutely, Brian.
This is a very bogus kind of a
Okay, so no
venture.
credit to the record holder.
No.
Okay, all right.
There are employees that
You're right.
eat 1,000. I guarantee you, eat 1,000 meals.
I stand by
Okay,
it.
so you think employees on their day off are going to Chick-fil-A to get their food? You think they're that
They
committed
get
like
off
James
Sunday.
Stinson
They
is?
get off Sunday.
Eric,
They get
no.
off Sunday.
I know for a fact they are.
All right, thanks,
Wow.
Walchuk.
Wow, that is a
Okay.
sign of quality.
You know, for a fat, you said?
A fact.
My bad.
Wow. There's been quite a commotion at the ballpark. I don't know if you heard it, but there's a lot of offense going on. Royal hits a home run into his own bullpen.
Perez.
The damn bullpen catcher makes a diving snag. Okay.
Oh, is that what happened?
The fans were loving it. He waved them and showed them the ball. I think you might see it on SportsCenter. It happened just 3 minutes after the right fielder made a blooper reel worthy play. Like from the old Saturday afternoon blooper reels that you'd see back in the day.
I love the Royals
This week in
jerseys.
baseball?
These
Yeah.
baby blues they're wearing are pretty gorgeous.
Yeah, those are good-looking uniforms. It is the G-Bag Nation live in Surprise coming up next. We'll get you some content right out of the Rangers clubhouse as you'll hear Wolchuk and Chia follows conversation with Brad Miller next on The Fan.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen. Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Presented by Boomer Jacks on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation live at spring training here in Surprise, Arizona. Wolchuk and Chiafalo have some more baseball audio gold for your listening pleasure. Here they are. Wolchuk, Chiafalo.
Thank you very much, General. We have a new contender before we get into our visit with Brad Miller for the fastest K so far in this baseball season. We had Max Scherzer of the Mets. It was 27 seconds?
27 seconds, Mad Max.
And today we have somebody that has surpassed it. It is Yankees relief pitcher Wandy Peralta.
No way.
Who has struck out a hitter in 20 seconds as the Yankees are taking on the Pirates in spring training baseball, and we have the audio to prove it.
You're
This
lying.
is how it sounded.
Oh, a little quick pitch right there. Wandy Peralta.
Quick pitch for the clock. How about that?
He got the 16 seconds there, or he's got the 12 seconds there, I think. And now Tucupita's down 2 strikes within 8 seconds.
Wow.
Got him. No way.
Don't need no pitch clock.
That's outstanding.
No pitch clock for me. 20 seconds for Wandy Peralta, courtesy of AT&T Sportsnet there, as he is now the new leader for the fastest K in spring training.
Man, that is awesome. That is a great challenge because it wasn't even like he barely beat him. Like whenever I beat Broaddus' 69-second Big Mac takedown, I only did it 3 seconds shy. I did 66 seconds. Like, yeah, I'm still number one, and I crap on Broaddus all the time for it. But it wasn't like I blew him out of the water and was like sub 60 seconds or something. This dude said, okay, Mad Max, you're going 27. Watch me hit 20, and I bet he could have done it in 18.
Oh, yeah. He could have easily done that in 18, Chiafalo.
Crushed it.
Now that we've made this huge jump from 27 to 20, it's getting all this attention. You're going to see maybe someone get 19, 18 seconds here, and then we're going to get into the fractions of a second that are going to determine this.
Get them decimals going.
All right, Brad Miller, who is a good buddy of ours now, and he's going into year number 2 with the Texas Rangers. It is not the basketball player, Brad Miller. It is indeed Rangers outfielder Brad Miller, who had a dong ball yesterday in the game that we got to watch, and we caught up with him in the clubhouse.
All right, we're hanging out with the legend himself, Brad Miller. Brad, how are you on this Thirsty Thursday morning?
Legendary.
You are absolutely legendary. You're one of the few that I see have a PS5. What's the story with this?
It actually was a gift for us for donating to the Rangers Foundation.
Oh, okay.
So they kind of caught me off guard. But yeah, they gave us a little care package just saying thanks for, giving back.
So what happens with this when you get an item that it seems like attracts attention from everybody else in the clubhouse? Do you have to hide this so others don't take it? Or is that a violation? Because we've learned a lot about violations in the clubhouse this week.
If they took it, would that be a violation?
Sure.
Yes, that would be a violation. But what I'll probably do is just drive up the price and sell it to Brock Burke or something.
He's a guy you can take advantage of, perhaps.
No question.
So whenever I sat on the couch the other day, did you immediately think of a player throughout time that you've played with that if they saw me on that couch would have potentially grabbed me and Uncle Phil'd me out of the clubhouse?
Sure, yeah, a lot of players come to mind from my formative years with the Mariners. Yeah, it's just, you got those salty old guys who were literally 40 I played with 4 40-year-olds, I think, at some point in Seattle, which was awesome. But, there was just, there was no relaxing. We got pitchers sitting here on the couch. They look comfy, and that would not fly because do not be comfortable in the clubhouse.
Oh, these pitchers, man, they just don't get it. What is the biggest violation you've ever seen a teammate commit in the clubhouse?
That is a good question. There's a couple that happen commonly, it's just kind of a general rule, you don't talk on the phone in the clubhouse.
Oh, crap.
No, but you know what I mean? As a player, you're not making a call.
Okay.
Sitting at your locker, on the phone.
Yeah.
So, I see, some young guys will do that because they just don't think about it. They don't know. It's they get a call, oh, yeah, you step outside. Man, besides that, I think the biggest violation, I think you just got to keep your locker nice and tidy. You know, our clubhouse managers work their butts off. So it's like, hey, don't be a slob and, you know, just leave for the day. So that's a pretty common violation too. That, or guys like on the road not wearing, guys wearing shorts on the road. That's always really funny. It's happened like twice. Like that is, I mean, I would think it would be common sense that you can't wear shorts to a major league game on the road. But yeah, one guy did it in Tampa, and then we call him Shorts from then on.
There it is.
Yeah. That's what we call Jared Sandler for a different reason, though.
Yes.
Now, who is somebody that is a great trash talker on this Rangers team?
DeGrom seems like he can dish it out a little bit in like a fun way. Who else is a good trash talker? Mitch Garver, maybe. Mitch is funny as hell. Yeah, Mitch is funny, so he's always got a good little banter.
You got to be careful with the funny guys, man. They're ready. They can steal your girl in a second.
Absolutely do. I've seen you rake plenty of times during your time in the big leagues. Is it true that chicks dig the dong ball?
The dong ball. I mean, I dig the long ball or the dong ball, whatever you want to call it.
It's the dong ball.
Yeah, I definitely dig some yabos for sure. On the record, I love home runs for sure.
Okay, that's a hot take right there. Yes. Brad Miller giving us all the heat.
Yes.
Do you feel like the size is going to matter when it comes to the bases?
You know, we had one guy didn't even realize that the bases were different. So I would say no. Like, we're very simple creatures as baseball players. We're not very intelligent. But literally, he's like, we're having all these meetings, and he's like, wait, the bases are different? So, no, I don't think it's going to matter.
Who would be the least intelligent person on the team?
The least intelligent person on the team? Probably a pitcher. You know, they just kind of grab the ball and throw it and have no clue where it's going and strike everybody out.
Ooh, okay, so this is a conversation we had on our show. If you had to have a sauce for every one of your fingers, and you can check out my sausage fingers here, I call these the andouilles, what sauce would you pick for each one? Kind of like the Thanos Infinity Stones?
Okay, like actual sauces?
Yeah, sauces. You can pick like Wendy's honey mustard, for instance, or cane sauce.
Yeah,
or
so I'm not a sauce guy.
Oh,
I'm a ketchup guy, team ketchup.
Okay.
So it would be like 4 ketchups.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, and a spicy ketchup too.
Whataburger, or what are we going
so
with?
I was introduced to that this year, and I'm a big fan. So that's definitely one. Yeah, spicy. Well, I'll go Whataburger, ketchup. You know, pandering to the audience back home. And then like 3 other random ketchups, and then like a dark barbecue sauce.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Not like a Carolina, but like a St. Louis style, like barbecue sauce.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Are you going to put the barbecue sauce at your pinky, maybe?
Yeah, that's the smallest one, exactly. And then the 4 ketchups.
Are you like a suck your fingers kind of guy after you eat the barbecue? Like, you have some ribs, you're going to like suck the fingers?
Yeah, after I eat ribs, for sure. Yeah, I'm not afraid.
Now, when you're faced with the unfortunate moment of being in public and having to go number 2,
okay,
will you go cheek to seat in that public bathroom? Will you put the toilet paper down as a buffer, or will you do the hover technique? You got some good quads.
Really a public pooper. The quad thing, I had a teammate that did that. That just seems a little crazy.
The hover technique.
Yeah, that's. I mean, the stamina needed. You know, and just. I don't know. Maybe you got some adrenaline because you're in public and whatever, but yeah, I'm not in on it.
It's not for Brad Miller.
Nope.
Okay, now.
Yeah, Jared's hovering. He's hovering badly. He knows what's coming.
What would be your order from Sonic?
Sonic, I'd do like I don't know, burger, some chicken tenders, milkshake. Keep it simple.
How hairy is Josh Smith?
He has a lot of hair on his head. That's all I can confirm.
Have you seen his hobbit toes?
Not yet. No, I'm not a foot guy.
You should. I'm not either, but you should take a look at those warlogs.
That didn't sound convincing. Yeah.
No, I'm really not. I think they're freaking gross.
We're starting to find a lot of commonalities between you two. You're anti-public pooping, and you're not feet guys. So I'll be the oddball in this one.
Perfect.
All right, teammate, you'd most like to have your back in a bar fight.
Dolis.
Yeah.
Can you think of anybody throughout your baseball time that looks more impressive with their shirt off than Adolis?
Adolis is an absolute beast. I'll go with the Doles.
What's a message that you would like to give to Jared Sandler? We've had several tell him to go F himself, as rude and vulgar as possible. We just need to put him in his place because he thinks that he's the man.
Well, I'm just going to tell him I think Erling Haaland is going to outscore the entire Tottenham team this year.
Oh, that's going to make Jared really upset. Brad Miller, thank you, sir.
Awesome.
Hit him where it hurts. Another outstanding job by Wolchuk and Chiafalo getting to know these Rangers guys, hitting them with all the tough questions.
All the tough questions. My favorite part today, though, for sure, was when we were talking to Josh Smith, and we had just thrown out the term rug muncher right as Evan Grant was walking up to get some baseball content, and he just pivoted and went right back to whatever the heck he was doing.
He thinks we're actually asking Josh Smith something important. He's like, oh, never mind.
Oh, these kids. I love it. It is the G-Bag Nation live in Surprise, Arizona. On 105 through the Fan, home of the Rangers. Our coverage brought to you by Sonic and Good. Okay, we have the NFL news of the day coming up, Wolchuk, so we look forward to a lot going on at the Combine, and Wolchuk will get you all caught up to speed next year in the nation. Let's chat D&M leasing before we do that, though. If you want or need a new vehicle, you're getting ready to head home.
both studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope everybody back home is getting safe as schools are letting out and everybody's getting home a little bit early, perhaps to prepare for some tornadic activity in the Metroplex. Just talked to Abby, and everybody's making plans to be in a closet or something like that. So hopefully everybody stays safe and dry and can avoid the worst of the storm. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. And here he is, Wolchuk.
Well, a lot coming out of the Combine. From a Cowboys perspective, this is the latest Combine buzz from our buddy Michael Gelkin, who was on with us earlier in the week. You do have the Cowboys are focused on bringing back Tony Pollard to join CeeDee Lamb in Dallas. They're also looking at making an impactful addition to the offense, which is essentially what he told us when he joined us. But it also seems as though there's no momentum toward a Dalton Schultz return to Dallas.
Good.
So that's going to be music to your ears, Gavin.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm a big believer in Jake Ferguson and Hendershot, and if Dalton's better, it's not enough to justify free agent tight end money. Dalton's earned himself a bag, and he's about to go get it from another team, and I think that should make Cowboys fans happy.
He sure has, and he's going to be one of the, if not the best tight end on the open market. So on March 13th, he will hit that open market. Speaking of tight ends, Evan Ingram of the Jags is expected to get the franchise tag. So like Dalton got that a year ago from the Cowboys, he will be the tight end that gets that from Jacksonville, as he had a very good year with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, he was a really, really good player. It's amazing what happened when he got away from Joe Judge and Jason Garrett. He got with old Doug Peterson. They found out, okay, this guy's super athletic. He's super, super fast. Yeah, we could probably use him. They did, and he's a great weapon to have for a guy like Trevor Lawrence. I do want to go back. Are you guys, how confident are we that Ferguson is going to be better than Schultz, like, long term? Like, do you feel like Ferguson ends up being the better player?
I don't know. That to me, I don't know. I think the one thing that Ferguson has kind of figured out is the reliability with catching. I don't know if he has Schultz's feel or will have Schultz's feel for how to work in space or how to find space.
Yeah,
to get open.
Yeah, to get open. I think he'll be a better blocker, inline, wing, whatever you want to do, move him as an H. I think he'll be better than Schultz that way. But that Schultz has a feel for zone man, keep running, stop, settle, work back to the ball. We've seen him down in the red zone.
Absolutely.
When Dak's scrambling hard left and all of a sudden he uncovers himself away from the corner and finds him a little space. I think that's going to take some time for Ferguson.
Yeah, I think there's some tight ends that maybe the Cowboys will like in this draft class as well. And depending on where they're picking, and it might not be at 26, as we've talked about with a Dalton Kincaid, for instance, or a Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame. But, in the second round, if there's a guy that falls to them, or maybe even on day 3, there could be some guys that they like. I could see them also taking another tight end to add to that room in this year's class. Speaking of Cowboys, how about a former Cowboy? They made the move to say goodbye to Lyle Collins last year. It appears that as he will turn 30 just before training camp, he might end up being a candidate to get cut by the Cincinnati Bengals, according to The Athletic. It would save the Bengals about $6.1 million against the cap, with $3.3 million in dead money if they marked it a post-June 1st designation. Then it would save them even more money if they did that. So it would be a $7.7 million cost in cap savings and a $1.7 million dead money. So that's if they post it June 1 designation in cutting Lyle Collins. So it's just what a wild trajectory Lyle Collins' career has taken here in the last couple of years.
I think with Lyle Collins, when you look at him, his given S meter is real low. Lyle Collins kind of goes to his own beat. He's a guy that's super, super talented. He's always, he's been plugged in, plug and play, and but he's had struggles, the hip injury, rehabs.
But he came back from COVID not ready to play.
No,
that's really what did it. Yeah,
and
he didn't think there was going to be a season.
No,
and it caught him bad.
Absolutely, but that's being connected to what's going on. You know, like that's being connected to the weight room or the team, and oh well, hell, we're not going to play. This thing is going to, that's sitting around all day and just kind of not doing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
I love Lyle Collins. I really do. He's a great guy. But his given S meter is really, really low when it comes to football.
He was in the midst of breaking out to being as good as Tyron Smith like 3 years ago, got rewarded by the team. But I think you tip your cap to the team as well for moving on. That's one they absolutely got right.
No question.
Now, the Combine's going on right now. You have Pitt's Kalijah Cansey, the defensive tackle that we were talking about during Krusty's Corner at 2:40. If you missed that, you can always hit that Odyssey Rewind feature. Now we've got the chapters feature in there. You can just go and hit that 2:40 segment. It's beautiful, and we love it. We love it. It's amazing, and Lucius does an excellent job of podcasting everything for us as well. You can go and find that. But Pitt's Kalijah Cansey ran an official 4.67 40-yard dash the second time he ran it. That is the fastest 40 time recorded by a defensive tackle at the NFL Combine since 2003. He ran a faster time than fellow Pitt Panther Aaron Donald, whom he is being compared to because of the smaller stature and, of course, the same school in which they played at. But this kid has just made himself a ton of money.
Yeah, but that's the thing that you have to look at, and when you watch the tape, at 6 foot, at 275 pounds, and we've mentioned a couple of different. Ed Oliver was a guy that was a top 10 player, and when he was coming out of Houston, I mean, we were all like, "Oh, look at this guy!" You better have those traits. You better have a 4.6 in you. You better be able to walk on water as a player, because your profile doesn't fit what NFL teams are used to playing with.
They're going to go ahead and just downgrade you.
Yeah, exactly. So,
and he's right now checking off all the – because you watch the tape. The tape's good.
Yeah.
But you and I both kind of looked at him as maybe a second-round guy.
Absolutely. That's where I have him.
But he's going night one now. That dude's going first round, and he might have put himself into the top half of the first round if a team falls in love with him now. We'll see exactly how high he ends up going. You always would give us, it was, I believe, on Thursdays. Maybe I'm wrong. Please correct me if I am, Brian. But heading into a Cowboys game week, the NFL officials, and you would give us kind of the analysis and the breakdown on them. Well, you won't have to do it for Jerome Boger anymore, as he is retiring from officiating after 19 years.
Bogues. Yeah, he's not somebody. I don't believe he's been a fan favorite. Right?
No, he's not good.
He's been a guy that's botched.
Well,
he knows how to botch a call.
He also forgets what city he's calling the games in too. Or he might be in the right city, but he'll say like the baseball team. He was the penalty against the Seahawks, but no, the Mariners got the penalty.
Yeah, it was a flag on the Mariners.
Flag on the Mariners. So yeah, you got to be a little. Not that I have the best memory or anything like that.
Well, that's for sure.
Jerome Boger, though, he's a very controversial ref. He loses control of the games, and that's something you can't have. You just, you get teams know that when you're going to maybe get one of the more poorly officiated games when he's involved.
Well, speaking of controversy, you have.
Is that honest enough for you there?
It was very honest.
Yeah.
You're very honest there.
Yeah.
You have Jalen Carter, who is now back at the NFL Combine. After he returned to Athens, he was arrested. He posted bond just 16 minutes later yesterday as he was issued an arrest warrant that went back to the January 15th single-car accident that killed a Georgia football player and a recruiter. And now he's back there at the Combine that he is in Indianapolis with. He's not going to participate in the on-field workouts, which we did know about. He's just going to do the pro day workout there at Georgia. But he ended up meeting with several teams on Tuesday night ahead of the warrant being issued, and I believe he's going to continue meeting with teams now since he has returned to the Combine.
Yeah, was it with the Carolina Panthers? Basically said, "Oh, hey, well, we didn't know anything was going on here."
Yeah, the Panthers.
Right
dumb.
there. Yeah, don't admit that. If you're that, what are we doing? If you're the Carolina Panthers, what? Yeah, we know we got one of the early picks here, but hey, we didn't know that was going on or anything like that.
Just ridiculous.
It's like that. What we were talking about, Gabby, the other day, right? The caveman in Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
I'm just
Phil Hartman.
I'm just a caveman, caveman lawyer. You don't admit anything.
I'm unfamiliar with your modern rules and regulations.
Exactly.
Just a caveman.
I'm just a caveman.
Oh, well,
caveman GM at the Carolina Panthers.
Another great segue with one caveman to another. Dan Campbell, the manimal himself.
He is going to win Coach of the Year next year. Dan Campbell.
One thing that he's not buying is the combine. He said, quote, "You're great off tape. Not what happens with guys running around in pajamas."
Yeah, this is what I would expect from Man Campbell. This is on brand for him. That's a hell of a quote, but I think I can do better.
There's some serious benchmarks you got to hit, though. And if you think a guy's a little bit slow on tape and you come to the combine, you're like, oh, he is even slower than we thought. Those kind of things really hold up with projecting running backs and corners and stuff.
It's just a good way to, hey, does this match what my eyes saw? I liked this guy on film.
Check your work.
Like Nolan Smith is a dude that freak athlete, in my opinion. He went out there and just crushed the vert. He just, 41 inches, Brian, that he went out and did?
Yeah, he sure did.
Outstanding.
And some of these, I'm just checking some numbers.
And that's an edge from Georgia, by the way.
Yeah.
I can't leave that out, Brian. You're teaching me that.
No, absolutely. Some of these defensive linemen are really running some good times. We've kind of looked at, with Brian Breesy. We kind of have some questions about him, the defensive tackle from Georgia. A 4.86, not a bad time.
Very solid. Yeah.
Garvin Dexter, the defensive tackle from Florida, 4.88.
Good player.
Zach Pickens from South Carolina, another defensive tackle, 4.89.
Big fan of that
Those
guy.
are some big body guys with some pretty darn good times. Keanu Benton, who we've talked about on the draft so a bunch. He got a 5.08. So good time for him.
Good time for him because he didn't look. To me, that was my question. I didn't think he looked
lot
like
of
a
power,
super athletic.
lot of power.
Big, strong guy, but how well would he move?
Yep.
Not a bad time. Pickens is a dude that has great get off. It's weird. You watch South Carolina, you'd think they'd win a lot more games. Because they got some freaking talent on that squad, man.
They did. If you watch that Tennessee tape, they beat up on Tennessee.
Oh, man, they're talented.
Yeah.
Now, Ravens wide receiver Rashad Bateman is taking some shots at Eric DeCosta as the GM there. He put up a tweet. Now, Eric DeCosta said, quote, "It's a challenging position to evaluate in different ways," talking about the wide receiver. And he was mentioning, hey, they've kind of missed on it, right, with Marquise Brown in the first round, with Bateman in the first round. He said, we keep trying. I think there's a lot of things that go with that position. Sometimes it's tied to the quarterback, and I think it's tied to things like durability. It's tied to a lot of things. We're going to keep swinging. There have been some guys that have been successful players for us that were draft picks. We've never really hit on that all-pro type of guy, which is disappointing. But it's not for lack of effort. So Rashad Bateman clapped back a little bit, and he basically deleted the tweet, but he ended up going on and saying, stop pointing the finger, and it's not about me. It's basically about Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator. He's not putting us in position. You keep blaming me. You keep blaming number 8 Lamar Jackson. You guys maybe should look in the mirror about who's calling the plays and what kind of offensive system you're putting us in.
I like that, and look at the front office as well. How about a little bit better evaluation of who the good wide receivers are?
Yeah, man.
If don't blame it on the players who are here. It's either the coaches not putting you in position, not coaching you up, or the front office not finding the right guys.
Yeah, the Ravens and DeCosta, they're one of the best in the sport, but this is a huge blind spot for them, and so they're going to have to get it figured out because all they've done over the last 3 years when trying to build weapons around Lamar Jackson is give them Sammy Watkins, Demarcus Robinson, Chris Moore. Those are the 1 year $4 million or 1 year $1 million type deals they've made in free agency. They've been cutting major corners when it comes to the wide receiver market. And then you mentioned it's Rashad Bateman, Tylan Wallace, Devin Duvernay, James Prochet is who they've drafted. Like, they haven't really actually tried to get anybody that's a bona fide first round pick or a stud wide receiver in free agency. They're just bottom of the barrel clearance rack shopping there. Swing for a big trade, AJ Brown style. Like, they've neglected it.
It's bad. Now we got a wide receiver beef that's still going on between A.J. Brown and Juju Smith-Schuster, but Juju Smith-Schuster is really poking the bear here. He put out a TikTok video where he is making fun of A.J. Brown. He's making fun of Jalen Hurts. He's making fun of James Bradbury and the Eagles. And I got to say, The video's not even very funny.
Oh no,
no, it's not. It's not even close to being funny. It's a wasted 2 minutes that I wish I could get back. I personally feel, and as a guy who doesn't feel like he can really afford to get much dumber, I felt dumber after having watched that video.
Ooh.
Took a lot out of me.
So A.J. Brown slid into Juju's DMs. He said, I don't play them kid games. If you want to see me, I'm with it. You better go to Cabo and enjoy your ring and stop bleeping with me. Leave me off all your TikTok bleep P-word. Then he also went on to say that he would essentially...
Throw hands? Did he say throw hands?
He might have used the words throw hands. And he is going ahead and saying, at Team Juju, you really need to find you somebody else to play with. Don't let that ring get in your head. You can shut the bleep up because I'm with it, and you can get it if you're going to speak that dumb bleep to me. Don't speak on me. Don't speak on me anymore.
Wow.
I think we might need to get these two in the boxing ring.
I think we're going to get Jared Sandler on the show in just a little bit, and we got the Wooly Bullies Top 10 coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Somebody sent me the top 10 heaviest Major League Baseball players of all time, and we're going to have Texas Rangers' Bubba Thompson on with us, and he's certainly not heavy.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We're live and surprised about to talk with the Rangers guest here with you. Our coverage in spring brought to you by Sonic. Good. Segment is presented by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. He is the 2017 first-round pick of your Texas Rangers. 2022, he hit 265 and 170 at-bats, 18 steals, and he scored a run in today's game. Bubba Thompson joining us now here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
What's going on?
Hey, we're doing great. We're just out here enjoying spring. It could be a little warmer, though, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah. It kind of warmed up later on today.
Okay.
But hopefully in about a week or two, it'll be back to where, where it needs to be.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So how you feeling, man? How's spring treating you?
It's good, man. Feeling good, man. It's always a blessing to be out here with the best in the world. Being able to learn off these guys and keep pushing.
Is it easier to steal bases with the new rules and everything about throwing over, or you got your eyes set on a goal or anything?
No, I don't really set a goal or anything. We had the bigger bases in AAA, but my main thing, man, is if I'm on, I'm gone in the right situation.
What are you looking for to be gone?
What the pitcher time is and all that good stuff, if it's too quick. But I got a set time in my head, if he's this time, then I'm gone. And then just knowing the situation of the game.
Now, speaking of being gone, you've been gone a lot in your sports career because of your wheels, and the NFL Combine is going on right now. So, and I know you love football, and you were great at it. What do you think your 40 time would be if you were running today against these 21-year-olds coming out of college?
I ran a 4.4 in high school a few times, man, but ever since I haven't ran it, so I couldn't really tell you.
4.4, and then you get some training. They'll trim a tenth of a second off that. I think you'd have 4.3 speed.
I agree.
Hey, you never know.
Bubba, are you still chewing gum out there? How many sticks of gum do you think you've gone through today?
No, I can put about 2 or 3 in and chew it really the whole day if I really wanted to, man.
So, we got to get you on base, of course, to be able to steal and get that high percentage of stolen bases up. How you feeling in the box so far this spring? What have you been working on?
Feeling good, man. The same thing I worked on last year, man, just being consistent and putting the ball in play hard. In this spring training, every time I get at bat, I'm trying to move it forward somewhere hard, and I think I've been doing that. So just got to keep going, man, and getting the pitch I can hit and move it forward hard.
Hey, Bubba, last year, and I know with the new coaching staff and stuff, they were working with you a little bit about bunting and stuff and taking advantage of your speed. Is that something that the new coaching staff is trying to work with you on and get you a little bit more opportunity to get out of that box and get up to first baseline?
No, man. I mean, since I came into the minor leagues and stuff, coaches and everything used to say, hey, you need to get your bunt down. That can really help you in the future. But Beasley, we work on it day in, day out. I want to work on it, because that's part of my game that I can use. So just going through the minor leagues, just working on it. And but I want to show that. I want to show everything that I can do too, just not bunt.
Bubba, can you confirm this? Josh Smith told us today that you're most likely on the team to find wherever the party is at. Can you confirm that for us?
To where the party was at?
Yeah, wherever the party's at, Bubba Thompson's going to find it.
No, I'm calling Josh Smith.
Oh, so he was deflecting that onto you then.
I feel like Josh gets down, man.
No, man. But no, I ain't. We can have a good time, But I like to have a good time a little bit.
Yeah, you're gonna. You and I, we've all talked. We've had you on before. We talked about Mardi Gras one year, and how Mobile, Alabama is the king of Mardi Gras. So yeah,
you know that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If Josh is an LSU guy, so I'm thinking okay, he knows how to party, but people from Mobile know how to have a good time.
That's a compliment.
Yeah, that's a compliment right there.
We started Mardi Gras.
Absolutely.
New Orleans took it over though. They made it a little bit bigger, but yeah, we started it up now.
Bubba, you getting any fishing done while you're out here in Arizona?
No, sir. I ain't really good fishing out here. Most of the time, I be tired. It ain't many spots out here that you can really fish, huh?
Yeah.
So, and at the end of the day, man, I be tired, each and every day. But one day I might get out there and see what I can do.
Well, we got a random pond-looking thing at our hotel. If you just want to come up the road, come party with us.
That's where the party's at.
We can put a line in there, Bubba, and have a good
Yes,
time.
sir.
Now, what do you think of Bochy and in the time you've gotten to spend with him as the new manager?
Oh, man, down to earth, ready to work and on a mission, to win a championship. And I feel like, we all are. So we come together as one and see what we can do.
Now, I am a very superstitious fan, just watching games. And I remember when you got drafted, you talked about being a superstitious player. What are some of the most superstitious tendencies you have on a game day or just in life in general?
I mean, it can go from, socks, what I wore that day, a shirt, pants. It just depends on little things, what kind of gum may go with the grape. Just little stuff that I do through my head as I'm going each and every day.
Outfielder Bubba Thompson here with you on your home of the Rangers. Who were your favorite players growing up to watch? You pattern your game after anybody or think of a favorite?
Not really growing up, man, but as I went through and got a little older, like the Mookie Betts of the world, Jackie Robinson, you got to put him in. Like the Matt Camps of the world, just all of those guys.
Who was your favorite quarterback growing up?
Cam Newton, man. Can't go wrong with him.
No, not at all.
Can't go wrong with him.
How many friends in the football world do you have? I mean, a lot of DFW sports fans know that you played with Jalen Tolbert, right? How many others? I mean, you spent so much time, in SEC country with a number of athletes. Do you have a number of friends in pro football?
Yeah, I got about 3 or 4 that's getting in there and playing a little bit. So it's been good, man, to watch them play and do their thing too.
Was it hard in college watching some of those guys and feeling the lure of the football field at all?
Nah, man, my choice was chose for me coming out of high school, getting drafted, and I knew I had a goal, and I'm sticking to it.
So when you're going through a decision-making process like that, is it what's the best career decision or which sport do I love the most? How do you balance that?
Really just playing both sports, competing, until one of them pulls you away, And the Rangers gave me the opportunity, and they pulled me away, so I couldn't turn it down, and here I am today.
How often do you still keep in touch with Jalen Tolbert? How's he doing?
I talk to him every day, man. We've been talking every day for a long time, but he's doing good, working out and everything, getting ready.
What's your roommate situation like out here in Surprise?
You said roommate?
Yeah.
No, I'm at a hotel. Yep, I'm at a hotel right now.
Okay, very good. So you didn't get stuck with a roommate. I feel like we were talking with some guys yesterday that are dealing with the roommate situation. Bubba Thompson, he's graduated from needing a roommate at Surprise. That's a huge step.
That's what happens when you flash.
It's a blessing.
That is a blessing. Now, we're raving about your speed, but I'm curious in the weight room. If I said, Bubba Thompson, please just impress me with one thing that you can do in the weight room, what would that be?
What I can do in the weight room?
I feel like you could do pull-ups for days.
Pull-up? Nah, man. I mean, I do the standard, your squats, your bench press, try to keep up with these other guys, too.
More of a track guy if you want to put on a show?
What's up?
More of a track guy when it's time to put on a show?
Yes, sir. But I can hang with the best of them.
Right on.
All right, Bubba.
I can hold my weight.
We're sponsored by Sonic. Good. You have such a great voice. Could I just get you to say Sonic? Good.
Man, Sonic. Good.
Now, what is your favorite order from Sonic?
Man, I ain't had it in a while, but I tell you what, in high school I used to get it a lot. Man, I used to get the foot long chili cheese dog or the great the great nerd slushy, the tater tots. It's got a lot of berries you can get there.
Yeah, that nerd slushy is outstanding, a popular choice. Bubba, we're blessed to have you. Congrats on your success, and best of luck in the future here. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
All right now, y'all. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right now, y'all. Talking with Bubba is so fun.
It is fun.
Okay, well, Chuck, take care of this top 10 situation. What are we looking at today?
I got you. So shout out to P Greatness 1088. P Bird. Great Tolo that he is. He sent me the top 10 heaviest Major League Baseball players of all time. And I was worried about this because you know me, I'm not into the fat shaming, but I am a voice for the fat people, and I think this is a shout out, and this is giving love to heavy athletes out there.
Absolutely, they deserve it.
They were able to perform.
So these are heaviest baseball players
of all time, and I've even got their weight listed. Do you want to try and take a guess?
Is Frank Howard on that list?
Frank Howard is not listed in the top 10.
Is Reyes Montona or Montoya? Moranta?
No.
Of the Rangers currently?
No, he's not.
Diego Montoya?
Diego Montoya.
Bartolo Colon?
Yeah, we got to guess Colon.
Bartolo Colon,
sure.
number 5 on the list, coming in at 285 pounds. He's actually technically tied for 5th, but I think Bartolo putting him at 285 was a little generous, so we gave him 5.
He's probably not the only former Ranger on the list, though.
Yeah, dude, Prince Fielder, right? Prince Fielder has to be.
Prince Fielder at number 9 at 275 pounds.
What about Big David Wells? He seemed like he was intent on eating his way out of the league.
I was stunned that David Wells didn't make it. Now, David Wells might have been in a top 10 best big athletes of all time list, but he didn't make the top 10 heaviest MLB players of all time.
What about our guy that loves cereal, the Yankee pitcher?
CC Sabathia?
Sabathia, yeah.
Number 2.
Oh, there we
heaviest
go.
MLB player of all time.
Yeah, there we go.
3 bills, 300 pounds, CC Sabathia.
Okay, that's good.
Now, you guys got probably the maybe the.
Is there a guy like Tuffy Lemons or something like that we're not going to get?
There's
something.
Yeah, let me just
there's
give
going to
you
be a
some
guy
of these.
like Mordecai Brown.
LA, do you have a guess? Do you want to jump in here? I don't.
I don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I just want you to know that I love you.
But I do think about that lady saying, "Is that the big hurt over there?"
Oh, there you go, Frank Thomas. There you go. That's a good.
Honey, let me go introduce you to him.
Yeah.
If you're a husband and one of your wives are in that commercial and they're just looking over at Frank Thomas, wouldn't you just be like, "Bleep that guy"?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
F him.
I hate him already.
What a Molina brother has to be on here, huh?
You know,
Big Benji?
It's a big upset. The
Yadier?
one of Molinas is not on here.
John Kruk?
No, John
Oh.
Crucky is a great guess.
Probably the sloppiest.
No, Kruk isn't on
He
here.
is a great guess.
Big Poppy?
No Big Poppy, which was shocking. He would be on a top 10 best of all time.
I
But
think he's
Greg
skipped leg day.
Luzinski.
no Luzinski. Number 10, we've got Carlos Lee of the Houston Astros, 275 pounds.
Really?
Wow.
Yep.
What a unit.
9, we gave you Prince Fielder.
Yeah.
8 is Jose Queta at 280 pounds from the Florida Marlins.
Okay. What about Jabba?
Jabba
was
Hutt?
a big dude, wasn't he? Chamberlain?
No, it wasn't Jabba. Yeah,
Wasn't Chamberlain a big guy?
yeah, Jabba Chamberlain was a big
Are you trying
guy.
to will that one over there
Yes,
just because
his
the name's
name's-
Job?
yeah, kinda,
Well,
maybe.
Jabba was a big boy.
The same thing I'm doing with Jumbo Brown.
But no.
Yeah,
number
that's
7.
insane.
Number 7 from the Kansas City Royals is Calvin Pickering at
See,
283 pounds.
What year was he?
I don't have a year. I don't
Okay,
know.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Number 6 is Jonathan Broxton of the Dodgers.
Dodgers.
Bartolo
fairly recent.
Colon was 5. Number 4, we got Dimitri Young of the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, I forgot about him.
295 pounds.
Dang.
This is a great name. At number 3, it's another Yankee. Jumbo Brown.
Yes.
JB.
I told you.
Yeah.
I told you. There was some guy. Yeah, there we go.
Big
Tuffy
bad
Lemons.
Jumbo Brown.
Jumbo Brown.
Jumbo Brown.
Bad
295.
Jumbo Brown.
CC Sabathia is 2, but number 1, former Baltimore Oriole.
Wait a minute. Okay. Boog Powell.
No.
320
320 pounds is this guy.
Dude, Boog Powell's a good pull, though, there, brought us.
That is good.
He's a former Oriole. I wish I knew this answer.
Walter Young.
Walt!
Way back.
Walter Young from the Orioles at 320. Can you imagine
What's
that?
up, Slim?
Power hitter? Gracious.
Power hitter or a pitcher?
Holy cow.
He was a bunner.
I'm not familiar with Walter Young,
Speedster.
boys, to be honest
Mo
with you.
Vaughn.
Designated
Mo Vaughn getting
runner.
a lot of love here. Mo Vaughn should have been on that list. I
Yeah,
don't
Mo
care.
Vaughn should have. But maybe I can do one of just like in general the top 10 heaviest athletes of all time when I get a chance.
Ray-
He was a hitter. Walter Young was a hitter.
Okay, Rangers lead the Brewers. It is 6-4 in the 8th inning across town. Did you see what the New York Post did with the Mike McCarthy quotes? We'll hit you a little bit of C-note, then Sands is going to join you to recap everything you need to know about how the Rangers are doing. That's coming up next in the G-Back Nation. I want to chat Window Nation, though, because if you notice your energy costs rising, it's not a coincidence. Nationwide, they're up 14%. It's not too late to fix those high energy bills.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. Yeah, Jared Stanley's going to join us when this game goes over. It's 7-4 Rangers leading the Brew Crew in their yard across town in the top of the ninth inning. So maybe 15, 20 minutes from Sands if you're jonesing for some Rangers insights from spring training. We got a little C-note here for you. Cowboys news of the evening. Did want to circle back on Stephen Jones saying when it comes to Dak's contract, they haven't talked to the agent yet, but his guess is there will not be a lot said about it. They'll wake up one day and it'll be done. What do you guys think gives Stephen Jones confidence that this isn't going to be drug out like it was last time? Because that seems pretty confident. We're just going to wake up one day and it'll be done. There won't be a lot of talk about it this time around. Do they have a plan to have an expedited negotiation there with their quarterback?
I just wonder if it's something that already with Todd France that they, maybe in some passing down the road or, earlier before the combine that they had, listen, this is our plan for what we want to do with Dak. I kind of felt like that if it got contentious, Todd France ain't going to make it easy. He never makes it easy on anybody, So to me, I've floated this idea with you guys. Maybe it's a situation where it's only, a 2-year deal, where it's like, in that way Todd France is back to the negotiating table, earlier again.
I could see that, and if you're Todd France and Dak, do you interpret that as they're negotiating tough? Like, hey, we don't got a lot of time to mess around. This is a take it or leave it type of situation, or we'll just restructure. I wonder if Dak and his agent feel the same way, like this is going to be quick, or are they digging in for battle as well? Because it could get contentious. You could tell last time they were pretty frustrated by the time it was over. Okay, did you see how the New York Post wrote about Mike McCarthy's quotes? Mike McCarthy shreds ex-Cowboys offensive coordinator Kellen Moore after firing. I've been where Kellen has been. Kellen wants to light up the scoreboard. I want to rest my defense. I don't desire to be the number one offense. I want to be the number one team in the league, kind of diminishing those stats. Would you be offended if you're Kellen Moore?
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely, it's probably to an extent a decently fair criticism. But yeah, if I'm Kellen Moore and that's what I'm hearing, I kind of got McCarthy on my bleep list. That comes personal bulletin board material, and I'm now going for the number one offense in the league, and I'm going for the Super Bowl ring. I'm going to put it on the middle finger, and we're going to show a lot of that ring to Mike McCarthy at the end of the year.
And I get where where he's going with it. Like, ultimately, he preaches complimentary football, and as a head coach, I get that. But it also is a little bit silly. Like, as a play caller, ideally you do want the best offense in football, right? Like, that's the goal. You would like that. And I think that bridge was burned when he gave his presser at the end of the year after the game against San Francisco a week after. And he didn't come out and necessarily have a bunch of complimentary things to say about Kellen and basically say his job was secure. I think in the words in which he chose to use in regards to when they asked about Kellen, I think Kellen basically had enough at that point, and that's when he said, well, you know what, believe you, and both parties said, all right, we're going to go our separate ways here. Yeah. I think that he's already done enough to burn that bridge.
Kellen's going to go try to lead the league in passing with the Chargers now. Yeah, it is a really interesting story. You know, I think maybe at week one we got the first signs, didn't we? When he said we need to be smarter. Kellen Moore's been very aggressive. Yeah. That was an indication. I guess reporters or members of the air staff that work for the team broadcast tried to go back and be like, oh, you didn't mean any of that. That's the media misinterpreting. We weren't misinterpreting jack squat. That was Mike McCarthy, probably so fed up with frustration about how Kellen Moore was running the offense at that point after not taking advantage of run opportunities enough in week one against Tampa and last year. I think he was already pretty fed up with it, and it was just a continuation as the season played out.
I think I was trying to find the quote, and maybe Archer, one of those guys, somebody that's at the Combine, they asked Kellen Moore about it, and he was very grateful and thankful to the Joneses. Really nothing to talk about with Mike McCarthy or anything like that. I feel like that Mike McCarthy is so happy right now because he's got Brian Schottenheimer as OC. You know, he lost his, I mentioned this, he lost his offensive line coach because Jerry wasn't going to pay him the money. But he's got Mike Solari, a guy he worked with. You know, to him, it's a happier room. That he doesn't have to go in there every day and feel like, oh, I've got this OC that I can't control him, I can't do this, I can't do that. You know, now he's got a guy in there that he knows that will walk through everything that he wants to do.
Yeah, everybody's going to be pulling in the same direction, and that's something that is going to be a huge positive for him.
Well, we know Eric Chiafalo's favorite sports jersey would be the Mike Napoli.
That's true.
Napoli. Maybe the most valuable one that he owns as well. What jersey would you pay the most for in sports history, or what is your favorite jersey that you own? A jersey worn by Hall of Fame quarterback Joe Montana in not one but 2 Super Bowl victories has sold for $1.2 million, which obliterates the record paid for a football jersey at an auction.
Dude, wait, there was a time I was going to say where we were wearing the same. Is that I wonder if that's a personal Joe Montana superstition?
Well, he wore the record-breaking jersey in the first Super Bowl against Miami, 38-16, like in the early 80s. 4 years later, Super Bowl 23 maybe, Montana engineers a game-winning 92-yard drive, famously known as the drive against the Bengals, 20-16. The morning of that game, Montana's wife, Jennifer, pulled the jersey from a scrapbook and packed it in the bag with a note, maybe you want to wear it again. So they apparently didn't change their jerseys year to year or even have a special Super Bowl edition. He just put on his...
No patch or anything like that.
Yeah, right? It's awesome, dude.
That is absolutely wild.
Everybody's sitting there in warm-up seeing, like, stains on the jersey going, like, what the heck? What is Montana doing in pregame warm-ups? Already getting a little bit dirty out there.
How epic would it be if he didn't even have a mark on it, though?
Yeah, it was already just freshly
clean game. It looks like it's new.
Yeah, and I also saw a story the other day about Joe Montana talking about how he used to. I don't even know if they still have these, but they used to have the phones the landline phone on the sidelines.
Oh,
You
yeah.
call up
Yeah.
into the booth and
Yeah.
talk to your coaches and stuff.
Got him an outside line, huh?
He decided that he was going to, dial 9 and see if he could get a hold of his wife one Sunday on the sideline, and then he realized he could, and so he started just calling his wife on the sideline during games while she was at home watching them.
That's
I was like, that is true love right there, man. That's beautiful.
You got to be Joe Montana to get away with a violation like that. That's hilarious.
I would definitely want Emmitt Smith Super Bowl 28 MVP jersey.
Yeah, that would be exceptional. A lot of people would. Okay, we got to run, though, Nation. Wish we had more time for that in some of your text. We are standing by for Jared Sandler as the show rolls on, live from spring training. Coverage brought to you by Sonic. Good. And we're back with you here in the G-Bag Nation. My friends at Men's T Clinic have a special message for you.
Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. We're live in Surprise. A lot going on in the world of sports Metroplex fans. And we're going to get you the very latest right here. Jared Sandler's going to join us and recap the Rangers spring training victory across town in a few minutes, maybe 20, 30 minutes, something like that. But stand by for that. Stars have made a trade. Ty Domi's kid is coming over. And Ty Domi, a name that, a little bit older NHL fans recognize as one of the most feared fighters. His kid playing for Chicago, a lot of energy, loves to muck it up, play in front of the net, and Stars fans that wanted to get an energizer into maybe your second line, you got this guy for a second-round pick in Hudobin's contract, Wolchuk. You got to love it.
That's pretty sick. He's got 49 points this year, 18 goals. So the Stars making some moves. You had Dadonov a couple days ago, and now you get Domi. So, they're trying to keep pace with some of the other contenders here in the West. It's just good to see Jim Nill and company making moves to try and keep the Stars up there atop the Western Conference and making a cup run.
Yeah, man, thank you. That is fantastic stuff. This Stars team is definitely exciting once again, and we're hoping to ride the wave with you guys. Rangers will not permit reliever Jose Leclerc to participate for the Dominican Republic in the World Baseball Classic. I'm always a little bit uncomfortable with this, but injuries are so tough for pitchers, and their shoulders and elbows and everything, it can be so sensitive. There's so much money on the line. I'm just not comfortable with a team telling you can't play for your country because I know how important it is for these guys.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
It is weird. It is tough. But as a Rangers fan and thinking about how much, Leclerc, we need him to be a beast.
Fist pump.
This is huge right now. As a Rangers fan, I think this is good news because you're right. The health is important. And that closer role, I don't even know exactly what their day one plan is for this, but I think it's Leclerc, Hernandez. It might be a little bit by committee, but dear God, that's a huge need right now. Leclerc's going to be a guy you got to depend on.
So that's a good story, and we'll follow up on that with Sands here in a few minutes. Wolchuk has the results of an NFL PA survey and some of the more interesting takeaways and where the Cowboys stand out in that. A federal judge has ordered Marriott to provide Michael Irvin all the video recordings and witness statements and written reports. It is considered a victory for him in his $100 million lawsuit against the hotel chain. And we do have Wolchuk here now with the results of this NFL PA survey. What are we cooking with, buddy?
Yeah, so J.C. Treader, president of the NFL Players Association, they put out a report card which players were able to vote on. They had treatment of families, nutrition, the weight room, the strength staff, the training room, the training staff, and the locker room. So team, players were able to vote on all of this. And the Cowboys scored among the highest. Their grades were incredible. They were A's essentially all the way across the board. The only B that they got was the training room, which is a little bit surprising. Brian, you got to spend so much time there at the Star in Frisco. The Cowboys getting a B in the training room. Otherwise, their lowest grade was an A-. And that was the training staff. But the Cowboys were pristine. They have nothing to worry about when it comes to their NFLPA report cards. But you have a couple of teams that do have some things. We have some of the most alarming takeaways here from this report card.
Is this like facility cleanliness and stuff?
Yes.
So this is the players getting in like an anonymous survey of the workplace.
Yeah, essentially. Workplace environment. How are they treating you? How are they, maintaining everything? Are they putting money into it? Yeah, it's the Star.
That passes the sniff test every time.
So get rid of the rats is one of the takeaways.
Oh, my gosh. This has to be in filthy.
Yeah. It's Jacksonville.
Ooh, that's
I'll
good
tell
cat
you. Environment.
Yeah.
I'd like to be a cat in Florida.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bobby is a guy who did all the traveling with the team this year, and the way he railed against Jacksonville as a city, as a town, as a sports town, my gosh, he paints Jacksonville like it's the single worst place to find yourself on American soil.
It was not good, and the Cats in Jacksonville had a big problem with rodents. They ranked 28th overall in this survey, so issues were to expected. But when players were given the choice to state the one thing they would want changed at their facility, the NFLPA said the answer was unanimous. Players reported that for 3 to 4 weeks during the season, there was a rat infestation in the locker room and the laundry hampers.
No, dude.
We had droppings, fellas. Overall, Jacksonville was given a D- for their locker room conditions, which was tied for 28th. Another issue Jags players reported is that because there is no players' family room in the facility, players' wives have to breastfeed their babies on the floor of the stadium's public restrooms.
Oh, that's horrifying.
What?
That is not good enough.
Yeah.
On the floor of a public bathroom?
Yeah.
There's no way I'm going there as a free agent after reading this.
There's no way I'm feeding my kid. I'm sorry. You're going to go hungry until I can find a place other than a public bathroom floor where rats are in the laundry hamper and stuff. Like, no chance.
Well, here is the positive for Jacksonville fans like Mike Bassick. 95% of the players felt overwhelming that Shad Khan, their owner, will be willing to invest to make necessary changes.
Sure. Wow, what a good guy.
So hopefully they get this thing righted.
You know what? It's funny you say this when this all came out, because I asked a couple people around the league about this survey. Here's one of the best ones that I got. You ready?
From your gang?
Well, it was people that I know at the various, like, trainers, equipment guys, all these things like that.
I'll get ready for this.
Here you go. You ready? The league has become a coddle me league. Going to the get in the worst way. This is a perfect example. Do you like the coach? Do you like the training staff? Do they kiss your ass? Bitching about only having steam room and seats on a plane. They should survey us on them.
Ooh, I would like that. That would be interesting.
That's pretty good.
But sometimes your gang of seven resembles a gang of get off my lawn.
No, maybe this guy a little bit.
Brian's like, hell no, don't talk about my guys like that. Wait a second.
No, but he's like, but it is.
The guy who sent that text is getting a senior discounted dinner right now as we speak.
This guy is one of the most honest guys in the National Football League, and I think he's absolutely
truth.
Yeah. It's like, I'd like to bet my favorite line is they should survey us on them.
I liked the ass kissing line a little bit. I wondered if there is there a grade for best ass kissing organizations in the sport? They didn't put a grade there.
Brian. So this guy would like the players to just accept the rat turds in their laundry and get on the field.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They need a little bit more toughness with this. This guy was, again, he's a long time NFL guy.
All right, how about this?
I just honestly feel bad for those players though, because as someone who has a wife, as someone who has a wife who's breastfeeding, if I had to just deal like with her getting on me because she has to get on the bathroom floor to feed the baby, there has to be a better place than the bleeping floor of the bathroom to feed your child.
I agree.
That's bad parenting.
Hey,
actually.
I was at the vet there in 1998, and a rat fell through the ceiling tile.
Here we go.
Onto my administrative assistant's desk. And when I was working there, you could hear the rats and the cats running along the tile.
Chasing
each other.
Tom
on top
and Jerry
of,
up there. All right, here's the food and service, and which team really had a complaint here. It was the Bengals.
Oh, this makes sense. Cheap Mike Brown.
Yep, they were given the lowest possible grade, an F- for food and service and nutrition. The quality of food ranked 31st, and Cincinnati was one of only 3 NFL teams to not offer dinner to players, one of only 2 to not provide vitamins, and the only one that did not offer supplements. Players responded that they are encouraged to come in on their off days to train and prepare themselves for that week's game. However, the cafeteria is not open on those days. So players can't even grab a banana before working out. Players also responded that the locker room, which was graded with a D,
What?
It's in the stadium.
Had enough space, but that many showers and toilets do not work, and that individual lockers do not have outlets where players can charge their electronic devices.
This is where the NFLPA needs to draw a very big line in the sand and say, we're not going to the other side of this when it comes to negotiations. These are things you have to insist upon. That's embarrassing for a multi-billion-dollar operation to not even make that available. And I know they're cash poor, Brian. They don't have a lot of money. They have millions, and we're talking about thousands of dollars.
Why did you do the whiny voice towards me on that one?
Because you were going to tell us about how the Bengals are cash poor.
No, I
You were going to try to
was-
explain why their players don't even deserve a banana on their
They're
off day.
cash poor because
Okay, I'm sorry. I misread you. Over the last 5 minutes, though, you were caping awful hard for these curmudgeonly Scrooge McDucks.
Oh, I was just.
And
I
thought you were coming
If
over
you
the
like
top
me
again.
not to even try and get any more content, I mean, I could do that too.
Oh,
I just reading out what I was, reaching. A guy, came out, did another side of the story. But if you feel that way about it, I'll sit over here and be fine. We're good.
I really appreciate all the great work you do to bring us insights, Brian. I'm sorry if I suggested otherwise.
You sound like you did, but we're good. No problem.
Stop messing around. Doesn't sound like we're good.
The Cardinals.
Think you're going to come through the window at me.
I kind of wish you would.
Are you guys uncomfortable over here?
Well, I
I'm
don't know.
glad there's a window separating us. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. That look on Brian's face just terrified
He's
me.
got that look in his eye.
He does. The Cardinals owner, Michael Bidwell, he ranked last in the confidence meter that he would invest to upgrade the facilities. The Cardinals also got an F- in food service and nutrition.
Bidwell squeaks when he walks a little bit.
Yeah, so players in Arizona, they're able to get boxed up dinner, but here's the catch. They're going to charge the players for dinner via a payroll deduction.
Oh, my gosh.
It's like, you can take this with you, but we're going to charge you for it. Also, they complained about the weight room. They got an F- for the weight room, and it's a health and safety risk, says the players.
All of this seems like it. These are HR violations across the board.
And unanimous complaint of uneven floors and floorboards that are peeling up in the Arizona Cardinals weight room.
Wow. That sounds like a Division II college that somehow made the NCAA tournament, like a backstory on everything the players overcame to get there.
Makes sense why Kyler Murray might not be the happiest camper going to work every day.
How about your guy, Andy Reid? The Chiefs ranked 29th overall on this. In particular, the players felt the locker room and training rooms were outdated, but the most pressing concern is on the training staff. The Chiefs' training staff was a D-, ranking dead last among all teams, with several players calling for a more welcoming environment. The NFLPA is concerned with head trainer Rick Burkholder, while the rest of the staff
He's an Andy's guy. Andy had him in Philadelphia.
Well, generally, the rest of the staff's well-liked, but this guy they're concerned about. Certain players' responses indicated that they felt discouraged from reporting injuries. They did not feel they got the level of personal care they felt they should, and feared retribution for speaking up when asking for better care. Now, here's where Washington comes in.
Yeah, this is the Byron Jones thing when it comes to the care. Like, you better find a secondary doctor and check with them what the team's telling you.
Washington's locker room was dead last at F-.
Oh, that makes sense.
Players felt like they don't have enough space. It lacks warm water, and they reported poor drainage in the showers. That's a shocker. They also don't want to do their rehab there. They don't like the training staff at all, and that's not a surprise whatsoever after what happened with Trent Williams in that situation.
I'd be hard-pressed to spend a considerable amount of time in and around the Washington organization and come away with one single redeeming quality.
You also had Washington overall last or tied for last in 4 of the 8 categories. Treatment of families, the training room, the locker room, and team travel.
The only people they act like they're treating well is just all the smoke shows in the organization.
And they were dead last overall. Players felt Daniel Snyder is just unwilling to invest to upgrade facilities.
This is obvious. His stadium has been literally one-ing and two-ing on its customers for like 3 or 4 years now, and they've done nothing about it.
Now, the Chargers, which is surprising, they're apparently just gross. They've got a hot tub that's broken. The cold tub was often not cold.
The Chargers?
Yeah.
They just moved to L.A. Shouldn't they have state-of-the-art facilities?
I don't know. Their training room's an F-.
I think they're still trying to build a facility out there. I think that's the problem that they're running into.
Dragging their feet.
So they've got issues there. The Panthers, though, overall did really well in this. They ranked 12th overall. They were given a B- for its training room, which is tied for 12th. But the pool room floors were seen as a safety hazard. Players said that they're slippery, and a lot of them have fallen.
Plus, they had that Ty Jeans Friday.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Jerry Richardson, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. So there's some of the big takeaways from the NFLPA report card. Basically, well done, Jones family. You guys have nothing to worry about. You're still the standard in the NFL.
Okay, truckwreck.com fan text. Let him have it, Brian. LOL, says the 504.
Yeah, I think you should kick Gavin's ass, Brian.
972, kind of hard to feel sorry for millionaires bitching about how billionaires treat them. Okay, thank you so much for your interaction here on the show. Is there anything else to share, Brian, before we break? Oh, I think I did take him off for real this time.
No, man, we're good. I'm just reading these combine times.
Okay, good deal. We'll get to the bottom of it.
I was wondering why I saw him pitching at 10 over there. He's reading combine numbers.
I don't know what the hell happened.
Nothing gets brought at 6 to midnight quite like a 40 time.
Okay, we got to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. Jared Sandler's going to join you for what happened when the Rangers game. But Michael Gelkin updated that story on the Cowboys going after a big weapon. And we'll get you the details on that coming up next here on The Fan. I got to Chad Frankel's with you, though.